Chapter 1. The Gem Miners of Myanmar. In the heart of Myanmar, within the jade-rich region of Pekin, Wu Yu lay curled in a corner of a makeshift shelter, gradually regaining consciousness. Even before opening his eyes, he was met with the harrowing sounds of anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoing nearby. The dozen or so familiar gem miners were being savagely whipped and interrogated by a group led by Na Wen. The term gem miner is a transliteration from Burmese, referring to those who excavate and collect jade in the mines. Wu Yu, a Chinese national who had found himself in this place several years prior, was now a miner struggling for survival. Though he usually enjoyed a semblance of freedom, an unusual incident that had transpired before his unconsciousness had drawn him into peril. Where is that fully green jade stone hidden? Speak up, or it'll blow your brains out. Please don't hit me. I only caught a glimpse of green the first, didn't even see what it was before everyone rushed in. After we did, we found nothing. Perhaps we all just imagined it. I don't believe you. It's impossible that all of you merely imagined it. Beat them mercilessly. As Na Wen's furious outburst reverberated, the screams intensified, and several miners soon succumbed to the beating, collapsing into unconsciousness. Wu Yu, paralyzed with fear, remained still, feigning unconsciousness as he recalled the bizarre scene that had unfolded earlier at that time. Wu Yu and the other miners had gathered around a bulldozer operating at the bottom of an abandoned pit when they spotted a freshly unearthed spherical jade stone. The excavator had split the jade, creating two pieces, each revealing an astonishingly vibrant green interior. To their astonishment, one of the stones contained a small core of imperial green jade, roughly the size of a quail's egg, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Wu Yu, positioned closest to the stone, instinctively lunged forward. However, he was unprepared for the thorny spikes covering the core's surface. The moment his left hand made contact, he was injured, blood gushing forth as the core seemed to come alive, burrowing into his palm. A searing pain shot through his left hand and arm, spreading like wildfire throughout his body. Before he could comprehend what was happening, several miners rushed forward, overwhelming him in a frenzy to seize the jade. In the chaos, no one noticed that after the core had penetrated Wu Yu's hand, the two pieces of jade had vanished. Pinned beneath the weight of others, Wu Yu writhed in pain, screaming, his consciousness flickering as if his soul had been tugged toward his left hand. In his dazed state, he glimpsed a small space, approximately 10 cubic meters, where the two vibrant jade pieces lay quietly on the ground. At the center of this confined space floated a luminous vortex, about the size of a basketball, slowly rotating at a rate of 2.5 turns per minute. The small space was unstable, trembling intermittently, with its gray, fragile walls threatening to collapse at any moment. Realizing something profound, Wu Yu focused his thoughts, and the two jade pieces soared toward the glowing vortex. It appeared to be the mouth of this small space, swiftly engulfing the jade stones. With a slight tremor, the space expanded by 3 or 4 cubic meters, its walls stabilizing and thickening. No longer quaking, that Wu Yu was astounded by the scene before him. Immersed in the joy of exploring his newfound spatial abilities, oblivious to the moment when he was brought back to the shack by the guards. Upon awakening, he overheard Na Wen's group interrogating other members of the Yemu tribe, demanding information about the coveted jadeite stones. Once he pieced together the situation, Wu Yu cautiously opened his eyes, only to find himself facing the wall in the corner of the shack, his back to Na Wen and the others. He felt a sense of relief as he examined his left hand, discovering that it remained unscathed, devoid of any wounds or scars. T.O. confirmed that this was not a mere illusion. He aimed his left hand at a Sprite bottle cap in front of him. With a mere thought, the cap vanished from sight, and with another, it returned to its original position. Success! This was no illusion. He had indeed acquired a personal spatial pocket. In the jade-rich mines of Myanmar, possessing such a space opened up countless possibilities for wealth, even if it meant shuttling jadeite back and forth. Wu Yu suppressed his excitement, for he had pressing matters to address. Only by safely escaping could he contemplate his next steps. At that moment, he heard several more people entering the shack. A woman's voice, unfamiliar yet alluring, dressed in traditional Myanmar attire, inquired with an air of authority, "Na Wen, have you completed the interrogation? What are the results?" Na Wen responded respectfully, "Miss Dan Min, aside from the one who fainted at the mine, all others have been questioned. They claim to have been dazzled and have not hidden any jadeite. Then what are we waiting for? Find a way to wake him up for a routine interrogation." Yes, Miss Danmin. I will awaken him immediately, Naiwen replied, preparing to take matters into his own hands. He switched on electric baton and approached Wu Yu. Knowing the unpleasantness of the electric baton, Wu Yu covered his head and pretended to just regain consciousness. Ouch, my head hurts. You brutes, who kicked my head into a lump? Oh, what happened? Wu Yu exclaimed as he sat up, feigning confusion and surprise. He realized he was left in nothing but his underwear, and the others were in a similar predicament, clearly having been thoroughly searched. Naiwen, a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, strong physique, and dark skin adorned with tattoos, seized Wu Yu by the hair and roughly dragged him to the center of the shack. You woke up just in time. Are you already awake? I just came to. What's going on? Let's talk things over. No need for violence. Just as the electric baton was about to strike Wu Yu, the beautiful woman in the traditional tamine skirt waved her hand and coldly commanded, "Stop." The electric baton can cause involuntary reactions, which is rather unrefined. Miss Danmin is indeed kind-hearted. Naiwen flattered. I believe a gun would be more efficient if he doesn't cooperate. I could simply put a bullet in him, Danmin declared as she retrieved an exquisite handgun from her handbag, aiming it at Wu Yu. He was taken aback, astonished that such a beautiful woman could possess a heart as cold as a serpent's. The woman possessed skin as pale as snow, a voluptuous figure, and facial features that bore a hint of Western mixed heritage. Her long, flaxen hair cascaded in soft waves, exuding an alluring charm. Such a breathtaking beauty in Myanmar, without an exceptionally strong background or power, would have long been consumed and kept in a gilded cage as a canary, deprived of any opportunity to showcase herself to the world. Danmin pressed the muzzle of her pistol against Wu Yu's lips, her tones sultry and gentle, yet the words she uttered were laced with venom. Little brother, answer my questions. Truthfully, should you dare to utter a single lie, I shall shatter your skull. Yais, I would never lie, Wu Yu responded, appearing submissive on the surface, while inwardly he harbored fierce resolve, thinking, once I rise to prominence, I will hold a gun to your mouth, forcing you to kneel and sing of submission. Danmin fixed her gaze upon Wu Yu's eyes and inquired, "It is said that you were the first to leap towards the raw stone. Are you certain you saw a fully green stone?" Wu Yu's expression was earnest as he replied, "In truth, I did not see clearly. I merely caught a glimpse of green. Driven by instinct, I attempted to seize it, but before I could reach the green, I was knocked down by others and lost consciousness beneath the pile, awakening only to find myself." Here that a flicker of disdain crossed Danmin's eyes. How utterly useless a mere fall, and you fainted. Others may have the chance to hide the raw stones, but you remained unconscious. Even if there was indeed a fully green stone, you would have had no opportunity to stash it away. Ah, whether I am useful or not, you shall come to know in due time. Wu Yu maintained his fad of simplicity. Is it truly the case that there is no fully green stone? Perhaps I'm merely misjudged. At that moment, a small-time enforcer entered from outside the makeshift shelter, reporting, "Boss, we found several pieces of decent raw stone in the excavator operator's quarters, including 2 basketball-sized fragments. However, none are fully green. The green portions are merely palm-sized, yet still quite valuable." Danmin immediately retracted her weapon, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ah, so it has nothing to do with the excavator operator. It turns out he was the one hiding the raw stones. Naiwen, your men are not as clean as they ought to be. Miss Danmin, please do not be angry. I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation, Naiwen replied, turning to the oblivious enforcer and bellowing, "Where is that excavator operator?" When we discovered the jade raw stones beneath his bed, the excavator operator fled. I have already dispatched men to pursue him. Find him, regardless of the consequences. I detest betrayal above all. Yes, boss. Danmin cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious excavator operator in a makeshift shelter before stating, "Naiwen, lead me to examine the newly discovered raw stones. After all, we are collaborators, and I would hate for any valuable materials to go unaccounted for. That won't happen again. I will increase security personnel and enhance the thoroughness of searches upon exit." As Naiwen spoke, he followed Danmin out of the shelter, only then recalling the excavator operator inside that he instructed his subordinates, disperse 10,000 shots to each as compensation. Those willing to stay may continue working, while those unwilling should be sent away. Ensure thorough searches as they leave. Based on official exchange rates, 10,000 shots, 33 Chinese yuan. Chapter 2. The unusual ability of stone betting with the left hand at this moment. It was already deep into the night. Wu Yu, along with the other miners, received a consolation payment of 10,000 chad, equivalent to 33 yuan in Chinese currency. In China, receiving such a meager sum after enduring a brutal beating would be nothing short of an insult. Yet, in the mining regions of Myanmar, many miners accepted it with apparent satisfaction. Though they had been severely beaten, their injuries were merely superficial, with no broken bones. Upon regaining consciousness, they grimaced in pain but dared not utter a word of complaint. It was rumored that Nai Wen wielded considerable power and was acquainted with many influential figures. Taking a life in the mining area was as trivial as child's play. Thus, those who had suffered at his hands refrained from speaking out. At the entrance of the makeshift shelter, the miners retrieved their clothing and, after donning it, were escorted back to their dormitory by the guards. To an even larger, filthier, and more chaotic hut. The interior had been ransacked, clearly searched meticulously by Nai Wen's men, yet nothing of value had been found. Wu Yu approached his bunk, tidied the scattered garments on the floor, and placed them into a tattered canvas bag. He had come to work in the abandoned mine contracted by Nai Wen with only some personal necessities and tools for searching for raw stones, a long-handled prospecting hammer, and a powerful flashlight. Most miners in the area were free agents, able to sell any jadeite they found to whomever they pleased. However, when working in a contracted abandoned mine, they were obliged to sell their finds to the contractor, regardless of how low the offered price might be. This was because the contractor provided food and lodging. Even if one failed to find a single stone for half a month, hunger was not a concern. Are you leaving tomorrow? Asked Godanwai, whose face was bruised and battered, sitting on the edge of his bed in a hushed tone. Wu Yu glanced at his pitiful state and replied, I'll be leaving at dawn. I've been here for over 10 days and have only found one piece of raw jade, which I sold for 100,000. If it had been sold outside, given its surface condition, it could have fetched at least 500,000. Besides, I was inexplicably beaten today. Godanwai, ever honest, responded, You weren't the one beaten. I took the brunt of it. If you leave, I'll go too. Let us stick together and venture to the free, abandoned mines outside. Even if we go hungry, at least we won't have to endure this humiliation. Others, who were also packing their belongings, chimed in, expressing their desire to leave together. Wu Yu chose not to engage further, opting instead to lay down and sleep. The next morning, Wu Yu, with his belongings in tow, underwent multiple security checks by the mining area personnel before departing the abandoned pit alongside a dozen other miners. He had a makeshift shelter near the morning market in Pakong, where he temporarily resided, neighboring Godanwai. Though he initially planned to return home to stow away his items, he noticed a site where mining waste was being dumped. Thousands of miners had gathered in the riverbed and on the hillside, wielding their prospecting hammers and producing a symphony of clinks and clatters in search of jadeite. Look at you, Godanwai exclaimed excitedly. There are so many trucks dumping mining waste ahead. Has that new mining company officially commenced operations? Wu Yu's miner instincts were ignited, and he shouted while running. Of course. If they weren't operating, where would all this waste come from? Do not just stand there foolishly. Hasten to search for jade, and we shall return to our shelter by nightfall. Certainly. Brother Danwei replied, swiftly following Wu Yu as they dashed towards the mine. Others from the group also ran along, calling out, Yu, wait for us. The camaraderie among them was strong, and it was best to gather together while collecting stones to avoid being bullied by others. Wu Yu, however, was reluctant to engage with them. Just yesterday, when he first laid eyes on that magnificent piece of jadeite, these individuals had disregarded the rules and rushed to snatch it away. They often spoke eloquently about the necessity of adhering to the established guidelines of the group. Whoever first found the jade would claim it, and no one should steal from another. Yet, when faced with the immense value of pristine jadeite, all such principles were rendered meaningless, consumed by greed. Before long, Wu Yu arrived at an area recently dumped with waste, wedged among countless others, wielding his mining hammer to strike the suspicious stones before him. When struck, if a dull thud resonated, he knew without a doubt that it was not jade. Conversely, if a crisp, metallic sound echoed, he would pay closer attention, lifting it for a more thorough examination. Through the weight, surface coloration, patterns, and other characteristics, he could ascertain whether it was jadeite and evaluate its quality and value. Fortune smiled upon Wu Yu today. Within mere minutes, he struck a stone that produced a clear, ringing sound. It was irregularly oval, roughly the size of a man's shoe. As he picked it up with his left hand, a wave of warmth surged through his palm, akin to holding a hand warmer. How peculiar, he mused. This sensation reminded him of the small space he had acquired after absorbing the mysterious stone core with his left hand. Could it be that it also possessed the ability to discern jadeite? But what did this warmth signify? Was it of high value or low? The small piece was encrusted in mud and sand, so Wu Yu spat onto it, clearing a patch to reveal the black waxy skin typical of the Mwangi quarry. It was well known that the Pakong mining area comprised over 50 quarries, with notable ones being Pakong, Muna, Mwangi, Mamong, and Xiongpiao. Discovering Mwangi material here was entirely reasonable. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Yu stowed the stone into his satchel. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he slipped his left hand into the bag. And with a mere thought, he stored the stone in his small space. He planned to clean and inspect the jadeite further upon returning home. By midday, Wu Yu discovered another piece of jadeite, roughly the size of his fist. It felt cool to the touch, perhaps a reflection of the stone's inherent temperature. This one exhibited no remarkable reaction. No matter, he decided to take it home for cleaning. Contemplating this, he again stored it in his small space. After a modest meal of dry rations and half a bottle of water, Wu Yu persevered until dusk, ultimately finding a piece of jadeite the size of his palm. Holding it in his left hand, he sensed a gentle warmth emanating from it, cooler than the first piece he found, yet warmer than the second. As twilight approached, Wu Yu contemplated the significance of varying temperatures, preparing to return home after tidying up his mining tools. A nearby jade dealer, eager to engage in conversation, expressed interest in purchasing the rough stones Wu Yu possessed. "Young man, have you found any jade? I am willing to offer a handsome price," the dealer inquired. "No," Wu Yu replied curtly, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings, ready to depart. "That's all right. Remember to seek me out next time you come across good material. I pay generously. Money is no object," the dealer continued, but Wu Yu chose to ignore him. At that moment, a gaunt middle-aged man approached the jade dealer, clutching a small rough stone he had recently uncovered, intent on selling it. The dealer spat contemptuously at the dirty stone, inspecting it for any blemishes before asking, "What is your price?" The middle-aged man responded, 100,000. The jade dealer, who had boasted of his financial abundance, countered, 5,000. After a vigorous exchange of haggling, they ultimately settled on a price of 20,000. Wu Yu smirked inwardly, recognizing the boldness of both parties. Such was the nature of the market. Regardless of the bargaining tactics employed, once an agreement was reached, it was binding. Retracting one's offer could lead to conflict and, in dire cases, even death. An hour later, Wu Yu returned to his modest shelter, the night fully enveloping the surroundings. His neighbor, Godanwai, had yet to return. Making do with a bowl of instant noodles to satiate his hunger, he then sat at the entrance, meticulously cleaning the 3 pieces of jade rough he had discovered that day. Chapter 3. The surge of the Mo Wanji window. Wu Yu began by washing away the mud from the surfaces of 3 jadeite rough stones with water, revealing their distinctive features. The first stone, enveloped in a layer of black waxy skin, gleamed with an oily sheen, reminiscent of a wax coating, and was remarkably dense. Upon scrubbing it with a steel brush, he discovered that the waxy shell was exceedingly hard. After several minutes of scrubbing, only a slight portion of the skin had been removed. A strong flashlight revealed no discernible markings, indicating that the wax layer was too thick. Selecting a spot where the warmth from his palm was most intense, he took a diamond abrasive file and rubbed it repeatedly. After a few minutes, he finally managed to file down an area the size of a 1 yuan coin, illuminating this newly exposed section with the flashlight. He was greeted by a vivid green hue that extended deeply within. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. The stone had revealed a substantial increase in value, suggesting that the warmth emanating from his palm was indicative of the jadeite's superior quality. Not only had this piece exhibited its green essence, but its texture was also crystalline. Realizing this, he carefully placed the stone into a small storage space, planning to use an electric diamond grinding tool to create a window later, as that would yield a more aesthetically pleasing and marketable result. The second small rough stone, merely palm-sized, was composed of Mo Wanji gray sandy skin, with a slightly coarse texture. Upon touching it with his left hand, he felt a coolness. Its surface exhibited no remarkable features. This piece proved easy to open. With just a few strokes of the diamond file, he carved out a narrow window, revealing a dull gray interior riddled with impurities and a notably coarse texture, akin to marble. Disappointed, Wu Yu fetched a hammer and, with a few strikes, shattered it, discovering no surprises within. Its quality remained consistent, rendering it mere waste, unworthy even of being discarded in a fish tank. The third stone, also palm-sized and flat, bore the black sandy skin of Wanji, with a faintly dark surface covered in fine sand grains and sporadic white spots on one side. Upon touching it, Wu Yu sensed a slight warmth. He chose a corner adorned with white spots and utilized the diamond file to create a window. To his astonishment, the jade flesh revealed a glutinous texture, accompanied by blue floral patterns. From the experiments conducted on these 3 rough stones, it became evident that the higher the temperature felt by his left hand when touching jadeite, the better its quality. The saying heaven and earth of Wanji reflects the vast disparity in the quality of rough stones from this site. The risk of gambling here is significant. Exceptional stones can yield imperial green, while inferior ones are relegated to waste. With my left hand's unique ability to discern the quality of jadeite and a personal storage space to act as a warehouse, I envisioned a future as a jade merchant in the mining area, which could yield substantial profits. At that moment, his neighbor, Gudanwei, returned with a bag. Spotting Wu Yu sitting at the door washing stones, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Yu, how was today's harvest?" "Haha, I found 2 pieces of Wanji material. One was unremarkable, and I sold it for 30,000. The other, which shows promise, I'm asking for 500,000. But the highest offer from a merchant was only 100,000, so I didn't sell." With that, Gudanwei proudly retrieved a piece of jadeite rough stone, slightly larger than a man's fist, from his bag and presented it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu accepted it with his right hand, scrutinizing the skin's appearance with great attention. The raw stone has already been rinsed with mineral water by Wei, revealing a brownish-gray exterior speckled with dark blemishes. The surface is delicately granular, and it feels unusually weighty, seemingly heavier than other stones of comparable size. The skin exhibits promising qualities, suggesting that even in the absence of any extraordinary abilities, this stone possesses notable value. Gudanwei quoted a price of 500,000 chots to the jade merchant, which is hardly exorbitant, approximately 1,500 yuan. Given the quality of the skin, even a modest opening could yield several times that amount. Wu Yu, upon touching it with his left hand, felt a distinct warmth, indicative of its quality, which is similar to his own, but perhaps slightly superior. He remarked, "Wei seems to have struck gold. What is your bottom line for this piece? I wish to purchase it and test my luck." Gudanwei, well aware of Wu Yu's penchant for gambling on stones, offered no objections, stating, "If you are genuinely interested, 300,000 will suffice." "Very well, I will agree to 300,000. Should the gamble prove profitable, I will provide you with a generous bonus." Some sentiments remained unspoken, yet Wu Yu had already resolved to give him an additional 200,000 in a few days, fulfilling his initial aspiration of 500,000. Wu Yu did not possess sufficient cash, having just over 100,000, which he had earned from the mine contracted by Niwen. He planned to withdraw the remaining funds from the money exchange tomorrow and settle with Gudanwei, as their relationship was built on trust. Gudanwei accepted the 100,000 in cash, lightly tapping the sold raw stone with the bills, exclaiming, "Wishing boss you prosperity and great fortune." Wu Yu chuckled, "Thank you, Wei. Tomorrow I will continue sourcing raw stones. Should you come across any, feel free to reserve them for me at a premium price." "All right, but be cautious, as the risks of gambling on stones are substantial. Do not repeat the last incident where you lost 6 or 7 million at once. I will be mindful of the risks." After a brief exchange, Gudanwei returned to his shelter to prepare a meal, while Wu Yu tidied up the items at the entrance, then closed the door behind him, retrieving the electronic machine he had concealed in the corner, intending to peel the skin off the 2 high-quality raw stones. Upon receiving the mud-encrusted materials from Yemu Shi, the jade merchant's first step upon returning home is to wash them with water, based on the skin's performance. He then employs a steel brush to thin it out. Following this, he shines a powerful flashlight on the stone to assess its quality and potential for appreciation. If he wishes to avoid high risks, he might sell a stone with even slight promising characteristics for a modest profit. However, if he possesses confidence in his stone gambling skills, he would select a few promising pieces from which to open windows using a diamond abrasive file. This method is considered a rudimentary and somewhat aggressive technique for opening windows, requiring only a bit of effort to remove the skin and reveal the jade flesh beneath. This allows for a visual appraisal of the stone's quality and value. Should the overall performance appear exceptional, He would then utilize the electronic machine, equipping it with a diamond abrasive head to strip away portions or even the entirety of the skin. Given the challenges of purchasing electronic machines in Myanmar's mining areas, repairs are difficult to come by, and diamond abrasive heads are consumable items that must be replaced regularly, often at a steep price and with limited availability. However, in the eyes of professionals, this method of windowing is regarded as a rather crude and rudimentary approach. They often utilize a dental machine for meticulous windowing, showcasing only the most valuable aspects of the jadeite rough, with the window patterns being exceptionally exquisite. After 2.5 years of diligent work, Wu Yu, having accumulated a modest savings, embarked on the venture of gambling with stones not long ago, and possessing an electronic polishing machine was already a significant achievement. After a series of operations, Wu Yu meticulously peeled the skin off his high-quality rough stone, revealing an overall emerald green hue interspersed with some transparent areas, remarkably clean, devoid of cracks or inclusions. When he shone a flashlight upon it, it glowed like a verdant bulb, an astonishing sight. Ah, I am destined for wealth. This substantial piece of nearly full green ice material could yield at least 5 or 6 certificates, and in the Pakong mining region, it could fetch around 150 million, or even more, equivalent to over 400,000 yuan. Regrettably, it lacks a bracelet section. Had it included one, the price could have multiplied several times. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Yu placed the stone into a black convenience bag and stowed it away in a compact space, awaiting the opportune moment to present it to the market. Yet, when he eagerly peeled the rough stone he had just purchased from Godanwai, a frown creased his brow. Although this stone felt slightly warmer to the touch than his own, the jadeite revealed from it was far less valuable, revealing itself to be. Chapter 4. The morning market in the mining area. Wu Yu was taken aback. The jadeite rough he had purchased from Godanwai, upon being stripped of its outer layer, revealed an icy, oil-green jade flesh. While the value had indeed surged, it fell considerably short of Wu Yu's expectations. The icy oil-green hue was rather unappealing, commanding a price that was less than a tenth of that of similarly graded green jade. It appeared that the temperature variations of his palm could only discern the quality of the jade, but not its color. Should he inadvertently acquire material of the icy black variety in the future, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. With a mix of emotions, he completely peeled away the exterior of the rough stone. The jade flesh was entirely oil green, devoid of any blemishes, thus ranking among the finest of its kind. He wrapped it in a black convenience bag and tossed it into a small compartment. As night deepened, Wu Yu tidied up his tools, gave his body a cursory wash, and collapsed into bed. Life in the mining area was exhausting, leaving him with little energy to ponder over other matters. His head barely touched the pillow before he succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Wu Yu awoke with a start, jolted from a nightmare. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he looked around, noticing through the crevices of the makeshift shelter that dawn was beginning to break. Wu Yu rose to drink a glass of water, performed a brief wash, and selected a set of decent clothes he typically refrained from wearing. Donning a wristwatch that had long since run out of battery, dabbing his hands with a bit of water, he slicked back his hair, revealing a handsome visage in the mirror. Although slightly tanned, his appearance was undeniably of the highest caliber compared to the indigenous people of Myanmar. While collecting stones in the mining area, Wu Yu often applied a layer of tenica, also known as Old Myanmar powder, to mask his features, preventing him from standing out too much and attracting unnecessary trouble. However, when sourcing materials in the mining area, it was advantageous to showcase a hint of brilliance. After all, one's appearance can greatly influence their dealings. In addition to his attire, he kept a black sun umbrella, sunglasses, and bottled water in his small compartment, items that served as tools of ostentation for jade merchants, occasionally yielding unexpected results. Once prepared, Wu Yu slung a large canvas bag over his shoulder and exited the shelter, locking the door behind him. The shelter housed little of value, the most expensive item being an electronic polishing machine, which could be purchased in China for a mere 200 yuan, making it a minimal loss should it fall prey to thieves. Typically, he carried around small bills while depositing larger sums in the local bank. Having been swindled in his family's jade business and losing his parents in a bizarre car accident, Wu Yu had fled to the mining area of Myanmar. After 2.5 years of toil, he had managed to save over 40 million shots, equivalent to over 100,000 renminbi. Today, He intended to withdraw all his savings and store them in his small compartment for convenience and security, as he held little trust in the banks. In times of unrest, these institutions could close abruptly or even abscond with his funds. After a brisk 15-minute walk, he arrived at the early market in Pakant. Though it was not yet dawn, numerous jade merchants had gathered, their bright flashlights illuminating the chaotic streets. The bank had already opened its doors, and after presenting his identification card and entering the password, Wu Yu successfully withdrew his money, filling his canvas bag to the brim. The commonly used denominations of the Myanmar Chat include 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000. In everyday life, notes below 1,000 are seldom utilized, and when exchanging money, jade merchants prefer larger denominations, as smaller bills are generally unwelcome due to their cumbersome nature. Today, Wu Yu was fortunate, acquiring only high-denomination notes. Seizing the opportunity before dawn, he discreetly transferred the money into a compact space within his bag, leaving only a few million for emergencies. He also moved a piece of icy oil jade into his canvas bag. The streets bustled with activity, as everyone engaged in the trade of raw stones, oblivious to Wu Yu's subtle maneuvers. Even if they were to notice, they would scarcely comprehend his actions. Which respectable individual possesses a personal compact space? Merely inserting one's left hand into a bag to transfer money into that small space? Among the merchants, many were of Chinese descent, with a handful of indigenous Myanmar locals, some seated in breakfast shops, while others occupied tables along the roadside, eagerly awaiting potential sellers of jade. The locals were well aware that Chinese jade merchants offered higher prices and were more straightforward in their dealings, hence quality materials were often shown to them first. Wu Yu also intended to approach several Chinese jade merchants for price inquiries. Holding the icy oil jade, he approached a few merchants. But perhaps due to their lack of interest in the icy oil jade, their offers fell short of his expectations. The highest bid was 10 million, while some offered as little as 4 million. As he progressed down the crowded street, Wu Yu spotted a Chinese jade merchant seated at the roadside, surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals eager to sell their goods. After observing for a moment, Wu Yu deemed the merchant's pricing fair and presented the icy oil jade before him. The middle-aged merchant opened a black bag and, upon seeing the palm-sized piece of icy oil jade, slightly furrowed his brow, illuminating it with a flashlight for closer inspection. He then spoke in Myanmar language. This is a peeled raw material, and the quality is decent, though the peeling technique is rather crude and it lacks polishing. So how much? Wu Yu replied in Myanmar, 35 million. That is too high. I can only offer 10 million. Boss, I assure you, I am not arbitrarily inflating the price. Do not slash it too much. Someone has offered 20 million before. The price of icy oil jade is not that high in the mining area. I will propose a firm price of 15 million, plus an additional 100,000 in white cards as a tip. If agreeable, we can seal the deal. If not, we shall part ways. All right, let us seal the deal. I shall consult the owner's opinion. This price closely aligned with Wu Yu's psychological expectations, so he decided to accept the offer. Although Wu Yu was the owner of the jade, he feigned ignorance of this fact, as it would yield him an extra tip and provide leeway should the negotiation falter. To seal the deal means that after the buyer's offer, the seller expresses general satisfaction with the price, wrapping the piece of jade in yellow tape, thus preventing other buyers from viewing it. Following discussions and negotiations, if the owner agrees to the price, the transaction is finalized. If the owner declines, they return to the stall, inform the buyer of the inability to complete the deal, remove the yellow tape, and present the jade to other merchants. The middle-aged merchant swiftly wrapped the piece of icy oil green in yellow tape, inscribing 1500 W upon it. Wu Yu placed the sealed icy oil green into a canvas bag, turned away, and strolled a few hundred meters to a nearby breakfast shop, where he ordered a bowl of rice noodles. After leisurely finishing his meal, he returned to the previous collection stall. Boss, the supplier has agreed, Wu Yu announced, handing the sealed icy oil green to the middle-aged merchant. Indeed, I knew my offer was generous. May our collaboration be fruitful, replied the merchant, as he unwrapped the yellow tape and inspected the goods once more. From beneath his feet, he retrieved a substantial bundle alongside 5 smaller bundles of cash. The large bundle amounted to 10 million, while each small bundle contained 1 million. In the mining regions of Myanmar, transactions predominantly occur in cash. Bank transfers and platforms like Alipay or WeChat are seldom utilized. Accustomed to cash dealings, one can estimate the value simply by assessing the thickness of the bundles. Thank you, sir. It has been a pleasure working together. Wu Yu expressed, placing the money into his canvas bag. The middle-aged man then produced a business card along with a tip of 100,000 in cash. My name is Song Junwei, hailing from Huaxia. Should you come across quality materials in the future, feel free to contact me at the number on the card. I assure you, my offers will be generous. Very well, thank you, Boss Song, Wu Yu responded, accepting the items and turning to leave. He felt that Song Junwei's pricing was quite favorable and appreciated his promptness in payment. Considering that he would not mind collaborating with him again should quality materials present themselves. As dawn's light began to break, Wu Yu intended to return to the mine for further material collection, realizing that another piece of high-quality icy yang green he possessed was not suitable for sale today. He would await a more opportune moment. After the morning market, Wu Yu hailed a motorcycle passing by, requesting a ride to the location where he had gathered stones the previous day. Chapter 5. The exceptional wood material. The middle-aged man riding the motorcycle, Mo Shi, appeared to be a weathered figure. With an unkempt beard and disheveled attire, he engaged in conversation with Wu Yu as they rode along. Your outfit doesn't seem suited for rock collecting. What brings you to the mining area? The middle-aged man inquired. Wu Yu replied candidly, You have a keen eye, sir. I am, in fact, a jade merchant here to acquire raw materials. Mo Shi erupted into a fit of laughter, coughing as he did so. Haha, don't jest. Real jade merchants are affluent individuals, arriving in luxury vehicles to collect materials. You can hardly afford a motorcycle. How could you possibly be a jade merchant? Without a flicker of embarrassment, Wu Yu responded, My car had a minor accident, and my assistant took it for repairs. Thus, I ventured out alone today, hoping to strike it lucky at the mine. Oh, I see. If I happen to find a good stone, you mustn't undervalue it when I sell it to you. Mo Shi mused, soon accepting Wu Yu's claim without further suspicion. Rest assured, I will offer a generous price, Wu Yu assured him, confident in his ability to appraise the raw stones, knowing that acquiring materials from Mo Shi would inevitably yield profit. As the sun began to rise, they soon arrived at the area where stones had been collected the previous day. Wu Yu dismounted, and Mo Shi found a spot to park his motorcycle. The middle-aged man, named Sang Bo, was a villager from a nearby settlement, aged 30 but appearing much older. This information was exchanged during their ride, prompting Wu Yu to address him as brother instead of uncle, as he preferred not to imply a generational gap. Sang Bo greeted him and rushed towards the pile of mining debris with the tools from Mo Shi, while Wu Yu, adopting a casual demeanor, retrieved a black folding sunshade from his canvas bag, donned sunglasses, and sauntered towards the gathering of jade merchants. This location was a newly opened dumping site for mining debris, devoid of any shaded shelter. Despite the wealth of the jade merchants present, they all had to endure the blazing sun. Of course, prominent merchants would rarely venture into the filthy mining areas. They preferred to acquire materials in the market or through exclusive channels, reselling them for substantial profits. They had little time to gamble in the hazardous and messy mining zones, collecting raw jade materials wrapped in mud. Thus, those who gathered materials here, regardless of how they crafted their personas, were merely minor players, like Wu Yu, whose total assets barely amounted to several tens of millions of Myanmar kyat. Do you have any materials? Have you unearthed any jade? If the stone is good, I will certainly offer a high price. Wu Yu mingled among the crowd of jade merchants, asking everyone he encountered. Many of the jade merchants only sold to acquaintances or those who had previously aided them, leaving newcomers like Wu Yu largely ignored. After calling out for over 10 minutes, no one had sold him a single raw stone. At that moment, a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, approached, clutching a small, mud-covered raw stone that was roughly the size of his fist. Boss, how about this piece? The young boy handed a stone to Wu Yu, casting a furtive glance towards the direction from whence he came. There, a trio of adult men observed Wu Yu with veiled cunning in their eyes. Wu Yu initially accepted the stone with his right hand, weighing it slightly, and immediately sensed an anomaly. It was lighter than genuine jadeite. Transferring it to his left hand, he felt its chilling coolness, devoid of warmth. As he wiped away the dirt, he discerned the stone's exterior, which indeed bore a resemblance to raw jadeite. At this juncture, Wu Yu, without needing illumination, recognized it as a piece of watermelon jade, a mere companion mineral to jadeite, utterly devoid of value, insufficiently dense even for constructing walls. Youth, this piece lacks authenticity. Here, take 5,000 yuan for refreshments, and return to me should you find a more worthy stone. Rather than expressing anger at being duped with a counterfeit, Wu Yu generously produced a 5,000 chot note, presenting it to the boy. One must spend lavishly to attract commerce, he mused, confident that such display would draw business to him. Thank you, boss, the boy exclaimed, gleefully accepting the money and the stone before bounding back to his companions. Observers nearby noted Wu Yu's willingness to part with money even without purchasing jadeite, which significantly improved their perception of him, easing their previous vigilance. An elderly man with a mouth full of decayed teeth approached, leaning on a long-handled hammer that served as a cane. Boss, take a look at this stone. With that, he retrieved a pale beige raw stone from his satchel, slightly larger than an adult's fist, its edges sharp and resembling a rectangular prism cleaved at an angle. The surface was devoid of dirt, indicating it had been washed. Wu Yu, intrigued, inquired, "How did you come by this raw stone from the Muna site? It should have displayed some characteristics if it has been cleaned, yet why hasn't it been sold?" The elder replied, "I found this jadeite at the Muna site. I even broke my right leg in the process of retrieving it. I refuse to believe it lacks value. Everyone claims the Muna stones have thin skins. Yet after extensive washing, I failed to reveal any qualities, not even at the fracture points. I initially intended to sell it for 5 million, but after consulting several jade merchants, the highest offer was a mere 500,000, which is why I still possess it." While the elder spoke, Wu Yu had already doused the stone with some mineral water, shielding it from sunlight with his body and illuminating it for inspection. Despite the thorough washing of the skin, he was astonished to find no discernible characteristics under the light. The slanted edge appeared as an old fracture, yet only a faint scattering of light penetrated it. Remarkably, as Wu Yu held it in his left hand, the stone emitted an intensely hot sensation, making it nearly impossible to grasp. This temperature surpassed even that of the icy green jade he had encountered the previous day. By heavens, yesterday's piece barely achieved the high, icy green standard. Yet this one feels even more scorching. Could it be of glass quality? What a sight to behold! The heavens and oceans converge. Muna reigns supreme. If it were to reveal more color, I would surely strike it rich. Alas, it is too small for a bracelet. Regardless of the elder's asking price, I must acquire it. Wu Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Aware that although his left-hand ability had a minor flaw, only recognizing the type of water and not the color, the scorching temperature of the stone guaranteed that he could not possibly incur a loss. "How much do you wish to sell it for?" Wu Yu suppressed his excitement, striving to keep his voice steady. "Still 5 million, not a penny less. I refuse to believe there are no discerning buyers." The elderly man's character was exceedingly stubborn, seemingly adhering to rigid principles. It was no wonder that the stone had remained unsold for so many years. Wu Yu surmised 2 reasons for this. First, the elder had excessively cleaned the Muna shell, damaging some of its inherent qualities. Second, the price was inflexible, leaving no room for negotiation. Who would be inclined to purchase this unremarkable Muna raw stone? Were it not for Wu Yu's left-hand stone appraisal ability, upon hearing the unwavering 5 million price, he likely would have turned and fled, too disinterested to even offer a counter. "Initially, I could only see 3 million. But since this is my first transaction of the day and you have opened the door for me, I cannot disrespect your wishes. Let it be as you say. 5 million. As he spoke, Wu Yu retrieved 5 small bundles of Myanmar currency from his bag and handed them to the elderly man, who clutched the Muna raw stone tightly, unwilling to release it despite its heat. "Wait a moment. May I take a look at that raw stone?" A stylishly dressed woman approached swiftly, her exquisite makeup accentuating her voluptuous figure and fair skin. She held a sun umbrella, and behind her trailed a photographer, suggesting that she was likely a live-streaming host. Chapter 6. The intruder in the trading ground. Once a raw gem has successfully changed hands, a third party must refrain from intervening. To do so would be to violate the established norms of the mining district, a highly frowned-upon act. In fact, even while negotiations are ongoing for a stone, it is strictly prohibited for outsiders to intrude and attempt to drive up the price. This woman had clearly transgressed the unwritten rules of the area. Wu Yu furrowed his brow and cast her a disapproving glance, hoping she would regain her sense and refrain from disrupting the local customs. The elder nearby also regarded her with disdain, cradling 5 million in his hands as he gently tapped the Muna stone, saying, "Thank you, boss. May you prosper." He continued, "In the future, if you find good materials, come to me, and I shall offer a generous price." As Wu Yu spoke, he tucked the Muna stone into his canvas bag, swiftly transferring it to his private space. Such a valuable stone was too hot to handle. He dared not leave it in his satchel, finding solace only in its secure confinement. The mining area's female live streamer chimed in. "Oh, don't be so tense. Let me see what's going on. I'm a product presenter from Huaxia, and I hold a bit of influence in the jade community. I was watching your transaction earlier and was curious as to why you didn't negotiate. Why did you simply acquiesce to the price?" Recognizing her familiar tone and her somewhat halting Burmese, Wu Yu surmised that she undoubtedly hailed from Huaxia. He replied coolly, "When it comes to gambling on stones, if I deem it worth 5 million, then that is its value. Others have no say." The woman, undeterred by his frosty demeanor, continued to exhibit her curiosity. "No need to be so fierce. I'm merely inquisitive, not trying to cause a ruckus. By the way, my name is Anna. I was invited here by a mining owner to promote goods. If you ever wish to collaborate, feel free to reach out." Wu Yu dismissed her entirely, delving deeper into the most densely populated section of the Muxi mine, continuing his acquisition of stones. Observing Wu Yu's cold rejection, Anna felt a pang of anxiety. Having wandered the mining area, she had only identified him as a fellow Huaxian, hoping to engage in conversation to probe his intentions and perhaps seek assistance. However, she had not anticipated such hostility. Sighing, she regretted heeding her friend's advice to come to this desolate place. Upon her arrival, she quickly realized she had been deceived, losing her personal freedom and finding the prospect of returning home to be an arduous challenge, especially with the photographer trailing closely behind, monitoring her every move. She felt thwarted in her attempts to seek help openly. Nevertheless, Anna resolved not to surrender easily. She steadfastly decided to continue her search for jade merchants resembling Huaxians, hoping to solicit their aid. If those from Huaxia would not extend their assistance, her chances with the local Burmese were even slimmer. Wu Yu's apparent aloofness towards her was not rooted in animosity. Rather, he was simply unaware of her true intentions and perceived her as a disruptor of the trading protocol. Furthermore, the photographer accompanying her was persistently capturing Wu Yu in frame, a potential source of unnecessary complications. The owners and stakeholders of the jade mines, backed by formidable military influence, rarely appeared in the media, wary of drawing attention that could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Active in the mining field, the streamers of Yemushi are merely pawns employed by various capital forces, each with their distinct tasks. They are not truly free, and their visibility holds little significance. Naturally, there are also some uninformed jade merchants who follow the trend of live streaming solely to sell their wares and amass greater profits. The affairs within the mining area are intricate. Wu Yu is disinterested in others' business, as long as they do not hinder his own endeavors to profit from the raw materials. Time passes swiftly, and by noon, Wu Yu has collected several small pieces of jade. However, these only warm his left hand, lacking any burning sensation. Conversely, the majority of the materials feel frigid. Wu Yu outright rejects these. Should he encounter children or the elderly, he will offer them a consolation fee of 5,000, merely to maintain goodwill. Godanwei, after toiling all day, has not found a single piece of jade. As he straightens up to drink water, he notices Wu Yu and approaches to greet him. "Ayu, why haven't you brought your tools to collect stones today? Dressed like this, are you intending to gather materials?" Wu Yu chuckles, "Indeed. I have a bit of money on hand and thought I might take a chance again. By the way, how has your luck been today?" "Not good. I haven't picked up a single piece of jade," Godanwei replies, shaking his head in disappointment. "There is still half a day left. You never know. You might find something soon. Well then, I shall go collect stones. If I find anything, I'll show it to you first." "All right, go on and busy yourself." The heat is intense. The entire mining site is barren, with not a single tree in sight, offering no shade. Wu Yu holds an umbrella, though its efficacy is limited. Standing still, he still feels the oppressive heat. Yemushi has long grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. When fatigued, he rests on a stone. When hungry, he pulls out some dry rations, and when thirsty, he sips from his own cold water. Near this dumping pit, there are also mobile stalls selling meals, rice noodles, stir-fried noodles, and rice bowls, but many are reluctant to spend on food. Wu Yu used to be frugal as well, but now that he is earning, he refuses to deprive himself. Approaching a stall, he purchases a rice bowl, though there are no tables or chairs nearby, forcing him to squat on the ground to eat. On a pile of stones by the roadside sit several jade merchants, their attire contrasting sharply with that of Yemushi. Wu Yu prefers to avoid interaction, seeking to accumulate wealth discreetly. Thus he chooses a secluded corner to enjoy his meal. Suddenly, The group of jade merchants falls silent, all gazing intently at Wu Yu. One young jade merchant, holding a lunchbox, approaches Wu Yu and inquires, "Young brother, you look unfamiliar here. Are you registered to collect materials?" Wu Yu responds, "I am merely collecting materials temporarily. I usually search for jade and do not require registration for now. When I decide to pursue this profession seriously, I will register then." Although he speaks thus, each trade has its own rules. If one is not registered and is reported, a fine may ensue. "Very well, thank you. I shall go to the market management office to register tomorrow." Wu Yu had previously inquired about this matter but had not taken it seriously. Now, under the scrutiny of his peers, he realizes that registration is indeed quite necessary. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek companionship, so that when we encounter unpalatable materials in the future, we may collaborate. By the way, my name is Anki, but you may call me Aki. Greetings. You may call me Ayu." With that, the two smiled and shook hands, signifying their acquaintance. After Anki spoke, he returned to the group of jade merchants, murmuring to share the information he had just gleaned. Upon hearing that Wu Yu had recently entered the trade and had yet to register with the management office, the jade merchants lost interest. A mere novice without connections, daring to aspire to ascend from the lowest ranks to join the jade merchants, was oblivious to the perils that awaited without solid skills and strength. At that moment, several dump trucks arrived, discharging their loads, predominantly yellow earth mixed with stones. The miners flocked towards it, wielding their prospecting hammers, tapping and striking. The yellow earth interspersed with stones constituted the diffuse layer of the mining site, representing the surface, where the likelihood of discovering valuable materials was exceedingly low, unlike the dark gray or from the depths of yesterday's pits, which harbored a far higher probability of yielding exquisite finds. Is this mining company opening a new stone angle? If they are only dumping the diffuse layer today, we need not linger here. Let us seek materials elsewhere, one merchant suggested. Let us depart. Collecting materials here is less appealing than enjoying a tune at the tavern. The diffuse layer is utterly unfeasible. Let us change locations today and return in a few days. As they spoke, the gathering of jade merchants swiftly dwindled, leaving only 3 or 4, including Anki, still dining. "Ayu, aren't you leaving?" Anki inquired. Wu Yu chuckled. "Aren't you staying as well? Collecting materials from the miners is merely a gamble. It matters not where we gather." Anki nodded in agreement. "That is true. Besides, there are indeed exquisite pieces within the diffuse layer. There have been instances of miners finding top-quality materials among the diffuse layer's debris, reportedly selling for over $1 billion. Just as they were conversing, they spotted 2 miners struggling to carry a large stone, roughly the size of a pillow and weighing about 40 to 50 kilograms. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. The few jade merchants dining exchanged glances, then discarded their meals, rushing towards the 2 miners like the wind. "Are you carrying jade? Sell it to me, and I'll pay a handsome price." "Sell it to me. You must recognize me, as I frequently gather materials in this area, and pay promptly." "Please, sell it to me. I treated you to drinks last time." Wu Yu stood in stunned silence, observing as these jade merchants vied for the raw jade stone, spitting words in their fervor, encircling the 2 miners. Chapter 7. A bountiful return. Typically, jade merchants exhibit a rather subdued demeanor when acquiring raw materials. However, the sight of colossal jade stones ignites an exuberance akin to fervor, much like the current situation. The immense size of a jade boulder signifies its substantial value, and should prices surge, a single piece could potentially grant one financial liberation. For instance, if that nearly fully green ice jade block Wu Yu discovered yesterday were as grand as these 2 hefty specimens, weighing 4 to 5 dozen kilograms, selling just one could provide the capital necessary to venture into the market for further acquisitions, or even return to Huaxia to engage in the jade trade. It is precisely for this reason that the 4 jade merchants display such enthusiasm, refusing to let the 2 hefty specimens depart without examining them further. The 2 merchants are quite straightforward, placing the stones on the ground and lamenting, "Even if we wish to sell, with all of you gathered here, to whom should we sell?" A few jade merchants forced smiles, saying, "Let us take a look first. If the risk is too great, we can pool our resources and purchase it collectively." At this moment, Wu Yu seizes the opportunity to draw closer, crouching beside the stones and reaching out with his left hand to caress the surface. It is icy to the touch, providing a delightful sensation in the summer, akin to ice cream, offering excellent relief from the heat. Since acquiring his left-hand ability, Wu Yu has yet to touch such a massive jade stone and intends to study the temperature variations across different areas. Suddenly, a stocky man with curly hair pushes Wu Yu aside, barking, "Get lost. You arrived late. This is none of your business. If we are to pool resources, it will be among the four of us." Wu Yu glares at him, warning, "Keep your hands to yourself. We all witnessed this. Even if I wish to compete, it adheres to the rules. You, a novice in the industry, dare to show your teeth at me? Do you know whom I associate with?" The stocky man retorts, "I don't care who you associate with. Provoke me, and I 1T pool resources. I'll compete with you directly to see who bids higher." Enraged, the stocky man is cut off by Ong Ji, who admonishes, "Old Black, don't stir up trouble. What you says about the rules is correct." The stocky man seems to respect Ong Ji, muttering, "Humph, what is the harm in showing him? Just a rookie, what can he discern?" Ignoring the stocky man, Wu Yu nods in gratitude to Ong Ji and resumes his meticulous examination of the raw stone. It appears to be situated between the permeation layer and the ore vein layer, resulting in half of the surrounding clay being a pale yellow and the other half a deep gray. Wu Yu carefully probes several surfaces. Most areas feel frigid, save for a slender, warm region on the left side, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Using his fingernail, he scrapes the warm area, removing the clay to reveal a faint green stripe on the skin of the stone, the sole indication of its potential. Ong Ji happens to notice Wu Yu's actions, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this newcomer to the jade trade possessed such skill, effortlessly uncovering the stone's potential with a mere scrape. It appears that different regions of the same stone exhibit varying temperatures, suggesting that Wu Yu's left-hand ability for appraising treasures may hold further mysteries yet to be explored. Wu Yu had nearly completed his examination of the raw stone and was preparing to rise and depart when Ong Ji inquired, "Ah Yu, what do you think of this raw stone? If we pool our resources, I can ensure you receive a share." A share would amount to 1/10. And with 5 jade merchants present, offering Wu Yu only 1/10 demonstrated a complete lack of sincerity. Wu Yu shook his head, expressing, "Engaging in a partnership for business is far too cumbersome. I have little fondness for such arrangements. However, I shall not compete with you. I do not comprehend this raw stone and will not partake." Before Ong Ji could respond, the stout man interjected, "Very well, you have made your choice. If you choose not to partner, then the four of us shall join together. Once we agree on a price, you must not involve yourself further." With a chuckle, he added, "I conduct my business with utmost integrity." Wu Yu, disinclined to engage with such thoughtless individuals, preferred to avoid unnecessary enmity, as it could potentially jeopardize his partners. With that, he took a few steps back, signaling his withdrawal from the discussion. Another jade merchant, eager to inquire, asked, "How much do you wish to sell this raw stone for?" One of his companions replied, 500 million. The stout man scoffed. "The entire outer shell contains merely a small vein. How dare you demand 500 million? Are you aware of the weight of such a sum? I believe even 50 million is excessive." The merchant countered, "For such a large piece of jade, we are not asking for much. If you are genuinely interested, the lowest we can accept is 400 million. Jade is valued by quality, not merely size. Allow me to add a bit more, 60 million. The two parties engaged in a gradual negotiation, ultimately reaching a stalemate at 120 million. The two merchants from the other side were adamant. Should Ong Ji's group refuse, they would take their offer to other familiar jade merchants. "Very well, let it be 120 million then. It is settled." Ong Ji, possessing significant standing among the jade merchants, was the one who finalized the price. He harbored some doubts regarding Wu Yu's voluntary exit, yet the proposed price was not exorbitant and remained within his financial capacity. Moreover, with 4 individuals sharing the investment, the risk was mitigated. Even in the event of a loss, the impact would be minimal. Furthermore, the raw stone bore a green vein approximately 10 centimeters long. Should the color permeate further, it would surely yield profit once extracted. Upon witnessing their agreement on the price, Wu Yu turned and departed, as if he had made a resolute decision, never looking back. 120 million chad, roughly equivalent to 400,000 Chinese yuan, secured a 50-kilogram piece of colored jade raw stone, a price quite standard in the mining area, which could potentially multiply several times if transported to China. Alas, this raw stone was predominantly comprised of cold regions, indicating a high likelihood of collapse. As he reached the edge of the rubble pile, he encountered Sang Bo, whose weathered exterior mirrored a more profound internal weariness. Approaching with a fist-sized piece of jade in hand, "Ah Yu, I just found this piece of jade. What do you think it's worth? Wu Yu accepted the jade and noted it was caked in yellow mud. Lacking the inclination to examine the exterior's condition, he placed it in his left palm for inspection. After a quick rotation, he observed that most areas felt warm, save for one corner that was slightly hot to the touch. As I scraped away the warm mud, visibility remained elusive. I spat onto the surface and wiped again, finally revealing a hint of green, lichen-like patterns. A small window could be opened here, yielding several times the investment, whether for deceit or profit. How much do you desire? Wu Yu inquired. 200,000. Replied Sangbo. Very well, you have not overstepped. Nor will I negotiate further. It's a deal, Wu Yu stated, retrieving 200,000 from his bag and handing it to Sangbo. Thank you, boss. A great rise. Sangbo grinned as he accepted the money, patting the raw stone he had sold. Bring more good materials to me. Certainly. With that, Sangbo plunged back into the bustling crowd of Yemushi, resuming his search for jade, while Wu Yu continued to acquire materials. A gaunt man, chewing betel nut, approached Wu Yu without uttering a word, producing a jade stone the size of a billiard ball. How much do you wish to sell it for? Wu Yu asked. 2 million. The chill emanating from his left hand made Wu Yu reluctant to even brush away the mud to inspect the skin. He was about to dismiss the offer outright, but the man's frail appearance, reminiscent of someone who hadn't eaten adequately for days, stirred a flicker of compassion within him. 1,000, he replied. Deal, the thin man eagerly responded. Wu Yu silently handed him 1,000. Wishing the boss great profits, the thin man exclaimed, tapping the stone in Wu Yu's hand twice before departing. Once he was gone, Wu Yu carelessly tossed the stone to the ground, deeming it waste. In a blink, the sun began its descent, and Wu Yu had not acquired any particularly valuable materials. Most were merely warm to the touch. On his return, he encountered neither Gudanwei nor Sangbo. He attempted to hitch a ride with several motorcyclists from Yemushi, but either their bikes were full or they were unwilling to accommodate a stranger. Thus, Wu Yu walked home alone. Fortunately, most of the raw stones he had procured were stored in a small space, leaving only 2 or 3 modest pieces in his bag for appearance's sake, making his walk considerably easier. Once I have amassed sufficient wealth, acquiring an off-road vehicle is imperative. It's the standard for jade merchants in the mining area. It serves not only as a status symbol, but also addresses the practical issue of where to place my materials when others inquire. I cannot simply state they are stored in a small space. That would be an inadequate explanation. Upon returning to the Shanty district, Gudanwei was squatting at his doorstep, enjoying a meal. Away, how was your haul today? Wu Yu asked. Gudanwei sighed. Oh, let us not speak of it. I didn't find a single piece of jade. What about you? How much did you collect? I gathered quite a bit, though I cannot discern if it will rise or fall. It's much like gathering stones, relying solely on luck. Wu Yu replied, opening his door, setting rice to cook, and settling down at the entrance of his shanty to clean the raw stones. Chapter 8. The Generosity of Huaxia Merchants Today. Wu Yu received a substantial quantity of jadeite rough stones and decided to cleanse them in several batches to avoid drawing the attention of his neighbors. After all, this makeshift area housed not just the solitary Gudanwei, but also around 20 to 30 other households. Wu Yu first washed away the mud from the jadeite rough stones, while simultaneously counting them. In total, he had collected 26 pieces of jadeite rough, all small in size, with the largest weighing merely around 8 kilograms, while the others ranged from 2 to 3 kilograms, or even less. Upon roughly calculating the expenses, including the small favors for those he had gifted, the total expenditure amounted to 19,500,000. The most expensive piece belonged to the limping old man, whose woodna material cost 5 million, while the average cost of the remaining 25 pieces was relatively low. Moreover, with the assistance of his left-hand treasure appraisal ability, the value of these acquired jadeite rough stones was virtually guaranteed to appreciate. After clearing away the mud and sand at the entrance, Wu Yu returned to his room to use an electronic polishing machine to open windows on the stones. Those pieces that were locally heated would see their prices multiply several times once the windows were opened, making them excellent choices for either selling or deceiving others. For the overall warm stones, he could open several windows. Such pieces could be sold to acquaintances without any sense of guilt. However, it was the heated smaller stones that held the greatest significance for Wu Yu, as they needed to be fully peeled to realize their maximum value. In the future, for larger pieces that did not reach the level of being scalding hot, they could be sent to a stone processing shop, where oil saws would cut them open, thus saving considerable effort. After opening a few windows, the rice was ready. Wu Yu quickly sauteed some greens and added a touch of pickled vegetables, finishing an entire pot of rice. He realized that his appetite had grown increasingly larger. Previously, he would have been satisfied with less. Tomorrow at the morning market, he must indulge in some meat. Wu Yu murmured to himself, and after cleaning up, he returned to his workbench to continue opening windows on the rough stones. By 11 o'clock at night, except for the piece of wood now rough, Wu Yu had successfully opened windows on all 25 pieces of jadeite rough at hand. Among them were 4 pieces of ice type and 21 pieces of glutinous or glutinous ice type. Wu Yu had chosen the positions for opening the windows wisely, ensuring that they were either colored or had a significant water head when illuminated, making them highly appealing for sale at the market, where prices could easily multiply. The rough stone acquired from Sangbo was particularly deceptive. After peeling one corner, it revealed a thumb-sized patch of fiery green, barely reaching the standard for a ring face. However, only Wu Yu knew that aside from this corner, the rest of the stone was worthless, devoid of any warmth. He had yet to decide whom to sell this piece to. Thus, he placed it back into his small space, intending to reconsider it after polishing. Now, only the last piece of wood now rough remained unopened. Wu Yu took a deep breath and began to peel and open windows on it. The outer shell of this wood now material was exceptionally hard, indicating it was genuine old material, and sparks flew as he polished it. Despite his cautious movements, the grinding head of the diamond sand still experienced significant wear by the time he reached the jade flesh, nearly losing all friction. Wu Yu frowned and rummaged through the toolbox for some time, only to find a slightly smaller grinding head to replace it. However, this grinding head had also been used for quite some time, yielding equally unsatisfactory results. It could barely be used, and after considerable effort, he finally managed to create a window the size of a 1 yuan coin. Holding a powerful flashlight to the window, the stone illuminated like a light bulb. Wu Yu inhaled sharply. The quality of this jade was exceptional, resembling a glass orb. When illuminated from the side, the translucent jade flesh revealed delicate strands of vibrant green, interspersed with flecks of snow white, permeating the material. The glass-like snowflake cotton, particularly the rare green-flowered variety, was undoubtedly of collectible caliber. Unless he fell into dire financial straits, he would never part with it. Unable to grind any further, Wu Yu resolved to purchase a new grinding head the following day. These tools were consumables, and it was prudent to acquire several sets for storage in his small space, especially since conflicts frequently erupted in mining areas, leading to unpredictable shortages. Wu Yu returned the jade rough stones to the small space, tidied up briefly, and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next morning, before the sun had risen, he awoke promptly and headed to the morning market. The streets were already bustling with people, and Wu Yu began his day with a serving of fried chicken, followed by a generous portion of braised pig offal and a bowl of fish soup rice noodles, finally satiating his hunger. Satisfied, he let out a hearty belch, his spirits lifted. The market administration office was not yet open, but the nearby hardware store had already commenced business. Wu Yu entered to purchase several sets of diamond grinding heads, grinding needles, polishing heads, and polishing paste. These grinding head sets were quite inexpensive domestically, costing around 20 yuan, yet in the Myanmar mining area, they typically retailed for about 100 yuan, equivalent to approximately 30,000 chats. Previously, Wu Yu had been reluctant to purchase too many, but now that he had the means, he was indifferent to such trivial expenses. After acquiring the tools, he casually placed them into the small space. With his left hand tucked into his canvas bag, he retrieved a few ordinary jade rough stones for window opening and began to stroll along the street, approaching stands that purchased jade to sell his wares. "Boss, take a look at this piece with an open window. Labor-intensive? Not expensive. Only 7 million. Can't see it. How about 2 million? This is color material. Just look at how vibrant the green is. At the very least, it's worth 4 million. So small, hardly enough for a few pieces. And there's a fear of cracks inside. Final offer, 3 million, plus 50,000 for the white card. Deal. Thank you, boss. It has been a pleasure collaborating." Wu Yu, having sold this piece of average quality open window material, accepted the offer once it met his expectations. Whether it was a bit more or less mattered little. He prioritized the speed of cash return. After selling that piece, he pulled out a block of glutinous white base with green material from his bag and continued to browse at the next stall. This window was quite large, revealing numerous green speckles. Wu Yu showcased the most exquisite area of the material, making it particularly eye-catching. "Boss, take a look at this piece." Approaching a new stall, he realized that the owner seated there was Song Junhui, with whom he had transacted the day before. Today, Song Junhui arrived with two companions. Their identities uncertain, whether they were bodyguards or business associates. One of them carried a large bag, bulging with cash. Song Junhui, possessing keen eyesight, recognized Wu Yu. "Ah, it's you, my young friend. While your piece of white-based jadeite with a faint green hue is commendable, it does not meet my standards. I only accept top-grade materials, at least ice type. If it is of the glutinous variety, it must be fully saturated in color." Wu Yu was taken aback by the high demands, yet he possessed quality goods himself. He promptly retrieved a small piece from the bag, revealing an icy blue-flowered window. The warmth radiating from the jadeite into his left hand prompted him to open windows on all four sides, emphasizing its transparency. Upon seeing this, Song Junhui's eyes sparkled. "Oh, the owner exhibits great confidence in this piece, having opened four windows. It resembles a peeled, translucent stone. Though modest in size, the quality is commendable, with ethereal flower patterns and no visible cracks." "What is the price?" 40 million, Wu Yu replied. In a hushed tone, Song Junhui said, "My young friend, we are somewhat acquainted. Offering random prices serves no purpose. Be honest with me. What is the minimum price the owner can accept? If you are forthcoming, I may offer you a little extra in white cards." Wu Yu responded quietly, "How much can you offer in white cards? If you can help me save some money, I can guarantee you at least 500,000 in white cards for each transaction." 18 million. "I won't entertain offers below that," he stated firmly, as this was his bottom line. This piece was considerably smaller than the icy oil green he sold yesterday, justifying the lower price. Time was of the essence, and wasting it was unwise. Song Junhui fixed his gaze on Wu Yu, seemingly able to penetrate one's innermost thoughts. After contemplating the offer for merely 2 seconds, he agreed. "Splendid. I shall buy it. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Bring me more fine materials in the future." With that, he instructed his companion to settle the payment, while also remembering to provide a 50,000 white card gratuity. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Yu continued to explore the next stall with a small piece of white-based jadeite in hand. A merchant with a penchant for mid-range goods soon took a liking to the jadeite, ultimately purchasing it for 260,000. By the time the sun emerged, Wu Yu had successfully sold most of his glutinous ice jadeite, amassing a total of 62 million chot. Adding the 18 million from the earlier sale of the icy blue-flowered piece, his daily earnings reached an impressive 80 million chot, roughly equivalent to 270,000 Chinese yuan. At this juncture, combined with the previously unspent funds exceeding 30 million chot, Wu Yu's total cash in the small space surpassed 100 million chot. This figure was momentous, signifying the achievement of his first financial milestone in chot. Wu Yu mused to himself. Feeling it was time to proceed, Wu Yu turned toward the market management office, intending to finalize the registration matters first. Chapter 9. An opportunity for collaboration. Wu Yu had previously inquired about the registration process, discovering that the fees were quite modest. Individual traders were required to pay 30,000 chots annually, while merchants were charged 50,000 chots per year. The pricing was similar at the corner market in Mandalay. As Wu Yu stepped into the office, he unexpectedly collided with a figure, a fragrant breeze brushing against him, soft and warm, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you," she exclaimed, her first apology spoken in Chinese before she swiftly switched to Burmese. Her command of Burmese was remarkably proficient, her accent almost indistinguishable from that of the local miners. As Wu Yu observed her, she too was taking in his appearance. Her beauty was striking, her skin pale and delicate, her eyes bright and lively, reminiscent of an exquisite Jiangnan ink painting, evoking an irresistible desire to gaze longer and savor the elegance and radiance emanating from her. Wu Yu found himself momentarily entranced, not by her physical allure, but rather by the uncanny resemblance she bore to his first love from university days. The only difference was that his first love had a small red birthmark on her neck, while this woman did not. Always cautious in the mining area, Wu Yu replied in Burmese, "It's all right. I bumped into you as well, so we're even. Are you from China?" The woman, vivacious and cheerful, replied with a smile, "Yes, I just came from Rueli. I'm here to gather some materials to take back home. The security situation here is somewhat complex. Be careful and don't trust anyone," he cautioned. "Haha, thank you for your advice. But don't worry, I often conduct business with the locals in Rueli, so I'm aware of the circumstances. Are you also a jade trader? Perhaps we could collaborate in the future, she suggested, retrieving a business card and handing it to Wu Yu. He glanced at the card, noting her name, Tang Yuyao, followed by a string of phone numbers. Wu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Her surname was different from his first love's, eliminating any possibility of familial ties. It was merely a case of superficial resemblance. Yet, even if she were indeed his first love, it mattered little. He had vanished from her life due to family troubles, and she had likely forgotten him long ago. All right then, should the opportunity arise, we can collaborate. Wu Yu nodded slightly and turned to approach the registration counter, preferring to leave the past unspoken and focus on the present. In the mining region of Myanmar, individuals were acutely aware of personal boundaries. Excessive warmth could inadvertently trigger suspicion. Tang Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, unaccustomed to the fact that he had departed without even sharing his name, unlike the men back home. Soon, however, she recalled that in the mining area, not everyone possessed a mobile phone, nor did they all have business cards, and she needed to adapt swiftly to this way of life. Wu Yu found the process of market registration quite straightforward. During his parents' lifetime, their business dealings had facilitated the acquisition of a Myanmar identity card for him. Now, by simply providing his identity information and cash, he quickly completed the registration process and received a paper certificate. This document would suffice when encountering inspections by market authorities or military personnel while collecting materials in the mining area. Exiting the market management office, the sun had risen. Today, I sold over 20 pieces of jadeite, which consumed a considerable amount of time. I had intended to visit the nearby repair shop to browse for a suitable used car. However, it grew too late, and going to inspect cars today might hinder my ability to collect materials. Wu Yu decided it was prudent to hold off and planned to view cars tomorrow. Perhaps the earnings from today's collection would suffice to purchase a vehicle by then. Stepping out of the morning market, Wu Yu stood by the roadside, preparing to employ his usual tactic of hailing a passing motorcycle to the mining area for material collection. Instead, a black Toyota SUV halted beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal the jade merchant Ong Ji, who flashed a welcoming smile. Are you heading to the mining area today? Let us go together. Wu Yu offered a hint of caution, peering through the window to see no one in the back seat, before responding with a smile. Sure, let us go. He climbed into the vehicle, casting a glance at the driver, who left him with no impression, likely Ong Ji's assistant. Ong Ji remarked, don't you usually drive yourself to the mining area for material collection? Wu Yu explained, I used to. But recently my car has been taken by my assistant for errands. I'm just hitching a ride to the mining area. My assistant will return in a couple of days, and it will be more convenient then. Having said too much, Wu Yu almost convinced himself that he indeed had an assistant and a car. Ong Ji, somewhat distracted, managed to ask the question that truly piqued his interest. So, regarding that 40 to 50 kilogram piece from yesterday, how did you discern it would collapse? Wu Yu feigned appropriate astonishment. Collapse? I didn't notice that. I merely wanted to avoid partnering with that black, portly fellow. People who stir up trouble for no reason often encounter misfortune. Ong Ji, non-committal to his explanation, burst into laughter. Haha, so you find that black fellow displeasing and it helped you avert a loss of millions. Had I known, I would have shared your disdain for him sooner. Wu Yu was uncertain whether Ong Ji believed his whimsical fabrications. Nonetheless, this individual possessed some shrewdness. Seeing that Wu Yu remained reticent, Ong Ji did not press further. The two then engaged in light-hearted conversation about the amusing incidents of material collection in the mining area. And soon they arrived at the site from the previous day. Wherever new mine tailings appeared, so too did the jade seekers. With the congregation of jade seekers, makeshift stalls began to spring up around them. Vendors selling water, meals, stone analysis services, dice games, and even stalls featuring Miss Abalone. The mining area was a place of profit and expenditure, where one's intentions were often to transport their finds home. Yesterday, there were only a few stalls. Today, however, more than a dozen had erected canopies, providing shade on sunny days and shelter from rain. Staff from the market management office, clad in camouflage, also appeared amidst the throng of jade seekers, occasionally selecting individuals for questioning. After disembarking, Wu Yu noticed an even greater number of jade seekers today, a dense throng of at least 1,000. The jade merchants mingled with the crowd, making it difficult to ascertain their exact numbers. Curiously, Wu Yu inquired, Ong Ji, what is going on? Why are there so many jade seekers today? Wasn't it said that the recent dumping of tailings contained no quality goods? Have you not heard? Yesterday, a jade merchant here acquired a small piece of high ice, fully green jade. Although it has a few minor cracks, it has reached the level suitable for a ring face and was sold for 200 million. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder the number of people coming to collect stones today has surged. Wu Yu felt a pang of envy. The price of high ice, fully green jade, is indeed exorbitant. The piece of almost fully green Mwangia jade in his small collection, if polished, might also reach the ring face level, but unfortunately, it contains some transparent colors that prevent it from meeting the standard of being fully green. However, his piece is nearly crack-free and could fetch a significant price. Given the current market conditions, it could be sold for over 100 million. If he happens to encounter a wealthy individual from Huaxia, he might even sell it for 200 million. Next to the stall, several jade merchants pooled their resources to construct a large shelter, where they could sit and cool off while waiting for the Yemushi to deliver stones for their acquisition. Ong Chi passed by and was called over by acquaintances in the shelter. Wu Yu did not enjoy such privileges. He had no desire to sit idly. So he plunged into the crowd of Yemushi, calling out to anyone with stones. "Old man, do you have any stones?" "Not yet, but don't worry. We will find some today." "Little brother, have you found any jade? Remember to come to me. I will offer you a good price." As Wu Yu inquired one by one, he suddenly noticed a commotion ahead, followed by terrified cries. "Don't grab me. I didn't steal Wu Naiwan's stones. The fully green jade in my room is from my own finds. Oh, please." The man managed to explain a few words before tape was placed over his mouth, and several tattooed men lifted him away from the dense crowd of Yemushi. As they passed by Wu Yu, he realized that the man being captured was the fleeing excavator, and those apprehending him were Naiwan's subordinates. Wu Yu understood that this excavator was doomed. No matter how he pleaded, Naiwan would not spare him. The management personnel, and a few in camouflage uniforms, upon witnessing Naiwan's subordinates capturing someone, approached to inquire briefly. However, after hearing Naiwan's men's explanation, they turned and left, showing no interest in investigating the truth. At that moment, a young Yemushi approached Wu Yu, producing a piece of jade rough, and said, "Boss, take a look at this stone." Chapter 10. Document verification. Wu Yu received the material from the young Yemushi. In his left hand, it felt entirely frigid, offering little of interest. Adhering to the habits of his profession, he pried open the yellow clay atop the stone, revealing a brownish-gray surface with coarse granules, devoid of any notable characteristics. Even without his extraordinary ability to discern jade, Wu Yu would not accept such a piece. "That's not right," Wu Yu remarked, returning the jadeite to the seller. However, the young man was reluctant to leave, pleading, "Boss, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, accept it at a lower price." Wu Yu hesitated before responding, 10,000. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity." The young Yemushi accepted the sum, forcefully pushing the jadeite back into Wu Yu's hands while tapping the money on the stone. Wu Yu shook his head in resignation. In the past, when he had offered alms, he typically reserved his generosity for children and the elderly. Now, it appeared that even the young could find themselves in dire straits. Possessing the ability to discern jade, the 10,000 chats, equivalent to 33 yuan, was a trifling sum to him. With more frequent donations, he would attract more sellers, and among them, he could eventually sift out valuable gems. As Wu Yu contemplated discarding the worthless stone, he suddenly recalled the luminous vortex in his small space. Would feeding it trivial waste materials lead to an upgrade in size? With this thought, he stored the useless stone in his small space, and, with a flick of his mind, tossed it into the glowing vortex at the center. The vortex promptly engulfed the stone, yet the small space remained eerily silent, showing no signs of transformation. Perhaps the offering was too meager, or the quality too inferior to provoke an enhancement. It seemed the small space had discerning tastes. He resolved to provide it with high-quality jadeite once his finances improved. At that moment, a middle-aged Yemushi approached, brandishing a brick-like piece of jadeite, caked in yellow clay. "Boss, take a look at this jade," the middle-aged man said. Wu Yu took it and inspected it closely, noting that the surrounding mud was too loose. A gentle scratch with his fingernail caused the dirt to fall away effortlessly. Despite recognizing the material's shortcomings, Wu Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What's the price?" 2 million. 10,000. No, that's far too little. I won't consider anything below 1 million. Take it away and return with better materials." Wu Yu declined to raise his offer, not only because the stone felt cold in his hands, but also due to his distaste for the fact that it was a washed stone, recoated with mud after being cleaned. Such practices were common in the mining area, where some cunning Yi Mushi sold washed stones to inexperienced jade merchants, tarnishing the reputation of ordinary sellers. Yesterday, a child had approached him, struggling under the weight of a 6 or 7 kilogram jadeite. "Boss, this is the jade I just found." "Ah, your luck seems exceptional. Place it on the ground. I shall examine it closely." The mud encasing the jadeite was tightly packed, making it appear as though it had just been excavated from the earth. Wu Yu held a powerful flashlight, theatrically directing its beam onto the raw stone, while his left hand deftly explored its surface. Most areas felt moderately warm, with a few spots of moss or blemishes emanating a slightly heated sensation. "It looks promising. How much do you wish to sell it for?" 1. 5,300,000. No. My father informed me that this must be sold for at least 500,000. Given its size. Did you come here with your father? He chuckled. "All right then, I shall offer you 500,000. Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity." The young boy accepted the cash, tapped the stone a few times, and then scampered off joyfully. Wu Yu stowed the jade raw stone into a small compartment and resumed his stroll through the bustling crowd of Yamuxi. The sun blazed fiercely today, causing everyone to wipe their brows incessantly. Wu Yu noticed Gu Danwei resting on a pile of stones, panting like a hairless dog. "How's the harvest today, away?" he inquired, pulling a bottle of mineral water from his canvas bag and offering it to him. "Don't mention it. I haven't found a single piece of jade. My luck has been abysmal lately." Gu Danwei accepted the water and gulped down half the bottle in one go. "The jade you sold me 2 days ago has appreciated. This is a little red envelope for you," Wu Yu added, producing 20,000 shots from his bag and handing it to Gu Danwei. "So much. Thank you, Yu." Adhering to etiquette, Gu Danwei accepted the red envelope without inquiring about the selling price of the jade he had cut. Wu Yu wiped his brow and remarked, "This batch of sediment seems to conceal little jade. Even if one is fortunate enough to find some, the skin exhibits poor quality and one tea fetch a good price." Gu Danwei smiled wryly. "My expectations are modest. If I could just find a piece that sells for 2 or 3,000, it would suffice for a few days' meals." Wu Yu encouraged him. "Keep your spirits up. With a stroke of good fortune, you might uncover a gem that could sustain you for a lifetime." "It's not that simple. I wouldn't dare dream of it," Gu Danwei replied, squatting back down to dig through the stones, unwilling to waste any time. Wu Yu chuckled and continued forward, mingling within the Yamuxi crowd in search of materials. Just after securing 2 pieces of decent quality, he noticed personnel from the mining administration approaching with 2 armed individuals in camouflage, striding towards him with an intimidating demeanor. "What is your name?" "Present all your identification for inspection." Wu Yu was taken aback, having blended into the Yamuxi crowd. It was astonishing that they could pinpoint him for a document check. It was apparent they were seeking trouble. Just yesterday, he had been scrutinized by jade traders, and now faced targeted inquiries from the administration. It was clear who was orchestrating this. Fortunately, he had ensured all his documents were in order that morning. After retrieving his national ID and market transaction registration certificate, he handed them over for inspection. In the presence of armed individuals, compliance was prudent. Civility and law enforcement was absent here. The market administration officials furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the documents closely. Finding no discrepancies, they questioned begrudgingly, "You only obtained these documents today. How is it that someone reported you were collecting materials at the mine yesterday?" Perhaps the other party misjudged the situation. "Before my materials were confiscated, I frequently visited the mining site to extract resources. Just a few days ago, I was excavating at the abandoned pit contracted by Wu Naiwen, and many can attest to this," Wu Yu explained, pulling out 100,000 shots from his bag and placing it into the hands of the market management officer. Upon feeling the thickness of the bills, a smile immediately graced the officer's face. After returning the documents to Wu Yu, he remarked, "Indeed, your credentials are flawless. Those informants must have poor eyesight. I shall reprimand them later." "Thank you, sir." Wu Yu observed their departing figures, his expression growing colder. Once he establishes his footing in the mining market, he will ensure that those scheming competitors lurking in the shadows understand who truly holds the power. At that moment, an elderly man from the Yushi tribe, struggling to carry a jade stone weighing over 10 kilograms, approached Wu Yu. "Boss, take a look at this jade. It was just unearthed." The old man placed the stone at Wu Yu's feet and straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Wow, this piece is quite sizable." Wu Yu exclaimed, illuminating the stone with his flashlight to inspect its quality while his left hand gently caressed its surface. The warm response elicited a slight tremor in his left hand. It was that sensation that captivated him, rendering him unable to withdraw. Indeed, it was the exhilarating feeling of wealth. Chapter 11. Profiting handsomely based on Wu Yu's experience. Any jadeite that can warm the left hand is likely to be of at least ice-type quality. The color is inconsequential. The mere acquisition promises substantial profit. Suppressing his inner excitement, Wu Yu inquired, "How much do you wish to sell this jadeite for?" The elder, Mu Shi, pondered momentarily before responding, 3 million. Wu Yu replied, "Materials with a permeating layer rarely yield good pieces. They are thick-skinned and meager in substance. Consider a price of 300,000. Absolutely not. Such a sizable jadeite cannot be valued at less than 1 million. You must offer a fair price, or I shall not sell to you again. Let us avoid unreasonable demands. I shall provide a final offer of 600,000. Add a little more, just a tad more." Wu Yu remained silent, counted out 600,000 chot, and added another 100,000, stating, "Are you satisfied now? I am quite generous in business. Should you have quality materials in the future, I shall offer a commendable price." "Thank you, my friend. Wishing you prosperity," Mu Shi replied with delight, tapping the money against the jadeite and departing with a smile. Wu Yu felt elated, having secured this piece at an exceptionally low price, promising immense profit. However, the stone's considerable size, akin to a basketball, made it quite conspicuous in the canvas bag. If he were to stow it away first, it would be even more noticeable, potentially exposing his secret to those with ill intentions. "Oh, how I wish for a vehicle. With a car, I could conceal my acquisition anywhere without raising suspicion." After a brief contemplation, Wu Yu resolved to leave. The cash in hand truly belonged to him, and keeping such a high-quality jadeite nearby posed a significant risk. If someone from a mining company were to spot it and attempt a forced acquisition, he would be powerless to refuse given his current standing. Thus, Wu Yu transferred all the contents of the canvas bag into a smaller space, retaining only the jadeite. He clutched the bag and made his way to the roadside. Not far off, he spotted a vendor area where a rotund man was ingratiating himself with market authorities. Upon noticing Wu Yu, a flicker of animosity crossed his eyes. He believed the large piece of jadeite from the previous day had collapsed precisely because Wu Yu abstained from joining the partnership, resulting in his loss of 30 million. Of course, had Wu Yu participated, even in failure, his losses would have been mitigated. Wu Yu was baffled by the extent of the rotund man's hostility towards him, yet he brushed it off, knowing that the opportunity to silence him would eventually arise. After walking a distance while cradling the stone, Wu Yu encountered a young Mu Shi riding a motorcycle. He handed over 5,000 chot, requesting a ride to a nearby stone processing shop by the morning market. This jadeite was sizable, and Wu Yu had no intention of opening it or peeling its skin. He planned to cut it directly for sale. The processing shop was devoid of clients at this hour, allowing Wu Yu to proceed with the cut immediately. Typically, the afternoon sees a spike in business, as many jade traders return to avoid the labor of washing stones, opting instead to have them cut in the shop. Wu Yu marked a line down the center of the stone with a marker, instructing the stone cutter to follow it as he made the incision. While awaiting the cut, Wu Yu ventured next door to a mobile phone store and purchased a new phone, along with a SIM card. After spending 2.5 years in Myanmar, this is the first time Wu Yu has used a mobile phone. He retrieves the business card given to him by Song Jun-wei from a small compartment and dials the number inscribed on it. "Hello, who is this?" comes the voice of Song Jun-wei over the line, speaking in Huaxia language. Wu Yu responds in Burmese, "Hello, Mr. Song. We conducted a transaction at the morning market in the mining area. I currently possess a quality piece of jade. Would you be interested in examining it?" "Oh, it's you. I recognize your voice. My friend and I are dining at the moment. Please provide an address, and we shall head over right away. Right next to the stone-cutting shop at the outer edge of the morning market. Call me when you arrive." "All right, we should be there in about half an hour." After ending the call, Wu Yu returns to the stone-cutting shop, observing that the jade rough stone on the saw is nearly cut open. At this moment, the stone cutter halts the electric saw and uses a crowbar to pry open the last connecting point. Out of professional ethics, the cutter refrains from inspecting the exposed jade surface, instead closing it up again to allow Wu Yu to witness the first glimpse himself. Wu Yu merely lifts the cover for a brief glance before sealing it once more and placing it into his canvas bag, cradling the package as he departs. The jade exhibits icy green flecks with slight fissures that do not detract from its potential for bracelets. A single cutting surface could yield at least 3 bracelets. Such a piece, even with closed eyes, could fetch over 100 million, with market value likely higher. Wu Yu heads to a nearby rice noodle shop and orders 2 bowls of noodles, accompanied by a generous serving of braised meat, barely satisfying his hunger. No sooner has he finished his meal than he receives a call from Song Junhui. Based on the license plate number he provides, Wu Yu spots the black SUV parked by the roadside. He approaches, clutching his canvas bag, and pulls open the car door, first glancing inside. Seated in the back is Song Junhui, with his assistant at the wheel. Confirming there is no immediate danger, Wu Yu enters the rear seat. Boss Song, take a look at this piece. Without further ado, he shuts the door and retrieves the jade from his bag. Song Junhui inspects it closely under the light, lavishly bestowing compliments. Wow, this is clear jade, very nice indeed. An icy jade bracelet material, just the kind of premium quality I adore. Yu, what is the owner's asking price? 400 million. Wu Yu, having never sold icy jade bracelet material before, estimates the price based on the cost of a single icy jade bracelet multiplied by the number of bracelets that could potentially be extracted, then applies it to this piece. That price is exceedingly high. A bracelet of this quality sells for 100,000 Huaxia coins, which equates to 30 million Myanmar chats. You could extract approximately 12 bracelets from this material, along with scrap for the central pieces, perhaps fetching 400 million. Feigning innocence, Wu Yu remarks, thus, the owner's asking price of 400 million seems quite reasonable. Song Junhui, amused and exasperated, chuckles. If the owner wants to sell for 400 million, what profit would I make? This is the Pakong mining area in Myanmar. If the prices here are not favorable, why would I risk my life to source materials? So, what can you offer? Wu Yu inquires with a touch of naivete. 100 million, that is the maximum I can offer. That won't suffice. Someone has previously offered 150 million. If your offer remains so low, I won't be able to present you with materials in the future. As Wu Yu spoke, he was about to place the cut jadeite back into the canvas bag. Do not be hasty. We are merely beginning our negotiations. Why rush to leave? Song Junhui exclaimed, clasping the jadeite raw stone tightly, unwilling to relinquish his hold. The vendor asserted that such bracelets in Huaxia fetched no less than 150,000 yuan each, equivalent to 45 million chats, ensuring a generous profit margin, at least not below 200 million. Impossible. As a Huaxia native, how could I be ignorant of the jadeite bracelet market? Wu Yu countered. Let us not dwell on trifles. I will offer a firm price of 160 million, plus an additional 1 million in white cards. 180 million, with the 1 million in white cards included. Agreed. I appreciate your forthrightness, young brother. Song Junhui beamed, unable to contain his delight at the deal, feeling as though he had struck gold. Thank you, Boss Song. Wu Yu too felt a sense of fortune. He was well aware of domestic prices, but possessed deeper insights into the jadeite market within the mining regions. Ultimately, the price met Wu Yu's expectations. As he now required substantial funds for further acquisitions, more capital meant securing even greater quality materials in the future. Once the price was settled, Song Junhui promptly retrieved a burlap sack from his trunk, filled to the brim with large denominations of chats. Chapter 12. Purchasing a vehicle. Wu Yu, burdened with a sack of Myanmar currency, slipped into a deserted alley. Once he found a secluded spot to pause, he stowed the sack into a concealed space. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. In such a dilapidated place, only by securing his belongings could he truly feel safe. Continuing his journey, Wu Yu proceeded through the alley, turning left onto a main road, where at its end lay a repair shop that also dealt in used cars. The thoroughfare was bustling with people, flanked by restaurants, several KTV establishments, and bathing houses, alongside a modest private inn with merely a sign hanging outside. Inside, a few scantily clad young women lingered, and it was well understood by men what business transpired there. Suddenly, a beautiful, naked girl burst from one of the bathing houses, only to be seized by 2 armed security guards who dragged her back by her hair. Passers-by merely glanced at the commotion, accustomed to such scenes, before resuming their own affairs. Wu Yu recognized the girl's cries in Huaxia language. He had witnessed similar occurrences before. However, upon seeing the armed guards glaring menacingly at anyone who passed, he felt no inclination to intervene. This was a mining area in Myanmar, its chaos rivaling that of a fraudulent zone and lacking firearms, funds, or influence, one had no choice but to endure the abhorrent sights. Nearby, a bystander jested. "Looks like this bathing house has fresh merchandise. Perhaps I should stop by tonight." Another chimed in. "Heh, once I sell this piece I'm holding, I'll head over." Why wait until nightfall? Wu Yu clenched his fists and quickened his pace. He lacked the means to rescue anyone. And turning a blind eye was the greatest act of compassion he could muster. Not only were there these bathing houses and KTVs, but within the mines, countless Huaxiao laborers toiled in the shadows. To liberate them all would require seizing control of the entire Pekin mining region. Minutes later, Wu Yu entered a repair shop where several small Japanese vehicles were parked, and workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. The proprietor, clad in casual attire and flip-flops, ambled over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Are you here for repairs or to purchase a vehicle?" he inquired. "I'm looking to buy an off-road vehicle for use in the mining area. You've come to the right place. I happen to have two well-maintained Toyota Land Cruisers, neither of which has undergone major repairs. One is 12 years old, priced at $50 million. The other is 10 years old, at $60 million. These prices were considered standard in the Myanmar mining sector, and Wu Yu, having previously researched used car costs, recognized that the proprietor was not inflating his prices. He initially contemplated inquiring about Huaxia off-road vehicles, but, upon glancing at the parked cars, which were predominantly Japanese models, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. With the proprietor's enthusiastic guidance, Wu Yu examined the vehicles. The 12-year-old Land Cruiser was black with slightly worn interiors, while the 10-year-old model was white and boasted immaculate interiors. Visually, he favored the white vehicle, and after taking it for a brief spin around the repair shop, he felt reassured of its condition and began negotiating the price. Though Wu Yu had obtained a driving license back in his homeland, it was not valid in Myanmar. Nevertheless, within the mining region, no one seemed to enforce such regulations, and should the need arise, a small bribe would suffice to avert scrutiny. After a round of haggling, I ultimately acquired the 10-year-old Land Cruiser for the sum of $56 million. Additionally, I entrusted the owner of the repair shop to assist me in obtaining a driver's license from Myanmar and completing the transfer procedures, for which I compensated him an extra $4 million. Rest assured, Boss AU, as long as the funds are in order, any paperwork can be arranged. You can drive the car away today. The documents and license will be ready for you in a few days. Thank you. Please call me once everything is in order. I accepted the casually signed sales contract and departed the repair shop, steering the white Land Cruiser into the evening as the sun began its descent. Stopping at a small shop on the street, I purchased some rice, meat, vegetables, and bottled water before returning to the makeshift housing area situated between the mining zone and the morning market. Several residents of the makeshift area had returned, and upon seeing a vehicle parked in the vacant lot, they gathered curiously around me as I exited the driver's seat. "You, whose car is that? Did you purchase it yourself? My goodness, have you struck it rich? In such a short time, you've acquired a car?" I was aware that envy and jealousy would arise among them, prompting me to downplay my fortune as I shared. "I've merely earned a modest sum and bought a second-hand vehicle. The risks in collecting materials are too great. Profits made today could easily be lost tomorrow. It's better for us to focus on stable operations." One individual, visibly envious, remarked, "You, do you need an assistant? I could help you with material collection. Digging for jade is exhausting and unreliable. I haven't unearthed a single piece in 10 days. I chuckled. "Can you drive? I need an assistant who can operate a vehicle." The person sighed in disappointment. "No, I can't even write my own name, let alone drive." Feeling disqualified from the criteria I had set, the group hesitated to pursue the idea of working with me further. I then distributed the snacks I had purchased, reassuring them. "Once my business stabilizes, I may need a few individuals to assist in selling goods. If anyone is interested at that time, please feel free to approach me. Thank you. Boss AU." With my promise, they left contentedly. As I approached my makeshift dwelling, I noticed my neighbor, Gudanwei, had returned. Unlike the others, he stood at the door with a complex expression, not joining the crowd around the vehicle. "You," he said, "I heard what you said earlier. I can drive. May I be your assistant?" I was taken aback. "Oh, you can drive?" "Yes, I learned during my military service and possess a driver's license. After leaving the army, I drove for a mine owner, but during a conflict in the mining area, that owner was killed by enemies. I was caught in the crossfire, and to avoid further complications, I chose to work with the others digging stones. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I had no idea you had served in the military and could drive. Why didn't you mention this before?" Gudanwei chuckled. "Well, You never asked. Now that I see you've succeeded in material collection, I want to accompany you. Digging for jade has proven too difficult, and I wish to pursue a different path. His words were refreshingly candid. When Wu Yu first arrived at the mining area, he became acquainted with Godin Wei, an acquaintance spanning over 2 years. The hut he resided in was constructed with Godin Wei's assistance. Wu Yu tossed the car keys to him and remarked, "All right, take the car for a spin and park it in front of my door. Consider it a successful interview." Simple enough. Godin Wei replied as he took the keys and swiftly drove off. He navigated a loop around the small hill in front of the hut and expertly parked the vehicle at Wu Yu's doorstep. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You have passed the interview. Starting tomorrow, you'll be working with me. The base salary is 1 million shots, approximately 300 Chinese yuan, and if you perform well, there will be additional bonuses at the end of the month." Godin Wei initially felt elated, but soon expressed concern. "Thank you, boss. But is this salary not too high? Your business has just begun. If I receive such a high wage, will it strain your finances?" At that moment, the average monthly salary for most individuals in Myanmar was around 200,000 shots, while excavator operators in the mining area earned approximately 600,000 shots monthly. Wu Yu's offer of 1 million shots indeed astonished Godin Wei. However, Wu Yu calmly replied with a smile, "I will not allow my brothers to suffer in poverty. You will come to understand that the base salary is merely a trifling sum. The bonuses are where the real rewards lie." Chapter 13. The Deceptive Materials Today. Wu Yu returned home early. Aside from the piece of iceflower jadeite he had sold, there remained 9 unwashed rough stones in the small space. Before dinner, Wu Yu and Godin Wei conducted a preliminary cleaning, removing the surface mud and using a steel brush to enhance some of the visually promising areas. When examining the stones under the light, they either revealed vibrant colors or revealed the absence of water veins. These stones, which did not make Wu Yu's left hand burn with heat, were only warm or mildly heated in parts. As long as the windows were opened, maximum profit could be achieved. Tonight, I will open the windows for them, and tomorrow morning, we will head to the morning market to sell the stones. Once we sell the open stones, we will go to the mine to collect new materials. Good boss, I will follow your arrangements. After dinner, Wu Yu closed the door and proceeded to use an electric grinder to open the stones alone. When encountering areas that exhibited vibrant colors, he would also employ a polishing head and polishing paste to enhance the appearance of the rough stones. Tomorrow, a Wei would assist in selling the goods. So Wu Yu inscribed numbers on the stones that had been opened. These numbers held unique significance, generally understood only by the owner, representing what the letters and numbers indicated. On one stone, Wu Yu wrote W3, 7285Y, 1, signifying that this rough stone weighed 3.7 kilograms, with a base price of 2.85 million, and the account number was 1. The letters W and Y bore no actual meaning, but could also be interpreted as the initial letters of Wu Yu's name. The suffix of the second rough stone could change to Y2 or Y3, and as the number of stones sold daily increased, these numbers would facilitate accounting. After a while, the numbering could be rearranged periodically to prevent others from deducing the base price from the sequence. Just as he finished writing the numbers, a mouse scurried across his path. Wu Yu swiftly extended his left hand, enveloping it with his thoughts, and instantly confined it within the small space. "You think you can just waltz into my humble abode? After buying so much food, you cannot steal a bite," Wu Yu muttered angrily as he tidied up the tools for opening the stones. It was not until bedtime that he remembered the mouse in the small space. Entering the space with his thoughts, he discovered the mouse had perished, its eyes bulging in a gruesome manner. Wu Yu froze, realizing that the small space might lack air and could not accommodate living creatures. Anything alive that entered would suffocate in a short time. My small space is not omnipotent. The wicked plan of hiding a beauty in a golden house has failed. It seemed that, for now, it could only serve as a storage area, which was unfortunate given its limited capacity of just a few cubic meters. Once he amassed wealth, he would use a plethora of jadeite rough stones to expand its volume. With hopeful aspirations, Wu Yu drifted into slumber, only to be roused by a nightmare as dawn approached. Cursing under his breath, he rose to wash up. Sounds emanated from Godin Wei's room next door, and moments later, both emerged from their makeshift dwelling. "Follow me to the car. I will explain the meaning of the numbers on the rough stones to you, so we avoid any errors when bidding. When it comes to bidding, the usual practice is to start at 3 times the base price. No matter how much the counterpart negotiates, just maintain the base price. Learn the techniques of bidding well. Higher prices yield a greater success rate, resulting in a more substantial bonus at the end of the month. With each transaction, you are permitted to take the white card, which is wholly yours. Once aboard, Wu Yu succinctly imparted some trading techniques to Gu Danwei before steering towards the morning market. Wu Yu took the wheel, allowing Gu Danwei to occupy the passenger seat, familiarizing himself with the numbered prices inscribed on the raw stones. As Gu Danwei frequently frequented the morning market, he was well-versed in bidding and acquainted with the trading regulations of the mining area. He merely needed to familiarize himself with the characteristics and pricing of the raw stones in his possession. The drive from their makeshift dwelling to the morning market took only a few minutes. Parking the car at the edge of the market, Wu Yu handed Gu Danwei 4 pieces of raw stone to stow in his canvas bag for sale. He reserved the remaining 5 pieces for himself. This division of labor was essential for expeditiously selling their materials. I will go left, you take the right. They coordinated their routes and seamlessly merged into the throng of people. Wu Yu possessed excellent window selling skills. Ordinary materials typically garnered bids around 8 million, but could be sold for approximately 3 million. Occasionally, when encountering generous jade merchants, prices soared to 4 or 5 million. In a mere half hour, the 5 pieces of jade in Wu Yu's possession had been sold, while Gu Danwei still retained one of his 4 pieces. Wu Yu was quite pleased with this sales velocity. As long as they could sell, earning a bit more or less was inconsequential. After all, they were in the mining area, abundant with materials. Selling and then resupplying meant profits could multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Feeling hungry, Wu Yu contemplated calling Gu Danwei to have breakfast before selling the last piece, but then noticed a burly, dark-skinned man at a roadside stall, a jade merchant known for his hostility. Having been inspected by market authorities the previous day, Wu Yu suspected this man was the instigator, although he couldn't ascertain who had tipped them off. Upon seeing him collecting materials at the morning market, Wu Yu felt compelled to take advantage of the opportunity. With this thought, he reached into his empty canvas bag, and with a mere thought, retrieved a fist-sized piece of jade raw stone from his small space. This jade stone had been minimally opened at one corner, revealing a thumb-sized section of vibrant green jade flesh, suitable for a ring face. It was a deceptive piece. Apart from the exposed corner, the rest was waste material. The surface felt icy, akin to ice cream. Away, let us switch. Give me the jade you have, and assist me in selling this piece to that burly fellow. Claim it might yield full green, with a bid of 18 million and a reserve price of 5 million. All right, Gu Danwei complied without question, adhering to Wu Yu's instructions. The two exchanged their raw stones, and Gu Danwei confidently approached the burly man, who was encircled by a throng of onlookers, oblivious to the exchange between Wu Yu and Gu Danwei. Gu Danwei squeezed through the crowd, swiftly presenting his jade to the merchant. Sir, take a look at this piece. It's genuinely ring-face grade. A single cut may reveal full green. Interesting. The merchant replied, intrigued. The stout man was indeed captivated by the vibrant green light emanating from the open window. He produced a flashlight and directed its beam towards the source, engaging in a thorough inspection before inquiring, how much for this piece? 18 million, came the response. That is exorbitant. With such a small window of opportunity, the risk is considerable. I can only see it being worth around 5 million. Come now, my friend. The vendor has indicated that the chances of this piece yielding a full green are quite high. Someone has previously offered 12 million. That is implausible. With such a significant risk, I might gamble a few million, but anything exceeding 10 million is simply unwarranted. Let us settle on 8 million. If you disagree, we shall seal the deal and consult the vendor's perspective. 8 million sealed. You must provide me with 500,000 in white cards. 8 million sealed. I can offer you a maximum of 100,000 in white cards. Very well, let us proceed with the sealing. I shall further inquire the vendor's stance. Gu Danwei had exceeded expectations, yet his unassuming demeanor was deceptively misleading. He displayed no excitement, instead wearing a concerned expression, seemingly uncertain whether the vendor would agree to the sale. A few minutes later, Gu Danwei returned with the sealed original stone, exclaiming, "Congratulations, boss, the vendor has consented. I told you, at a price in the millions. It was bound to be secured." The stout man was also elated, believing that the likelihood of the stone yielding a full green was substantial. After incurring a 30 million loss 2 days prior, he was confident of recovering his losses today. "Wishing you prosperity, may your fortunes soar," Gu Danwei said, as he counted the money and casually tapped the original stone a few times before gracefully departing. Chapter 14. Quick-wittedness in crisis in a breakfast shop. Wu Yu met with Gudanwei. The piece of jade has been sold for 8 million. Along with the previous 3 pieces, we have made over 20 million in total. Let us eat first. We can discuss further once we return to the car. All right. Both of them had hearty appetites, placing the canvas bag filled with money on their laps as they devoured their meal, finishing 2 servings of marinated meat. Just as Wu Yu contemplated ordering another portion, he was abruptly startled by a heated argument emanating from the adjacent milk tea shop, where a crowd had begun to gather, cheering on the commotion. They're fighting. The Chinese merchant reneged on the price. She deserves a lesson. That woman is stunning. How dare she disrupt our rules? Let us sell her to a KTV. I could order her 8 times a day. Let us not go too far. Our mining area relies on these Chinese merchants to collect materials. If we scare them away, we will have no business. Wu Yu recognized the voice of the Chinese businesswoman next door. It sounded familiar. He swiftly settled the bill and, accompanied by Gudanwei, squeezed into the milk tea shop. This establishment served as a place for transactions, with a minimum charge of 3,000 chop per table. One could simply order a cup of milk tea to occupy a table for business dealings. Tang Yuyao found herself encircled by a group of local men, some even beginning to shove her. Though fear gripped her heart, she argued with logic. I did not renege on the price. I did not break any rules. I offered 2 million, yet they claim I countered with 20 million. This is pure bullying. Just look at the inferior quality of the jade they are selling. How could I possibly bid 20 million? It lacks color and clarity, with only a small window revealing a hint of flecking. 2 million is already generous. I may be Chinese, but you must be reasonable. Even if the market management arrives, I am not afraid of you. As she reasoned, she desperately wished for her fellow Chinese merchants to speak up for her, but none were willing to lend their support. The local men only seemed to multiply, blocking the entrance of the milk tea shop. One particularly wiry local man shoved her shoulder and menacingly stated, "If you pay 20 million for this piece of jade now, there's a chance to quell this matter. But once the management arrives, your money won't matter. You will surely be thrown into a water dungeon." Tang Yuyao felt a mix of anger and fear as she scanned her surroundings, hoping someone would come forth to speak on her behalf. However, the crowd was dense and dark, with not a single person willing to stand up for her. Her defense appeared feeble. "This is extortion. I refuse to comply. I am a member of the Chinese Jade Association, and we will not allow injustice against one of our own." Wu Yu stood amidst the throng, not impulsively rushing to her aid, for even if he wished to assist her, he needed to find an opportune moment. The woman displayed commendable bravery. Yet the Pekin mining area was not a place governed by reason, and her striking beauty could easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, making her position all the more perilous. In this chaotic mining area, there exists neither right nor wrong, nor any logic to speak of. Survival hinges solely on possessing firearms and wealth. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air at the entrance of the milk tea shop. The personnel from the market management office had arrived, prompting everyone to swiftly clear a path for their entrance. Leading the group was Deputy Director Wei, a man with military connections known for his ruthless demeanor. In this mining district, who isn't tough? As long as the money is right, everything can be negotiated. As Wu Yu observed the individual referred to as Director Wei, he realized this was the same man who had inspected his credentials the day before. In his 30s, of average build, he had developed a slight paunch. Upon entering with 2 armed individuals clad in camouflage, the previously bustling milk tea shop fell into an immediate hush. "What is going on?" Director Wei squinted, scrutinizing the exceptionally beautiful Tang Yuyao, a glimmer of male desire flickering in his eyes. A gaunt, sharp-featured old Myanmarese interjected, "Director Wei, this Chinese merchant agreed on a price, but then reneged. You must detain her to teach her a lesson about breaking the rules." Tang Yuyao, feeling a surge of regret and fear, quickly protested, "Director Wei, I haven't broken any rules. It was their misunderstanding. I offered 2 million, but they insist it was 20 million. However, Director Wei dismissed her explanation with a wave of his hand, instructing the men in camouflage, "Take her back to the management office. I need to interrogate her thoroughly." Wu Yu, observing the predatory glint in Wei's eyes as he appraised Tang Yuyao, understood that if she were taken back, she would not emerge unscathed. After waiting so long without a Chinese merchant to advocate for her, he had initially planned to pose as a Myanmarese, leveraging the situation to speak a few words of justice on her behalf and settle the matter. But no one stepped forward. Now, if he did not attempt to rescue her, she would be doomed. Fortunately, with Director Wei's arrival, Wu Yu saw an opportunity to forge a connection. This was his chance. Director Wei, there might be a misunderstanding here. I overheard a few snippets during their transaction and have a general understanding of what transpired. The woman is not well versed in Burmese when she mentioned the numbers. It was unclear, leading to this misunderstanding. With a beaming smile, Wu Yu approached Director Wei, deliberately patting the canvas bag slung over his shoulder during their handshake. The bag was filled with cash. Although it contained just over 20 million, it was hefty and appeared substantial, signifying his sincerity. The implication was unmistakable. Resolve this matter, and the money in the bag is yours. Director Wei had recently received a kickback from Wu Yu and vaguely recalled his handsome face. You are the jade merchant from the mining area yesterday? Yes, you can call me a Yu. Wei's brow furrowed in annoyance as he replied. This matter cannot simply be resolved with a claim of misunderstanding. The rules of our mining district must be upheld. Anyone who disrupts them becomes our enemy. What rules? They merely pertain to the amounts of money involved. He chuckled and feigned camaraderie. No one is breaking the rules. We all adhere to them. When I previously assisted Miss Dan Min in the mining district, she also greatly valued those who respected the rules. This is the most influential individual Wu Yu has encountered in the mining district. Whether this will prove beneficial remains uncertain, yet it is worth a try. Upon hearing the name, Director Wei's expression instantly turned solemn as he inquired earnestly, Oh, you have assisted Miss Dan Min? I merely aided Miss Dan Min with some arduous and unsavory tasks. Thanks to her, I managed to earn a modest sum, which has enabled me to engage in some business regarding resource acquisition in the mining area. Wu Yu responded, his words deliberately vague. In an effort to associate himself with Dan Min's reputation, he spoke of his labor in the mines owned by both Dan Min and Wu Naiwen as if he were merely her subordinate. However, Director Wei felt compelled to proceed with caution, his previously shrewd gaze now imbued with clarity. Ah, I see. Why are you advocating for this Chinese merchant today? We have conducted business together on several occasions. I consider her a business partner. I wish for her to avoid any troubles in the mining district, as I will require her assistance in establishing connections during my business dealings in China, given her strong ties with the China Jade Association. Very well. I can grant you this favor today, but later, you must come to my office so we can discuss some business matters. Chapter 15. Collaboration with Tang Yuyao. What business could Wu Yu and Director Wei possibly discuss? It was merely a matter of seeking personal benefits. With so many people around, it was not the right time to act. Only in the office could one openly demand financial favors. No worries, I'll visit your office shortly, Wu Yu said with an outward smile, while internally feeling quite exasperated. The anxious old man from Myanmar rushed over, exclaiming, Director Wei, why aren't you apprehending anyone? Director Wei shot him a stern glare and reprimanded. Who am I supposed to catch? You? I have already clarified the matter. It was your misunderstanding of the numbers. Do not take advantage of Chinese merchants, as this will tarnish our mining area's reputation. Let this matter rest. Everyone disperse. The old man from Myanmar was taken aback, still wanting to protest, but Director Wei denied him the opportunity, instructing the men in camouflage to clear a path and turning to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Yu seized the still-dazed Tang Yuyao and followed Director Wei, accompanied by two men in camouflage, out of the chaotic tea shop. When Tang Yuyao heard that Director Wei intended to detain her, she nearly cried. Despite her boldness, she was still a woman who had heard too many tragic stories stemming from such apprehensions. Just when she thought all hope was lost, this jade merchant, whom she had only met once, came to her aid, dissuading Director Wei from his intentions. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang Yuyao. May I ask your name? I am Wu Yu. You can call me a Yu. I am truly pleased to meet you. I never imagined you would come to my rescue. You celebrate too early. Whatever I spend with Director Wei, you must reimburse me. Oh, that is only fair. How could you dare to come to the Peigang mining area alone to collect materials? I came here with other colleagues, but they went to the Longkin night market and have not returned. I thought it would be fine to collect materials on my own, but I never anticipated this situation. The two walked behind Director Wei, whispering to each other, and those unaware would genuinely believe they were close business partners. Gadanwai followed closely, cautiously surveying the surroundings, fearful that trouble might arise. Upon reaching the entrance of the market management office, Wu Yu handed the car keys to Gadanwai and instructed, Take Yao to the car to rest. I will find you once I conclude my business. Understood, boss, Gadanwai replied obediently. Tang Yuyao hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I will wait for your return. We can talk more then. Yes, Wu Yu responded, striding confidently into Director Wei's office. Once the door was closed, without further ado, Wu Yu retrieved 10 million from his bag, equivalent to approximately 33,000 Chinese yuan. It was quite generous to offer such a sum in Myanmar, and he did not require Director Wei's assistance in any substantial matter. He merely sought for him to exercise leniency and spare Tang Yuyao. Upon seeing the stack of cash on the desk, Director Wei erupted in laughter, casually placing it into a drawer. Boss Yu, you truly are a person of great experience. Conducting business with such generosity is admirable. I appreciate friends like you. It is indeed my honor to befriend Director Wei. Shall we exchange phone numbers? When time permits, I would like to treat you to a drink. Haha, sounds good. The two exchanged contact information, and Director Wei prepared a cup of tea for him, engaging in a few polite pleasantries. After finishing the tea, Wu Yu took his leave. Investing 10 million to establish a connection with Director Wei was a worthwhile expenditure. Moreover, this amount could be reimbursed by Tang Yuyao. Moments later, Wu Yu arrived at the parking area, where Gu Danwei and Tang Yuyao were engaged in an awkward conversation in the car. Given Tang Yuyao's intelligence, she likely managed to extract all the information she needed from Gu Danwei. Fortunately, Gu Danwei was not well informed about her matters. As soon as Wu Yu entered the car, Tang Yuyao eagerly inquired, "Ah Yu, have you taken care of everything?" Seated in the back, Wu Yu turned slightly and replied, "It's mostly settled. I spent 10 million with Director Wei, so the market management office won't trouble you any longer. However, those jade merchants may continue to be a nuisance, so do remain vigilant." Tang Yuyao appeared somewhat disheartened. "After several days in the mining market, I've only managed to collect a handful of stones. I have lost hope in the local security situation and plan to return home tomorrow, with no intention of coming back to Myanmar for sourcing materials." Wu Yu responded, "Indeed. It is excessively perilous for a beautiful young woman to collect materials in the mining area. Returning home is a wise choice." At that moment, Tang Yuyao retrieved a bundle of money from her large handbag and handed it to Wu Yu. "Thank you, Boss Yu. This is a 10 million kickback. Do you have time for lunch? Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to express my gratitude. Let us forego the meal. I still need to head to the mining area to source materials. However, I do have some time if you wish to discuss collaboration." Collaboration? I was planning to return home. Tang Yuyao's voice trailed off. "You mean to send jade from the mining area to Rueli? But that route is perilous. Logistics frequently encounter losses, and the wastage on the road is substantial. Many jade merchants have gone bankrupt due to lost logistics packages." Wu Yu remained composed as he replied, "We could attempt it. As you know, the jade prices in the Huaxiao market often reach 5 to 10 times, or even higher, than those in the mining area. If we send 10 items and only one arrives, we break even. If 2 arrive, we profit. Besides, I have ways to minimize losses. Shall we give it a try?" Tang Yuyao felt a rush of excitement upon hearing this, and promptly wrote down the address of her shop in Rueli to give to Wu Yu. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. They shook hands, exchanged phone numbers, and agreed to have dinner that evening to discuss the details further. As Tang Yuyao exited the car, she only regained her senses once Wu Yu's vehicle had disappeared from view. She found this man rather peculiar, distinctly different from other jade merchants in Myanmar. Uncertain of her own motivations, she had vaguely agreed to collaborate with him. Perhaps due to his act of saving her today, or perhaps because he bore a resemblance to people from Huaxiao rather than the typical locals. It would be fortuitous if a partnership could be established. Her trip to Myanmar would not have been in vain. With this thought, Tang Yuyao took out a hat and sunglasses from her bag, donned them, and hurried back to her hotel. Wu Yu and Gu Danwei returned to the makeshift settlement, taking a brief respite before consolidating the earnings from the materials sold that morning. Upon tallying the figures, they discovered a profit exceeding 40 million. Additionally, Gu Danwei had accrued over 100,000 in white cards, which he considered his personal gain, while Wu Yu claimed none of it. Gu Danwei beamed with delight, exclaiming that if he could receive such a bounty in white cards daily, he would gladly forego his salary. Wu Yu replied, "Our business is merely in its infancy. To expedite the recovery of funds, I set the base price quite low. Once the business stabilizes, the base price will revert to normal, and your white card earnings will diminish accordingly." Gu Danwei, with clarity, responded, "I understand. Regardless, even with just a basic salary, my income surpasses that of stone picking. Let us gather the funds and venture to the mining area to see if we can expend this fortune today." "Certainly, boss," came the reply. 20 minutes later, the duo arrived at the mining area. After parking the vehicle, they stood by the roadside, dense with stalls, gazing towards the mining waste below the hillside. Numerous miners were present today, with at least 1,000 individuals wielding their prospecting hammers in pursuit of jade. Beside one of the stalls, several jade merchants lounged in a shelter, sipping beverages to cool off while discussing their recent finds. A portly man, grumbling, exclaimed, "Damn it, I ruined another piece of material this morning, losing over 8 million. I wonder which unscrupulous scoundrel sold me that window, claiming it was a full green jade piece, only for it to turn out to be utter rubbish." As he vented his frustration, he looked up and recognized Gudanwei, who was following closely behind Wu Yu. Chapter 16. The Power of the Left Hand. Wu Yu stood on the earthen embankment, a black parasol propped up in one hand, while an assistant with a satchel trailed behind him, his demeanor exuding confidence. After 2.5 years of navigating the mining districts of Myanmar, he had finally established himself. As he reminisced about the past and contemplated the future, he was abruptly interrupted by the irate shouts of a burly man, accompanied by a group of followers, charging towards him. Wu Yu instructed Gudanwei to utilize that piece of window material against the stout man, not intending to conceal his actions. When it came to revenge, one must be decisive. Otherwise, the hefty man would suffer greatly without even knowing the identity of his adversary, which would be quite distressing. "Boss AU, are you sending your men to trap me? Selling me a piece of window material that's nothing but trash?" The stout man yelled furiously. From his elevated position, Wu Yu disdainfully curled his lip. "Old Black, are you truly that foolish? If it were worthless material, would he dare to sell it to you?" "Well, I misjudged the situation back then and unwittingly fell for your trick," the stout man retorted, attempting to defend himself. Wu Yu's expression grew more mocking. "Fool, since it is window material, how could we predict what might emerge from it? If I possessed such foresight, why would I still be toiling in the mining district? I would have long since gone to the market in Huazhong and amassed my fortune. You, how dare you insult me? Damn it, I'll kill you." The stout man, unable to match Wu Yu in verbal sparring, was consumed by rage. With a sudden roar, he lunged at Wu Yu, while his assistant charged at Gudanwei. Wu Yu was unperturbed. Having engaged in numerous brawls upon his arrival at the mining district, he stood firm on the slope, his right hand holding the parasol, and with his free left hand, he forcefully pushed against the stout man. To his astonishment, the stout man let out a pained cry as he rolled down the slope at an alarming speed, landing in a most undignified manner. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at his left hand. He had anticipated merely unbalancing his opponent, never expecting to send him flying so far. When had his left hand gained such strength? "How dare you strike me? I'll make you pay." The stout man struggled to rise, once again lunging at Wu Yu. The onlooking jade merchants merely chuckled and exchanged glances, showing no inclination to intervene. This time, as the stout man charged, Wu Yu did not evade. Instead, he met the incoming fist with his own left punch. The impact resounded with a crack, reminiscent of something shattering. The stout man screamed in agony, clutching his arm, and tumbled down the slope once more, remaining incapacitated for quite some time. His assistant, engaged in a scuffle with Gudanwei, rushed over upon hearing the stout man's cries. "Boss, what happened? Do you need a doctor? Ouch. I think my arm is broken. Quickly, take me to the clinic in town." The stout man, helped by his assistant, shot a fearful glance at Wu Yu before making a hasty retreat, neglecting to mention calling the authorities. In the mining district of Myanmar, the police were disinterested in such trivial matters. If a call were made and they were provoked, they would indiscriminately apprehend both parties involved, releasing no one without a bribe. "Boss, are you all right?" Gudanwei, having served in the military, possessed some fighting skills and was entirely unscathed. "I am perfectly fine. That stout fellow was quite weak and fell with just a few blows," Wu Yu casually remarked, gaining a certain awareness of his own strength in his left hand. The jade merchants who had gathered to witness the spectacle approached him with flattery, saying, "Boss AU, your fighting prowess is impressive. We should collaborate in the future." Old Black was foolish. After all, he brought the materials and then blamed others. He deserves it. To be fair, I stand with Boss AU this time. These seasoned merchants from Myanmar were intimidated by strength rather than virtue. As long as one exhibited formidable power, they would fear rather than dare to overstep their bounds. Wu Yu smiled at the crowd, responding, "Thank you for your righteous words. I look forward to potential collaborations. Away, please fetch some iced cola to share with everyone." "Certainly, boss," came the prompt reply from Gudanwei, who quickly returned with the drinks, distributing them among the group. Having witnessed Wu Yu's combat skills and now enjoying some benefits, the jade merchants were all smiles. treating him as a friend and even inviting him to their shack for a chat in the shade. Wu Yu graciously declined their invitation, opting instead to join Gudanwei among the Yamuxi crowd to procure materials. Some Yamuxi only sold jade to acquaintances, but many were motivated solely by money. They sold to whoever offered the highest price. Moreover, it was more convenient for them to have someone approach them directly rather than trek to the roadside shacks to sell their materials. Thus, Wu Yu had a fruitful day, with individuals frequently presenting him with jade to buy. After assessing the materials with his left hand and negotiating prices, he could finalize transactions with a simple command to his assistant, Gudanwei, to handle the payment. By midday, he had acquired over a dozen pieces of jade, 3 of which felt pleasantly warm in his left hand, indicating they were at least of icy quality. The remaining pieces felt warm, suggesting they were either of the glutinous type or glutinous icy type, with potential for high prices if they exhibited vibrant colors upon opening. Since he had brought an assistant, he stored the acquired materials in the car's trunk, avoiding the need to discreetly stash them in smaller spaces. This approach had its advantages, as it alleviated many of his peers' suspicions. While squatting by the roadside for a lunch of boxed meals, Ong Ji approached, saying, "Boss AU, your business seems quite prosperous today. I see you've gathered quite a few materials." Wu Yu chuckled. The materials from the permeated layer are thick-skinned and meager in substance. One cannot extract many good pieces. The more I collect, the more I risk losing. Ong Ji squatted beside him and replied, "That is not entirely accurate. As long as the outer skin performs well, there can still be valuable pieces from the permeated layer. By the way, I heard you had a scuffle with Old Black. We're all in the same trade. There's no need for such animosity." Wu Yu, unconcerned, stated, "I'll spare him trouble in the future. But do convey to Old Black that if he dares to send the market management after me again, he will regret it." Ong Ji paused, frowning. He sent the market management to investigate you? That fool. After all, we're all from Myanmar. Even if they investigate, what can they do? It's just a matter of a fine. He was in the wrong, and when he recovers, I will ensure he apologizes to you in person. Let us hope so. Ong Ji wished to mediate, and Wu Yu granted him this courtesy. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Ong Ki evidently aims to gather a faction of jade merchants from the mining district, aspiring to become their spokesperson. His ambitions are considerable at such a young age. He harbors such aspirations, suggesting boundless potential for future development. Wu Yu, however, does not intend to focus his future endeavors in the mining area. Even the Jiawan market in Watching serves merely as a stepping stone for wealth accumulation. Should his capabilities suffice, he desires only to return to his homeland, which he regards as a veritable paradise for jade traders. At this moment, the female broadcaster Anna, accompanied by a cameraman, strolls while filming, introducing the conditions of the mining area to the camera. Wu Yu furrows his brow and instinctively turns away, wishing to avoid the lens. Ong Ki shares the same aversion to being filmed, and the two almost simultaneously turn away, leaving only Gudanwei, who foolishly gazes at the camera, captivated by Anna's graceful figure. How can the market management allow a broadcaster from Huaxia to film here? Wu Yu inquires. Ong Ki responds, "They are merely tools employed by Wu Niwen's group. The benefits they provided were ample enough for the market management to turn a blind eye, permitting them to capture footage of the perimeter of the mining sites." Tools employed by Wu Niwen? What purpose do they have for such a broadcaster? It is rumored that they intend to swiftly liquidate some low-end jade rough stones in their possession. The footage features jade that has just been excavated from the earth. Yet it is, in fact, merely washed low-grade rough stones, recoated with mud. Through live streaming or short videos, they aim to sell these to fans in Huaxia's streaming rooms, thereby reaping substantial profits. Chapter 17. Finalizing cooperation. As Wu Yu and Ong Ji engaged in conversation, Anna spotted them, her eyes lighting up as she approached to greet them. "Hello, Boss AU and Boss Ong Ji. I, too, will be collecting materials in the mining area soon. Since we are all in the same industry, I hope to count on your support." Anna's outgoing nature seemed oblivious to the disdain reflected in the eyes of the two men as she eagerly initiated a conversation. "We are jade merchants, not streamers. We are not in the same line of work," Ong Ji retorted before swiftly turning away, leaving as if fleeing the scene. "I've had my fill. I must go collect materials now." Wu Yu, initially contemplating another boxed meal, discarded his food and hastily departed as well. "Boss, wait for me." "I'll wait," sensing the shift in atmosphere, followed suit. By the afternoon, the rubbish dumped by the muck trucks was no longer just debris. It was the tailings sifted by the mining company. Although the jade extracted from these tailings was of good quality, the chances of finding it diminished significantly after multiple screenings by the mining company. Wu Yu and Gu Danwei conversed with every passerby, their throats parched from incessant talking. Yet they managed to procure only a handful of pieces throughout the entire afternoon. As the sun began its descent, Wu Yu finally drove back to the makeshift housing area. With Gu Danwei's assistance, they had collected a total of 31 pieces of jade, marking the most fruitful day in recent times. After transferring the jade from the vehicle to the shelter, Wu Yu instructed, "I'll wash the materials at home. I will step out to discuss some business. Do not wait for me to return, as I may be quite late." "Understood, boss. Please be safe," Gu Danwei replied obediently, always adhering to Wu Yu's directives. The living conditions in the mining area were deplorable, dilapidated beyond comparison to a town market in Huaxia. The dining establishment frequented by Wu Yu and Tang Yuyao served Huaxia cuisine, regarded as the finest in the region, lacking private rooms. It only offered a small table tucked away in a corner. Surrounded by fellow diners, predominantly jade merchants from Huaxia conversing in their native tongue, Tang Yuyao suggested, "Boss Yu, let us dine first. This isn't an appropriate place for business discussions. We can talk in my hotel room later." Strictly business. Of course, do not misconstrue that." Tang Yuyao, fearing Wu Yu might misinterpret her intentions, felt compelled to clarify. Wu Yu chuckled, "I did not think anything of it. What about you? What thoughts crossed your mind?" "Ugh, you hardly resemble a native of Myanmar. The locals do not possess your eloquence. From your appearance, you seem to be of Chinese descent, am I correct? Is it not possible that I am indeed Huaxia? Your command of the Myanmar language is exceptional, and you have access to the mining area. How could you possibly be from Huaxia?" Suddenly, Wu Yu remarked in Huaxia, "In fact, my Huaxia is quite proficient." Tang Yuyao was taken aback, scrutinizing Wu Yu's handsome visage for a moment, her mind wavering, unable to ascertain his true nationality. Wu Yu laughed, "Haha, I was merely jesting. I possess a natural aptitude for languages. In addition, my English is also quite commendable." Tang Yuyao could only conclude that Wu Yu was well-educated, but she could not fathom that he truly hailed from Huaxia. The environment here is bustling and chaotic, unsuitable for business discussions. After satisfying their appetites, the two returned to the hotel. The exterior of the hotel appeared rather unassuming, though the interior was relatively clean. As they ascended the stairs to the second floor, they unexpectedly encountered Song Junhui at the corner of the hallway. Wu Yu took the initiative to greet him. "Oh, Mr. Song is also staying here?" Song Junhui was momentarily taken aback, then approached warmly, saying, "Yu, I heard about what happened at the milk tea shop today. Thank you for assisting Miss Tang. On behalf of the Jade Association, I express my gratitude. When you wish to discuss business in the future, rest assured the prices will be quite favorable." "You're too kind, Mr. Song. I already knew a Yao. Helping her was the least I could do," Wu Yu explained. Tang Yueying interjected, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Song. It's all settled now. I'm bringing Yu back to the hotel to discuss some business since I'll be returning home tomorrow." "All right, you two carry on. I have some matters to attend to," Song Junhui said before heading downstairs. Upon entering the room, Tang Yueying poured a glass of water for Wu Yu, and they settled onto a small sofa to converse. Sitting too close in the hotel room imparted an air of ambiguity to their discussion. "Our collaboration method is quite straightforward. I will be responsible for sourcing materials in the mining area and handling logistics to transport them to Rueli. We will share any losses incurred during transit equally. However, the jadeite rough you receive must be priced according to local rates in Huaxia." As he spoke, Wu Yu picked up a fist-sized piece of jadeite from the coffee table and continued, "For instance, this material has not been windowed and only has a simple wash of the skin. There are slight hints of color, and when backlit, it can be deemed as either glutinous or semi-glutinous, possibly colored or colorless. The average price for such material at the morning market is around 2 million, equivalent to 6,000 Huaxia coins, but in the Huaxia market, it could sell for approximately 60,000. If it were windowed and yielded a piece of green or mottled jade, the average price in the mining area would be around 4 million, translating to about 13,000 Huaxia coins. Yet in the Huaxia market, it could often fetch as much as 100,000 or even more. Considering you operate a jadeite rough shop in Rueli, I have ensured ample profit margin for you. How much do you think you would pay for such materials upon their arrival in Rueli?" Tang Yueying pondered before responding, "For the unwindowed material you just described, I would offer 30,000 for acquisition in the Huaxia market, and for the windowed material, I would provide 50,000. I must ensure sufficient profit while also granting regular clients some leeway, not to mention accounting for the capital tied up in unsold inventory. Wu Yu shook his head. 50% of market price? That seems rather low. I believe acquiring at 70% of Huaxia market price would meet my expectations. Tang Yueying firmly replied. 70% is out of the question. I might as well procure materials from the old Myanmar dealers in Rueli, where I could earn more than 30% profit on resale. 60% of market price represents my utmost sincerity. Anything higher would negate the purpose of our collaboration. After an exchange of spirited arguments, the two eventually settled on 60% of the Huaxia market price. This figure is subject to fluctuation and carries a significant degree of subjectivity. While Tang Yueying may profit considerably, Wu Yu is assured of a fair deal. Wu Yu collected raw materials from the mine, relying on his left-hand abilities. The quality of the material on the coffee table only required a purchase price of 300,000 chats, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. Once delivered to Tang Yueying in Rueli, whether sold for 30,000 or 50,000, it would yield profits of 30 or 50 times, ensuring that any revenue sharing would result in substantial gains. Their collaboration was merely a trial. Stability in their partnership depended on mutual profit. If the venture proved unprofitable, the collaboration would naturally dissolve, never to be mentioned again. Wu Yu was not averse to exploring additional sales channels, as he understood that, with the passage of time, the accumulation of materials in his possession would only increase. Selling these for currency, which could then be converted into gold, constituted the most reliable strategy. Their partnership concluded with a firm handshake, solidifying their agreement. Wu Yu did not linger in the room, noting Tang Yueying's evident wariness. Her handbag remained close, presumably containing self-defense items such as a stun gun or pepper spray. He mused internally, am I a predator? Is such precaution truly necessary? Exiting the hotel, he found his car parked at a nearby dining establishment. After walking for a while and preparing to drive, he sensed that someone was watching him. Frowning discreetly, he recalled that he had previously ventured out at night without encountering such disorder. Reflecting on recent grievances, aside from the burly man, the only others were those who had extorted Tang Yueying at the milk tea shop that morning. It seemed these locals held grudges that could not last until dawn. Conflicts from the morning had already led them to seek revenge by night. Perhaps they were stationed at the hotel merely to retaliate against Tang Yueying, unwittingly targeting him instead. How fortuitous, he thought. I too believe in settling scores promptly. If provoked, I shall eradicate you all tonight. Chapter 18. Eradicating evidence possibly due to the throngs of pedestrians at that moment. Wu Yu found himself unscathed as he approached the parking area, his adversary still refraining from action. Swiftly, he entered his vehicle and, through the rearview mirror, glimpsed a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, engaged in a phone call. Given the opportunity, Yu proved to be ineffectual, Wu Yu thought, dismissively curling his lip as he drove away. Unexpectedly, just as he exited the street, a motorcycle trailed closely behind, carrying two individuals clad in helmets, their features obscured. Upon reaching the desolate countryside, the motorcycle surged forward, and the passenger brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at Wu Yu. This was precisely why Wu Yu had maintained a low profile in the mining area. The lawlessness was alarming, with firearms often brandished over trivial disputes. In the fleeting moment the assailant drew his weapon, Wu Yu slammed on the brakes, allowing his vehicle to drift behind the motorcycle, causing the gunman to lose his target. As the motorcycle skidded to a halt, Wu Yu seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel and accelerating towards the motorcycle. Bang! The motorcycle was caught off guard, and both bike and rider were sent tumbling into a roadside ditch. Wu Yu could have calmly driven away, yet the illumination from his headlights revealed two incapacitated foes and one still clutching a handgun, stirring within him a darker inclination. He exited the vehicle at a rapid pace, leaping into the ditch to snatch the gun from the unconscious man's grasp. As the man stirred back to consciousness, he attempted to reclaim the weapon. If I let them go, what is to prevent them from returning with a gun to finish me off tomorrow or the day after? With this thought, Wu Yu's heart hardened, and he unleashed a flurry of punches into the man's chest, each blow resonating like a sledgehammer against stone. After a few strikes, the man lay still, devoid of further movement. Turning his attention to the other helmeted figure, Wu Yu replicated his earlier actions, delivering several punches until silence enveloped the scene once more. Then, extending his left hand with a tentative hope, he focused his intent upon the two lifeless bodies. To his astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the corpses vanished before him, absorbed into his small space. Ah, it truly is capable of containing such substantial objects. Encouraged by this revelation, Wu Yu unhesitatingly stowed away the nearby motorcycle, erasing all traces of his encounter. After re-entering his vehicle, he sped away, ultimately arriving at the makeshift area, where he finally paused to catch his breath, realization dawning upon him that he had taken lives. Damn it, I did what I had to. They were the ones who sought to kill me. I merely retaliated in self-defense. He reflected on the treachery of these old Myanmar individuals, who, over a trivial conflict, resorted to firearms, a truly deplorable act. Fortuitously, he possessed a modicum of self-preservation. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying dead today. As Wu Yu consoled himself, gradually regaining his composure, he directed his thoughts back to the small space, intent on disposing of the bodies. He initially contemplated digging a pit in the ground of the small space to bury the remains, but found his will unable to penetrate the surface, failing to excavate even a modest hole. At this moment, he observed the vortex at the center of the space, contemplating its capacity to consume even jadeite raw stones, wondering what fate awaited the two corpses. Consequently, he exerted his will to control the bodies, casting them into the vortex, where they vanished in an instant. Much like the jadeite stones had before, swiftly and efficiently. However, after discarding both corpses into the vortex, the small space did not expand in the slightest. Regardless of the lack of increase, the vortex proved quite effective in processing the remains. As for the motorcycle he had recovered, Wu Yu opted not to dispose of it in the vortex, harboring thoughts of repurposing it. One day, he might find himself riding it in a desolate wilderness. Regarding the gun he had seized, Wu Yu was even more reluctant to cast it into the vortex. Possessing a firearm bestowed confidence, and in future encounters with unwary foes, he would wield the gun to instruct them on their place. After completing these tasks, Wu Yu finally exited the vehicle to inspect the damage at the front. The front of the car was equipped with an added metal bumper, and the recent collision left scarcely a mark, requiring no repairs whatsoever. Returning to his dwelling for rest, he mused that as long as he did not confess to the act of murder, no one could unearth evidence. After all, there were hardly any surveillance cameras throughout the entire mining area. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he opened the door to his shelter. Next door, Go Danwai had yet to retire for the night. Upon hearing the commotion, he promptly emerged to investigate, and, upon seeing Wu Yu, remarked, "Boss, all the raw stones have been cleaned, and their skins show promising quality. They are all placed in your room." Wu Yu replied, "Very well. I will find a way to open the window. You should get some rest. We must rise early tomorrow to sell the materials." Go Danwai nodded in agreement and dutifully returned to his quarters. After opening the window, Wu Yu labeled the clean jadeite raw stones with numbers before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Wu Yu was jolted awake by the sound of thunder. Rising from his slumber, he discovered that it was raining outside. It's raining, he thought. The morning market will likely be devoid of customers, and there won't be many searching for materials in the mining area either. Despite these musings, he proceeded to wash up. His current capital was limited, and he needed to seize every moment to earn money. Accumulating over 1 billion would provide him with the means to engage in transactions in the market without the need to venture into the mining area daily. With his current financial resources, if he attempted to trade in the market and encountered a piece of exquisite material, he might find himself unable to proceed, becoming the subject of ridicule. Thus, he needed to continue acquiring lower-priced materials from the mining area, selling them at a premium to jade merchants after opening the stones, profiting from the price differential. Before long, Wu Yu and Go Danwai had completed their preparations and, braving the rain, set off for the morning market. The number of attendees at today's mining market had drastically diminished. There was no room to set up stalls for material collection along the roadside, and most jade merchants were confined to tea shops or breakfast joints to procure their supplies. Wu Yu distributed 5 pieces of open stones to Go Danwai, while he himself filled his canvas bag with 5 pieces as well. "I will browse the shops on the left, you take the right. Once you're done selling, come find me for more materials." "Understood, boss." Both men, sheltered under umbrellas, adhered to their plan, each peddling their open stones. The remaining materials were stacked in the vehicle, and with only 5 small pieces in their bags, they attracted little attention. The rain not only deterred sellers, but also reduced the number of jade merchants out collecting materials, resulting in numerous vacant seats within the tea and breakfast establishments. Wu Yu exerted considerable effort to sell 4 pieces of material, leaving one with an uncolored window area, which exhibited decent translucence, nearly reaching the level of iced jade. However, after consulting several jade merchants, they all dismissed the quality as inferior and showed little inclination to make an offer. Just as Wu Yu was contemplating a price reduction, he noticed the sharp-featured old Myanmar man approaching, flanked by several subordinates. Wu Yu was taken aback, realizing that among the two individuals he had dispatched yesterday, this sharp-featured man was notably absent, indicating he had quite a number of followers. The sharp-featured man directly inquired, "You, I had two subordinates go missing yesterday. Do you happen to know their whereabouts?" Wu Yu frowned and replied, with a hint of disdain, "Their disappearance is of no concern to me. We are not acquainted." Chapter 19. Warnings and threats. The man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features, perceiving Wu Yu's unyielding demeanor, erupted in anger. "Stop pretending. You assisted that woman from Huaxia yesterday, ruining my plans. It is only natural for my subordinates to want to teach you a lesson." Wu Yu scoffed coldly, "And then two of my subordinates have gone missing. It must be your doing. Where is your evidence?" This. "I do not require evidence. It is undoubtedly your fault. If you do not hand over the individuals, do not expect to conduct business in the market any longer." With a swift motion, Wu Yu slapped the man across the face. "I have shown you courtesy. Do you think this market is your personal domain? If you dare hinder my business, I will summon the market management to deal with you. You dare strike me? Do you wish for death?" The man's eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Wu Yu, while his few henchmen were eager to spring into action. "I am aiming to strike you. If you dare disrupt my business, I shall deal with you each time we meet. Now get lost, or I will call Director Wei from the management office if you do not leave within 3 counts. You. This matter is far from over. We shall see." The man, clutching his face, cursed as he departed. It was not his desire to leave, but the other jade merchants in the shop had become incensed, collectively denouncing him for instigating trouble and hindering their business. Their sense of right and wrong was commendable, as they recognized the true instigator. Not only was Wu Yu unscathed, but he also received special attention for his business, as someone purchased a piece of colorless jade from him for 2 million shots. Upon exiting the shop, Wu Yu noticed the man with a pointed chin and his henchmen standing nearby, glaring at him menacingly. In broad daylight, Wu Yu was unperturbed by potential violence in the market, as the market management operated under military oversight and were known to be severe. Ordinary jade merchants dared not cause trouble here. If night were to fall, Wu Yu would be even less fearful should these men dare to act. He would annihilate them and dispose of their remains in the spatial vortex. Returning to his vehicle, Wu Yu took out several pieces of jade and continued selling. As the rain intensified, he managed to sell 2 more pieces, but sales dwindled thereafter. Some jade merchants also decided to leave, concluding their morning market early. On his way back, he encountered Golden Wei. "Ah Wei, have you sold any jade today?" "Only 3 pieces. There are too few merchants today." And they pressed for lower prices without offering a single white card. "Do not worry. We shall wait for the next morning market." As they conversed, they entered a breakfast shop, and after satisfying their hunger, drove back to their makeshift shelter. With the rain pouring heavily, it was impossible to collect jade from the mines, as the roads were muddied, and even an off-road vehicle might become ensnared. The Mushi had little in the way of entertainment. Wu Yu and Golden Wei sat at the entrance of their shelter, watching the rain. Others in the same area shared similar sentiments, with some gathering to play cards and gamble. "Boss, on the way back, I felt as though 2 individuals on motorcycles were following us, though they might have been taking the same route." Your intuition is not misplaced. Yesterday, I aided a woman from Huaxia, thereby disrupting the extortion plans of that group. It is only reasonable that they seek retribution against me. "Ah, so it is the monkeys' gang, is it?" The market whispers of their cowardice towards the strong, yet some assert they wield firearms. We must exercise caution henceforth. That sharp-nosed fellow is called Monkey. I know not his true name. We, the people of Myanmar, lack surnames, and our names are often whimsical. Nicknames and given names bear little distinction, and once a name is used frequently, it often becomes one's true identity. Indeed, that holds merit. However, as business people, we adhere to the principle of harmony. Should I encounter Monkey again, I shall engage him in amicable negotiations. There is no need to dwell on minor disputes. Let us hope so. Yet, Gadanwai senses that matters are not as simple as they appear. In the past, when we scavenged for jade, Ayu was not known for his amiable temperament. When has he ever prioritized harmony? The heavy rains persisted for 2 days before gradually abating. Although the sun had yet to emerge, Numerous Amuxi were already traversing the muddy path beside the shanties on their motorcycles, heading towards the mine. Wu Yu and Gadanwai conferred and resolved to drive to the mining area to scout the route. Should it be passable, they would procure materials. There were many areas for dumping mine tailings, and several Amuxi shanty districts had sprung up around these tailings. If they could not reach the mine, they could still collect materials from the nearby shanty area. However, as they approached their vehicle, they discovered something amiss. All 4 tires were flat. If only one tire were deflated, it could be attributed to bad luck or a puncture. Yet, with all 4 tires deflated simultaneously, it could only signify deliberate sabotage. Someone had released the air or punctured them all. Wu Yu sneered. It seems Monkey is not inclined towards harmony after all. This act indicates he has located our place of residence. Gadanwai expressed concern. Boss, what should we do now? Wu Yu replied calmly. First, let us borrow a pump from a neighbor and attempt to inflate the tires. If we succeed, it suggests they merely let out the air. Should they deflate again shortly after, then it indicates they were punctured, and we shall head to the tire repair shop at the morning market. Gadanwai quickly ran to their neighbor's home and borrowed a standard pump. After much effort and perspiration, they finally inflated all 4 tires. Standing by, they waited for approximately half an hour, then started the vehicle and took a brief drive around the vicinity. Upon checking the tire pressure gauge, they found everything normal, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the adversary had merely released the air, not punctured the tires. Just a warning, was it? How juvenile. Wu Yu chuckled inwardly, allowing Gadanwai to drive while he sat in the passenger seat, quietly formulating a counter-strategy. After traveling a mere 10 miles, they encountered a traffic jam ahead. Motorcycles and cars were entangled in a chaotic mess. The blockage was not due to an excess of vehicles, but rather the poor condition of the road. Several vehicles had become mired in the mud, effectively sealing off the path. Boss, what shall we do? Gadanwai inquired. Now that traffic is light behind us, let us turn back immediately. I recall a junction that leads to another Amuxi Shanty district. We can collect materials from there. Oh, very well. However, since these materials have been brought home, it is evident that they intend to wash them themselves. Regardless of whether they are enhanced or ruined, they certainly would not sell them to unfamiliar jade merchants. If we were to approach recklessly, it is likely we would not fare well. Nevertheless, since I am idle and bored, why not give it a try? The first visit may be awkward, but with repeated visits, they might come to recognize me. The boss's words were indeed profound, leaving me momentarily speechless. As the two conversed, the vehicle turned around and navigated onto a narrow path, progressing for over 20 minutes along a muddy mountain road, until finally arriving at a chaotic yet vast shantytown, resembling a small village with at least 100 households. As they halted at the edge of this settlement, Wu Yu spotted a familiar figure, Sangbo. A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to an elderly person was seated at the entrance of a shanty, washing a massive piece of jade. Approaching closer, Wu Yu called out, Sangbo, I didn't realize you lived here. I thought you resided in the village north of the morning market. Sangbo greeted him warmly, replying with a smile, Yu, what brings you here? Come inside for a glass of water. Chapter 20. Just making a friend. Wu Yu, without sipping any water, crouched at the door, observing Sangbo as he washed the jade rough. The jadeite boulder before him weighed approximately 40 kilograms, resembling a pillow, with a brownish-yellow exterior marred by deep black blemishes, devoid of any vibrant colors or striking features. The surface skin suggested it had been excavated from a sedimentary layer, hinting at some characteristics of the Mo Wanji, albeit faintly, and could merely be classified as inferior material. Has it shown any signs after washing? Not at all. After an entire morning, nothing has emerged. It could be either worthless or simply too thick-skinned, Sangbo replied. Let me take a look, Wu Yu said, producing a powerful flashlight and pretentiously examining the jade rough. When he illuminated it, no water veins appeared, and it exhibited no translucence, akin to shining a light on an ordinary piece of marble. As he ran his left hand over it, he first felt a chilling sensation, followed swiftly by a searing heat, reminiscent of touching ice cream, and then a roasted sweet potato, a stark contrast of temperatures. This peculiar sensation was an encounter Wu Yu had never experienced before. He meticulously explored the surface, noting the same chilling followed by warmth. Based on his experience, he deduced that the skin might be too thick, with the true high-quality jade residing at the core, thus causing a delay in the warmth reaching his left hand. After observing for a while, Wu Yu remarked, though it hasn't shown any signs, I believe this material is quite aged. It warrants a gamble on the internal quality. Sangbo, how much do you wish to sell it for? Sangbo hesitated before responding. Despite the lack of visible signs, this piece is substantial, over 40 kilograms. I would like to sell it for 8 million. Wu Yu nodded. Well, we are old acquaintances. It's not easy to find a piece like this. I want to haggle. I'll take it for the 8 million you mentioned. Thank you, Boss Wu. I know a few neighbors who also have jade. I can introduce you to them shortly. That would be splendid. Wei will handle the payment. All right, boss. The three entered a makeshift tin-roofed room, where Wei produced 8 million in cash, displaying it on the table in a rather grand manner. Sangbo, being a person of principle, took a stack of bills and walked to the entrance, tapping the massive boulder as he wished Wu Yu prosperity and a significant rise in fortune. After securing the money, Sangbo and Wei placed the stone into a nylon bag and carried it to the car before returning to Wu Yu's side. Sangbo, take us to collect the materials. Upon successful transactions, each piece will earn you a white card, Wu Yu stated. Certainly, I know who possesses good material. The prospect of a white card makes Sangbo exceedingly happy as he locked the door and led the way. After walking for over 20 meters, Sangbo arrived at a household, calling out, Old man, I have a boss here to collect materials. Bring out the good stuff you have stored. Boss Wu offers a very generous price. I assure you, you will be satisfied. An elderly man, whose appearance was not much older than Sangbo, responded with a nod. Expressionless, before turning to retrieve a piece weighing over 10 kilograms, placing it at Wu Yu's feet. This piece was grayish-black, unremarkable in appearance, and bore no discernible features. Wu Yu cast a brief glance, his brow slightly furrowed. He initially presumed it to be the low-quality black material from the Myanmar region, a type known for its low likelihood of yielding exceptional results, typically characterized by poor water quality and regarded as representative of mid to low-end materials in the market. However, upon handling it, he sensed something amiss. It was denser than other materials of the same volume, although the exterior appeared thick and offered no visual appeal under the lamp. The warmth emanating from his left hand indicated to Wu Yu that it was, at the very least, a piece of ice-type material. His heart raced with excitement. Today's fortune was remarkable. Immediately upon arrival, he had received a piece of material from Sangbo that radiated an unprecedented warmth, the hottest he had encountered thus far. This piece, seemingly a low-end Myanmar material, was evidently more complex than it appeared. This looks like it belongs to the Myanmar region, yet upon closer inspection, the surface is finely granular with a slight oily texture, distinctly different from the Mo1G materials. Father, where did you find this piece? 30 years ago, I picked it up near the Lao Pagon site. Sir, you certainly haven't encountered such a material before, have you? Surely you must think this is a Myanmar piece? I am quite young and have indeed never seen such material. However, its appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of Myanmar. Many dealers have come by, insisting it's Myanmar and offering me only a few 100,000 for it, utterly lacking in discernment. That's why I refuse to do business with such individuals. Do you truly believe this to be an authentic Lao Pagon piece? I do believe. Father, how much do you wish to sell it for? This is a piece of Lao Pagon that has long vanished from the market. I desire 30 million. Once cut, its value will surely soar. Before Wu Yu could respond, Sangbo interjected, unable to contain himself. Father, your asking price is excessively high. If you are so confident it will appreciate, why not cut it yourself? The old man's face flushed with anger. I simply do not wish to bear the risk. Besides, I am a genuine Yimu Shi. It is a family tradition that we do not gamble with stones. Sangbo continued, forget about family traditions. If it hasn't sold in 30 years, it indicates your price is too steep. Please provide a fair price for Boss Wu, as he is my friend. The old man, now agitated, glared and exclaimed, whose side are you on, child? This piece, is worth at least 20 million. If it's less than that, I want to sell, and I want to show you any other materials in the room. Your disbelief in its authenticity as a Lao Pagon piece reflects your lack of vision. Wu Yu waved his hand, signaling Sangbo to cease. It was prudent for him to negotiate as a trustworthy merchant. Father, I believe your assertion that this is a Lao Pagon piece, yet its exterior shows no promise. Were there even a hint of green or a trace of color, I would not hesitate to negotiate. Even if it is indeed a Lao Pagon, it remains a lackluster specimen. I offer you 10 million as a gesture of friendship, and I wish to see the other materials you have. The old man hesitated, realizing that this young man had offered the highest price recently. He finally responded, 10 million is insufficient. Add a bit more. I will sell it for 15 million. Very well, then, 15 million it is. Allow me to inspect the materials you have stored within your abode. Certainly, as long as the price is generous. I am willing to part with the items in my possession. The old man observed Wu Yu's willingness to negotiate and felt a sense of relief. After all, the materials he had held for 30 long years were finally about to be sold. I'll wait, bring forth the payment. Of course, boss. Just as Gudan Wei was extracting the 15 million to hand over to the old man, a group of individuals approached from outside. A sharp-featured jade merchant, accompanied by 2 henchmen with backpacks, swaggered towards them. Old man, today I have brought the funds. I will take all your materials, including this piece on the ground. The merchant had recognized Wu Yu long ago and, while making this declaration, deliberately glared at him in a provocative manner. Chapter 21. You are not worthy to play with me in the face of the monkey's provocation. Wu Yu maintained a tranquil expression and stated, this piece of jade on the ground has already been sold. It now belongs to me. If you wish to purchase it, we can negotiate a price. Who would do business with you? I am only interested in the old man's materials. Any conflict between us can be settled later. The monkey shot Wu Yu a disdainful glare and approached the old man. Old man, refund his money. I have stated my intent to buy all the materials in your possession, which naturally includes this piece. We reached an agreement a few days ago, and now you are selling it to someone else. You are the one breaching the contract. Regardless of whether this escalates to the management office or the police station, the responsibility lies with you. I will not refund you. You offered me a mere few $100,000 for this piece, while this gentleman has offered me 15 million. Only a fool would refund. Do you know what consequences await those who offend me? I have lived in poverty all my life and fear no one. Brothers, come out quickly. There are troublemakers. Before his words could fully resonate, 3 young men, bare-chested and clad in flip-flops, emerged wielding kitchen knives. They said nothing but stood behind the old man, their gazes ominous as they fixed their eyes on the monkey and his entourage. The old man's ability to store such substantial materials in his home indicated he possessed considerable backing, with 3 sons ready to protect their assets. The monkey, who typically preyed on the weak, now found himself confronted with formidable opposition and instantly donned a fawning smile. I am here to collect materials, not to create trouble. Since you do not wish to refund, so be it. I have already examined the materials in your home. I will offer a generous price. However, the old man replied, I have already promised this esteemed Mr. Wu Yu that he may also inspect the materials. Here is the plan. Both of you can view the materials simultaneously, and I will sell to whoever offers the higher price. The old man's proposition seemed somewhat unorthodox, clearly aiming to leverage the situation to raise prices. Yet, the monkey, brimming with pent-up frustration, viewed suppressing Wu Yu's price as a form of victory and retaliation. Very well, I have never feared anyone in a price competition, the monkey declared, casting another glare at Wu Yu. Wu Yu merely wished to assess the quality of the materials stored in the old man's residence. Should he encounter an exceptional piece, he would not shy away from competition. If the materials proved unsatisfactory, he could still outmaneuver the monkey. The advantage lies with me. I fear nothing. Thus, Wu Yu replied, agreed, let us examine the materials. Sang Bo remained outside, keeping an eye on the already sold piece while Wu Yu entered the makeshift shelter with Gudan Wei. The shelter varied in size, and given the old man's numerous family members, it was quite spacious. 7 pieces of rough stone were prominently displayed in the center of the living area. These 7 stones varied in size, color, and rind, clearly not originating from the same source. Wu Yu first focused on a piece of Wudna Yangmei rind, weighing approximately 7 to 8 kilograms. As he squatted beside it to inspect it closely, he was roughly shoved aside by the monkey. Get out of the way. I will examine this piece first. Damn it. Wu Yu was pushed to the ground, his anger flaring instantly. In a swift motion, he kicked the monkey, sending him sprawling. Before the monkey could react, Wu Yu leaped onto him, raining down punches upon his face. Help! Someone save me! The monkey was struck so fiercely that stars danced before his eyes, and his head buzzed, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. His 2 henchmen attempted to pounce on Wu Yu, but were thwarted by Gudan Wei, who intercepted one of them. Release my boss! Shouted the other henchman, who circumnavigated Gudan Wei and suddenly drew a handgun from his coat, aiming it at Wu Yu. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, he grasped the monkey's hair and stood up, using him as a shield. I detest being threatened with a firearm. If you possess the courage, pull the trigger. If not, lower it and we can discuss matters calmly, Wu Yu said coldly. The old man and his 3 sons were taken aback by the sight of a gun being drawn and hastily interjected, "There is no need for such drastic measures. We only wish to examine the materials, not escalate to gunplay. There are 7 pieces in total. We can take turns inspecting them. It matters not who goes first." The monkey, still dazed from Wu Yu's earlier blows, had yet to regain his composure when he saw his subordinate aiming the gun at himself. Indeed, Wu Yu was using him as a shield, and the firearm was now directed at the monkey. "Put down the gun. Don't point it at me. If it accidentally discharges, I'll be the first to perish," the monkey exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Oh, very well, boss," the henchman conceded, realizing that brandishing a weapon was ill-timed. Hesitating for a moment before finally holstering the gun, the monkey cautiously addressed Wu Yu. "Can I be released now? I acknowledge that my previous actions were excessive, and I sincerely apologize. You may examine this piece of wood. Surely that is acceptable?" "Control your temper," Wu Yu replied coldly, shoving him aside. He had already sent forth a fragment of his consciousness to envelop the handgun within the confined space, ready to seize it and retaliate should the situation deteriorate. Fortunately, the monkey was a coward who feared the strong. After receiving a thorough beating, he had grown submissive and refrained from provoking any further trouble. Gadanwai approached Wu Yu to keep a vigilant watch over the monkey's henchmen, allowing Wu Yu to crouch down and inspect the materials in peace. This piece of wood exhibited promising qualities. One corner even revealed a vivid green hue, yet its overall temperature felt warm to the touch, indicative of either a glutinous or icy variety. "Father, how much is this wood worth?" Wu Yu inquired. 40 million. Haha, that is far too exorbitant. There is no room for negotiation. This is premium quality wood, and it is worth that price. Can we settle for under 10 million? Absolutely not. Someone has already offered 20 million. Wu Yu shook his head in disbelief. Who in their right mind would pay such a sum? This piece weighs only 7 to 8 kilograms and has a significant crack running through it. There is hardly enough material for a bracelet. How could one profit from acquiring it at such a high price? Unexpectedly, before the old man could respond, the monkey interjected with indignation. "The 20 million price tag was what I proposed a few days ago. Do you take issue with that? Who are you insulting with your remarks about a lack of common sense? Did we not agree to avoid conflict? Oh, so it is you who lacks common sense. In that case, I shall not contest it further. This piece of wood belongs to you. Now, that is more acceptable." The monkey felt as though he had emerged victorious in a battle, his confidence restored, though he couldn't shake the feeling of having just been insulted. Wu Yu examined the remaining stones, all of which emitted a gentle warmth to his left hand, indicating that these materials had indeed been washed to reveal their potential. Hence the old man had retained them, hoping to sell them at a premium. The last piece was a rather troublesome one, no larger than a fist, its surface adorned with numerous fine fissures. When illuminated, these cracks revealed a profound depth, suggesting a splendid water quality. Since acquiring the extraordinary ability to appraise treasures with his left hand, Wu Yu had never encountered so many fissures in a raw stone. He meticulously attuned himself to the temperature variations within the stone as it rested in his hand. His left hand could perceive the fissures amidst the concentrated warmth. There lingered a trace of chill, likely emanating from the cracks. This piece undoubtedly possessed an icy quality, yet due to its multitude of fissures, only small fragments could be extracted. Should the price be reasonable, he would consider purchasing it for further examination. If the monkey decided to bid against him, he would ensure to outsmart him decisively. "Old man, how much for this troublesome piece?" he inquired. "This stone has attracted bids from numerous buyers. Many claim it has reached the glass quality. Despite the cracks, it is valued at 50 million, the old man replied. Wu Yu countered. "A piece that hasn't been opened for inspection, who would dare wager on it reaching glass quality? With so many fissures, even if it were of glass quality, it wouldn't be worth 50 million. Honestly, I see it only worth 5 million. The old man confidently retorted. "The gentleman beside you has already offered 10 million. Wu Yu, seemingly incensed, exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. You're just throwing out random bids to compete, aren't you? Then I shall play the same game. I bid 15 million for this piece." Seeing Wu Yu's agitation, the monkey was instantly delighted, believing it was time for revenge. "I bid 20 million. If you lack funds, do not compete with me for this stone. You've only just entered the field, and you are unworthy to play against me." Chapter 22. The killing intent. This small piece of jade, no larger than a fist, could fetch about 20 million if it were of high quality. Any higher price would result in a loss. Wu Yu cursed under his breath at the foolishness of the monkey, but still raised his bid. Of the 7 pieces, I only have eyes for this one. Are you really trying to compete with me? You're quite audacious. I offer 25 million. The monkey hesitated, realizing that this price was becoming increasingly absurd, yet he gritted his teeth and countered, in front of me, don't even think about walking away with that piece. I bid 30 million, betting it's of glass quality. Huh, there aren't that many glass quality stones. Even if it were, the numerous fine cracks would hardly yield a profit. Fine. You win this one, will you concede it? Huh, I told you, you can't take a piece away from me. The monkey laughed triumphantly. Fool. The tension escalated between the two once more, prompting the elderly vendor to intervene. You've both made your bids, and I am nearly in agreement. Please. Let us avoid further conflict. Just settle the payment, and we can finalize the transaction. Well, you found none of the 7 stones particularly appealing. They were all of mediocre quality, and the old man's pricing was too high, compounded by the monkey's raised bid, leaving no room for profit. Externally frustrated. Internally, he reveled in the thought that the monkey would likely lose tens of millions after cutting all 7 stones. Continue your transaction. I shall take my leave. Wu Yu announced, turning to exit with his assistant, Gudanwei. The monkey, brimming with arrogance, laughed. You denied your lack of strength, but now you've learned your lesson. Haven't you? Wu Yu shot him a glare, choosing to ignore the taunt, as the animosity had already escalated into murderous intent. As he approached the door, he suddenly noticed a pickled vegetable jar behind it, atop which lay a flat, pitch-black stone, approximately 6 or 7 kilograms. With the corner chipped away, likely a result of hammering after being washed. This was a classic piece of Wanji material, with clear signs of washing, mildly glossy, yet otherwise unremarkable. However, several high-quality stones Wu Yu had previously cut were from this very source, and he had a fondness for the black, oily skin. Instinctively, he turned around and touched it with his left hand. Initially cold, it soon radiated warmth. Such a temperature was a characteristic only found in jade of genuine ice quality, or better. Wu Yu suddenly exclaimed, damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I can't return empty-handed after entering that room. It's bad luck. Old man, what is the price for that stone sitting atop the pickled vegetable jar? I wish to purchase it. The old man paused, seemingly understanding Wu Yu's sentiment. To expedite his departure, he replied, that piece of Wanji material has been washed out. And I chipped a corner off it with a hammer. It's hardly worth anything. If you want it, 100,000 will suffice. Very well, 100,000 it is. At least it means I didn't leave empty-handed, Wu Yu stated, picking it up and turning to his bewildered assistant. Gudanwei, pay him. Oh, okay. Gudanwei was perplexed by Wu Yu's intentions, and those around them were even more confused. The monkey's entourage burst into laughter, mocking, I thought you were formidable, only to end up purchasing a piece of washed-out waste material? Wu Yu acquired 2 tantalizing pieces of raw material from the old man. His spirits buoyed, and he dismissed the monkeys, instructing them to carry the stones to the vehicle. Away, how much money do we have left? Approximately 20 million. Let us procure a few more stones. Sangbo, do you have any good materials from acquaintances? Indeed, Makoan's family enjoys washing stones. They have quite a stockpile. And we can inquire. Before long, Sangbo led Wu Yu to a bustling household, filled with brothers, wives, and children. The yard was a chaotic scene, with children frolicking in the mud, creating a lively atmosphere. As they had not brought any snacks or candies, Wu Yu remarked, away, distribute a red envelope to each child. 5,000 as a token. Understood, boss. Gudanwei produced a stack of bills, handing 5,000 to each child. The children received the money with joy, politely expressing their gratitude. This generous act delighted Makoan's family, who welcomed Wu Yu and his companions warmly. Seizing the moment, Sangbo said, Akong, this is the big boss who purchases materials. Bring out your finest stones, and I assure you, the price will be generous. A slender, shy young man smiled bashfully. Only 3 pieces remain, all in my bedroom. You may come in to see. Wu Yu followed him inside, where 3 raw stones, each weighing several kilograms, lay upon the table. The outer shells appeared quite promising, adorned with patterns and blemishes. In fact, during the washing process, some jade had already been revealed, demonstrating excellent translucence under the light. Wu Yu wasted no time. As he examined the stones, he touched them with his left hand. 2 felt warm, while one was notably hot, indicating at least an ice-grade quality. How much for this one? Wu Yu inquired, pointing to a piece of Mwanji raw stone. 45 million. Akung replied, that is excessive. I can only offer 10 million. Mwanji is a gamble, and despite the hint of green you've revealed, it could merely be a fog layer once cut. Boss, 10 million is impossible. This piece weighs over 10 kilograms and is shown vibrant green. It should be worth at least 20 million. You are brought by saying Bo. So I won't misquote. Wu secretly scoffed. Earlier, he had boldly quoted 45 million yet claimed not to inflate prices. In this day and age, even those who seem honest can be unreliable. Wu stated, for uncut stones, my offer of 10 million is already considerable. Here is my final proposal. I prefer a straightforward negotiation. If you accept, we proceed. If not, we part ways. 15 million. Akung hesitated, then said, Boss, could you add a little more? Someone has already offered your proposed price. Then let it be 16 million. That is quite generous. I pride myself on straightforward pricing. In the future, should you find quality stones, feel free to call me, and I will offer a fair price. Very well, it's a deal. In the end, Wu successfully acquired the Mwangji raw stone, while he showed no interest in the remaining two pieces. He instructed a way to settle the payment and directly carried the stone back to the parking area. After Wu placed the raw stone into the trunk, he remarked, there remains approximately 4 million in the bag. Let us secure it here today. Away. Grant Sang Bo a labor fee of 200,000 and leave him your contact number. Should any valuable materials arise in the future, have him inform me. Understood, boss. Away replied. Sang Bo, elated at receiving the tip, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Wu Yu. I will certainly call you when I come across good materials. At that moment, a group led by Monkey passed by in an off-road vehicle. Monkey, seated in the front passenger seat, lowered the window and gestured to Wu Yu with a hand mimicking a gun. After making the gesture, he playfully blew on his finger as if it were a smoking barrel. Haha, our matters are far from settled. We shall see. With that, Monkey and his entourage drove away. Wu Yu fixed his gaze on the departing vehicle, the glint of malice intensifying in his eyes. He deemed it necessary to eliminate the obstacles in his path that very night. Away, drive closely behind them and ascertain their residence, Wu Yu instructed. Very well, Away responded. Chapter 23. Strike First. Away possessed commendable driving skills. However, tracking other vehicles across the desolate mountains presented a negligible chance of remaining undetected. Nonetheless, Wu Yu remained indifferent, as did the group led by Monkey, who continued to proceed at a leisurely pace toward the market. The vicinity of the market was a designated residential area adjacent to the mining district, featuring established structures where numerous affluent jade merchants resided. It was only when the vehicle belonging to Monkey came to a halt at a two-story building with a courtyard that Godanwai decided to stop. Boss, they have stopped. This might be the residence of Monkey and his crew. All right, let us return. Since Monkey is aware of our address, we now possess his as well. This should level the playing field. Is it really going to be that simple? What other course of action do you propose? Do you possess a firearm? Do you have any subordinates? Do you have the capability to eliminate them all? And after that, can you manage the inquiries from the Mining District Committee and the police? Clearly not. Very well, let us head back. Godanwai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conceded, refraining from uttering any harsh words. The car turned around, heading away from the market. On the other side, Monkey stood at the entrance of his courtyard, fixated on Wu Yu's vehicle, a smirk of derision gracing his features. What does it matter to a destitute fellow like Kalami that he knows my residence? Does he dare to act against me? I possess a firearm. And even with a burst of courage, he would not dare confront me. One of his subordinates glared menacingly and asked, Boss, should we eliminate them tonight? With confidence. Monkey replied, Tonight, we will first examine the materials we have collected. Tomorrow night, I will find the time to deal with them. After all, knowing his address means I can dispose of him at any moment. His subordinates nodded obediently, adhering to their boss's directives without question. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Wu Yu and Godanwai addressed their dinner, having received jade roughs today that had already been processed by others, thus requiring no effort from Godanwai. Away, you should retire early. We will head to the morning market to sell our goods. We still have some of the materials from a few days ago that remain unsold. Godanwai, seemingly concerned, approached the doorway and advised, Indeed, boss, do rest early as well. Given that Monkey's gang is armed, it is prudent to refrain from rash actions until we have amassed sufficient strength to confront them. Wu Yu nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, in business, harmony is paramount. I am one who abhors violence. Once Godanwai departed, Wu Yu examined the materials acquired that day, totaling 4 pieces, all of which were of high temperature or mildly warm quality. The rough material received from Sang Bo had a notably thick skin. After some time spent polishing with an electric grinder, no remarkable features emerged. Wu Yu concluded that in order to reveal jade of superior quality, one must employ an oil saw, making a decisive cut to discern any valuable characteristics. The second piece was an old peigang rough collected from an elder. Its skin was similarly thick. However, after scrubbing 2 centimeters into it, an astonishing deep green hue suddenly emerged. Wu Yu, brimming with excitement, examined it under the light, where the shockingly vibrant green radiated from the small opening, showcasing exceptional quality. However, this merely reveals a narrow seam in the window. To discern its true quality, one must uncover a larger area. The material is exceedingly ancient, with an exceptionally high density. Just this small aperture nearly ruined my diamond grinding head. To completely strip away its outer shell would likely require an entire set of grinding heads. Wu Yu only needs to ascertain its quality. After all, there is no rush to sell it. He will simply store it in a small space and wait until he has time to peel off the shell later. The third piece was procured from an old man, a stone from a pickled vegetable jar. Its density is reasonable, and upon opening a small window, it reveals a jade flesh of remarkable icy green with splendid water quality. A preliminary assessment suggests it reaches at least the high eye standard. The old man still possesses such exquisite material. I was fortunate to acquire it, lest it remain atop a pickled vegetable jar for an indefinite period. The fourth piece was obtained from a koan. Wu Yu glanced at the time. It was already past 11 at night, and there was no time to examine this material tonight, as he had important matters to attend to. He stored the materials in the small space and checked the items he would need later. He then donned a cap and mask, exited the shed, and gently closed the door behind him. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings with mud and puddles covering the ground. After much effort, Wu Yu finally emerged from the shed area and reached the slightly better road. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he retrieved the spoils of his motorcycle from the small space, started it, and headed towards the marketplace. He sensed that if he did not act quickly, he might not have another opportunity to do so. Wu Yu contemplated the current adversarial situation. His left hand possesses immense strength, which he had tested. It was not difficult to fell an adult with a single punch. Additionally, he had a handgun loaded with 15 bullets. Although he had practiced shooting a few times, his accuracy could only be deemed average, with a higher probability of hitting targets at close range. The opposing side, known to consist of 3 individuals, might have others hidden in their courtyard, necessitating that he lure them to a location conducive to shooting, turning them into live targets for his own safety. Fortunately, the monkey gang underestimated him, believing him to be a novice jade merchant. By the time they realized their folly, it would be too late. In his youth, when his parents were alive, he was often a wealthy young man frequenting Myanmar, having learned numerous means of self-preservation. Lost in thought, Wu Yu arrived at the edge of the marketplace, parked his motorcycle in an unoccupied spot, and retrieved the tools and empty beer bottles he had prepared in the small space, combining them with gasoline from the motorcycle to create several Molotov cocktails. Checking the time, it was precisely midnight. Wu Yu stowed everything back in the small space, donned rubber gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, and pocketed 2 windproof lighters as he cautiously approached the monkey's residence. The courtyard wall was not overly high. With a gentle leap, he could grasp the top. He cautiously peered into the courtyard, noticing that the first floor was still illuminated, accompanied by the sound of a chainsaw cutting stone. In the courtyard, a monkey's vehicle stood idle, indicating that its occupants remained indoors, not venturing outside. Wu Yu first tossed a small stone into the yard, producing a soft thud. The absence of barking dogs suggested that no canines were present, a circumstance that favored him greatly. The cacophony of a chainsaw within the house masked these subtle sounds, rendering them unheard. As Wu Yu contemplated retrieving a Molotov cocktail, he noticed an unlatched window on the right side of the ground floor entrance. Although this antiquated glass window was equipped with a security frame, its lack of closure rendered it ineffective. One could easily slip inside. A more prudent plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. He deftly leaped into the yard and swiftly squeezed through the open window, discovering a solitary room separated from the chainsaw's den by a wall, at the center of which lay a partially concealed wooden door. The room was in disarray, devoid of any occupants. Wu Yu gently closed the small wooden door, extracted the Molotov cocktail, positioned himself by the window, ignited it, and hurled it towards the vehicle parked in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the flaming glass bottle shattered against the car. Yet the roar of the chainsaw drowned out the noise, and the individuals inside remained oblivious. Thud, thud. After the second and third Molotov cocktails were cast beside the vehicle, flames illuminated the yard, finally capturing the attention of those within. The chainsaw's noise abruptly ceased, and a bewildered voice from the monkey inquired, "Where did that light come from?" "You too, armed, go outside and investigate." "Understood, boss," the duo replied in unison, hastily opening the living room door on the ground floor and cautiously stepping outside. Upon spotting the Molotov cocktails near the car, they immediately adopted a vigilant stance, weapons drawn, taking cover behind a pillar at the door, carefully scrutinizing the entrance of the yard and the top of the wall, seeking to uncover the location of the adversary. Had Wu Yu remained atop the wall, he would have been discovered by now. However, his current position was directly behind them, unobstructed and merely 2 or 3 meters away. Wu Yu's firearm was already aimed at the back of the nearest individual's head. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a shot rang out. Chapter 24. Abundant spoils. A gunshot rang out, and the man fell to the ground, desperately turning his head to ascertain where the enemy was concealed. However, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yu fired again, striking the adversary squarely in the head, which burst like a watermelon, rendering him utterly lifeless. Another individual, seemingly alerted by the gunfire so close at hand, swiftly redirected his firearm in search of the enemy's whereabouts. Yet, his inquiry was met with 2 more gunshots. In the instant he collapsed, he finally glimpsed Wu Yu, hiding behind the window. He strained to lift his weapon, yearning to retaliate. Bang! Another bullet found its mark in his head, plunging him into eternal darkness. How did they start shooting? How many enemies are there? Huh? Where have you two gone? Answer me. The panicked voice of the monkey echoed within the room. No one responded, for his 2 subordinates lay lifeless. Through their exchange, Wu Yu deduced that only one person remained inside, prompting him to abruptly open the side door and enter the living room. The monkey, gun in hand, cautiously approached the entrance, intent on peering outside. However, the side door swung open unexpectedly, and a shadow lunged forth, unleashing 2 shots that struck the monkey in the chest. In terror, he retaliated, firing a shot that ricocheted off the ceiling as he lost his balance and collapsed, blood gushing from his heart. "Don't kill me. I can give you all the money. There are many gold bars in the safe," the monkey uttered weakly. Wu Yu coldly observed the monkey surreptitiously aiming his gun at him, prompting him to fire a bullet into the man's head, extinguishing his life completely. The villain perished from excessive chatter. Wu Yu would not commit such a blunder. "I will earn my own money. I do not require your assistance," Wu Yu mused internally, crouching beside the monkey's corpse to absorb it into his small space. He executed the same procedure with the 2 bodies at the entrance. Erasing all traces, his small space was expertly adept at such tasks. The monkey's living room was spacious and sparsely furnished, containing merely some stone-cutting tools and several raw jade stones. In the corner of the largest bedroom, Wu Yu spotted an open safe, which housed a handgun, over 100 rounds of ammunition, several gold bars weighing 100 grams each, high-quality ice jade, and bundles of Huaxia and Myanmar currency. With utmost swiftness, Wu Yu collected all the items from the safe into his small space, casually closing the now empty safe. He then gathered the cut and uncut jade stones from the living room floor into his small space. With a touch of kindness, he took a thin blanket to wipe away the bloodstains at the entrance, erasing all evidence, including the bloodied blanket, into his small space. Turning off the lights and closing the door, Wu Yu stepped into the courtyard, extinguishing a still-burning area to prevent a widespread fire that could lead to unnecessary complications. Satisfied that he had effectively cleaned up the traces, he scaled the wall once more to exit the monkey's small courtyard. Outside on the street, not a soul was in sight. Perhaps someone had heard the earlier gunfire, but none dared to venture out to witness the commotion. Thunder rumbled overhead, and raindrops began to fall. As Wu Yu approached the dark corner outside the market, he retrieved his motorcycle from a confined space and adeptly rode back to the vicinity of the shanty area. After carefully stowing away all the tools of his trade, he stealthily entered his humble abode. Once reclined on his bed, he closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the entire operation. Feeling reassured that no conspicuous traces had been left behind, he disposed of the bodies from the concealed compartment into the swirling abyss, thereby erasing their existence entirely. This evening, he had acquired 4 new handguns, bringing his total to 5, in addition to over 100 rounds of ammunition taken from a safe. With the prospect of having subordinates in the future, these firearms would serve them well. The dozens of gold bars he had seized were likely the accumulated wealth of the monkeys over the years. The indigenous people residing here understood that during times of conflict, the value of the Myanmar chat would plummet drastically, making gold the most reliable form of wealth. Consequently, Many would seize any opportunity to exchange their substantial cash reserves for gold, both to prevent devaluation and for the convenience of storage due to its compact nature. As for the exquisite raw stones he had acquired, Wu Yu had no immediate intention of liquidating them. He planned to consider their sale later, either in the corner market of Mandalay or upon his return to China. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain poured, yet Wu Yu slept soundly. The heavier the rain fell, the more any potential traces would be washed away, ensuring that even the most suspicious individuals would find no evidence. The following day, Wu Yu and Gu Danwei sat idly beneath the eaves of their dwelling. Gu Danwei muttered, "Alas, it was sunny for just a day, and now it's raining again. Is this rainy season arriving early this year?" Wu Yu replied, "Even if it isn't the rainy season, it doesn't prevent the heavens from pouring down. This dreadful weather is hindering our ability to earn. If it continues like this, I'm prepared to head to Mandalay, where the rain won't affect jade transactions. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. I've heard the security situation there is significantly better than in the mining areas. And going to Mandalay would allow me to avoid the monkeys and their ilk." Indeed, it made sense to evade the monkeys. Wu Yu mused. As long as one did not descend into the underworld, one could easily avoid them. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuyao calling. Wu Yu inquired, "Boss Tang, have you returned to Rueli?" Tang Yuyao responded, "I just got home and called you immediately. It was perilous all the way, with military checkpoints everywhere. I can only imagine how many logistics packages might go missing on the road." Wu Yu chuckled, "You needn't worry about that. I've placed 1 or 2 high-quality raw stones in each package. I'll inform you of the numbers later. With such quality stones, we will certainly turn a profit. Every batch, as long as we receive a few such stones, guarantees a substantial gain." "All right, I hope so. I'll be waiting for your goods in Rueli." "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately." After hanging up, Wu Yu glanced at the torrential rain outside, which showed no signs of abating. "Away. Surely there are some in our shanty area who enjoy washing stones, right? Since we have time to spare, let us go door to door and inquire. Perhaps we might find some suitable materials. In our humble shanty town, it appears that the only individual with a penchant for washing gemstones is none other than you. Of course, there are others who partake in this activity. We shall inquire with them. This shanty town is rather small, having been established a mere 2 years ago, lacking any substantial heritage, and its inhabitants are predominantly youthful. Thus, after a morning of exploration with Gu Danwei, Wu Yu managed to acquire merely 9 pieces of jadeite of moderate quality, predominantly of the glutinous variety or its variants, though each showed a potential for some color aberration. Only one small piece, weighing a few kilograms, exhibited the coveted icy quality. Wu Yu meticulously opened a few inconspicuous windows on these jadeite stones, inscribing them with identification numbers, and subsequently mixed them together, making a note of the number corresponding to the finest icy piece. As the rain outside began to subside, he tossed his tools aside and remarked, "Away, please wrap up these 9 pieces with opened windows. We shall head to the market to arrange for logistics." "Understood, boss," came the prompt reply. Soon, they arrived at the market. Although the streets were sparsely populated, the demeanor of the passers-by appeared normal, with no one lingering outside the monkey's residence. As they passed by, Wu Yu deliberately stole a few glances, and from an exterior perspective, everything seemed as it should be, as if no one was aware of the demise of the monkey's group. Navigating through the uneven road ahead, they arrived at the logistics company with the most prominent sign. Just as Wu Yu was about to seek assistance for shipping, he noticed the female broadcaster, Anna, accompanied by a gaunt male cameraman, filming a video at the counter. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, pondering how this broadcaster seemed to be everywhere, dressed so scantily in a place bustling with laborers, seemingly unbothered by the potential repercussions. He instructed a way to find the person in charge for their business needs, but Anna, in a flirtatious manner, purposefully bumped into him while shifting filming locations. Under Wu Yu's perplexed gaze, she quickly uttered in broken Burmese, "Please, help me call the police. I am being held against my will and cannot return home." Wu Yu, reluctant to invite such trouble, responded cautiously, "Why confide in me? Are you not afraid I might inform on you? I see you as someone of Chinese descent. Even if you are not, you must be a compatriot. I beg you, I shall repay you in the future." Wu Yu fell silent, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation in Myanmar. If reporting to the authorities were effective, there would not be so many compatriots who had been deceived or even murdered. Just then, the stern voice of the male cameraman echoed from a distance. "Anna, what are you doing? Hurry up and come film the logistics loading video." Chapter 25. The pink business card. Anna flinched at the photographer's sharp reprimand, casting a glance laden with complex emotions at Wu Yu before hastily darting away. Wu Yu remained silent, reflecting on the naivete of her thoughts. He was unable to assist her in contacting the authorities. She had been summoned by the entourage of Wu Naiwen, and should her freedom be curtailed, it would undoubtedly be at their hands. Given Wu Naiwen's formidable influence in the mining region, it would be folly to provoke him for the sake of a stranger. While the woman possessed beauty, she was neither Tang Yuyao nor a reflection of his first love. What warranted risking peril to aid her? For the sake of conscience? That had long since vanished. Sighing, he acknowledged that she had quickly discerned her own confinement, which was not entirely foolish. Yet, he truly could not offer her assistance. Perhaps he could enlist Tang Yuyao to report the matter domestically. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Go Danwei approached with personnel from the logistics company, completing the shipping process amidst a flurry of activity. When Wu Yu next looked up, he found that Anna and the photographer had vacated the logistics office, their whereabouts unknown. After much hesitation, Wu Yu, swayed by the remnants of his conscience, sought a secluded spot to call Tang Yuyao, recounting the recent events and imploring her to alert the authorities in their homeland. Tang Yuyao promptly assured him that she would certainly aid their compatriot, vowing to do her part regardless of the outcome. Wu Yu reiterated several precautionary measures before concluding the call. I can only do so much. The rest is beyond my control. Upon returning to the vehicle, Wu Yu instructed Ah Wei to drive to a nearby auto repair shop to procure some necessary documentation. Alongside this, his Myanmar driver's license had successfully been obtained. The adage that money can move mountains proved even more applicable in the chaotic landscape of Myanmar. As the rain intensified, dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Wu Yu, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, "Let us head home. There's nothing to be accomplished in this dreadful weather. It's quite vexing." "Understood, boss," replied Go Danwei, who perceived such weather as commonplace in Myanmar and was puzzled by Wu Yu's agitation. After exiting the market, they encountered a treacherous, muddy mountain road, which posed significant challenges even for their four-wheel drive vehicle. Just then, Wu Yu noticed a robust woman clad in camouflage, brandishing a firearm, signaling them to stop at the roadside. A black Mercedes GLS was mired in a muddy pit in the center of the road, though Wu Yu had no recollection of the Mercedes GLS. The imposing female guard left a lasting impression. He remembered her as Miss Don Mean's bodyguard, having encountered her previously in the company of Wu Naiwen. Oh, this was the very woman who had kicked him once. He had not forgotten that slight. Were it not for her weapon, he would have certainly instructed Ah Wei to drive on without stopping. Lowering the car window, Wu Yu feigned ignorance as he inquired, "Officer, what seems to be the trouble?" The formidable woman in camouflage replied, "My lady's car is stuck in the mud. Please help us pull it out, and she will be most grateful." Wu Yu smiled and responded, "Is it Miss Danmin? I have met her a few times during business dealings. I must assist with this." You know our lady? That makes it even better." The female figure in camouflaged attire scrutinized Wu Yu with vigilance, her impression of the strikingly handsome young man lingering in her mind. Though she momentarily forgot where they had crossed paths, Wu Yu was acutely aware of Miss Dan Min's formidable background, one that even Wu Naiwen sought to curry favor with. Thus, he seized the opportunity to create a sense of familiarity. As Gordon Wei disembarked to connect the tow rope, Wu Yu eagerly lent a hand, striving to enhance his presence. He could sense a scrutinizing gaze from within the Mercedes GLS, prompting him to slick back his damp hair, presenting his most dashing profile at a precise 45-degree angle. The gaze from the vehicle appeared to soften, losing its previous sharpness and wariness. After successfully attaching the tow rope, Gordon Wei climbed back into the car, attempting to extricate the Mercedes from the mire. Despite several attempts, he was met with failure, seemingly just an inch shy of success. At that moment, the window of the Mercedes descended, revealing Dan Min's exquisitely beautiful mixed-race visage. With an air of superiority, she commanded, "You two, push from the back." A mere glance from her directed at Wu Yu and the robust female bodyguard conveyed her intent unmistakably. "Understood, Miss Dan Min," Wu Yu replied, deliberately invoking her name to leave a deeper impression. Dan Min raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering over why Wu Yu knew her, yet she refrained from voicing the question. Under the guidance of the sturdy female bodyguard, they moved to the rear of the Mercedes and, with the vehicle's pull aiding them, exerted their strength to push. It seemed that their effort was all that was required. Moments later, The Mercedes emerged triumphantly from the mud and resumed its position on solid ground. As Gordon Wei dismantled the tow rope, Dan Min cast a glance at Wu Yu and remarked, "Given your attire, you must be a jade merchant. If you recognize me, you should know what business I am in. Here's my business card. Should you come across any exceptional materials, do not hesitate to call me. I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction." With that, she delicately pinched a pink business card between her slender, fair fingers and extended it towards Wu Yu. Accepting the card, Wu Yu feigned shyness, replying, "Certainly, Miss Dan Min. I will be sure to contact you about any exquisite materials in the future. By the way, my name is Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you." She acknowledged, and the window rose once more. After the female bodyguard entered the vehicle, the Mercedes sped away. Wu Yu stood in the middle of the road, drenched like a stray dog. After the Mercedes had vanished into the distance, his demeanor shifted, shedding the humble facade. "Ah, so prideful, akin to a princess," he mused, his expression complex as he regarded the pink business card in his hand. Gordon Wei urged from the driver's seat, "Boss, please get in. Don't linger in the rain, or you'll catch a cold." "Understood," Wu Yu replied. Climbing into the vehicle, he promptly entered the card's information into his phone, recognizing its potential utility in the future, especially when leveraging her name for advantage. The name on her card read Du Dan Min. In Myanmar, Du serves as a respectful title for women rather than a true surname, akin to a pending Wu before the names of distinguished men. The rain persisted for an additional 2 days before finally yielding to clear skies. Today, the morning market in the mining district was particularly bustling. Jade merchants, having accumulated their materials over the past few days, brought them to the fair for trade. As Wu Yu and Good Dan Wei entered the street laden with their goods, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, unable to move an inch, frequently halting to avoid passers-by or motorcycles. The jade merchant Ong Ji approached with 2 associates, coincidentally encountering Wu Yu. "Boss Yu, do you have any fine materials lately? I have a significant client from Hua City who urgently requires a piece of fully green jade for a bracelet. If you possess such a piece, I assure you the price will be satisfactory." Upon hearing the term fully green jade, Wu Yu's brow furrowed in concern. The recent incident was still fresh in his mind. Could it be that Wu Naiwen was sending someone to probe him? Of course, it was equally plausible that his conscience was merely playing tricks on him, and Ong Ji simply desired a piece of jade. Wu Yu responded promptly, "Ah, please do not jest. As a fledgling merchant, I possess neither the capital nor the means to store fully green jade. Perhaps in the future, when fortune smiles upon me, I may have the opportunity to acquire such a piece." Chapter 26. Verbal temptation. Wu Yu and Ong Ji exchanged a few casual remarks before preparing to depart, when the latter suddenly remarked, "The group, led by Monkey, has been missing for several days. His family has been unable to reach him and has already reported it to the police. Neighbors mentioned hearing gunshots a few nights ago." Wu Yu was taken aback by this revelation and sighed. The security situation in the mining area is deplorable. Instances of disappearance occur frequently, which is quite unsettling. Ong Ji fixed his gaze on Wu Yu and continued, "I heard there was some discord between you and Monkey." Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a minor misunderstanding. We had a bit of a quarrel, which is quite normal in the marketplace. There are no deep-seated grievances between us." "Oh, that is good to hear. By the way, Lao He asked me to extend his apologies to you, claiming that the altercation the other day was his fault. Once his arm heals, he would like to treat you to drinks as an apology." "Haha, indeed it was his fault. However, since he has acknowledged his mistake, let's consider the matter settled. I have no objection to drinks, and you should join us as well." Wu Yu appeared quite accommodating, offering Ong Ji a favorable impression that was hard to criticize. After Wu Yu and Good Dan Wei departed, one of Ong Ji's subordinates remarked, "Boss, he seems to be all right. Doesn't he look like a liar?" Ong Ji reprimanded him. "What do you know? The harder it is to discern the truth, the more dangerous such individuals become. Think about how Monkey disappeared. Be more cautious in the future. Do not offend Boss Wu. Even Wu Naiwen pays attention to him, and he is not to be underestimated." The subordinate, feeling somewhat unconvinced, replied, "Boss, the police have found no leads regarding Monkey's disappearance, so let's not dwell on it. However, isn't it true that Wu Naiwen's missing jadeite was eventually located? That excavator operator was buried alive. How could he possibly have implicated you in probing Boss Wu? Who knows? Perhaps the excavator operator divulged some new information before his demise." The subordinate scratched his head, perplexed by the intricate thoughts of those in charge. Wu Yu continued to conduct his business, his mood largely unaffected. He reflected repeatedly on the events that had transpired, confident that he had left no traces. Whether concerning the missing jadeite from Wu Niwen's mine or the demise of Monkey's group, nothing could be traced back to him. Thanks to the disarrayed and backward environment of Myanmar, devoid of surveillance, many matters could evade scrutiny as long as one was not caught in the act. While selling his goods, Wu Yu noticed the Chinese merchant Song Junhui still collecting materials at a roadside stall. He approached to greet him. "Boss Song, haven't you returned to your home country yet?" Song Junhui set down the materials in his hands and smiled. "Ah, it's Wu Yu. I have been collecting materials in the mining area for an extended period. I have partners in Mandalay and China helping me sell the goods, so I have little time to return home. Do you have any quality materials today? I only have a few pieces of Nua Zhong and Nua Bing Zhong jade, which may not meet your standards," Wu Yu replied, placing a piece of blue-flowered Nua Hua Zhong jade before him. Song Junhui glanced at it and shook his head. "It indeed falls short of my requirements. If it is below ice quality, it must be of superior color. All right then, you continue with your work, and I shall resume selling my goods," Wu Yu concluded, taking his jadeite and leaving. In his modest space, he possessed a plethora of exquisite treasures, yet he refrained from selling them in the mining market due to the meager prices that failed to meet his expectations. Once he amassed a sufficient quantity of premium materials, he intended to transport them to the Mandalay corner market, where the prices would be at least threefold compared to the mining area. If sold in the Huaxia market, the value would often reach 5 to even 10 times that of the mining district. As dawn broke, Wu Yu had already sold all the materials he wished to dispose of. With a sufficiently low price, there was no merchandise that could not find a buyer. After sharing breakfast with Godanwai, the two set off in their vehicle directly to the mining site to collect materials. The conditions today were rather poor. Due to recent rains, the nearby mining companies had ceased operations, resulting in no new debris being dumped. Here, over 1,000 yamuxi were tirelessly sifting through the excavated stone piles in search of jade, a task fraught with difficulty. It wasn't until lunchtime that Wu Yu managed to obtain 3 small pieces of jade, of mediocre quality, only reaching the glutinous or glutinous ice grades. At a roadside food stall, several jade merchants dining nearby spotted Wu Yu and Godanwai and greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. "How's business today, Boss Yu? The materials from the mining site are scarce today. With such blazing sun, one might as well sleep at home. Haha, one cannot earn money while sleeping. We are not the ladies of a bathhouse." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wu Yu purchased several lunchboxes and, alongside Godanwai, they squatted by the roadside, devouring their meals with gusto. Wu Yu's appetite had grown considerably. He could consume multiple lunchboxes in one sitting, accompanied by copious amounts of meat, lest he remain unsatisfied. A van had inexplicably parked nearby, from which emerged several scantily clad female streamers, escorted by armed men as they entered the muddy Yamuxi excavation site. Wu Yu noticed Anna among the group of streamers. She caught sight of him and gave him a pleading look. Unmoved, Wu Yu inquired of a fellow jade merchant dining nearby, "What are these streamers doing here? Their numbers seem to be increasing. I heard Wu Niwen lured them here to assist in promoting goods. Apart from this site, several others nearby also host streamers. Heard they have daily sales tasks to fulfill. If they fail to meet their goals, they won't sleep soundly at night, for Wu Niwen's subordinates have many ways to make life difficult." At this, the group of jade merchants from Myanmar chuckled lewdly. Suddenly, from a small hillock nearby, a voice called out, "Boss Yu, is that you? I found a piece of material and have been searching for you." As he approached, Sang Bo held out a jade rough stone, roughly the size of a brick and weighing around 4 to 5 kilograms. The stone was enveloped in mud, concealing its true quality. Wu Yu took it, feigning an inspection. However, the chilling sensation in his left hand informed him that this piece was unworthy, classified as waste. The stone's shape appeared promising, yet it lacked any notable characteristics. Its outer skin a brownish hue that did not resemble the genuine Mwanjiji materials. "I cannot make an offer for this. You might want to consult other merchants. Once you sell it, I'll buy you a lunchbox to share." "Thank you, Boss Aowe." Sangbo encountered Wu Yu's refusal without displaying any frustration, seemingly accustomed to such circumstances. As for jadeite raw stones, 100 individuals possess 100 perspectives. If this particular boss does not accept the stone, then one might simply seek another. Nearby, several jade merchants were present, and within a few moments, Sangbo successfully sold the stone for a transaction price of 200,000. Sangbo was quite pleased with this price, He returned with a smile and squatted down beside Wu Yu to enjoy his boxed meal. As the rainy season approached, the excavation of jadeite became increasingly arduous. Would Boss Awe consider shifting locations to source materials? Sangbo inquired. Wu Yu chuckled, remarking that the rainy season similarly affects all mining areas. Changing locations would yield no new materials. He mused that he might explore Mandalay in search of profitable opportunities. Sangbo, with a wistful tone, recounted his past 2 years as a sales assistant in Mandalay, where he found it more lucrative than jade mining, only for his boss to be tragically gunned down in the street, leaving his wages unpaid. Alas, there was no choice but to return to jade excavation. With his experience in Mandalay sales, he expressed his willingness to consider bringing Sangbo along for future ventures at the Kothong market. Oh, I could help you sell goods at the Kothong market as well, but wages must be settled monthly. I cannot have my pay withheld. Indeed, it seems that once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of the grass rope. How deeply must I fear meeting a tragic end on the streets? Chapter 27. A thief in the house in the sweltering afternoon sun. Wu Yu navigated through the bustling marketplace, inquiring with anyone he encountered whether they had unearthed any jade. Meanwhile, Anna, who was filming a video, seized an opportunity to approach Wu Yu and whispered urgently, "Brother, have you reported to the police? I can barely hold on any longer. If my performance falters, I risk being mistreated. Several female streamers from China have already been bullied by them. I enlisted the help of my business partner in China to file a report, but international cases are far from straightforward. And you can't rely on the police here in Myanmar. They merely assist Wu Naiwen in his malevolence. What should I do? I'm at my wit's end. I implore you, find a way to rescue me. As long as I escape their clutches, I will comply with any demands you have." In the Pekin mining area, Wu Naiwen's spies were ubiquitous, rendering Wu Yu powerless to assist her in her plight. Despair etched across Anna's face. She hesitated, at a loss for words, unsure of what leverage she still possessed. In this seemingly hopeless environment, her only hope lay in Wu Yu, a jade merchant who bore a striking resemblance to a Chinese man. Yet, Wu Yu, too, found himself at an impasse. Given his current standing, he lacked the authority to negotiate with Wu Naiwen for her release. Naiwen would hardly deign to acknowledge him. The notion of forcibly rescuing her was fraught with peril, as Wu Naiwen's inner circle consisted of dozens of armed men. Unless Wu Yu were to court his own demise, such a plan was best left unconsidered. The idea of confining her within a small space was equally futile. Even a cockroach would perish in such an environment. Let alone a living person. Any sealed chamber devoid of oxygen would be a death trap. Meanwhile, the photographer, upon reviewing the footage, noted that Anna stood somewhat apart from the others, engaged in conversation with a jade merchant, and he shouted at her, causing her to hastily return to her designated position. Wu Yu cast a cold glance at the photographer before turning away in irritation. "You'd better watch yourself. Push me too far, and I'll eliminate you all with a single shot. I'll return home early if need be." Frustration simmered within him as the day's business yielded only 6 pieces of jade rough, with merely 1 piece warm enough to suggest it met the ice-type standard. "Let us go home. There is no sense in waiting any longer," Wu Yu declared as he and Godanwei made their way to the parking area. Just then, a van transporting the female streamers, belonging to Wu Naiwen's cohort, turned at the intersection, obstructing the entire road. The vehicle appeared overloaded, and with a few puddles on the ground, the engine was smoking and made no progress. Seated in the passenger seat, Wu Yu lowered the window and shouted, "Are you incapable of moving? If not, let everyone in the vehicle get out and give you a push. Who are you to tell me what to do? Keep talking, and I'll blow your head off." The van driver, visibly enraged, brandished a handgun at Wu Yu. "Idiot, if you can't even drive properly, what right do you have to shout?" Wu Yu retorted, his eyes blazing. Against such a petty threat, he refused to yield in presence. What a dreadful place this is, where one is quick to draw a gun. Is there no room left for reasoned discourse? Were it not for the presence of so many people, I would not hesitate to brandish 5 firearms and turn you into a veritable beehive. Goadway, fearing the escalation of the situation, pressed the accelerator, maneuvering away from the roadblock caused by the van. Inside the van, Anna and the other female streamers huddled together, too frightened to utter a word. Gazing through the glass at Wu Yu's car growing ever distant, how she longed to be in that very vehicle. Meanwhile, Wu Yu continued to berate the van driver for his lack of understanding. Goadway advised, "Boss, temper your anger. We are unarmed, and in such circumstances, it is better to endure." Wu Yu retorted, "If we had guns, would you dare to take action?" Goadway chuckled, "Of course. Why would I not? As long as you are prepared to escape the mining area, hand me a firearm, and I could return and deal with him immediately. Wu Yu jested. Remember today's words, away. No problem. The two exchanged laughter as they took a detour, eventually returning to their shanty neighborhood. Upon reaching the entrance, an unsettling feeling enveloped them. The lock was missing, and the metal door bore signs of having been forcefully kicked. Both Wu Yu's and Godwei's doors were in disarray. Could it be that we've been robbed? They speculated as they cautiously pushed open their respective doors. Inside, the rooms were in disarray, everything turned upside down, with objects strewn about haphazardly. Even the dilapidated wooden bed had been moved, and the floor beneath it had been disturbed, as if someone had sought to unearth hidden treasures. This did not resemble the work of an ordinary thief. No common burglar would dare to create such chaos. All my valuables are stashed in a small space. No amount of digging will yield what you seek. Whether it be those from Wunaiwan or the investigators probing the monkey's disappearance, you shall be disappointed once more. Wu Yu exited his room and entered Godwei's. Wei, did you lose anything of value? The 300,000 I had hidden in my pillow is gone, but fortunately, the rest is secured in the bank. So my losses are minimal. What about you? I sold off the materials, and the substantial funds are in the bank. We carry small change when collecting materials. So I have suffered no loss. Yet, despite not feeling the weight of the 300,000 lost earlier, Godwei found himself inexplicably distressed. You start tidying up. I'll inquire around the vicinity, Wu Yu declared, proceeding to question each household in the shanty area about any peculiar individuals seen pilfering their homes. During the day, adults were away at work, leaving only children and the elderly behind, and after a thorough inquiry, Wu Yu gleaned nothing. All claimed ignorance. This place is no longer safe. He mused, yet relocating immediately would reveal an air of weakness. In a few days, he might contemplate purchasing a house with a yard in the town. But should he buy or rent? Wu Yu found himself in a quandary, for the lawlessness of the mining area weighed heavily upon his mind. As the rainy season approaches, business inevitably plummets, prompting most jade merchants to vacate the mining area and venture to the corner market in Mandalay for trade. Wu Yu found himself lost in thought as he returned to his modest dwelling, where he began to tidy up the space. He repositioned the bed, returned the stove and kitchenware to their rightful places, and left the miscellaneous items scattered about, as long as they did not obstruct his path. Just as he was preparing to cook, his phone chimed. It was a call from Ongji. Boss Heyu, how about coming out for a drink tonight? Old Hei is treating. Oh, it's that rotund fellow treating? Is this his way of offering an apology? Indeed. He initially intended to wait until his arm healed a bit more before apologizing, but he couldn't wait and insisted on doing it today. Very well, suggest a venue. And I shall bring my assistant along. Wu Yu harbored a lingering suspicion that the stout man would not yield so easily. He retrieved a handgun from a concealed compartment, checked the ammunition, and then returned it to its hiding place. Within that compartment lay 5 firearms, each meticulously organized so that he could swiftly access whichever he required in an instant. Chapter 28. Indeed. A banquet. Wu Yu and Godwei tidied up briefly and drove towards the town where the dinner was to be held. During the journey, Wu Yu recounted his grievances with the black fatty and cautioned Wei that today's banquet might be a trap, urging him to remain vigilant. Godwei, perplexed, inquired, Boss, if the banquet is bound to be unpleasant, can we not decline the invitation? Wu Yu explained, as the intermediary. Anki stated that Black Fatty would apologize to me tonight. If I do not attend, my reputation among these merchants will suffer, leaving me vulnerable to their collective opposition. Moreover, if I refuse, they might think I am afraid of Black Fatty, which would severely hinder my ability to navigate these circles in the future. Well, all right. You are the boss and your reasoning stands. But how can we ensure our safety? Godwei asked. As long as they don't use firearms. I can take on 10 men single-handedly. Boss, must we boast so recklessly? What if they do use guns? Then we shall use guns as well. But where do we procure such firearms? Away, as men, how can we be without weapons? Godwei pressed the accelerator, narrowly avoiding a collision with the checkpoint at the town's entrance. Wait, when did they establish a checkpoint here? It wasn't present when we left the market this morning. Exchanging grave glances, Wu Yu and Godwei's expressions turned serious as 2 armed officers in camouflage approached, instructing them to exit the vehicle for inspection. In addition to identification, they scrutinized the vehicle's documentation and even the market transaction registration. Despite having all necessary documents in order, the officers continued to hesitate in granting them passage. Wu Yu, fully aware of their intentions, retrieved a stack of cash, approximately 100,000, and discreetly handed it to one of the officers in camouflage. Ah, all documents are in order. You may proceed, the officer conceded. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yu inquired, Officer, why has there been a recent state of emergency? There was no checkpoint here before. The officer replied, the market has been unstable lately. Several jade merchants have gone missing and may have met with foul play. We have been ordered to conduct thorough inspections of passing vehicles. We are merely following orders, and the details are beyond our knowledge. Once Wu Yu and Good Damn Wei were back in their vehicle, they swiftly passed through the checkpoint and entered the bustling town. As darkness fell, the town was alive with activity, with weary locals often choosing to spend their evening here. Though the restaurants were modest, they offered food and drink sufficient to satiate the hunger of the day as laborers. After a hearty meal, the nearby alleyway featured charming pink establishments, providing solace for the tired souls. More upscale venues, such as bathhouses and KTVs, remained out of reach for the average worker, catering instead to wealthy proprietors. Deliberately parking at a distance, Wu Yu and Good Damn Wei walked to the designated restaurant for the banquet. It was a singular large room, furnished with a dozen tables. Upon spotting Wu Yu, Ong Ki and Black Fatty emerged to greet him. Ah, you've arrived. Old Black has reserved a private room on the second floor for our discussion, Ong Ki announced. Black Fatty, with his arm encased in a plaster cast and suspended by bandages around his neck, appeared somewhat comical. He wore a grim expression, forcing a slight smile. Indeed. Let us retreat to the private room upstairs for conversation and drinks, rather than jostling with strangers in the hall. Wu Yu was taken aback to discover that the shabby establishment had private rooms. Evidently, the locals from the mining area were well acquainted with the situation. Very well. I defer to your arrangements, Wu Yu replied as he ascended to the second floor with them. He had anticipated a meal for just the four of them. But to his surprise, a middle-aged man was already seated in the private room. Anki spoke up first. Ayu, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Bao from Huazhou. He is a partner of Monkey. Having heard about Monkey's predicament, he came to investigate the matter. The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at Wu Yu, occupying the head of the table without moving, and frowned as he inquired, I understand that prior to Monkey's incident, you had a bit of a conflict with him? Wu Yu remained silent, turning to Anki and coldly retorting, what do you mean by this? You invited me for a meal, yet it appears to be a trap? Anki, wearing a forced smile, urged, everyone, let us not rush. Please, sit down and converse. It's better to eat and talk at the same time. You are all my friends, and I wish to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. It is far preferable to resolve matters at the dining table than to resort to violence in the shadows. At this point, the stout man stopped pretending and added fuel to the fire. Ayu, do not be afraid. If you have nothing to hide, simply clarify matters with Mr. Bao. Once clarified, your appetite may improve. Wu Yu retorted coldly. Old Black, it seems you no longer wish to keep your other arm intact. The stout man flinched, retreating behind Mr. Bao, claiming, Mr. Bao, look at this Ayu. He is quite ferocious, and his suspicions are substantial. With the situation having escalated, Wu Yu found himself more at ease, casually taking a seat. Oh, you people are quite amusing. Very well, we can unravel this matter slowly. Since you are treating, let us get the dishes served. Do not act as if you cannot afford it. If you truly cannot, I can settle the bill later. What you say is merely a meal. There is no reason to act as if it is beyond your means. I shall go arrange the dishes, you and Mr. Bao can have a good talk. He hails from Huazhou, someone we cannot afford to offend. Consider your words carefully. Anki patted Wu Yu on the shoulder a few times before hurrying downstairs. Wu Yu finally understood Anki's fear of Mr. Bao. It was evident that his origins from Huazhou warranted serious consideration. Regardless of whether he belonged to a prominent family, any dealings with him required utmost caution. A hint of arrogance flickered across Mr. Bao's face. Little brother, are you now willing to converse with me earnestly? Wu Yu replied. Let me clarify. My conflict with Monkey was minor and was resolved on the spot through the mediation of Director Wei from the Market Administration. Many witnesses were present. Mr. Bao gazed intently into Wu Yu's eyes, suddenly stating, Yet I have heard that during your material collection, further conflicts arose, culminating in physical altercations. Wu Yu was taken aback that the other party could investigate even this minor detail. Indeed, they possess some skill. He remarked. The monkey has a gun and is accompanied by several subordinates collecting debts. What can I do to him? They claim it's a fight, but in truth, they're the ones assaulting me. With a gun pointed at my head, what am I supposed to do? Oh, you make a valid point. How many subordinates do you have, And do they possess firearms? I have but one assistant, the gentleman beside me, named Godanwai. He has always been honest and diligent while working in the jade mines. We do not have any guns, even if we wish to procure one for self-defense. We lack the means. Hiki, whether you possess firearms or not, I must verify that myself, Mr. Bao stated, suddenly clapping his hands. In an instant, two bodyguards clad in camouflage burst through the door. One aimed a gun at Wu Yu, while the other began to pat him down. Wu Yu's firearm was concealed in a small compartment. He only had a bit of pocket change on him. His bag contained tools for assessing jade as well as a greater sum of cash. Meanwhile, Godanwai complied obediently with the search, yielding no dangerous items, not even a small knife. Although Wu Yu displayed a suitable facade of shock and fear, internally he was seething with expletives. What a wretched place this is. I've had a gun pointed at me twice in a single day. Once I acquire sufficient strength, I will ensure that all these scoundrels meet their end. Chapter 29. The suspected Imperial Green. After a thorough search, the camouflage-clad bodyguard reported, "Boss, they are unarmed." Mr. Bao then lowered his guard against Wu Yu, stating, "It is good that they bear no weapons. Let Ong Ji serve the dishes, and we shall dine and converse." Although Mr. Bao harbored a modicum of suspicion towards Wu Yu, he could find no tangible evidence to substantiate his doubts, forcing him to methodically investigate each suspect he had heard of. To Mr. Bao, the demise of a monkey was inconsequential. However, the monkey safe contained an exceptionally valuable piece of raw jade, roughly the size of a fist, which, with a stroke of luck and no cracks, might yield a bracelet, despite only having opened a window. The preliminary assessment by Master Chiu indicated that the quality of the material was likely to be strikingly close to Imperial Green. This was a piece collected by the monkey, and upon the window's opening, it was duly reported to Mr. Bao, accompanied by numerous photographs. According to their agreement, upon the monkey presenting two additional high-quality materials, all valuables from the safe would be transported to Mandalay and personally handed over to Mr. Bao. However, with the monkey's disappearance, the safe had been emptied, and the whereabouts of that exquisite piece remained unknown. Mr. Bao chose to remain silent about this matter. To outsiders, he appeared to be a man of deep loyalty towards his partners. After the incident concerning the monkey, he personally led a team to the mining area to investigate the circumstances of the monkey's disappearance, showcasing his integrity and reliability. In truth, he was merely in search of that highly valuable jadeite, one capable of producing a bracelet of Imperial Green. Soon, the meal was served. Wu Yu and Godanwai had lost all interest in conversation, engrossed in their feasting, entirely disengaged from the ongoing discourse. Mr. Bao cast a glance at the taciturn Wu Yu and remarked, "Yu, was it? I apologize if my earlier inquiry seemed somewhat brusque. It is merely my nature. Please do not take it to heart." With his mouth full of meat, Wu Yu mumbled, "Mr. Bao, you overthink it. I am not angry. I simply have nothing to contribute regarding the monkey's affairs." Mr. Bao replied, "Oh, here is my business card. Should you recall any pertinent clues, do not hesitate to call the number on it. I shall remember this favor. In the future, should you find yourself in Mandalay or what territory, and encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance." Wu Yu accepted the card and glanced at the name, Bao Ming. It was a name he had never encountered before, likely not belonging to a notable figure. Even if he hailed from what territory, he seemed to be a mere peripheral member of the Bao family. "Please continue your meal. I have matters to attend to." "I shall take my leave," said Bao Ming, departing the private room with two camouflage-clad bodyguards. "Mr. Bao, allow me to see you off." Anji quickly stood and followed them downstairs. At that moment, only Wu Yu, Godanwai, and the stout man remained in the room. Wu Yu and Godanwai simultaneously paused, glaring at the portly figure with fierce intensity. "What do you intend to do?" "This affair was not orchestrated by me. It was Ong Ji who prompted my actions." The stout man, nearly choking in fear, confessed without Wu Yu needing to pry further. A flicker of disdain crossed Wu Yu's eyes. Such a rotund individual was unworthy of either friendship or enmity. "Away. Deliver him 2 slaps to instill some sense. Should he dare to conspire against us again, it shall not be so simple." "Very well, boss." Godanwai, though intimidated by Bao Ming's bodyguard, found it exceedingly effortless to deal with the hefty man. Slap, slap, with 2 resounding slaps. The roundness of the hefty man's cheeks increased once more. "You bully me, and when Ong Ji returns, I will have him deal with you." The hefty man, unable to resist, cowered in a corner, rubbing his face with the only hand he could still move. "I shall bully you. What can you do about it? The survival of the fittest applies to me as well." The hefty man, cradling his face, fell silent. At this moment, Ongji returned, and upon observing the scene, a wry smile crept across his face. "Ah, you, do not harbor resentment towards me. I am merely fulfilling a task for others. In dealing with such influential figures who wield wealth and power, we, as mere grassroots merchants, have no means to resist." "Ah, what a way to assist others. I shall remember this. I was quite satisfied with today's meal, and in the future, I will treat you." Wu Yu concluded, rising from his seat and departing the private room with good Wei, swiftly making their way downstairs and exiting the restaurant. Ongji, standing inside the room, helplessly shrugged his shoulders and remarked to the hefty man, "Old Black, I feel as though I committed a foolish act today by offending Ayu. I can't shake off this uneasy feeling." The hefty man replied dejectedly, "How would I know? I have always heeded your words, yet today I ended up getting beaten. And that Mr. Bao, he is suspicious of this and that. If he were aware of how many people the monkey has offended in the market, he likely wouldn't be so indiscriminately seeking suspects. Alas, let us not dwell on this matter. We should head downstairs to settle the bill." Meanwhile, Wu Yu and good Wei had successfully returned to their vehicle. They did not rush to leave, but instead drove to the entrance of a shop, procuring some food and daily necessities before finally departing from the market. Upon leaving, they encountered the camouflage-clad personnel at a checkpoint. However, they merely conducted a cursory check of the exiting vehicles without demanding any payments. It seemed they only sought to collect from those entering the market, sparing those who were leaving. On the journey back, Wu Yu suddenly remarked, "This Bao Ming claims to be searching for clues regarding the monkey's disappearance. Yet I can't help but feel he is in pursuit of something valuable. Our home has been ransacked, and I suspect he may be behind it." Good Wei, perplexed, responded, "Huh? How do you know he is searching for something valuable? Did you catch wind of something?" "I heard nothing, merely speculating," Wu Yu replied casually, his thoughts already drifting to the small space enveloping the items extracted from the monkey's home safe. While gold is indeed valuable, it hardly seems sufficient to provoke someone like Bao Ming into action. The several pieces of already peeled jadeite, despite reaching a high ice grade, are not exceedingly rare. After all, they are quite small and lack the form of bracelets. Besides these high-quality pieces, only a few open window materials remain, none of substantial size, the largest being no bigger than a plate. Wu Yu suddenly felt an air of peculiarity about this flat, plate-like piece of jadeite. It had only revealed a small window the size of a coin, through which, aided by the faint glimmer of light, one could discern the dark green hues of the jade flesh within. The unpeeled exterior was a deep, verdant black, and its translucence was remarkable, even in the dim light. It exuded a gem-like luster, undoubtedly a prime specimen. Should the outer skin be entirely removed and the surface polished with care, the quality, clarity, and color could ascend to extraordinary heights, achieving a breathtaking transformation. Imperial green? Surely that cannot be. How could such top-tier material possibly escape the vigilant eyes of the jade masters at the mining company? It is even less conceivable that it could be salvaged by Yemu Shi from the refuse. Such a substantial piece must certainly possess the potential for bracelets. It suffices to say that slicing out just 2 sections could yield 2 exquisite imperial green bangles. My goodness, what was the auction price for imperial green bangles at a certain auction in Hong Kong a few years ago? Was it not 100 million Hong Kong dollars for a single bangle? Chapter 30. The escaping black miner upon returning to his makeshift dwelling. Wu Yu closed the door and retrieved a piece of jadeite rough, suspected to be imperial green. Illuminating it carefully, he observed the stone with increasing excitement, convinced of its potential to reveal the coveted imperial hue. As he touched it with his left hand, he felt a delayed warmth, indicating a thick skin. He had been oblivious to this when he withdrew it from the safe. Employing a power grinder, he began the arduous process of skinning the stone. As he expanded the area of exposure, the vibrant green became ever more apparent. However, the exterior was exceedingly tough and thick, resulting in the damage of 3 grinding heads before he finally unveiled the jadeite. The stone resembled a brick, flat and substantial, with a thickness of only about 4 centimeters remaining after the skinning. Yet, its surface was rugged, and upon slicing it in half, there was a significant chance it would yield 2 bracelets. Under the light, it appeared crystal clear and lushly green, nearly devoid of any blemish. It felt as though fortune was smiling upon him. With this material, he felt emboldened to pursue various endeavors. Should he manage to sell it successfully, returning home would pose no challenge. Those nuisances in the mining area had better not provoke him further. He would not hesitate to abandon the mines for opportunities back home. Wealth breeds courage. With money, he would dare anything. After wrapping the imperial green jadeite in a black bag and securing it with yellow tape, he inscribed a personal code only he understood and carefully stowed it in a small space in the corner. That night, Wu Yu slept soundly. Even when haunted by dreams of his parents' tragic demise, he felt less fear than before, envisioning himself assembling a mercenary force to vanquish his enemies. How exhilarating. At dawn, he awoke to the sound of his own laughter. After freshening up and stepping out of his shelter, he found Good Dan Wei waiting patiently. "Boss, what happened to the materials washed yesterday?" he inquired. "They all washed out. There's nothing to sell today. After breakfast, let us head straight to the mines for more." "Oh, all right," Good Dan Wei conceded, feeling this was more normal. It was unrealistic to expect a profitable wash every day, especially after the astonishing speed with which profits had accumulated in recent days, leaving him in disbelief. Due to the newly established checkpoint at the market entrance, Wu Yu opted to avoid further expenses and went directly to the mining site, where he resolved his breakfast at a roadside vendor. Arriving at the Amuxi mine from the previous day, he noticed an unusual number of camouflaged figures brandishing firearms. Inquiring among fellow jade merchants, he learned it was tax collection day once again. While referred to as a tax, it was an understood protection fee. Wu Yu, new to the jade trade and having yet to pay such a fee, curiously asked, "How often is this tax collected, and how much is it?" One merchant, visibly frustrated, replied, "They claim it's every 6 months, but their words are as empty as air. It's more like every 3 months. And each time it's around 3 million. Wu Yu sighed in agreement, truly extortionate. Nearby, an older jade merchant chuckled, "We locals fare better. If a jade merchant from Huaxia is caught, not only do they face fines, but they also have to pay an additional protection fee, which starts at no less than 10 million each time." Wu Yu, having clarified the situation, ceased his idle chatter and, accompanied by Good Dan Wei, delved into the bustling crowd of the Yemushi people to continue sourcing raw materials. Perhaps due to the nearby mining company's experience in sifting through materials, the instances of overlooked jadeite seemed to dwindle. After a prolonged effort, the two of them failed to procure even a single piece of quality material. The worthless refuse was not something Wu Yu could afford to buy at a premium. He had initially intended to perform a good deed by offering 20,000 casually, only to find that Yemushi was unwilling to sell, deeming his offer far too paltry. By noon, the designated time for lunch, Wu Yu had yet to acquire a single piece of jadeite. At that moment, an announcement blared through the loudspeaker, summoning all jade merchants in the mining area to pay their taxes. Failure to comply would result in a doubled fine upon departure from the area if apprehended by the newly established checkpoint. Stunned, Wu Yu realized why the merchants had been lingering until noon to collect taxes. They were awaiting the new checkpoint on the route. Having arrived in good spirits, they now faced the possibility of being unable to return without paying the dues. Following the direction of the announcement, Wu Yu made his way over and observed the tax collectors standing atop a small pile of stones. Director Wei of the Market Management Office stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely surveying the Yemushi crowd and the jade merchants nearby. Beside him stood an assistant wielding a loudspeaker and several camouflaged guards armed with firearms. In front of Wu Yu, others had already paid their taxes and received stamped receipts bearing their names. When it was Wu Yu's turn, he casually inquired, "Director Wei, how often do we pay taxes?" Director Wei replied with a smile, "Boss Wu, in principle, we collect once every 6 months. However, when our market management office faces budget constraints, we may impose additional collections once or twice. After all, you jade merchants are affluent. Paying this small amount ensures your safety." Hearing Director Wei's candid remarks, Wu Yu's mind was flooded with a torrent of expletives. The lack of integrity in their actions was somehow rendered reasonable in their discourse. The issue was that the tax collection entities were not limited to the market management office alone. Periodically, a junior officer would lead a squad to collect protection fees. Wu Yu paid the required amount, received his stamped receipt, and departed with Good Dan Wei, taking the opportunity to resolve their lunch. At this juncture, Wu Naiwen's subordinates escorted a group of female live streamers to the Yemushi mining site, where they commenced filming. Among them was a yellow-haired driver, the very individual who had brandished a firearm at Wu Yu the previous day. As the yellow-haired man sauntered past Wu Yu, he bared his teeth in a menacing grin and mimicked a gun with his hand, making a bang sound directed at Wu Yu. Wu Yu regarded the yellow-haired man with a cold stare as he swaggered away, struggling to suppress a murderous instinct. The last individual to make such a gesture towards him had met his demise that very day, departing this world in tranquility, with little struggle. leaving behind a largely intact corpse. This yellow-haired man was audacious, and Wu Yu contemplated sending him to join the monkey. Surely, the two would find camaraderie in their shared fate, engaging in their own baby games in blissful revelry. Anna remained amidst the throng of female live streamers, casting furtive glances at Wu Yu and then at the off-road vehicle parked not far away, lost in her own thoughts. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wu Yu finally acquired a sizable piece of jade weighing over 30 kilograms for the price of 5 million, though it only warmed his left hand slightly. Its substantial volume promised a considerable profit, even if it were merely to be classified as glutinous ice. Help me lift it to the car. I shall compensate you upon arrival, he instructed. This particular piece of raw jadeite had been unearthed by 2 Yamushi, who were also tasked with carrying it to the vehicle. Once loaded, Wu Yu instructed a way to hand over the payment. One of the Yamushi, clutching the money, patted the stone, a customary blessing ritual that could not be overlooked. Just as they were about to lock the car and return to the waste rock pit, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, accompanied by loud shouts. Some Huaxiao black miners have seized weapons and are fleeing. Quick, apprehend them. There has been a murder. The black miners have killed someone. Run. The Yamushi crowd below erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions, creating a scene of over 1,000 individuals in disarray. Truly a spectacle to behold. What is there to panic about? Those black miners have fled to the other side of the river. They aren't foolish enough to run towards us. Who would be so naive as to buy black miners panning for gold by the riverbank amidst the rubble? Is the profit worth the risk? Now look what has happened. The jade merchants, however, did not depart. As the dense throng of Yamushi had already spilled onto the main road and gathered near the stalls, observing the commotion from higher ground, effectively blocking the thoroughfare. The fleeing black miners had managed to swim across the river, and Wu Yu, standing at the roadside, could only discern a few distant black figures, while a dozen soldiers in camouflage from the Myanmar side were evidently intent on pursuing them. What a lawless and chaotic place. Alas, my compatriots deceived into coming here have little choice but to flee. As the fleeing black miners vanished from sight, the onlookers among the Yamushi gradually returned to the heaps of waste stones, resuming their jadeite excavation. At that moment, Huang Mao, accompanied by 2 armed companions, shouted in desperation, "Has anyone seen the female live streamers I brought? There are 5 Huaxiao women in total. We must not let them escape amidst the chaos. A reward of 100,000 awaits anyone who provides information." Chapter 31. Anna, after listening to the chaotic shouts of the yellow-haired man for a while, the crowd finally comprehended that during the tumult caused by the escape of the black miners, several female streamers had also seized the opportunity to flee. Surrounded by the mining fields, comprised of desolate mountains and riverbanks, it was evident that these women could not have ventured far. They hastily pursued, confident that they would locate them soon. Yet, their identification cards and passports had been confiscated, and with their delicate and tender physiques, how far could they possibly escape? The fear was that they might be concealed within the shanties of the Yamu, guarded in shifts, rendering the search futile. Nearby, a jade merchant, reveling in the commotion, was vocalizing various opinions, which only heightened the anxiety of the yellow-haired group. The yellow-haired man believed the women had not escaped far, perhaps hiding within the crowd of Yamu people, necessitating a meticulous search. Conversely, the other 2 argued that they had successfully fled and, by pursuing the path, they might still uncover their whereabouts. Wu Yu, disinterested in the unfolding drama, noticed the day waning and called for Gudanwei, preparing to drive home and cut the jade. Given the substantial size of the jadeite rough, its quality not reaching the pinnacle, cutting it in public posed minimal danger. As they approached the parking area not far from the stall, Wu Yu opened the car door, only to be taken aback. A scantily clad woman was huddled in the back seat. Upon hearing the commotion, she revealed a fair and beautiful face, pleading pitifully, "Brother, please take me away. I'll do anything. Just don't send me back. I didn't meet my sales quota today, and they will kill me." The temperature inside the car, having been exposed to the blazing sun all day, was akin to that of a sauna, and Wu Yu wondered how long she had been hiding there. Her clothes drenched in sweat. He regarded Anna with a furrowed brow. She was a hot potato, a dilemma to handle. It dawned on him that her earlier proximity to him had been intentional. She sought his assistance, perceiving him as someone akin to her own people. Gudanwei opened the driver's side door and, upon seeing the woman, immediately inquired with caution, "Boss, she is one of ours. We should hand her over, or we might attract serious trouble." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's brow slightly knitted. She was of his kind, just as he was. The roaring shouts of the yellow-haired man echoed like a beast-esque growl from the hillside, causing Anna's complexion to pale, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. Yet she dared not utter a sound, awaiting Wu Yu's final verdict. After a moment of hesitation, several thoughts flickered through his mind, and he ultimately declared, "Though I wish to avoid trouble, handing her over to the yellow-haired man seems worse than becoming one myself. Let us drive home." Godanwei found himself at a loss for words, having long recognized his boss's intent to eliminate the yellow-haired man. That murderous glint in his eyes was unmistakable. As Wu Yu stepped into the car and closed the door, Godanwei conceded, "All right, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead." Though he harbored reservations regarding the decision, he obediently drove away. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you. You are my savior." Anna's tense mind gradually relaxed, and she slumped into her seat. Wu Yu splashed cold water on her enthusiasm, saying, "You rejoice too soon. I reside in a shanty within the mining area, surrounded by checkpoints. If anyone spots you, it would only take a moment for them to come and apprehend you." Panic-stricken, Anna exclaimed, "What should I do? How can I return home?" Wu Yu shook his head coldly, "I do not know. Forget about going home. I can't even guarantee how long you can hide. Wu Naiwen's influence in the mining area is substantial. If he is willing to pay the price, searching the entire Shanty district would not pose a challenge." A profound silence enveloped Anna, mirroring the somber atmosphere of the entire compartment. Soon, the vehicle entered the Shanty district, and without Wu Yu's instruction, Godanwei had already parked the car at the doorstep. Wu Yu remarked, "Your outfit is too conspicuous. Do not get out of the car just yet. Allow me to fetch you a set of work clothes. Change and then step out." As he spoke, Wu Yu opened the door, retrieving an old outfit from a sack in the corner and tossed it into the car. He stood at the entrance, waiting silently while Godanwei cautiously surveyed the surroundings. "Wary of being seen. Boss, if you were in need of a woman, you could find one at the bathhouse in the town. They are inexpensive, and you could even change several times in a day. It hardly seems worth it to offend Wu Naiwen's gang over this woman," Godanwei implored, making one last effort to dissuade Wu Yu from his course. Wu Yu pondered, if he were not of Huaxia descent, anything could be permissible. Even selling her to the town's bathhouse would be acceptable. But he was indeed a Huaxia individual, a person of flesh and blood, not a beast. He could not send a recently escaped sister back into the den of wolves. In the face of death, one must rise, and if not, one could languish for eternity. He resolved to confront that foolish blonde first. "Do not persuade me. I know what I am doing. This matter is known only to you and me. And I do not wish for any leaks from your end. I consider you a brother, and I hope to lead you to prosperity. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured." "Boss, I am not that kind of person," Godanwei assured fervently. At that moment, Anna had changed into the filthy work attire, donning a cap. And upon alighting from the car, she clutched her original clothing and swiftly darted into Wu Yu's room. "Today, we received a large piece weighing over 30 kilograms. Wu Yu stated, "The chances of this stone yielding a good profit are high. Drive to that stone processing shop in the town and split it in two. We shall sell it at the morning market tomorrow." "Boss, aren't you going?" Godanwei hesitated, then conceded, "All right, I understand. I can handle it alone," he said as he got back into the car and drove away from the Shanty district. Wu Yu watched the departing vehicle with a calm expression. Allowing Godanwei to manage the task alone was a test of his reliability. If Godanwei proved trustworthy, Wu Yu would guide him to wealth, liberating him from the stigma of the lower class. Conversely, should Godanwei betray him, Wu Yu possessed the means to navigate such a crisis. Armed with his extraordinary abilities and an even more formidable power yet to be revealed. Returning to his room, Wu Yu casually closed the door behind him. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Anna was suddenly jolted by fear. At that moment, she was parched, famished, and weary. She licked her cracked lips and spoke softly. "Brother, I will do anything you ask, but could you please let me eat and drink first?" Wu Yu scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "With your filthy, sweaty self? What do you expect me to do for you? There are several buckets of instant noodles on the stove and a bottle of water nearby. Help yourself." With that, he began to tidy the room. The place had been left in disarray after someone had ransacked it the previous day. Initially, he had no intention of cleaning, planning instead to rent a small courtyard or purchase one in the market town. However, with a woman now in the house, he felt compelled to restore some order. Otherwise, there would be no space to walk. Feeling somewhat rejected, Anna was unsure whether to feel relieved or disheartened, but her hunger left no room for idle thoughts. She devoured a bucket of noodles, drinking every last drop of broth, and felt revitalized. Noticing the untidy surroundings, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Aren't you a jade merchant? Why is your living space so shabby? You hardly seem like a wealthy person." Wu Yu replied, "I never claimed to be wealthy. Just because I am a jade merchant doesn't mean I cannot incur losses. Anna suddenly understood. Ah, that makes sense. In this industry, fortunes can rise and fall like the tide. I've heard about the income fluctuations. By the way, I have seen you a few times, but I don't know your name. Just call me a you, he responded. You resemble a person from Huaxia. Are you truly an overseas Chinese? If you say so, then so be it, he replied. Can you speak Huaxia? My Burmese is not very fluent, and conversing is quite a challenge. Can we communicate in Huaxia? Why are you silent? Can you take me back to Huaxia? No matter the cost, I promise to repay you double in the future. I dislike loquacious women. If you keep chattering, I'll send you straight back to that blonde fellow, he retorted. Upon hearing this, Anna fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Wu Yu. This man seemed somewhat formidable. She couldn't fathom how he might torment her in the days to come, and she could only hope he would go easy on her. Chapter 32. Alas. Just a mouth as dusk fell, Godanwai returned, bearing raw gemstones and some delectable braised dishes, joining Wu Yue for dinner. Anna, who had earlier devoured a bowl of instant noodles, was now ravenous again, stuffing her cheeks like a little hamster, oblivious to the risk of choking. The group, led by Wunai, was truly despicable. Apart from treating us to a lavish meal on their first day, the subsequent fare resembled swill fit only for pigs, leaving me emaciated. No amount of culinary delight could silence Anna. Whenever the opportunity presented itself, she chatted incessantly. Wu Yue cast her a stern glance, maintained silence during meals. This is not a broadcast studio. Oh, I won't say another word, Anna responded, having discerned that Wu Yue seemed to favor tranquility, both in his speech and in others. Soon, Godanwai, having satisfied his hunger, rose and declared, Boss, I shall retire for the evening. Please take care and stay safe. Indeed, I shall be cautious, Wu Yue replied, casting a glance at the pitch-black expanse of the mining area, hoping that all would proceed smoothly. He had no desire for calamity to ensue. After a brief wash, Wu Yue reclined on his bed, meticulously contemplating his forthcoming strategies. The presence of a woman in the room rendered many matters rather inconvenient. Anna, displaying a sense of understanding, washed the dishes before timidly approaching the bedside, inquiring, Boss, there is only one bed. Where shall I sleep? Wu Yue gave her a meaningful look, prompting her to deduce the answer. Oh, I see. Her cheeks flushed, and after the lights dimmed, she willingly nestled beside Wu Yue. However, he promptly kicked her away, admonishing, Spread out a mat. You'll sleep on the floor tonight. What? You? Anna's eyes widened, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. After much deliberation, she had resolved to offer herself to this man in hopes of securing her life and a chance to return home. Yet this wretched man showed no gratitude, shoving her aside as if it were an act befitting a human being. Was she not a virtuous maiden? Why could he not show some tenderness? Wu Yue explained. With the temperature so high, it would be too stifling to huddle together. Let's simply rest. There are serious matters to attend to tomorrow. Anna was almost driven to laughter by his response. Boss, how is sleeping not serious? Do you find me repulsive? I have been diligent in my tasks and have not been sullied. Stop embellishing your narrative. Tonight, I merely wish to sleep soundly. Do you understand? Why is that? You saved me. Didn't you find my beauty appealing? Let me make this clear. There may be dangers lurking in the night, with the possibility of intruders bearing ill intent. Only then will you behave? Oh, I understand now. Startled, Anna hastily gathered a tattered mat and blanket, settling on the floor beside the bed, falling silent. Wu Yue, having spent the entire day traversing the mining site, was indeed weary, yet sleep eluded him. It was not merely due to the presence of a young and attractive woman in the room, but rather because he was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Godanwai would betray him. Having resided in the Myanmar mining area for over 2 years, he had always operated alone, harboring no intention of rallying followers. The reasons were twofold: a lack of funds and strength, and the fear of exposing his identity as a Chinese national, lest he be stabbed in the back by these seasoned locals. Since acquiring his left-hand ability, Wu Yu felt the tide of opportunity rising, believing he could thrive in the world of gambling stones. Thus, he sought to gather followers, with Godanwai being the first to join his ranks. He harbored a desire to avoid betrayal. With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Yu unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by Anna's gentle call. Her voice, as soft as a whisper, nudged him. Boss AU, where's the restroom? Upon opening his eyes, he realized dawn had yet to break. He pointed casually to the corner of the room where a makeshift toilet sat. In this shabby shelter, where is there a restroom? You either use the bucket or venture out into the wild. Oh, the outside was shrouded in darkness, with no hint of light. Anna dared not step outside, resorting instead to the bucket, the sound of her embarrassment echoing in the silence, making it difficult for her to lift her gaze. Despite her usual loquaciousness, she was still a girl, and some matters remained too delicate for her to face openly. Sighing, Wu Yu found himself unable to return to sleep. Every morning for a man begins with a ceremony of sorts, and today felt particularly significant. Watching Anna awkwardly return to her makeshift bed, he decided to sit up and stretch, preparing to rise and begin his day's work. The night had passed without incident, with no members from Wunawan seeking him out, indicating that Godanwai had not betrayed him, a trustworthy subordinate indeed. The stone they had cut the previous day belonged to the ice floating flower category, weighing over 30 kilograms. Although it bore a few cracks, it still presented numerous opportunities for bracelets. Even if the jade was of ordinary ice quality, or in some places merely reaching the glutinous ice standard, its overall valuation could still approach 200 million. Having sent Godanwai alone to cut the stone yesterday, he had not fled after its increase in value, showcasing his reliability. Such a subordinate would surely accompany Wu Yu on his path to prosperity. Boss Yu, aren't you going to sleep? Anna inquired. I cannot sleep. I am preparing to get to work. Oh, I shall rise as well. Is there anything I can assist you with? Oh, that would be good. First, learn to polish jade with me, and later, I will teach you other tasks. Sounds great. But what other tasks shall those be? Tasks that both men and women enjoy doing. Ugh, you are insufferable. Last night you nearly kicked me under the bed, and today you tease me. Don't misinterpret. What I meant was, of course, making money. Anna almost choked, struggling to catch her breath. What sort of person are you? Your words are so convoluted. It is evident you are from Huaxia. Only the old Burmese lack such playful cunning. After washing up, Wu Yu retrieved his tools, replacing the polishing head on the motor and applying a bit of polishing paste before working on one of the cut jade pieces. The task was simple and enjoyable, requiring only attention to rhythm and technique. Soon, the jade would gleam with a lustrous sheen, revealing its true gem-like color, enticing any who beheld it. Wu Yu, using the polishing head and paste by hand on another piece, discovered that polishing with his left hand produced a miraculous effect. The speed of polishing rivaled that of the motor, seemingly accompanied by a high-frequency vibration, swiftly bringing forth the gemstone color from the jade. Unpolished jade is akin to a woman without makeup, while polished jade resembles a woman adorned with an exquisite visage. They are, in essence, the same individual yet radiate a more resplendent charm, overwhelming in beauty. Take this piece of raw jadeite, for instance, due to its age. Its luster and hue have intensified post-polishing. While it may not have doubled in value, its price has certainly surged significantly. Wu Yu, observing the results of the polishing, smiled and remarked, fortune smiles upon me. Once successfully sold, I shall have sufficient funds to purchase a house in town. Anna, taken aback, exclaimed, You wish to buy a house in town? In such chaos and constant conflict, how can you dare to invest here? It could be flattened at any moment. Wu Yu shot her a glare, retorting, Properties near the morning market in Pagan have been steadily appreciating, and I possess the means. Spending several million on a residence would bring me peace of mind. You, my dear, are quite lovely in appearance, but alas, your mouth is a liability. Anna, indignant, pouted and replied, What is wrong with my mouth? Humph, it serves a significant purpose. What I mean is, I earn my living through live streaming. All thanks to this mouth. Wu Yu, with a knowing smile, said, Indeed, it has its merits. I hope it proves beneficial to me in the future. Chapter 33. Preparing to purchase a house in town as dawn broke, Wu Yu, accompanied by Godanwai and the disguised Anna, drove to the early market of the mining area. After finding a vacant space to park, Wu Yu addressed Godanwai. This raw stone can be split evenly in two, both in quality and size. Here is the plan. You take one piece to the market and start the bidding at 350 million, with a minimum price of 150 million, and sell it if possible. Godanwai replied, Understood, boss. Will you be selling the other piece yourself? No, it's too perilous for Anna to be alone in the car. I will stay with her while you handle the sale of your piece. If a jade merchant wishes to buy both, you may negotiate a slightly lower price. Ah. Very well. Godanwai noticed the transformation in his boss. Indeed, women possess a mysterious ability to change men, and overnight. Wu Yu seemed reluctant to share the burdens with him any longer. Once Godanwai departed with one piece of raw stone, Wu Yu turned to Anna, who was swathed in layers resembling an extraterrestrial. Stay in the car and do not venture out. I shall inquire at the real estate agency across the road about available properties. Anna assured him fervently, Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will not step outside. No matter the persuasion. With that, Wu Yu swiftly entered the real estate agency to ask about houses for sale in the vicinity. After much contemplation, he resolved to purchase a house with a courtyard in the town, even if he were to develop in Mandalay or return to his homeland. He intended to leave a few subordinates in the mining area to handle the operations. After a series of inquiries, the agent provided several listings along with their approximate locations, photographs, and pricing details. A two-story house with a courtyard along the roadside was surprisingly priced at $180 million, though its interior was reasonably well decorated. Another two-story house set further back from the road was listed at $150 million, but its dilapidated condition rendered it nearly uninhabitable. Additionally, there were several single-story houses with courtyards, priced between $40 million and $90 million, each possessing its unique characteristics. Although they could not compare to the homes in Huaxia, they were significantly superior to Wu Yu's current shelter. Ultimately, Wu Yu chose a single-story courtyard house close to the early market, listed at $85 million, with room for negotiation. The small courtyard was conveniently situated near the main road, allowing vehicles direct access to the yard. Furthermore, the surrounding neighbors also resided in single-story homes, alleviating concerns about being observed from above. Most importantly, the interior was reasonably well maintained, featuring a kitchen, bathroom, and shower room, with furniture in good condition, at least 80 nil. According to the real estate agent, the former owner of the house had struck it rich after uncovering a premium piece of jade and had relocated the entire family to Mandalay in preparation for settling there, prompting the sale of the property. They agreed to return in half an hour to view the house. If everything appeared satisfactory, they could formally initiate the transaction process. At that moment, Wu Yu spotted Godanwai returning with half a bag of money and approached him, inquiring, "How much did you sell it for?" The proprietor sought an additional half of the jadeite rough, expressing that if its quality paralleled the previous piece, he would acquire it at the same price. As Godanwai spoke, he placed the money from his bag onto the ground for Wu Yu to inspect. Wu Yu glanced into the bag and, satisfied, stowed it in the trunk of the car, handing the other piece of jadeite rough to Godanwai. "Make haste and return upon your arrival. We shall proceed to view the property." "Very well, boss." Once Godanwai departed, Wu Yu exchanged a few words with Anna in the vehicle, then, clutching the bag of money, entered the adjacent public restroom beside the bank. Seizing the moment when the space was unoccupied, he swiftly concealed the bag in his private compartment. He felt that securing the funds in his own space was far safer than depositing them in any bank. Upon returning to the car, Anna, seemingly having held back for quite some time, chirped, "What about the half bag of money you were just carrying? You didn't deposit it in the bank, did you? I've heard that banks around here often abscond with customers' funds. You ought to be cautious to avoid losing your capital." Silence. "Oh." After a brief silence in the car, Anna could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "That piece of rough you have is material for an ice-pure flower bracelet. The total weight of both pieces exceeds 30 kilograms. Yet it is priced at merely 280 million chats, equivalent to 900,000 yuan. The price is exceedingly low. If sold in Zhejiang, such a sizable piece could fetch at least 4 million yuan. Wu Yu could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose, replying coldly, "Why don't you mention selling it as completed ice-pure flower bracelets? 1 kilogram of material can yield 2 to 3 bracelets, and 30 kilograms could produce 90. Each finished bracelet is valued at around 100,000, totaling 9 million, plus the centerpiece and leftover material, estimated at 1 million. Altogether, that could amount to 10 million. Anna, awakening to the reality, slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, yes, it should indeed be sold for 10 million. Wu Yu suddenly reached out and grasped her face, urging her to survey their surroundings. "Observe closely. This is the Pakong mining district, not Jiang in China. I am fully aware of the market values here." Anna immediately cried out, "Ouch, that hurts. I understand my mistake. A gentleman should reason rather than resort to violence. I meant well. Worried you might suffer a loss. Do not measure our expertise with your amateur understanding." "Oh, I see." Feeling aggrieved, Anna turned her head away, resolving to ignore Wu Yu henceforth. What a despicable man, resorting to bullying. Her goodwill squandered. At that moment, Godanwai returned, bearing another half bag of money. "Boss, I sold it. This bag still holds 140 million, and I received an additional 200,000 white cards. Indeed, I promised you that all the white cards you acquire are yours to keep. There is no need to inform me, as long as you do not sell at a loss." "Thank you, boss." You had initially stated that each piece of jadeite rough should reach a minimum price of 150 million. If sold together, a slight reduction could be acceptable. Go Danwai had combined the two pieces and sold them for 280 million, which left Wu Yu quite satisfied. Please get in the car first. I shall inform the real estate agent to guide us to the property, Wu Yu remarked, hastening towards the agency. A gentleman emerged behind him, carrying a briefcase slung over his shoulder, leading the way on a motorcycle. Wu Yu returned to the vehicle and instructed Gadenwai to follow closely behind. The area of the morning market in Peigang was essentially a crossroads, albeit slightly expanded now, yet it remained a dilapidated small town in scale. After a brief drive of 2 to 3 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a residence marked by a large red iron gate that appeared relatively new but bore signs of impact and even bullet holes, suggesting a tumultuous history. Boss, this is the courtyard, the agent announced as he produced a key to unlock the imposing gate. Wu Yu instructed a way to drive the car into the yard, which was spacious, with a sturdy stone-paved ground. After a brief perusal of the interior with the agent, Wu Yu made a decisive call. Contact the homeowner and negotiate the price down to within 75 million. I will offer you 500,000 in cash. Chapter 34. Wanted notice in this world. Money possesses the power to resolve myriad issues. Tempted by the allure of 500,000 white cards, the real estate agent fervently negotiated with the homeowner, employing every tactic imaginable. Whispers of recent mysterious disappearances of jade merchants in the mining district, collective riots among the illegal miners, and skirmishes with soldiers clad in camouflage, tales of impending military conflict and the establishment of new outposts, painted a grim picture of an increasingly bleak market. It appeared that if the homeowner did not sell the property today, it would be reduced to ruins by tomorrow, yielding not a single penny. After several minutes of negotiation, the price was finally settled at 75 million, a figure agreeable to both parties. The agent would not only earn a commission from the transaction but also receive a generous tip of 500,000 from Wu Yu, ensuring mutual satisfaction. Sir, please provide a deposit of 10 million. Once both parties sign the contract and complete the necessary formalities, the remaining balance can be settled, the agent stated. Money is no issue, however. When can we move in? Wu Yu inquired. The earliest would be in 2 days. The homeowner will return to the mining district tonight and can finalize all procedures by tomorrow morning, allowing you to move in by tomorrow afternoon. Very well. Please expedite the transaction. Wu Yu paid the deposit, leaving his contact information and receiving a handwritten receipt from the agent before departing the premises. On his way home, he purchased breakfast, intending to eat it discreetly, as Anna's identity was one to be concealed, lest she be recognized. As he approached the entrance of the morning market, he noticed a gathering of onlookers. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that several illegal miners who had fled the previous day had been executed. Their bodies displayed openly at the street corner, a grim spectacle for passers-by. Armed soldiers in camouflage surrounded the corpses, vociferously warning the crowd to report any sightings of fleeing miners, asserting that harboring them was equally culpable. In the vehicle, Anna's face drained of color, curling up in fear against Wu Yu. It's so barbaric. If they catch me, will they kill me? She trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Wu Yu reassured her. This is a lawless zone governed by the jungle's law, where only the fittest survive. If you wish to live, you must adapt to this environment and strive to endure. I don't want to die. I will obey. Please teach me how to survive, Anna pleaded. Wu Yu himself was uncertain about how to navigate this perilous existence. Survival might only be achieved through relentless effort. The car gradually left the marketplace, passing through the outpost and returning to the makeshift settlement. This small enclave, home to a mere handful of families, saw its able-bodied workforce venture out to earn a living during the day, leaving behind children and the elderly. Today, due to the time spent viewing the property, the sun had already risen, and the sounds of children playing in the vacant lot reverberated through the desolate settlement. As Away parked the car at their doorstep, Wu Yu helped Anna out, and the three of them finished breakfast in their modest abode, discussing the day's agenda. Away and I will head to the mine to gather materials. You cannot accompany us. You must remain hidden in the shelter. When hunger strikes at noon, eat instant noodles, but do not let the outside world discover your presence. Otherwise, if they inform on you, you will be in grave danger. Why can't you take me with you to collect the materials? I'm feeling a bit scared in the shack. If you follow us to gather materials. The mining site is swarming with Wunaiwan subordinates. Just a fleeting glance could betray you. Well, I could hide in your car. In this scorching sun and oppressive heat, you would be waiting in the vehicle, and when we return at night, we could retrieve your remains. All right. Then I'll wait for you to come back in the shack. Anna endeavored to appear obedient and endearing. Before leaving, Wu Yu filled the water bucket inside the house, ensuring there was ample food, and advised Anna to maintain a low profile within the room. He then locked the door from the outside and drove away. As he passed by the outpost near the mining site, Wu Yu noticed several wanted posters affixed to the building, essentially bounty notices promising cash rewards for the capture of the individuals depicted. Among them were 2 posters for black miners and 3 for female broadcasters, indicating that aside from those featured, all others had either been apprehended or eliminated. Anna was one of the 3 wanted female broadcasters, currently hiding in Wu Yu's shack, while the whereabouts of the other 2 remained a mystery, somehow evading Wu Naiwen's minions. Gadanwai expressed his concerns, saying, "Boss, now that she's on the wanted list, Anna's situation has become even more perilous. We may be implicated." Wu Yu replied calmly, "Some matters cannot be retreated from, since we have embarked on this path. We shall see it through to the end." Gadanwai ceased his persuasion, and upon arrival, they discovered that yesterday's parking area was now filled with cars and motorcycles, forcing them to park farther away. After disembarking, the 2 walked a distance to the stall area, where numerous jade merchants had gathered. A stout black man, his arm in a plaster cast, instinctively took a step back upon seeing Wu Yu, seeking refuge behind Enki. Wu Yu nodded at Enki, remaining silent as he and Gadanwai approached the valley where the Yimu people were congregating, delving into the front line of material collection. Today, a plethora of new mining refuse had emerged, forming small hills, and many Yimu were fervently excavating, striking stones in search of genuine jade raw material. "Boss, it appears the nearby mining company has been working through the night. Otherwise, such a sudden accumulation of waste would be impossible," Gadanwai remarked. "Indeed, the rainy season is approaching," prompting the mining company to hasten their extraction efforts. As they conversed, a weathered-looking Sangbo approached, extracting a fist-sized jade raw stone from his bag. "You, take a look at this jade." Wu Yu replied with a smile, "You seem to have struck gold. You found a piece right away." Sangbo remarked, "Not really. The shape doesn't look promising, and the quality seems quite ordinary." Wu Yu examined it closely with his left hand. It was cool to the touch, yet he could not identify a suitable point for opening it, making it impossible to deceive anyone. "No, Sangbo, seek out someone else for a second opinion. I knew it wouldn't be valuable. Even the materials found by other acquaintances are fetching low prices. They say this batch of refuse holds no treasures. It's all right. We rely on luck here. If we dig a few more days, we are bound to uncover some valuable materials." "Boss Away, do you still stand by what you said last time? I wish to assist you in selling goods. I no longer want to toil in the mines for jade, as my body can hardly endure the strain." "Very well, call me in 2 days. By then, I will have moved into my house in the town, and you can come to lend a hand." "Thank you, Boss Away." Sangbo felt elated. It was evident he truly wished to escape the arduous labor in the mines. The ailments plaguing his body had been a constant torment, and the prospect of working alongside a reliable jade merchant to sell materials was undoubtedly a promising opportunity. "Go ahead and attend to your business. If any friends happen to find jade materials, remember to bring them to me." "Certainly, boss." With that, Sangbo departed with enthusiasm. At that moment, Wu Naiwen's subordinates were making a ruckus with a megaphone, issuing warnings to all the miners. They threatened that anyone daring to harbor the fleeing female streamers would face severe consequences. However, if they swiftly revealed the streamers' whereabouts, they would be forgiven. Wu Yu cast a glance at these individuals, choosing to disregard them entirely. Gadanwai also ceased his attempts to persuade Wu Yu, similarly ignoring the commotion as he prepared to follow Wu Yu on this path, come what may. Chapter 35. You're quite something under the scorching sun beneath the blistering sun. The air was stifling and sweltering. Huang Mao passed by Wu Yu several times, horn in hand. However, consumed by the urgency to find someone, he had no inclination to provoke Wu Yu, though he occasionally shot him a glare, baring his teeth in a menacing manner. Wu Yu merely smiled, having secretly resolved that the moment Huang Mao found himself alone, he would deliver a fatal blow and dispose of him in a concealed space. After living in the mining area for so long, it was the first time Wu Yu contemplated taking a life. Fortune favored Wu Yu today, as he received an impressive haul of over a dozen fine jade pieces. Sangbo was equally efficient, introducing Wu Yu to several acquaintances throughout the morning, resulting in 5 successful transactions. Gadanwai, not wanting to be outdone, shouted until his voice was hoarse, and also procured a few quality pieces for Wu Yu, leading to additional successful deals. The pieces that caught Wu Yu's attention were naturally of a superior grade, with 3 of them even reaching the coveted icy variety. While Wu Yu was in high spirits, other jade merchants were thoroughly disheartened, lamenting their inability to acquire quality materials and resorting to purchasing lackluster pieces, gambling on luck. By 4 in the afternoon, Wu Yu had amassed over 30 pieces, spending just a little over 10 million, a considerable profit. Let us head home to wash the stones, Wu Yu declared before turning to leave, with Good Danwei closely trailing behind. As they passed through the street vendor area, Ji approached, greeting them. Ah Yu. Business seems to be thriving today. You've collected quite a few pieces. Wu Yu, wishing to avoid conflict, replied coolly, they're merely worthless small pieces. I'll wash them and take a gamble. Business has been poor lately, with a dearth of quality materials. Ji remarked. How good can the stones be that are picked from the mine's refuse? If they were truly fine pieces, they would have already been selected by the master gemologists from the mining companies. After exchanging a few words, Wu Yu and Good Danwei made their way to the parking area and drove off. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, followed by a continuous chorus of thunderclaps. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds had stealthily enveloped the expanse above. No wonder it felt so oppressive. Rain was imminent. Wu Yu cautioned. Drive faster. A heavy downpour is on the horizon, making it even harder to navigate. Understood, boss, Good Danwei replied, accelerating the vehicle. As they neared the shanty area, the torrential rain began to pour, with heavy droplets obscuring the windshield, rendering visibility nearly impossible despite the frantic swiping of the wipers. After considerable effort, they finally returned to the shanty area, where the newly leveled ground was already flooded, obscuring the path. Wu Yu and Good Danwei lifted the jade raw stones from their nylon bags and deposited them at the entrance, allowing the rain to wash away the surface mud. Intending to clean them thoroughly with a steel brush later, upon opening the door to his room, Wu Yu found Anna curled up on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, with only half her head visible. Startled by the sound of the door creaking open, Anna jumped, and upon seeing Wu Yu's figure, she began to cry pitifully. Wu, you're finally back. I was so scared of the thunder. As she spoke, she dashed barefoot towards Wu Yu, plunging into his embrace and clinging to his neck fervently. Wu Yu casually shut the door, effectively shielding them from Go Danwei's inquisitive gaze. You are playing with fire, my dear, Wu Yu admonished as he attempted to push her away. Yet surprisingly, she did not budge. She is merely frightened, Anna interjected, sensing a shift in Wu Yu's demeanor, and reluctantly released him, spending an entire day in the hut. There were no unforeseen events, I presume? Wu Yu inquired. None, except when I boiled water at noon, the kettle emitted a high-pitched whistle. And a few children playing nearby happened to hear it, peering curiously through the window. I was so startled that I barely had time to hide. They might have seen me, she confessed. You truly have a knack for courting disaster, Wu Yu remarked, giving her an exasperated glare. The children in the Myanmar mining area were unlike those in Huaxia. By the age of 8 or 9, they possessed a keen understanding of many matters, resembling little adults with intricate thoughts. Upon witnessing Anna's striking beauty, it would be evident she was not from Myanmar, and should they inform their families, the bounty on the wanted poster would likely spur action. Tonight, we are in peril, Wu Yu warned. Anna, feeling aggrieved, replied, I did not intend for this. I had no idea your kettle would be so loud. Wu Yu glanced at the torrential rain outside, realizing it would be challenging to relocate her to an inn in town. Moreover, the inns were run by locals, equally unsafe, and her presence would easily draw attention. Thus, he stated, do not attempt to explain. Contemplate what final words you wish to leave behind. Oh no, Boss Wu, I do not wish to die, Anna exclaimed, genuinely frightened this time. Enough chatter. Return to bed and lie down. Wu Yu waved her off impatiently. He reopened the door to find Go Danwei seated on a stool at the entrance, meticulously cleaning jadeite rough stones. Today had been fortuitous, yielding a total of 37 pieces of jadeite, the smallest no larger than an egg, and the largest weighing no more than 4 or 5 kilograms. A simple wash would enhance the waterlines, accentuate the matrix, and showcase the skin's appearance. While this held little value for Wu Yu, having Go Danwei perform the cleaning adhered to standard procedure, as many aspects would otherwise be difficult to explain. Boss, is everything all right? Go Danwei sensed something amiss from snippets of conversation he had overheard but could not discern the details. Wu Yu, surveying the downpour and the muddy surroundings of the hut, calmly instructed, if you hear any commotion outside tonight, do not venture out. Go Danwei's brow furrowed as he questioned, has someone discovered Anna? Wu Yu chuckled, who claimed Go Danwei was foolish. His reaction time was impressive, a testament to his survival from the military camp. His story was far from simple. It's possible someone has noticed her, but I can manage, Wu Yu assured him nonchalantly. How will you manage? When subordinates are armed, Go Danwei exclaimed. Have you forgotten? I once mentioned that I am armed as well. Wu Yu replied with a hint of a smile. Gadanwai cast a glance at Wu Yue's groin, too disinterested to engage in conversation. Is this what you refer to as a weapon? It may suffice against Anna, but when confronting the underlings of Wanawen, you ought to select a burial plot for yourself first. Wu Yue chuckled, unable to elucidate the matter thoroughly. He patted Gadanwai on the shoulder a couple of times and stepped into the downpour, driving his car a bit further away. If someone were to initiate an attack tonight, he wished to protect the second-hand vehicle he had purchased at a considerable price. Upon Wu Yue's return, Gadanwai pointed at the emerald rough stone before him and remarked, "Boss, let these stones remain in my room tonight. If you happen to perish, I shall utilize the money from selling these materials to assist in retrieving your bodies. You, indeed, are quite a decent fellow." Wu Yue laughed and scolded, surprisingly nodding in agreement. "Very well, these materials shall rest in your room tonight." Chapter 36. No regrets. Gadanwai observed Wu Yu's relaxed and content smile, feeling an unsettling dissonance. It was hardly the demeanor one would expect in the face of impending danger, unless he possessed an unwavering confidence in victory. If Gadanwai had scrutinized a bit closer, he might have discerned that the dampness on Wu Yu's attire was merely a consequence of unloading materials from the vehicle, as there were no fresh traces of rainwater from his earlier endeavor to move the car. Indeed, Wu Yu had an ingenious idea. Utilizing the capabilities of his personal spatial compartment, enveloping items within a foot's radius around him with his will. Anything that entered this domain was drawn into the small space. Just as rainwater could be absorbed, so too could bullets. By activating this spatial function during combat, it served as a temporary bullet retrieval mechanism, granting him a form of imperviousness. Why could this not be sustained indefinitely? The energy expenditure was immense. Prolonged activation would induce excruciating headaches and mental collapse. This was a conclusion Wu Yu had reached during his prior experiments with the spatial absorption capability. However, for brief skirmishes, it was more than sufficient to secure an advantage. To conduct a minor test, Wu Yu retreated into his makeshift shelter and casually closed the door behind him. Anna sat at the edge of the bed, her expression troubled. Lost in thought. "Boss Yu, may I borrow your phone? I wish to call my parents and convey my final words." "No, my phone number cannot be used indiscriminately. Otherwise, the police in Huaxia might suspect me of being an accomplice to a crime," he replied. "How can you be so cold-hearted? Even death row inmates can have their last words. Enough with the chatter. Here are 3 small stones. Throw them at me with all your might." As he spoke, he handed her 3 pebbles and swiftly retreated 3 meters, careful not to move too far lest her aim falter. Anna, angered, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Are you really asking me to throw them at you?" Wu Yu urged, "Stop dilly-dallying. Act now. Throw them at me." "Huh. I have never encountered such a request in my life." Anna laughed heartily, tossing the first stone. Wu Yu feigned catching it with his hand, but in reality, it was absorbed into the small space without contact. Anna stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "That's impressive. Have you practiced catching darts?" "I possess many talents. Keep going." "Okay." Anna responded, suddenly hurling 2 more stones towards him. Wu Yu employed the same technique, summoning the stones back from the small space, and they materialized in his left palm. He discarded the stones to the ground, grimacing, "The force is too feeble. I had hoped you could use these against Wunaiwan's subordinates. But it seems that will not suffice." Anna was once again taken aback, pleading, "Please, be reasonable. You want me to confront armed individuals with stones? It would be more prudent to use me as a human shield." "Excellent idea. It is decided." "Wait, can I retract what I just said?" "Absolutely not." "You." Anna muttered under her breath, likely expressing some rather colorful language. As the sky darkened, the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. And the dim light within the room illuminated only a small area at the doorway. In the desolate mining area, enveloped in darkness, typically illuminated by the passing headlights of vehicles, today stands eerily devoid of life, save for the relentless downpour and the sporadic flashes of lightning. The materials have undergone their preliminary washing, retrieved by Gadanwai to his quarters. At this moment, 3 individuals gather in Wu Yu's room for dinner, a pot of rice, 2 stir-fried dishes, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. The atmosphere is somewhat oppressive, although it resembles their usual dinners. Today it carries the weight of a final supper. Gadanwai hesitates for a moment, vowing to make one last appeal. "Boss, if you hand her over now, there remains a chance for reconciliation with Wunaiwan." Instantly, Anna bares her teeth in a snarl. "Oomph, you are the most spineless of all. If death is imminent, why fear it? Your boss shows no fear. Why should you?" Typically submissive, Gadanwai stands his ground today. "If you fear not death, why flee? And why cling to my boss? You once claimed that as long as I took you away, you would do anything." Anna, like a ruffled cat, retorts angrily, "What business is it of yours? Is it wrong for me to have feelings for your boss? I would rather be ravaged by him than be at the mercy of those yellow-haired thugs. What do you want? Is it his looks that bother you?" Her words leave Godanwai speechless, and it is no wonder that amidst the multitude of jade merchants at the mine, she chose only to flirt with her boss. Wu Yu cast a glance at them, frowning, and commands, "Silence. Let us eat in peace." The two, momentarily at odds, obediently lower their heads and resume their meal. They partake slowly, ensuring every morsel is consumed, as if fearing they may never dine again. After the meal, Anna volunteers to wash the dishes while Godanwai rises. His tone grave, "Boss, you should rest early. I shall return to my room." Wu Yu nods solemnly. "Remember what I told you. No matter what sounds you hear, do not venture out. If we meet our end, simply find a place to bury us." "I shall remember," Godanwai proclaims, striding out of the room without glancing back. Anna heats water and cleans herself thoroughly in a large basin in the corner, unperturbed by Wu Yu's scrutinizing gaze. Once finished, she dons her clothes and reclines on the sole small bed in the room, declaring, "Yu, you should wash up too. If we are to perish, I wish to leave no regrets. If we must die, let it be after having embraced womanhood. Have you decided so swiftly? Are you not afraid of future remorse?" She questions, "I am to die. What future is there to speak of? Hurry, you wouldn't want Wunaiwan's subordinates to interrupt our rhythm, would you?" "That is a valid point." Wu Yu, not one to be coy, reflects on his past as a wealthy heir, having encountered all manner of situations. He had refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability the previous night. Now, with the desire to leave no regrets before their potential demise, he reluctantly agrees to her request. Anna, a quintessential Southern belle, possesses a delicate frame, seemingly ordinary yet concealing a tempest within. In the pitch-black shanty, only the occasional lightning illuminates each corner. Anna harbored her own aspirations and dreams, proclaiming that if one were to experience something, it must be experienced in its entirety. She had perused an abundance of educational materials from both domestic and international sources, although she had yet to put her knowledge into practice. Her reservoir of information was exceedingly vast, and she would omit no necessary steps. After a considerable time, she scoffed, "The foolish man must now realize his errors." Does he not? Does he still dare to chastise me for wasting my words? I have asserted my prowess. Why the silence? Is the cooling-off period over? It must be time to address the matter at hand. Silent Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words when he suddenly heard ominous noises from outside. Instantly heightening his alertness, he concealed himself in a corner, aware that they were approaching. What? So swift? My regrets remain unfulfilled, and yet I face death? I refuse to accept such a fate. Be quiet. You shall not perish. She retorted. Humph. You wish for me to silence myself once you've used me. Truly. A heartless man. Wu Yu had no time to engage with her further. He donned his trousers and slippers, and with a fleeting thought, retrieved a fully loaded handgun from a concealed space, gradually making his way to the entrance. Outside the makeshift shelter, an off-road vehicle had come to a halt, its bright headlights illuminating the windows and door of Wu Yu's abode. In an instant, 5 burly men adorned with tattoos leaped from the vehicle, one of whom was the infamous Huang Mao. They bore no firearms, opting instead to force the door open. Damn it, let one attempt to flee or hide, and tonight I shall ensure they regret their existence. Huang Mo bellowed, unabashedly revealing his intentions as he stood behind the others. Chapter 37. That man is truly handsome. The moment Huang Mao arrived in his vehicle, Godanwai stirred awake. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached for a handgun wrapped in a black plastic bag hidden within a concealed compartment beside his bed. This firearm was his service weapon, a relic from his days in the military, and it had been his lifeline during his desperate flight. He had hidden it with utmost care, and during the last burglary of his abode, no one had discovered its location. Godanwai had initially resolved to remain uninvolved, indifferent to Wu Yu's fate. However, he realized that if Wu Yu were to perish, he would likely never encounter a boss as generous as him again. His previous employer had indeed fallen victim to a vendetta, yet on that fateful night, he had cowered in a storage room, weapon in hand, helplessly witnessing his employer being brutally slain, unwilling to intervene. The reason for his inaction? The man had been miserly, offering a monthly salary of 300,000. Yet perpetually finding excuses to withhold payment, often resorting to deliberate humiliation. This time, however, was different. Wu Yu had repeatedly implored Godanwai not to assist, yet he found himself compelled to act. Each individual possesses an inherent moral compass, guiding their choices. With a monthly salary of 1 million yet unpaid by his boss, he felt an urgent need to rescue him, ensuring his remuneration. Godanwai conjured a rationale for his intervention, skillfully loading his weapon and stealthily approaching the window. Peering outside, He observed Huang Mao brandishing a gun, vociferously commanding his 4 subordinates to breach Wu Yu's makeshift dwelling. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the adjacent structure as they attempted to force open the metal door. Time was of the essence. Through a narrow slit in the window, he aimed at Huang Mao's chest and pulled the trigger. A gunshot reverberated, and Huang Mao crumpled to the ground. Go Danwei had no time to ascertain Huang Mao's fate. He was determined to assist Wu Yu. Yet, before he could open his door, a barrage of gunfire erupted from next door. The chilling sounds of gunfire rang out bang, bang, bang. A wave of dread washed over Go Danwei as he realized the gravity of the situation. Wu Yu was unarmed, and with the door breached, the chaos of gunfire left no chance for survival. Stop. I'm over here. Go Danwei bellowed, flinging open his door in an attempt to draw the enemy's attention. As he emerged from his shelter, he was met with a grim sight, for tattooed men lay sprawled on the ground at Wu Yu's doorstep, each riddled with 2 or 3 bloody wounds, their life force seeping away. Wu Yu stood at the threshold, clad in slippers and shirtless, dispatching another bullet into the head of one of the remaining, writhing tattooed men. Boss, you really have a gun? Go Danwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Yu glanced at Go Danwei with a hint of exasperation, replying, I told you not to come out, yet you insisted nonetheless. Your actions are commendable. You have shown loyalty and chosen to assist me. Boss, that Go Danwei stammered, overwhelmed with questions. Yet, Wu Yu was unperturbed, stepping over the fallen bodies as he advanced towards the moaning and struggling Huang Mao. The torrential rain fell in sheets as the yellow-haired man clutched his chest, blood surging forth. Yet, the bullet had narrowly missed his heart. The wound was not lethal. Thus, he could still scream in terror. Please, don't kill me. My boss is Wu Naiwen. If you take my life, you will face dire retribution. Stay away from me. I realize my mistakes. Let us negotiate. I can offer you money. Overwhelmed by fear, the yellow-haired man had long since dropped his weapon, now left only to plead for mercy. Just a few days ago, you were so arrogant. I detest those who are even more conceited than myself. Wu Yu declared, and with a single shot, he struck the yellow-haired man in the head. The latter struggled weakly for a moment before succumbing to stillness. Go Danwei, astonished by Wu Yu's decisive method of execution, approached and inquired, Boss, what shall we do next? What else is there to do? We shall move the body to their vehicle and dispose of it, Wu Yu replied. I mean, having killed Wu Naiwen's subordinate, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. We cannot remain in this mining area. How many subordinates does Wu Naiwen have? Go Danwei asked, perplexed. At worst, we shall face the same battle a few more times. The bravado in his words was palpable, yet Go Danwei could not fathom what gave his boss such confidence. As Wu Yu picked up a handgun from the ground, he noted that they had confiscated 5 pistols today, bringing their total to 10. The individuals in this mining area had procured American M9 handguns from an unknown source, all remarkably uniform in style and caliber, which made Wu Yu's task considerably easier. While Wu Yu gathered the firearms, Go Danwei dragged the bodies into the approaching SUV, and Anna, hiding in a corner, finally grasped the situation. In her eyes, Wu Yu single-handedly dispatched 5 adversaries. How formidable he was, like a god of war, truly captivating. As for his earlier inability to restrain his sharp tongue, that was trivial. Every man has his off days, and it was understandable. Ultimately, she had survived, and the unfinished business could await resolution until tomorrow. Secure the door. I shall return shortly, Wu Yu said, striking the warped metal door a few times until it could be forced shut. All right, please take care, Anna responded with genuine concern. Approaching the yellow-haired man's SUV, Wu Yu instructed Go Danwei, I will handle the bodies. You remain vigilant in the room, in case any enemies have yet to reveal themselves. Go Danwei, bewildered, asked, In such situations, isn't it customary for the subordinates to dispose of the bodies while the boss waits at home for news? Wu Yu chuckled. I'm not like them. I take on the burdensome tasks myself. My subordinates can wait at home for updates. Though Go Danwei did not fully comprehend this, he felt deeply moved, believing it was worthwhile to serve such a boss. Driving the yellow-haired man's vehicle, Wu Yu maneuvered through the waterlogged makeshift area, relying on his memory to reach the main road. The weight of 5 corpses in the back did not impair the SUV's performance. However, the darkness ahead, coupled with the relentless rain, obscured his view of the road. After traveling 700 or 800 meters, he came to a halt. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid even of a single mouse. Wu Yu, unperturbed by the possibility of being observed, opened the car door and methodically stowed each corpse into the small space, subsequently casting them into the swirling vortex at its center, where they were entirely consumed. The sheer size of the SUV posed a considerable challenge. demanding great exertion from Wu Yu to finally incorporate it into the small space. The day's toll had been significant, leaving him mentally drained and his head throbbing with pain. Indeed, it was evident that he could not accommodate excessively large items, as such burdens exceeded his mental capacity. Perhaps, once the small space underwent an upgrade and expanded, he would be able to retrieve larger objects. Currently, the small space measured just over 15 cubic meters, nearing 16 cubic meters. Stowing an SUV had already reached the limits of his ability. By investing jade raw stones into the spatial vortex, he could facilitate the expansion of the small space. Yet he found himself in greater need of business capital at the moment. Once he could amass a sufficient reserve of business funds, he would contemplate enlarging the small space. As we wandered through his disjointed thoughts, he retraced his steps along the mountain path back to the makeshift shelter. The torrential rain had washed away the blood that had stained his body, and the blood at the entrance of the shelter had similarly been diluted by the rainwater, flowing along the muddy gutters into the river below the valley. Had it not been for the distorted and deformed door of Wu Yu's shelter, one might scarcely believe that a fierce battle had recently transpired in this very spot. The neighbors, perhaps having heard the gunfire, likely mistook it for thunder, and none dared to venture out to witness the commotion. Wu Yu addressed Go Danwei, who stood guard at the entrance. "Let us rest. If the rains continue tomorrow, there is no need to rise early, for the morning market is seldom busy." "Oh, is that all? What else should we do?" "Well, you are the boss. I shall heed your words." Go Danwei truly admired Wu Yu's audacity and composure, despite the chaos that had unfolded. He showed no inclination to flee under the cover of night, nor did he seem fearful of any potential retaliation from Wu Naiwen. Chapter 38. Moving had Wu Yu been privy to Go Danwei's thoughts, he would surely have retorted, "What are you afraid of? I have already discovered an unbeatable path. If truly provoked, do you dare to believe I could devastate the entire mining area?" Upon returning to his room, Wu Yu collapsed into slumber, undisturbed even by Anna's restless movements beside him. His head throbbed with pain. Even with the cooling period elapsed, he lacked the inclination to engage in further antics. Anna, aware that her life was not in jeopardy today, recognized Wu Yu's capability to protect himself and felt a tinge of embarrassment in her relentless demands. For without Wu Yu's cooperation, she too could not enter the race. The following day, when Wu Yu awoke, daylight had already graced the sky, although the rain persisted outside. It was now but a gentle patter, far less ferocious than the previous night. He and Anna found themselves squeezed together on a small bed, their gazes locking. Anna met his eyes with an air of nonchalance, displaying no shyness, and curiously inquired, "You are quite handsome. You must be from Huaxia, correct? Speak a few words in Huaxia." Wu Yu remained unfazed, continuing to converse in Burmese. "Stop fooling around. We are not familiar enough for such banter." Anna puffed up her cheeks in frustration, baring her teeth. "What do you mean we aren't familiar? We have slept together. I refuse to let this go. You must say, Huaxia people do not deceive one another. I cannot be outsmarted by you." Wu Yu managed to utter a phrase in Huaxia, momentarily silencing Anna. But just as he intended to rekindle the unfinished business of the previous night, he heard Go Danwei knocking at the door. "Boss, are you awake? A dozen neighbors are peeking in. Should we address this?" Wu Yu halted his actions and replied, "How should we address it? Should we eliminate these neighbors?" "Oh, what a splendid idea. However, it seems my ammunition is rather insufficient." Indeed, the Shanny district houses dozens of families, totaling over 100 people, far too many to deal with. "Well then, shall we clean the bloodstains splattered on your door?" "Yes, if it can be wiped away, do so. If not, we can claim it's merely the result of swatting mosquitoes." "Ah, yes, that rationale is rather clever." With Go Danwei's interruption, Wu Yu's previous intentions to subdue Anna dissipated. The rickety shanty, with its door barely closing, would hardly contain the noise once they hit the racetrack at high speeds. Observing the man rise and dress, Anna felt a twinge of disappointment. What was the matter? Was her allure insufficient, or was it the man's inadequacy? After freshening up, Wu Yu led the two of them to the town. Following breakfast, under the arrangement of the real estate agent, they met the homeowner and signed the transaction contract. Once the relevant formalities were completed, and after paying the agent's commission and gratuity, the former owner departed with a half bag of cash. While Wu Yu successfully acquired the keys to the house, "I will head to the hardware store to purchase a new lock. You both should clean the house. We shall move in this afternoon," Wu Yu instructed, delegating tasks to them. "Understood, boss," they responded eagerly. With a spacious new house at their disposal, they were no longer inclined to dwell in the dim, damp shanty. On his way to the hardware store, Wu Yu received a call from Sangbo. "Boss, it's raining today, and we cannot extract materials from the mine. I wanted to inquire if there is work available for me here. Can I come over today?" Wu Yu responded. Given the intensity of the rain, are you able to make it to the town? I've just moved into a new house and require assistance with cleaning. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, boss. The rain has subsided significantly, and I can certainly make it over, came the reply. Well then, do come. Call me once you arrive, Wu concluded, having already arrived at the hardware store. The morning market was rather desolate, and business at the store was equally lackluster. Wu purchased several new locks, cleaning supplies, and also acquired an electric grinder, a dental machine, a chainsaw, along with various components. After paying a deposit, he requested the store owner to arrange for delivery, settling the remaining balance afterward. This transaction was a substantial undertaking for the hardware store. The owner entrusted his wife with the shop and personally delivered the items to Wu Yu's residence, leaving with a cheerful demeanor after collecting the final payment. The house Wu Yu procured features 4 bedrooms, a spacious living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room was sparsely furnished, containing merely 2 small sofas. Bearing the remnants of the previous owner's occupation, who seemingly utilized the space as a workshop for stone processing, a common arrangement in mining areas. By the time Sangbo arrived, the room had been mostly tidied up, and Wu Yu introduced him to the others, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. When it came to room assignments, Wu Yu claimed the largest master bedroom, allowing the remaining 3 rooms to be chosen freely by the others. However, Anna declined, expressing her desire to share a room with Wu Yu, wishing to reserve the space for future workers to avoid their potential discomfort in finding accommodation. This was a classic case of self-imposed hardship, and Wu Yu, disinclined to persuade her otherwise, commenced the moving process after lunch. During this transition, surprisingly, none of Wu Niwen's subordinates sought trouble, perhaps unaware of the demise of Huang Mao, even if they were informed. It would take time to ascertain the identity of the culprit. The mobile signal in the mining area was notoriously weak, compounded by the heavy rain and difficult transportation, rendering communication nearly impossible and leaving the situation largely unaddressed. Before nightfall, Wu Yu, Gudanwei, and Sangbo had successfully relocated all of their belongings to the new abode. As for Anna, she had fled without taking anything, now clad in Wu Yu's garments. Wu Yu procured beer and a selection of marinated dishes to celebrate the successful move into their new home. He offered a few words of encouragement, uplifting the spirits of the group. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish, we must get to work. The 30-odd raw stones purchased yesterday still await their first cutting. Understood, boss. The pace of their meal noticeably quickened. Wu Yu, armed with a marker, meticulously indicated the positions and dimensions for cutting windows on each raw stone. By adhering to his outlined areas, even novices could successfully create rogue windows. Wu Yu's principle was to open rogue windows on mediocre quality jadeite in areas of vibrant color, evoking boundless imagination. For stones of ice-grade quality or higher, he employed a skinning method, polishing them afterward to unveil their crystalline beauty, thereby enticing clients for premium returns. Upon receiving larger stones that met Wu Yu's standards, he would simply bisect them with a chainsaw, a straightforward approach that often yielded high offers from buyers. Gudanwei and Sangbo both possess adept window opening skills, evidently honed through prior experience, while Anna is relegated to the task of polishing, a duty that poses no risk of injury even if performed imperfectly. Wu Yu supervises nearby, ready to offer corrections to anyone faltering in their duties, which lends him an air of authority befitting a boss. Once satisfied that everyone is performing adequately, he settles onto the sofa in a contemplative state. Though it appears as mere daydreaming, his thoughts are instead directed towards organizing the clutter within a confined space. The yellow-haired individual's off-road vehicle occupies an excessive amount of space, and if it were not for the lack of an alternative disposal site and the apprehension of leaving evidence and clues for Wu Niwen, he would have discarded it long ago. Among the jade and gold seized from the monkey, Wu Yu carefully places these treasures among his collection of rare materials, ensuring they are distanced from the off-road vehicle to avoid any damage. These exquisite materials will eventually be sold in Mandalay or the Huaxia market, where they can fetch a far greater profit than selling in the mining area, which would be disadvantageous. Once he accumulates a fortune of 10 billion, Wu Yu plans to source materials at the morning market in the mining area, a method that promises swifter and more lucrative returns than his dealings with Yamuxi. At that moment, his phone rings. It is Tang Yuyao, a jade merchant from Huaxia. Boss Yu, I have received the materials you sent, but only 7 pieces arrived. 2 are missing. Can you check if the piece beginning with WT420 is among them? That one is here. Then all is well, as long as that piece is intact. We stand to profit without loss. We shall keep this piece for ourselves and cut it ourselves. Tang Yuyao cannot comprehend the source of Wu Yu's unwavering confidence. What guarantees are there that a piece will appreciate in value upon cutting? Even the most seasoned jade appraisers in the mines would not dare to be so certain. Chapter 39. The conscientious boss Away. Once Wu had clarified his stance, he refrained from excessive explanation. Belief or disbelief mattered little to him. If they chose not to trust him, so be it. They could simply forego future collaboration. Business partners need not be exceedingly astute, but they must certainly not be excessively foolish. At 11 o'clock at night, the group finally opened all 30-odd small pieces of raw material. We retained 3 pieces of icy jadeite, discreetly storing them in a small space, while labeling the remaining pieces for sale at the morning market. The house boasted a bathroom, allowing for a refreshing shower. Upon returning to his room after bathing, Wu discovered Anna had been waiting for him, wrapped in a blanket. Her gaze fixed upon him. "Boss, are you up for it today?" Wu shot her a glare, opting for silence as he extinguished the light. There are limits to what one can tolerate. If he did not assert himself, Anna's audacity would soon know no bounds. Yesterday's incident, stemming from a firearm that had remained in use for 2.5 years, was understandable. A negligent discharge was a common occurrence. Today, however, he needed to impress upon Anna that he was the boss, not a figure to be easily mocked. "Ah, your left hand is quite peculiar, strangely comforting. Is your left hand a prosthetic? How can it feel warm and vibrate at such high frequencies?" Anna was a chatterbox, her incessant curiosity unyielding. "Don't ask. I have no idea." Wu truly did not comprehend it either. Typically, when appraising jade, a warmth in his left hand was acceptable, but in this instance, why was it radiating such heat? Was it a beauty akin to jade? Not only could he appraise jade, but he seemed to have an uncanny ability to evaluate beauty as well. His left hand was indeed behaving rather inappropriately. In retaliation for Anna's mockery, Wu unleashed his full vigor today. The once curious child now rendered speechless, entirely defenseless, with the enhancement of his left hand's peculiar abilities. Even the most exquisite jade seemed to turn to mere muck. The night passed in silence. The following day dawned clear and bright, the sun rising early. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of the new house, or perhaps sheer exhaustion, but Wu found himself rising late. After a brief wash, Godanwai returned from the market with breakfast. Anna, unable to venture outside, busied herself with tidying and cleaning the house. Wu left her a firearm, instructing her on its use before advising her to keep it secure. This was a matter of survival, as long as she possessed common sense. She would understand the necessity of carrying it with her. Once he had allocated the stones intended for sale, Wu set out with Godanwai and Sangbo, cautioning them before they parted ways. The morning market at the mining area was filled with merchants buying raw materials, while some familiar faces were present. Each day brought new ones. Notably, the influx of jade traders from Huaxia persisted despite the evident dangers. They came for the remarkably affordable jadeite. After selling 2 small pieces, Wu approached the stall of a young Huaxia jade merchant. "Boss, take a look at this piece," he said, placing a fist-sized piece of jadeite before the merchant. This piece of material had 2 small windows, each revealing a hint of green, creating an impression that it belonged to the realm of fully green jade, evoking a vast space for imagination. The young jade merchant's eyes sparkled, and he remarked with a smile, "Indeed, this is the color material from Mulwanjiji. What is the price for this piece?" Wu quoted a price of 18 million. "That is too high. I can only see 8 million, the young man replied. Wu's eyes lit up. The young man was not a harsh negotiator, but rather a potential easy target. "Sir, please offer a bit more. You know the prices of color materials are escalating. I cannot report anything below 10 million to the supplier. Then it shall be 10 million. And I will additionally provide you with a white card worth 100,000, the young man said nonchalantly. Wu hesitated. "If you can give me a white card worth 200,000, we have a deal, as 10 million is merely the minimum price instructed by the supplier." "Deal." The young jade merchant readily agreed, seemingly dismissing the small fee. Thus, Wu managed to sell a piece of windowed color material, which would typically fetch around 5 million in the market, for a staggering 10 million. After the transaction, Wu retrieved a piece of icy jade with floral patterns from his bag. However, this piece only had one section that truly met the icy standard. The rest barely qualified as jade and was of even poorer quality. After some back-and-forth negotiations, it was sold for 5 million, which was 30% higher than the usual market price. Wu discerned that this young man might be a Navi rich heir, likely visiting the mining area for the first time. His offer prices were exceedingly low for the Huaxia market but were undoubtedly high within the mining market. Thus, Wu proactively suggested, "Sir, may I have your contact information? If I come across good materials in the future, I will give you a call." "Sure. Here is my business card. Just call the number on it." The young jade merchant cheerfully handed Wu Yu a card. Wu Yu glanced at it. The name read Lu Biao, an ordinary name, accompanied by a string of mobile numbers. The authenticity of the name was uncertain in the outside world. Identities and names are self-assigned, and whether others believe them is another matter entirely. Hello, Mr. Lu. You can call me Ayu. Let us stay in touch. Wu Yu said before taking his leave. Though Wu Yu had more materials in his bag, he felt reluctant to exploit a single individual. Conducting business without integrity is untenable. Had he chosen that path, he might have earned even more. His remaining sense of morality compelled him to avoid taking advantage of one person excessively. The young man might manage to resell the materials back home, but if he attempted to cut them himself, these two pieces would likely falter, yielding little profit even in the Huaxia market. Wu Yu had accumulated too much money, making it cumbersome to carry. He had intended to store it in a small space. But due to the crowd nearby and the lack of a discreet hiding place, he decided it would be more convenient to take the money home. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Good Danwei was also there. Away, how many pieces did you sell today? Wu Yu inquired. Boss, I sold everything. I encountered a generous Mr. Lu from Huaxia, who purchased all the materials I brought. Good Danwei replied, producing the business card to show Wu Yu. Gazing at the familiar business card and the well-known name, Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words. He then produced his own card, presenting it to Go Danwei. What a coincidence. My few pieces were also purchased by this esteemed boss Lu. He truly shows no discrimination when it comes to materials. At that moment, Sangbo returned, equally holding a card from Lu Biao, eagerly recounting the details of the recent transaction to the group. Wu Yu sighed and remarked, this boss Lu must be quite ravenous, purchasing anything in sight. Perhaps it is his first visit to the mining district, and everything seems like a bargain. Indeed, quite likely. Go Danwei and Sangbo wholeheartedly agreed. With a solemn expression, Wu Yu declared, since fate has brought us together so fortuitously, I still have 3 pieces of rough stones left. Who among you will make a trip to sell these to him as well? They both eagerly volunteered, knowing that a successful sale could yield a generous tip, as Lu Biao was known for his liberality. In the end, Sangbo triumphed in the competition, promising to share 40% of the anticipated white card tip with Go Danwei. And he set off with the remaining 3 pieces of raw stone. Meanwhile, Wu Yu sat on the sofa, counting bundles of large banknotes, the sight quite impactful. Even though the Myanmar currency held little value, the sight of over 100 million in cash brought him immense joy. Anna, upon seeing such a sum, her eyes gleaming, approached with an unusual gait and nestled beside Wu Yu. Boss, you've made quite a fortune today. Could you buy me a phone? Chapter 40. Suspicion. Wu Yu cast a glance at Anna and inquired, they work diligently to help me sell goods in order to earn their wages. On what grounds do you demand money? Anna, unperturbed, playfully replied, you may do so in places where sunlight does not reach. Would that suffice as a reason? Wu Yu smiled, for this style of banter delighted him. Here, take $1 million. Spend it as you wish. With that, he tossed a bundle of cash to Anna. Thank you, boss. Love you. Anna exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the stack of bills, unconcerned about how she might spend it. After counting the cash, Wu Yu returned it to a sack and carried it back to his room, where a safe left by the previous tenant awaited. He had no intention of using it. Rather, he pretended to open it and, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, discreetly stashed the money in a small compartment. For him, that small space was the epitome of safety. At present, his collection of cash in Myanmar currency exceeded 800 million, leaving just over 100 million to reach his psychological target of 1 billion. With $1 billion as his capital, he could cease his daily trips to the mine for material collection and instead acquire materials solely at the morning market, thus accelerating his earnings. In that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar local number. Unsure of the caller's identity but recognizing the importance of every business call, he promptly answered. Hello, who is this? Is this Boss Wu Yu? You can just call me Brother Chong. Did Huang Mao visit you the night before last? A familiar face flashed in Wu Yu's mind. Brother Chang was the head of security under Wu Naiwan, essentially a gang leader responsible for Huang Mao and his associates. Remaining calm, Wu Yu responded, Hello, Brother Chong. I am not well acquainted with Huang Mao. Why would he seek me? I've heard that Huang Mao is currently searching for those runaway female streamers. Should he receive any tips, he might come to you for them. I have not seen Huang Mao. If I find that you are lying, your fate will be sealed. It would be wise to confess now. If there is a misunderstanding, we can negotiate. Wu Yu, never tell lies. Given Wu Naiwan's influence in the mining area, I cannot afford to provoke him. If you discover that I am dishonest, you may deal with me as you see fit. Well, I hope that is the case. If you uncover any leads, do share them with me. I will remember your kindness. Rest assured, Brother Chong, should I find any information, I will certainly reach out to you. Will you maintain his composure? Skillfully diverting Brother Chong's suspicions. It was evident that Brother Chang and his associates possessed no substantial leads or evidence. Otherwise, they would not be calling Wu Yu but rather apprehending individuals at the morning market. Before long, Sang Bo returned, bringing with him 16 million, along with an additional 300,000 in tips. The 16 million was handed over to Wu Yu, while the two of them divided the tips between themselves. Boss, will we be heading to the mine to collect materials soon? Sang Bo inquired. Only if the road permits vehicular passage. If not, we shall turn back, Wu Yu replied, already gathering his belongings in preparation for the trip to the mine. Just over 100 million more. And he could set up a stall at the morning market to collect materials. He was filled with determination, eager to gather a few more quality items to recoup his investment. Just as he was about to leave, Anna approached him with an eager expression. Boss, I suddenly realized I can't go out and buy a phone. Could you help me get one? You really are a handful, Wu Yu replied with a resigned glare. Anna pouted. You didn't mind when you were calling someone baby at night. A chuckle escaped from both Gadanwai and Sangbo, who were unable to contain their amusement. Wu Yu clenched his fists, feeling a strong urge to retaliate, but he had endured for 2.5 years. He was truly hungry and deserved to be toyed with by her. So, with a dismissive snort, he reluctantly stepped outside and purchased a new phone for her at the nearest shop. Most phones sold in Myanmar were from Chinese brands. And while the quality of the Chrysanthemum brand was excellent, the price was exorbitant. Therefore, he opted for a reasonably priced Xiaomi phone and also arranged for a mobile card. Upon returning home, Wu Yu tossed the phone to Anna and said, if you wish to remain safe, remember not to disclose your address. And refrain from live streaming or filming videos. If you want to jeopardize yourself, then just ignore my advice. Anna accepted the phone, pecked him on the cheek, and replied cheerfully, don't worry, boss. I'm not foolish enough to put myself in danger. I just want to call my parents to let them know I'm safe. Good. Make sure you have food and drink at home, lock the doors, and don't go out. You have a gun. If you encounter real danger, you can empty the magazine without worrying about legal issues. There are no laws here. Oh, rest assured, I'm incredibly strong now. Whoever comes will be the one in peril. Wu Yu chuckled non-committally as he and Sangbo got into the car, instructing Gadanwai to drive out of the small courtyard. Anna immediately locked the door from the inside, returned to the living room on the first floor, and secured the door to her room as well. Ever since witnessing Wu Yu take down a group of people in the shantytown, she had become acutely aware of her surroundings and understood how to protect herself. Once she was certain the room was empty, she quickly inserted the SIM card, and after successfully powering on the phone, she dialed her mother's number. Mom, I'm fine. I lost my phone a few days ago and just got a new card. I was worried you'd be anxious. So I rushed to call you to let you know I'm safe. What? You received a ransom call from my friend, saying I was kidnapped? They asked for 100,000 Chinese yuan? You didn't fall for it, did you? That is wonderful. Thank goodness we're poor and Haven Tea gathered that much. Otherwise, it would have been heartbreaking to send them the money. I'm really fine, truly. If something were wrong, I'd be crying and begging you to pay the ransom. The mother and daughter exchanged many words, seemingly still anxious about Anna's current predicament. They deliberately initiated a video call on WeChat, and upon seeing each other unharmed, they finally felt at ease. Her mother inquired when Anna would return to the country, to which Anna replied that her phone, wallet, and passport had been stolen, coupled with the harassment from her friend and others. She was currently hiding at a reliable friend's house, waiting to replace her passport before she could consider returning home. Hanging up the phone, Anna recalled her close friend's betrayal, which instantly ignited a smoldering fury within her. It was that wretched person who had deceived her into traveling to Myanmar under the pretense of engaging in live stream sales. The other female streamers were also lured by her cunning. When I see her next, I shall ensure she experiences a taste of retribution. Starting with a ride on a small train, followed by an emptying of the magazine right before her eyes. Seated in the passenger seat, Wu Yu noticed a bounty poster for Huang Mao as they passed by the morning market. It appeared that Wu Naiwan's gang had come to the conclusion that Huang Mao was indeed missing. Their response, while not particularly swift, was not tardy either. Merely a day and a night had elapsed since his disappearance, and already there was a bounty posted. He had even learned, albeit through vague channels, that Huang Mao had sought him out previously, though no concrete evidence substantiated this. Wu Yu glanced at the poster and remarked, TSK. A bounty of 10 million, it's quite a sum. Brother Danwei chuckled. It's a pity we are unaware of Huang Mao's whereabouts. Had we known, we would certainly have called in to claim the reward. Sang Bo, oblivious to the secret shared between the two men, interjected, Wunaiwan's crew is far from virtuous. Even if there is a bounty, we might not receive it, so it's best to avoid any dealings with them. Have you suffered at their hands? Who has tea in the mining district? Once, I stumbled upon a valuable piece of, or at one of his contracted mines, a stunning find with vibrant hues. Yet he offered me merely 1/10 of its market value. When I hesitated for a moment, that brute A Chang slapped me twice. Wu Yu chuckled, do not be disheartened. Given the chance in the future, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to return the favor to A Chang. Should he dare to resist, we shall empty our magazines on him without hesitation. Chapter 41. You mustn't say I said it. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Sang Bo could only manage a wry smile, believing the other was jesting. In the mining district, who would dare to confront the security captain, Wunaiwan? Surely, such recklessness would be tantamount to courting disaster. After departing from the marketplace and passing through the checkpoint, the dilapidated mountain path was indeed riddled with mud pits, its condition worsened by the passage of several off-road vehicles. Many cars lacking four-wheel drive, or those with subpar four-wheel capabilities, found themselves ensnared, unable to move from the mire. Surprisingly, the second-hand Land Cruiser that we was riding in performed admirably on the muddy terrain, navigating several large mud holes without faltering. There were others standing by the roadside, attempting to flag him down for assistance in towing their vehicles, but Danwei dared not slow down, fearing that even a moment's hesitation would leave them trapped in the mud. Danwei expressed his concerns. Boss, this one T do. If the road ahead continues like this, we want to make it to the mine today. It's simply impassable. We replied, Sangbo, is there any material left in your shanty area? We didn't finish our exploration last time, and since we can't access the mine today, perhaps we could wander around your place. Sangbo responded. There should be some materials left. I can check. At least the road we took was graveled, so vehicles can pass through. All right then. Let us divert at the upcoming fork to Sangbo's shanty area. Understood, boss. Just as they concluded their conversation, we spotted a familiar Mercedes GLS stuck in the middle of the road, with a tall, robust female bodyguard standing by the roadside, waving to stop passing vehicles. This scene felt strikingly familiar to Wu Yu, as if he had witnessed something similar in the past. The bodyguard, one arm raised to halt traffic, held a firearm in the other, seemingly poised to shoot the driver should they fail to comply. What should we do, boss? Danwei inquired anxiously. Sighing, we remarked. Dudon means Mercedes is stuck in the mud again. What else can we do but help her tow it out? Isn't that Mercedes a bit unreliable? Why does it always get stuck here? Danwei muttered. Who knows if it's the car's fault or the driver's? Regardless, once I have the means, I shall never purchase a Mercedes. Why not? Afraid of crying on the hood? Enough, you little rascal. At least Mercedes doesn't exploit the impoverished. As the boss, whatever you say is correct. While conversing, they had already pulled up beside the imposing bodyguard and lowered the car window. The bodyguard brandished her firearm threateningly, stating, Our vehicle is trapped in the mud. Please assist us in towing it. Our boss will be grateful. With a smile, we replied, Hello again. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm a friend of Miss Damon. I helped tow her car here last time. Remember? The bodyguard paused momentarily, then awkwardly said, Oh, it's you. I recall now. Well, I'm afraid I must trouble you again. Her tone had softened considerably, lacking the earlier coldness and rigidity. Not a problem at all. With that, Wu Yu and his companions exited the vehicle, while Danwei diligently retrieved the tow rope to connect the two cars. Fortune smiled upon them this time, as they managed to extricate the Mercedes GLS without the assistance of Wu Yu. At that moment, the rear window of the Mercedes descended, revealing the exquisite mixed-race visage of Du Danmin. She addressed Wu Yu, saying, I owe you yet another favor this time. Should you encounter any issues at the mining site in the future, feel free to call me. To the best of my ability, I shall endeavor to assist you. Wu Yu was instantly elated, responding with a smile, Thank you, Miss Danmin. Should the need arise, I shall continue to assist you with your vehicle. It was evident that Wu Yu relished such tasks, even when he aged into an old man. The prospect of helping a beauty like Danmin with her vehicle would invigorate him endlessly. Danmin nodded slightly, raised the window, and instructed her bodyguard to drive away in the Mercedes. Wu Yu and his companions resumed their journey, veering in another direction. After a leisurely 20-minute drive, they finally arrived at the shanty area where Sangbo used to reside. During the day, most individuals ventured to the mines to excavate jade for profit. But with the recent clear weather, many felt that there was little chance of finding jade and opted to rest at home. Sangbo led Wu Yu, inquiring at each household. After some effort, they managed to acquire a few decent pieces. However, the proportion of quality material in Mushi's possession was notably low. Most were subpar, yielding little of value, with only a few showing promise, which turned out to be merely ordinary glutinous jade. Wu Yu, being selective, was only willing to pay a premium for high-quality jade. Thus, this location was not ideal for acquiring glutinous jade due to its exorbitant prices, rendering it unprofitable. As the morning drew to a close, Wu Yu had only managed to procure 6 pieces, 1 large and 5 small, expending 38 million in capital. The washed materials from Mushi came at such a high price. Had he sourced the unwashed materials from the mine, these 6 pieces would likely have been obtainable for under 10 million. After enjoying lunch at Mushi's residence, the trio returned to the vehicle to deliberate on their afternoon plans. Sangbo proposed, "Boss, if we proceed east along this road, there is another shanty area nearby, adjacent to a designated dumping ground for mining refuse. A small number of Mushi often excavate materials there. We could take a stroll around." "Very well. I shall follow your lead today. You sit in the passenger seat and direct a way." "Certainly." With 6 promising pieces in hand, Wu Yu felt elated, convinced that his goal of amassing 1 billion had been achieved, allowing for an early celebration with champagne. As for the afternoon's potential finds, he was indifferent, prioritizing a relaxed state of mind. Following Sangbo's directions, they traversed several rough roads for a little over 10 minutes until they reached a shanty area comprising only a few dozen households, akin in size to the one Wu Yu had previously inhabited. Finding a relatively flat spot with minimal mud to park, the group disembarked and approached the shanty area. They noticed a Land Rover parked centrally, surrounded by several individuals engaged in conversation. Among them was the formidable Bao Ming, clad in a floral shirt and traditional longi, his expression serious as he relayed instructions to his subordinates. Upon spotting Wu Yu, Bao Ming acknowledged him. "Boss Wu, what a coincidence. Have you also come here to source materials?" Wu Yu took the initiative to greet, accompanied by 2 assistants, and approached. Bao Ming cast a complex glance in his direction and lazily remarked, "Ah, it's Boss Au. I'm not here to collect anything, merely to inquire about some information. By the way, do you know if there has been any conflict between Monkey and Wu Naiwan's gang?" Wu Yu scrutinized the other's expression, speculating on Bao Ming's intentions. It appeared that Monkey had offended too many people, and he had already delved into Wu Naiwan's affairs. The spectacle of dogs fighting amongst themselves was one Wu Yu always relished. With this in mind, he felt no need for decorum and decided to embellish the tale. Thus, Wu Yu feigned difficulty and said, "Well, this matter, is rather inconvenient to discuss. You see, Wu Naiwan wields considerable influence in the mining area and collaborates closely with Miss Dan Men. If I were to utter something I shouldn't, I might not see the light of day tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Bao Ming became even more intrigued, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, speak freely. To me, Wu Naiwan is of little consequence. If it weren't for my hesitation regarding Du Donmin's identity and background, I would have confronted Wu Naiwan about Monkey's matters long ago." Wu Yu, showcasing his acting prowess, hesitated and struggled for a moment before finally conceding. "In that case, I shall share a few words. But you must promise not to disclose that it was I who spoke." Chapter 42, Sustenance and Guardianship with a demeanor of timidity and caution. Wu Yu leaned towards Bao Ming, whispering in his ear. "Once, while I was resting in the lobby on the 2nd floor of a bathhouse, I witnessed a near altercation between the Monkey and Huang Mao, sparked by a dispute over a certain young lady. Their exchange was nothing short of ferocious." "Are you unfamiliar with Huang Mao?" "Ah, he is a trusted subordinate of Wu Naiwan, responsible for live stream sales." On another occasion, while the Monkey was collecting materials at the mines, he inadvertently offended Wu Naiwan's security personnel, who then brandished a gun at his head and slapped him several times. These incidents were witnessed firsthand, but I am uncertain about any other conflicts that may have transpired. Upon hearing this, Bao Ming's expression fluctuated, revealing his contemplations. "Excellent, thank you, Boss Au, for the valuable information. I shall remember this kindness and will reach out should the need arise. Mr. Bao is too courteous. Feel free to call me whenever necessary," Wu Yu replied, eager to establish a closer rapport, and exchanged phone numbers. After laying several subtle traps, Wu Yu, accompanied by 2 assistants, commenced gathering materials, inquiring from each vendor. After considerable effort, they successfully procured 3 exquisite pieces before departing with a sense of satisfaction. By the time they exited, Bao Ming and his entourage had already left. Wu Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of his earlier fabrications being unveiled. For both the Monkey and Huang Mao were long deceased, rendering any refutation impossible. As for the security personnel under Wu Naiwan's command, they had always been arrogant, likely having assaulted numerous small jade merchants. It remained ambiguous whether the monkey had indeed been assaulted by them, but who could ascertain the truth? The objective was clear: redirect Bao Ming's suspicions towards Wu Naiwan's faction, ensuring success in his scheme. There was even the potential for mutual distrust between the two factions, one suspecting the other of the monkey's demise, while the latter harbored doubts regarding Huang Mao's fate. This could ultimately ignite fierce conflict, thereby weakening both parties. After all, both factions had displayed hostility towards Wu Yu, having previously aimed firearms at him. Should any connections between these incidents and Wu Yu be uncovered, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Thus, by preemptively laying these traps, he could invite both factions into a perilous snare without bearing the weight of guilt. Emerging from the shantytown, they arrived at the dilapidated small mine site mentioned by Sangbo. Here, a mere few hundred Amuxi were present. Yet there were over a dozen jade merchants. Wu Yu, alongside his assistants, waded through the mud into the throng of Amuxi, questioning each in turn. Occasionally, someone would present jade materials for Wu Yu's inspection. However, the quality was dismal, cold to the touch, indicating waste, with no room for negotiation on price. After examining over 30 pieces, he purchased only one for 800,000, and as dusk approached, he had yet to encounter another piece that stirred his interest. As they departed by vehicle, Wu Yu remarked to his assistants, "The quality at this waste site is abysmal. If it were not for the mining company here being overly meticulous in their filtering of waste, it would suggest that the veins of this mining company are depleted." Sangbo, astonished, exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. You discerned the truth in just one visit. The nearby mining company has been extracting resources here for over a year and is indeed nearing exhaustion, with the recent influx of waste diminishing steadily. It is not difficult to surmise that so many individuals are unable to locate jadeite rough stones. Those who are fortunate may find one, yet show no signs of excitement. Over time, experienced individuals cease to scavenge stones in this area, and jade merchants no longer come here to collect materials, resulting in the natural desolation of the region. Indeed, there are numerous barren locations within the mining area, all similarly abandoned, and the opportunities to gather jadeite are dwindling. After a day under the scorching sun, the return journey along the mountain path is far improved compared to the outward trek, as there are significantly fewer muddy pits. Upon arriving at the small courtyard in the town, Anna visibly sighed in relief. She felt anxious being alone at home, but with Wu Yu's return, her sense of security was restored. Wu Yu instructed his men to move the collected jadeite rough stones indoors, allowing his two assistants a brief respite before assigning them tasks. Away went to the street to purchase some prepared food, ensuring to buy extra meat along with a case of beer. Sangbo was in the courtyard washing stones, not needing to scrub too vigorously, merely rinsing off the mud from the outer skin and giving extra attention to the promising spots. "All right, boss," the two responded, and then busied themselves with their respective duties. Wu Yu took a hot shower and settled into a wrought-tin chair on the porch to rest. Anna approached, standing behind him to massage his shoulders. "Boss, how did the materials we received today fare? Until they are cleaned, I cannot say for certain. However, my luck has been quite favorable lately. Everything I purchase seems to appreciate in value, so I should profit," he replied. "Oh, by the way, when I escaped, I took nothing with me. Shouldn't you buy me a few changes of clothes? Also, some sanitary napkins and skincare products?" "Ah, you make a valid point. After dinner, I shall visit the shops on the street to procure them for you." "Thank you, boss. You are the best. Love you," Anna exclaimed, playfully pecking his cheek. Although Wu Yu grimaced in mock disdain, the slight upward curve of his lips suggested he secretly relished the affection, perhaps due to their intimate relationship. Wu Yu found Anna quite beautiful. Her natural look, devoid of makeup, exuded a charm reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging from water, contrasting starkly with the wildness of the night. Despite being somewhat loquacious, her personality was refreshingly straightforward, unpretentious and candid. She spoke her mind, often articulating blunt thoughts. Wu Yu had always been fond of this type and remained steadfast in his affections. After dinner, Wu Yu led Anna to their room to take her measurements for clothing, facilitating their shopping endeavors. He was surprised to discover that her slender frame concealed remarkable potential. With a bit of nurturing, she could undoubtedly ascend to the D-grade echelon. He noted her measurements and instructed her to wait in the room while he stepped out briefly. Currently, Anna must remain out of sight. Not only is venturing out in the mining area perilous, but once they reach Mandalay, her freedom to roam will also be severely limited. A woman as striking as she, hailing from Huaxia, faces significant danger in Myanmar. In sparsely populated areas, the risk of abduction is ever present. The market features several shops selling clothing, with items wholesale imported from Huaxia. However, the prices are exorbitant. Garments that would cost 30 to 50 in her homeland are priced at a minimum of over 100. And in some cases, even 200 or more here. As for lingerie, it is a rare commodity, merely an afterthought in clothing stores, with prices equally outrageous. Fortunately, there were plenty of size D garments left for Wu Yu, allowing for a casual selection of 7 or 8 alluring ensembles, along with several dresses suitable for wear, costing nearly 1 million. On the way back, Wu Yu noticed a commotion ahead, a fight unfolding that he initially intended to ignore, as such incidents were all too common in the mining area. However, the sight of several familiar figures among a dozen armed locals piqued his interest. He even recognized the familiar shouts of abusive language, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Song Junwei, Liu Biao, and 2 unfamiliar jade merchants. Surrounded and viciously attacked by the locals, their clothing stained crimson with blood. These jade merchants were extravagant in their spending, significant clients, and, for a time, essential to his livelihood. Rescuing them equated to safeguarding 2 banks, promising substantial rewards. A large crowd had gathered, comprising both locals and Chinese, yet none were inclined to intervene. Seizing the moment, Wu Yu pushed through the throng of onlookers, stowing his newly acquired garments into a small space. When he emerged from the crowd, he wielded a machete he had retrieved from the small space. Everyone, halt. What are you doing? You are not just assaulting Chinese merchants. You are threatening the very patrons who support us locals. If they are frightened away, who will purchase our jade? Who will provide for us? Wu Yu's booming voice commanded the attention of all present. It wasn't necessarily fear of him, but rather the intimidating presence of the machete he held, glinting ominously. The leader of the assailants, a menacing man with prominent teeth, a shaved head, and several scars marring his face, directed a watermelon knife at Wu Yu, cursing. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business, or we'll cut you down too. Meanwhile, Song Junwei and Liu Biao recognized Wu Yu, their faces lighting up with hope as they cried out, Boss Yu, please save us. Chapter 43. The unexpectedly hot raw stone. Wu Yu nodded slightly to them and said, I understand your urgency, however. Please allow me a moment to communicate with the other party. After speaking, Wu Yu approached Baoya and inquired, These gentlemen are my clients. May I ask what misunderstanding has occurred? I will see if I can resolve it. Baoya recognized Wu Yu, recalling that he was acquainted with Director Wei from the Market Management Office. He remembered how Wu Yu had rescued a Chinese businesswoman from a troublesome situation with a group of thugs. However, since that incident, the thugs had vanished, and it was rumored that Wu Yu was involved. Recalling these events, Baoya's demeanor softened, and he began to explain the origins of the conflict. We had agreed to inspect the materials at a restaurant, but that young man, without my permission, poured water on the jadeite raw stone, thus violating the established protocols for inspection. What infuriated me further was that after dousing the stone, they claimed the skin was not suitable and refused to purchase it. Is this not mockery? If you wish to advocate for them, then let them purchase that stone. It weighs 50 kilograms and is valued at 200 million. Not a penny less. Wu Yu listened attentively, nodding slightly as he grasped the situation. He turned to Song Junwei and Liu Biao, asking, Is this the case? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Junwei explained, I had stepped away to the restroom. It was Xiao Lu's doing, and the others were not attentive, resulting in this predicament. Liu Biao, clutching his wounds and still shaken, added, I was unaware of these rules. Back home, we could freely pour water when inspecting stones. The 2 middle-aged jade merchants nearby sighed and interjected, Xiao Lu, this is a piece of Mushi jade, and it is still encrusted with mud. If you wish to pour water, it must be with the owner's consent. Furthermore, if you must pour, it should only be a small area, no larger than a coin, merely to observe the color of the skin. Pouring a large area, as you did, washes away the mud and, prior to negotiation, signifies acceptance of the seller's price. Liu Biao, feeling aggrieved, retorted, I had no knowledge of this. Even if I were to consider purchasing it, there should be room for negotiation, right? For a stone of this nature, priced at 200 million. Even a foolish son of a landlord would not wish to be taken advantage of. Wu Yu comprehended that this conflict arose from a lack of understanding of local trading customs, with both parties feeling wronged and justified in their actions. Baoya is asking for 200 million. What is the maximum you could offer? We can only see 20 million. That dull, rough skin holds no promise. Had it not been for the water, we would never have considered such a stone. The disparity in pricing is too vast. Can you endure your injuries? If so, let us inspect the raw stone further. We can endure. It's merely superficial wounds, and the bleeding is minimal. It appears that the group led by Baoya merely intended to intimidate the Chinese merchants, with no actual intent to kill. Otherwise, after inflicting so many cuts, they would not have merely breached the surface. Under the watchful eyes of Baoya and his associates, the crowd returned to the nearby restaurant. At a solid wooden table in the innermost part of the establishment lay a large stone, encrusted with mud, one end of which had been washed clean, revealing a bowl-sized shell, dull and rough in texture. This material seemed to have originated from the Maman quarry, though it was not entirely similar, and it bore even less resemblance to the characteristics of the Mwanji quarry. If it weren't for the crisp metallic sound emitted when struck by a flashlight, the onlookers might have doubted whether this stone was jade at all. Wu Yu examined the stone and addressed Baoya, saying, "Do not be absurd. Are you truly expecting 200 million for this worthless material? 20 million is already generous. Do not attempt to extort others under the guise of rules. If this escalates, you will find no benefit, and all Chinese merchants will cease doing business with you in the future." Furious, Baoya retorted, "No, it must be 200 million. They are responsible for washing my material to this state. Had they not removed the mud, I could have sold it for 200 million elsewhere." Wu Yu frowned. "Are you testing my patience? Do you believe I will not call Director Wei and have you all taken back to the market management office? My clients would rather pay a 20 million fine to the office than give you a single cent." Baoya's expression was fierce, yet his eyes wavered with uncertainty. "Do not think you can intimidate me with Director Wei. However, I will show you some leniency. Let them pay me 100 million. And I will consider the stone sold." Song Junwei shook his head. 100 million is out of the question. Instead, let us offer 20 million for peace. We will forego the jade, and you can keep it. Baoya stood his ground. "No, it must be at least 100 million. There can be no lesser amount. If not, I will have my men eliminate you all." While they bickered, Wu Yu ran his left hand over the dampened area of the stone, feeling a chilling coldness devoid of warmth. Following the clean section, he explored the side of the raw stone, which remained equally frigid, and as he neared the other end, he felt virtually no temperature. Given this situation, it seemed that this enormous jade boulder was mere refuse. Furrowing his brow, Wu Yu pondered how to proceed. Should he simply walk away and leave them to their own devices? A group so fixated on money, yet so reckless with their lives, was undeniably obstinate. As he reached the far end, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his hand. A section spanning several centimeters was searing hot, reminiscent of the temperature of imperial green jade. At the very least, it must be of the glass variety? Wu Yu frowned, unable to comprehend this anomaly. How could the end of a massive piece of refuse transform into glass jade? If such a phenomenon occurred, there must be significant fissures. With this thought, Wu Yu traced his fingernail along the transitional zone of temperature, seeking cracks within the raw stone. Remarkably, aided by the temperature sensitivity of his left hand, he quickly located the fissure, a substantial crack that nearly split the entire boulder in two. However, this fissure was concealed by mud, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful inspection. It is also plausible that the group, led by Baoya, deliberately smeared the mud to obscure the significant crack. Wu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Baoya, this raw stone is not right. The skin shows such poor quality, and now you're hiding a major crack. A stone like this is worthless, even if thrown away, yet you stubbornly cling to a valuation of 100 million. Are you out of your mind?" Baoya stammered. "What major crack? I have no idea. Are you from Huaxia or Myanmar? Why do you keep defending the Huaxia people?" Wu Yu replied with conviction. "I am not siding with anyone. I simply wish to prevent you from disrupting the market environment, which affects our jade trading. Here is the deal. I will offer 50 million to purchase this stone, and you can receive an additional 20 million to settle matters, totaling 70 million. If you agree." "Splendid. If not, I shall take my leave and will no longer concern myself with your troubles." Baoya hesitated, saying, 70 million? That is far below my expectations. This jade was unearthed by over a dozen of us, and after dividing it, there won't be much left for anyone. Then enjoy your game." "I shall not partake any longer," Wu Yu declared, turning to depart. Upon hearing this, Baoya became anxious and quickly grasped Wu Yu's arm, saying, "Wait. Don't go. We can negotiate the financial aspect. Let them increase their offer a bit, and we shall agree." Song Junwei and Lu Biao also expressed urgency. Tugging at his clothing, "Boss Au, please don't be upset. If you could persuade the other party, we will remember your kindness, and in future dealings, I shall offer a generous price." It appeared both sides were eager to negotiate, though they still differed slightly on the monetary amount. However, Wu Yu was resolute. He would not contribute an extra penny, leaving it to Song Junwei and Lu Biao to cover the costs. Chapter 44. The Cloud Sect Merchant Association, since both parties were eager to negotiate, it became a straightforward affair. After some delay, they finally agreed on a transaction amount of 80 million. Wu Yu contributed 50 million to acquire the rough stone, while Song Junhui and Liu Biao pooled together 30 million. Ultimately gaining nothing but the hope of resolving the matter peacefully. Once the agreement was reached, Song Junhui made a phone call to arrange for the money to be delivered, while Wu Yu contacted Gu Danwei and Sang Bo, instructing them to bring the funds for the transaction. While waiting, the restaurant owner kindly provided gauze and iodine to assist in bandaging the injuries sustained. Wu Yu found the group led by the fierce-looking Baoya quite intriguing. Though their demeanor was intimidating, their actions were surprisingly measured. They had injured a few individuals, but only superficial wounds to their arms and backs resulted in considerable blood loss and pain, yet no threat to life. Gu Danwei and Sang Bo arrived promptly. Having been nearby, with cash in their trunk, they entered the restaurant carrying a bag. Wu Yu publicly counted out 50 million, instructing Baoya to accept it. Gu Danwei, Sang Bo, please load this rough stone into the car and return. I will stay here until everything is resolved, he commanded. Understood, boss, they replied, carefully placing the rough stone back into the sack before departing. Wu Yu then glanced at the time and inquired, Song boss, Liu boss, when will your men arrive with the money? Song Junhui responded, soon, they will be here in a few minutes. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as a dozen burly men adorned with tattoos entered the restaurant. Their appearance unmistakably revealed them as Han Chinese, even under a deep tan. Their features were easily recognizable. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut, dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt, exuding an imposing presence. Mr. Song, I am Zhao Changyi from the Cloud Sect Merchant Association. Upon receiving your call, I rushed over with my men. Are the injuries severe? Shall we address the issue at hand, or should we take you to a clinic first? Song Junhui hesitated, glancing at Wu Yu, and then at Baoyu's gang. Brother Zhao, had it not been for Boss Wu's generous assistance, we might not have held out until your arrival. He has already helped to settle the matter. And once my men deliver the money, we can consider it resolved. Evidently, Song Junhui wished to spare Wu Yu any further difficulties, as he had not yet arrived when the distress call was made. Zhao Changyi frowned slightly, questioning, just like that? How much did you pay to settle this? 30 million. 30 million, that is indeed a modest sum, yet they have harmed you. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Our Cloud Sect Merchant Association must ensure that our allies receive the respect they deserve from both the market administration and the police. Is that really appropriate? Song Junhui appeared conflicted, clearly surprised that the reinforcements he summoned were unwilling to let the issue conclude so easily. Zhao Changyi stated firmly, this is not merely a matter of money, it is about face. If you acquiesce and pay to resolve this now, what will happen next time? When you are bullied again, who will come to your aid? Song Junhui wrestled with the dilemma. But if I pursue their responsibility, Boss Wu will find himself in a precarious situation. He has gone to great lengths to help me resolve this, even spending 50 million on a worthless rough stone. Zhao Changyi confidently declared, since he has incurred trouble for your sake, we at the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce shall protect him as well. In the future, if he faces any bullying from the bully gang in the mining market, do not hesitate to call me. We will ensure his safety. Ever since the representatives of the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce arrived, Wu Yu had remained silent. It was evident that, as an organization second only to the Chaos Han Chamber of Commerce, their words and actions exuded an air of authority. While Song Junhui and his associates conducted themselves impeccably and were mindful of their own interests, Zhao Changyi of the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce also acted without fault, choosing to confront the bully gang to uphold the reputation and interests of the chamber. Though he faced minor troubles, the prospect of securing that lucrative deal worth 500 million was an undeniable profit. If he were to offend the bully gang in the process, he could easily eliminate them. With my unique abilities, why should I justify my actions to anyone? Wu Yu could only voice such thoughts inwardly. Ever since discovering that his personal space could absorb incoming bullets, he had become somewhat inflated with pride. In truth, it was the bully gang that suffered the most. Their extortion scheme was already halfway successful, having extorted 500 million from Wu Yu, but the sudden intervention of the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce complicated matters. Furious, the bully shouted, what do you mean? Boss AU has already resolved our conflict. Are you looking to backtrack? Zhao Changyi, having heard the terms of negotiation from Song Junhui, retorted coldly, who said we intend to backtrack. Boss Song has agreed to settle for 300 million, which you will receive shortly. However, given that you have injured Boss Song and his friend, how do you plan to compensate for that? Faced with the formidable presence of the Yun clan Chamber of Commerce and the bulging firearms at their waists, the bully faltered. I can offer 5 million for their treatment. 5 million for treatment? That's merely a pittance. If I were to inflict a few cuts on you, would you be willing to pay 5 million for your treatment as well? I would agree. Come, give me 5 million. And I will allow you to strike me 10 times, as long as you don't kill me. Wounds similar to theirs will suffice. Zhao Chang'e felt his momentum falter momentarily, nearly losing his composure. Damn it, these old Burmese must have lost their minds. They're not following the script. Zhao Chang'e steadied himself and firmly stated, in any case, 5 million is unacceptable. You must compensate us with at least 1 billion for treatment. The bully, now agitated, snapped back. You'd have to kill us to get that much money. Just then, Song Juanhui's assistant finally delivered the money, neatly bundled in a black convenience bag, comprising 3 large stacks. Song Junhui placed the money on the table, sliding it towards the bully, and said, "This is the settlement that Boss AU has negotiated for us, 300 million for the resolution. This matter is now unrelated to Boss AU. The Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce will formally take over the pursuit of justice. You have no objections, do you?" The bully gazed at the 300 million before him. Finally grasping the meaning of money being hot to the touch, he exclaimed, "No, this money. If I accept this 300 million, and you then demand 1 billion in medical fees, what would I gain from it?" In a state of desperation, he turned his gaze towards Wu Yu, exclaiming, "You must speak up. This matter cannot be handled in such a manner." Wu Yu, internally mocking, reflected on how they had extorted Chinese merchants earlier, threatening violence without considering the repercussions. Now, with the formidable Yunzong Merchant Association stepping in, he relished the prospect of a counterattack from the Chinese. After all, he too was of Chinese descent and had long harbored disdain for the arrogant old Burmese. "Belia, I have transferred you 50 million. And another 30 million to Boss Song. This signifies that the terms I proposed for mediation have been fulfilled. The remaining matters are no longer my concern. I remain merely to observe the spectacle. You may continue without seeking my input further." With that, Wu Yu retreated to a distant table, pulling out a chair to sit. Coincidentally, a plate of sunflower seeds provided by the restaurant was before him, and he began to crack them open. Zhao Chang'e, relentless in his pursuit, suddenly brandished a handgun, pressing it against Bao Ye's forehead. "Look, you have 80 million before you. Just lend me another 20 million. The time for me to call for reinforcements will elapse after midnight. If the funds remain insufficient by an hour from now, I shall sever one of your hands." Chapter 45. My shallow understanding is Zhao Chang'e drew his firearm. The members of his business association followed suit, brandishing their handguns not aimed at anyone in particular. Yet their mere display exuded considerable intimidation. Do not overestimate yourselves, people of Huaxia. This is Myanmar, where we, the locals, hold sway. Nonsense. Here it is the gun that dictates. I possess merely 80 million. Take it. I concede today. No, I stated 100 million, not a cent less. While they engaged in a tug-of-war negotiation, Wu Yu sat at a distance, snacking on sunflower seeds and observing the unfolding drama, thinking how Zhao Chang'e truly represented Huaxia with dignity, and how the Yunzong Association exuded formidable confidence. The handsome Lu Biao sat beside Wu Yu, trembling as he tried to light a cigarette, failing multiple times. Wu Yu seized the lighter and ignited the cigarette for him. "Isn't your wound already bandaged? Why are you still shaking?" Wu Yu inquired. "I'm scared. I've never encountered such perilous situations before." Lu Biao coughed violently after taking a few puffs of the cigarette. "Since you are acquainted with the members of the Yunzong Association, why are you still willing to accept my mediation?" Lu Biao whispered. At first, when Uncle Song called for help, there was uncertainty whether they would come, and even more so when they would arrive. Moreover, they do not offer their protection for free. Every time we seek their assistance, it costs at least 300 million. Wu Yu was taken aback. "Oh, I had assumed it was altruistic assistance. How naive of me." Lu Biao sighed. "In this world, there is no such thing as unconditional help. When you assist others, you must weigh what you will give and what you will receive in return. I apologize. I do not mean you specifically, but rather the majority." Wu Yu chuckled. "Indeed, I am part of that majority. When assisting you, I did consider what I might gain in return. I simply hoped to cultivate some goodwill, ideally leading to a long-term cooperative agreement. I have jade materials, and you have the capital." After their conversation, Lu Biao felt a bit more at ease and remarked, "I appreciate your candor. As long as I remain in the mining area, you may deliver your goods directly to me. If they meet my approval, I assure you the price will be generous." "Thank you. and I look forward to our fruitful collaboration, Wu Yu replied, shaking Lu Biao's hand firmly. Ouch, that hurts, Lu Biao exclaimed, breaking into a sweat. For his arm bore at least 2 wounds. At that moment, a new group entered through the main door, with An Ji walking alongside a man in military attire, appearing to be in his 50s. They were accompanied by several individuals in camouflage and a few seasoned jade merchants from Myanmar. Upon entering the restaurant, An Ji raised his voice, Mr. Zhao, do not push your luck. Regardless of your association, you must adhere to the laws and regulations of the mining district in Myanmar. Director Padu of the Market Administration has arrived. Will you not put away your firearms? Padu, with a stern countenance, glared at Zhao Changyi and reprimanded, you Huaxiao merchants, relying on some connections, seem to disregard our market administration. How many guns do you possess? Do you believe I cannot summon an army to eradicate you all right now? Upon witnessing Pado's arrival, accompanied by numerous camouflage-clad associates and a throng of jade merchants from Myanmar, Zhao Changyi immediately sensed an impending crisis. He forced a faint smile, subtly retracting his firearm, and remarked, Deputy Director Pado, your timing is fortuitous. Prior to his journey to Naypyidaw, your director specifically instructed that you treat the Chinese jade merchants with utmost respect. How have you adhered to this directive? Just look at the injuries sustained by these merchants. Within the Market Management Office, there exists 1 director and 2 deputy directors, yet the affairs of the mining area are predominantly overseen by the 2 deputies. Zhao Changyi, leveraging his position, attempted to exert pressure on Pado, who, though displeased, dared not act too recklessly. Pado replied, I have already received reports regarding the situation. Let us not be excessive. Since Baoya is willing to compensate you with 80 million as medical expenses, we shall consider this matter resolved. Zhao Changyi, recognizing the need for diplomacy, conceded, very well, I shall defer to your judgment today. However, you must ensure the safety of our Chinese merchants. Violence cannot be the first recourse. Indeed, during tomorrow's market hours, I will have announcements made regarding laws and regulations. For today, let us conclude this matter. Everyone disperse. Pado stated before departing, scarcely glancing back at Zhao Changyi, unconcerned about whether his words would be heeded. No longer threatening Baoya, Zhao Changyi instructed his subordinates. Secure that 80 million. We shall ensure the safe passage of Boss Song and the others. Understood, Captain, came the synchronized response from his team. Baoya's group, despondent, lamented their misfortunes. After laboring diligently, they found themselves devoid of both jade and funds. As Zhao Changyi hastily exited the restaurant, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, What a boss you! Ensure he receives my business card. Should any matters arise in the mining area, he may contact me. A subordinate replied, Captain. The young man you mentioned departed while we were securing the funds. Zhao Changyi disdainfully shook his head, remarking, the youth fails to recognize significant opportunities in time. He shall come to regret it. My card is not something that everyone is entitled to receive. Lu Biao hesitated. Sensing that Boss Yu had little desire to associate with the Yunzhou merchants, he seemed inherently proud, unlike the old Myanmar acquaintances he was familiar with. Resembling instead an educated Chinese individual, making conversations with him quite engaging. Unbeknownst to Lu Biao, Wu had initially intended to engage with the Yunzhou merchants but lost interest upon learning that their minimum request for assistance was 300 million. After exiting the restaurant, Wu Yu slipped into an alleyway to evade any watchful eyes, making a considerable detour before returning to his modest courtyard, clutching the garments he had purchased for Anna. Gadanwai and Sangbo had already washed the stone in question. This washing was merely a superficial cleansing of the mud. They had brought the stone into the living room and were scrutinizing it under a powerful flashlight. Gadanwai remarked, Boss, the condition of this large stone is rather concerning. After cleaning, it exhibits little indication of value, save for a slight trace of waterway at the end where a significant crack is present. Sangbo had always been cautious. Yet he could not suppress a sigh at this moment. Alas, the price of 50 million is rather steep. If we could extract some performance from the fissure, perhaps we might break even. Wu offered no explanation. Instead, he commanded, enough deliberation, let us proceed with the chainsaw and cut directly along the fissure. The success of this endeavor rests upon the single cut. Boss, why strike here? The two questioned, puzzled. For convention dictated either to graze the edges or to slice through the midpoint. Because I am the boss, and your duty is to obey, we replied, not glancing back as he headed toward the bedroom, where Anna awaited eagerly at the door. Gadanwai and Sangbo exchanged silent looks, ultimately resigning themselves to comply. Wu Yu tossed the garments he held onto the bed, locking the door behind him as he said, "Go and try on the new lingerie." Anna's expression soured. Her excitement from earlier in the evening diminished. Feeling a pang of guilt, she murmured, "Boss, I'm sorry. My relatives have arrived." "Really? You're making me quite angry." Wu thought of the myriad intentions he had when purchasing clothes for her, only to see them extinguished in an instant. Anna promptly knelt before him, speaking softly. "Please don't be upset, boss. I have my ways of resolving this." Chapter 46 claims Anna is a capable woman with a mere squatting gesture. She diffused her boss's anger, a testament to her remarkable innate skills, worthy of commendation. Wu Yu was quite pleased with her performance, although rescuing her presented some complications. The benefits were substantial. After an exhausting period, he found his sleep much more restful in recent days, free from nightmares. Suddenly, the sound of Gordon's knock interrupted Wu Yu's contemplation, causing him to startle. "Boss, it's risen. That stone has surged. You must come and see. It is an exceedingly rare sky blue." "So what if it is risen? Why all the fuss?" "Ha. It's exquisite sky blue, at least of high ice grade. I am genuinely happy for you, boss." "Very well. Seeing your diligence, I shall bring back 2 wives for you next year." The entrance fell silent, as if pondering the nature of such an odd reward. Wu Yu had long anticipated the rise of this raw stone, and indeed, a significant surge. However, his rhythm had been disrupted, forcing him to conclude early and leave Anna to tidy up the room. Slipping into his slippers, Wu Yu approached the oil saw with a serene demeanor, akin to a sage. He casually remarked to Gordon and Sang Bo, who were crouched beside the stone, "Isn't it merely a small piece of exquisite sky blue? What's all the commotion about?" Sang Bo, appearing much older than his actual 30-something years, now seemed rejuvenated, exuding the exuberance of youth. "Boss, this end piece weighs at least 12 kilograms. We can craft it into bangles. What are we waiting for? Let us skin it. When we reach Mandalay, we can slice it with a wire saw for bangles." "Huh, are we not selling the material directly? What if the quality beneath is not as expected? It might be wiser to sell it now. I have confidence in it. Rest assured and proceed with the peeling." Wu Yu replied, walking over to the massive remaining piece of jadeite, observing only a faint trace of blue jade flesh at the cut. His left hand glided over it, feeling only a few warm spots, while the rest was icy to the touch. Gordon leaned closer and inquired, "Boss, how shall we cut this large remaining piece? If we unveil more sky blue jade flesh, we could retire early." Wu Yu, knowing there was nothing of value left inside, nevertheless stated, "Simply cut it in half down the middle. We shall see the quality once we slice it open." "Understood." Gordon and Sang Bo were animated, as if uncovering a prime material was more exhilarating than finding a perfect wife for their boss. Wu Yu then marked the 10 raw stones he had received that day with window points. Reflecting on them, he decided to set aside the 4 superior quality pieces. Foreseeing their significant rise, it was unwise to reveal them all at once. "Go ahead and cut. Whether it surges or collapses, do not disturb my sleep. Also, take the time to unveil the pieces I just collected today. I have already marked the window positions for you. I will hold on to these few pieces for now. They will not be opened today." "All right, good night, boss." They observed Wu Yu as he carried 4 rough stones back to the bedroom. Although they could not comprehend why he did not open them all at once, they refrained from asking questions in light of his reticence. When we returned, Anna was still in the bathroom, bathing. He opened the safe tucked away in the corner and pretended to place the rough stones inside, yet before locking it, he discreetly stowed them in a smaller compartment. Even in solitude, he adhered to the ritual. He had grown accustomed to such habits. The night passed in silence, and both enjoyed a restful slumber. At dawn the following day, Wu Yu awoke punctually, extricated himself from the entanglement of limbs, and proceeded to the living room to assess the situation. The exquisite sky blue material had been completely stripped of its outer layer. Though not yet polished, the mass, resembling a chunk of blue glass, sparkled with an ethereal clarity even in the absence of light. Holding it in his hands, he estimated its weight to be around 9 kilograms. There were no visible cracks, allowing for at least 4 cuts while avoiding the irregular edges. Thus, he could potentially yield 10 bracelets. The overall quality reached a high ice grade, with the core region even attaining a glass grade standard. Indeed, he had struck gold. A glass grade sky blue bracelet could fetch a minimum of 8 million huaxia coins, depending on its luster. An icy sky blue bracelet would command several million huaxia coins as well. Value was a good man, so were Boss Song and Boss Lu. Without them, how could he have encountered such fine materials? Regrettably, such splendid materials would not fetch their true value if sold in Myanmar. he decided to consider alternative channels for selling them upon returning home. Reflecting on this, Wu Yu, taking advantage of the absence of others in the living room, swiftly secured the icy blue material into the small compartment. He felt it was unsafe to leave it out even for a moment longer. Had he known the stone was so beautiful, he would have insisted on waiting until it was stripped before storing it away last night. Excitedly pondering, he weighed the other 6 pieces and assigned each a number, which included their base price information. Godanwai and Sangbo, having stayed up late the previous night, finally rose upon hearing commotion in the living room, appearing with dark circles under their eyes, clearly deprived of sleep. "Boss, you have secured that sky blue material, right? After we stripped it, it was already past 1:30 a.m. We intended to polish it to see its final quality, but we were simply too exhausted to continue. Unfortunately, a significant portion of it crumbled. The quality was too poor. Yes, it has been stored away, and I have seen the crumbled material. You two should freshen up. I will head out to buy breakfast to treat you." Wu Yu maintained an air of aloofness, concealing his inner excitement and joy. Such demeanor elevated his status in the presence of his employees. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. In addition to breakfast, he needed to fetch 2 packets of sanitary napkins for Anna. He had been too lazy to venture out the night before, leading her to exhaust 2 new towels. If he did not procure napkins soon, the household's fresh towels would soon be in dire straits. However, before he could reach the store, he was encircled by Bao Ye and his companions. With a watermelon knife in hand, the menacing figure of Bao Ye approached Wu Yue, his expression twisted with malice. "Boss Yu, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Yesterday, due to your meddling, I suffered a loss of over 50 kilograms of raw stone and received a few slaps for my troubles. How do you intend to compensate me?" Wu Yue, with his left hand buried in his pocket, suddenly produced a firearm, aiming it directly at Bao Ye's head. "Compensate you? How dare you? You think you can assault me in broad daylight?" Bao Ye stood frozen, staring blankly at the barrel of the gun aimed at him, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did you possess a gun as well? Wasn't he supposed to be a mere novice in the jade business, lacking any significant background? When had he acquired the means to procure a firearm? Previously, Wu Yue might have refrained from revealing his possession of a gun. But after his encounter with the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce last night, the time for reckoning had arrived. In a state of panic, Bao Ye stammered, "Boss Yu, I did not attack you. I merely surrounded you to discuss my losses." Wu Yue retorted furiously, "Surrounding me is tantamount to an attack. You have quite the audacity. Do you know who I associate with?" "Who do you associate with?" Bao Ye stuttered, gripped by sheer terror. Why should he divulge that information? As Wu Yue spoke, he struck Bao Ye's face with 2 resounding slaps, leaving Bao Ye reeling yet unable to retaliate. His companions, too intimidated, remained motionless. Though the morning market was bustling with passers-by, none dared to intervene, with only a few daring to observe from a distance. Bao Ye felt utterly wronged. Wasn't it you who posed the initial question? I merely followed up, and yet here I am, being struck. Boss Yu, even if you possess a gun, reason must prevail. You meddled yesterday, causing me a loss of over 50 kilograms of material. How can I sustain myself in the Pakong mining area if I do not seek restitution from you? Do you still have the audacity to speak?" Wu Yue fumed. "I spent 50 million acquiring your materials, only to discover a heap of worthless rubbish. I was enraged and sleepless all night. And now, just after waking, I find you at my doorstep. You better pay me the full 50 million, not a cent less." Wu Yue pressed the gun firmly against Bao Ye's head, distorting the truth to demand restitution for his supposed losses. Chapter 47. Encountering you once, striking once. Bao Ye was taken aback, encountering such unabashed audacity for the first time. "Do you even hear yourself?" he exclaimed. "You spent an entire sleepless night in anger, and now, after awakening, you emerge with a gun to confront me? As for that piece of material, you purchased it for 50 million yourself, after it collapsed. How can you possibly demand compensation from the supplier? This utterly defies the rules of stone gambling in the mining district." Tears welled in Bao Ye's eyes as he pitifully explained, "A purchase is final. If the material fails, one cannot hold the supplier accountable." Wu Yu retorted defiantly, "I care not for your excuses. You must reimburse me 50 million. If you refuse to pay, I shall strike you every time I see you. I truly have no money left. I recently ventured into the jade business and have lost all my previous capital. If I cannot recover funds from you today, my brothers and I will have no choice but to return to the mines and dig again. This is most unfortunate. I cannot believe I have encountered a pauper. Take your men and leave. Do not let me cross paths with you again, or I swear, I shall strike you every time. Thank you, Boss Yu. We shall take our leave." Baoya and his companions felt as if a great weight had been lifted and fled without a moment's hesitation. Wu Yu watched their retreating figures, tucked his gun into his pocket, and swaggered into a shop to make purchases, utterly unfazed by the onlookers in the distance. His possession of a firearm would inevitably be revealed. However, he had now found a scapegoat and could begin to display a modicum of strength. In the future, every subordinate he recruited would be armed, just as Wu Niwen's men were. After completing his shopping, Wu Yu also bought a substantial quantity of meaty breakfasts, carrying a heap of goods as he meandered through the alley before returning to his courtyard. Even if someone were determined to discover Wu Yu's whereabouts, they could only ascertain a rough vicinity for the time being. With the intention of delaying exposure as long as possible, Wu Yu took great care to conceal his residence. Upon arriving home, everyone had already freshened up. After breakfast, Wu Yu refrained from assigning sales tasks and instead informed the group that they would be taking the jade directly to the market to meet Boss Liu. With Liu Biao purchasing materials at a high price in the mining district, it would be foolish to exhaust themselves seeking other buyers. Leveraging personal connections was a wasted opportunity. And after this holding period, they might not be recognized. Wu Yu instructed 2 assistants to pack the 6 pieces of material into bags, and they proceeded to the morning market. After inquiring about Liu Biao's stall, the 3 made their way there directly. Liu Biao, with his arm bandaged and accompanied by 2 bodyguards, sat behind a table on the street, assessing materials. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, his spirits seemed quite buoyant, and he continued his work without hindrance. "Boss Liu, are you feeling all right?" Wu Yu approached the table and greeted him warmly. "Thank you for your concern," Liu Biao replied. "I had a few stitches at the clinic, but I'm fine now. Yesterday, I unearthed 6 pieces of material. I think they are rather promising. Could you provide an estimate?" As he spoke, Wu Yu gestured for his assistants to lay out the pieces on the table. Liu Biao acknowledged him with a nod, picking up a flashlight to examine each piece meticulously. The materials that Wu Yu can afford to acquire undoubtedly possess unique characteristics, at the very least being of the glutinous variety. The positions he chooses for opening are invariably the areas that evoke the strongest reactions from his left hand. Opening at these spots is not merely about vibrant colors, it is also about the finest water quality, representing the essence of the entire material. Such materials, if cut directly, may not attract many jade merchants from Huaxia, as they would likely yield minimal profit, being well known, and thus only sellable to jewelry companies involved in processing. However, materials with merely an opened window can be sold to professional stone gamblers, where the potential for imagination is vast based on the revealed positions. If someone becomes enamored with a particular aspect, the purchasing price often escalates to several times, or even over a dozen times, the market price in the mining area. After reviewing the offerings, Liu Biao expressed his satisfaction with a nod, stating, "Very well, I am interested in all 6 pieces. You have saved my life. So let us forego the typical market negotiations that could harm our relationship. Let us proceed this way. You state your psychological bottom line, and if it aligns closely, I want to haggle. If there is a discrepancy, I will only make a modest reduction." We nodded in agreement, not hesitating to quote his price. "All right. I will disclose my bottom line. This piece is 12 million, this one 8 million, this one 7 million, this one 15 million, and the last 2, being iced jade with a base color, will be priced at 20 million each." This pricing was not arbitrary, but rather a slight adjustment based on previous transactions with Liu Biao. Upon hearing Wu Yu's quotes, Liu Biao nodded slightly, saying, "Yes. This largely aligns with market rates and meets my expectations. Although the quote of 15 million for the white base green piece is somewhat high, and the 20 million for the small ice jade pieces is also a bit excessive, I will not negotiate further. Let us proceed with our collaboration." Liu Biao's candor and enthusiasm for their partnership were evident as they shook hands, exchanging smiles that conveyed an unspoken understanding. This transaction was one of the benefits of Wu Yu's heroic act the previous night, yet it marked merely the beginning of their collaboration. As long as Wu Yu continued to supply quality materials at reasonable prices, Liu Biao would persist in his acquisitions. A total of 82 million was agreed upon, after which Liu Biao instructed his bodyguard to count the money and hand it over to Wu Yu's assistant. Once the payment was completed, Liu Biao remarked, "Yesterday, I discussed with Uncle Song that we can stay in the Pekin mining area for another 2 days, after which we shall head to Mandalay. Although matters here have been settled, we have offended many old Burmese and should avoid any further conflict for now." Wu Yu understood the implication and replied with a smile. "In the next couple of days, I will endeavor to deliver more quality materials. After all, we should all profit together. Of course, I want to solely supply you. I will also send some materials to Boss Song. While they were conversing, the staff from the market management office began broadcasting legal regulations over a loudspeaker, primarily urging everyone to adhere to the rules of rough stone trading, to refrain from violent behavior, and to avoid bullying Huaxia merchants. It seemed that Deputy Director Padu was indeed trustworthy. Though his internal thoughts were unknown, his outward demeanor was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Yu departed with his team, returning to his own courtyard. Anna approached and inquired, "Boss, everyone seems to be busy. What should I do at home? I cannot just keep scrolling on my phone." Wu Yu replied, "You could search online for jade carving tutorials. Self-learn some window opening or jade carving techniques. If you fear hardship, you might look for videos on raw stone trading to familiarize yourself with market rules and recognize the characteristics and price ranges of various raw stones." "All right. I am not afraid of hardship. I will strive to learn," Anna acknowledged, realizing that apart from her beauty, she possessed little value at present. To avoid being abandoned, she understood she must exhibit greater worth by continually learning and becoming someone useful to Wu Yu. Wu Yu prepared his belongings and instructed his assistant to drive out of the courtyard. Immediately, Anna locked the courtyard gate from inside. Upon returning to the living room, she also secured her room door. In an empty house, such actions provided her with a semblance of security. Today, Wu Yu intended to visit a familiar mine to collect materials. On the way, he received a call from the jade merchant Tang Yuyao. Tang, with palpable excitement, exclaimed over the phone, "Boss Yu, you are truly remarkable. The piece you had me open has skyrocketed in value, ice green with floating flowers." When it was unveiled, there were onlooking merchants offering 250,000 for it, but I refrained from selling, as I believe it could fetch around 400,000. Whatever price it can command. You are the final arbiter. I trust my business partner, Wu Yu responded nonchalantly, though internally he was fervently exclaiming how exorbitantly jade is sold in Huaxia. Indeed, this is the paradise for jade merchants. Chapter 48 Trouble approaches. Wu Yu informed Tang Yuyao that she held the reins regarding sales in Huaxia, and once the goods were sold, they would simply divide the profits accordingly. As this was their initial collaboration, Wu Yu would continue to supply her only after witnessing a return on his investment. Tang Yuyao assured him that her business was thriving and that within the next couple of days, she would sell all the jadeite he dispatched, promptly settling the payment thereafter. Wu Yu was unperturbed as he found himself amidst an abundance of materials and profits in the mining area. His dealings with Tang Yu were merely a strategic move. Once he amassed a substantial collection of exquisite jadeite, he planned to return home and establish his own jade stone shop to convert the precious stones into currency. The road conditions today were favorable. Aside from a few muddy potholes, most stretches were easily navigable. Upon arrival, he noted a significant number of miners still at work, indicating that the nearby mining companies had recently unearthed a wealth of quality materials. The sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth, and despite wearing a baseball cap, Wu Yu found the heat unbearable. He purchased some thanaka from a nearby vendor, applying it to his face to prevent sunburn and ward off mosquitoes. This substance, also known as Old Myanmar powder or sandalwood powder, had proven somewhat effective during his previous endeavors in jade mining. Gadanwai and Sangbo, without needing a reminder from Wu Yu, eagerly began applying the thanaka to their faces, adhering to their cultural customs as genuine Burmese individuals. "Boss Yu, someone is looking for you," announced Ong Ji, accompanied by a stout man and other jade merchants as they emerged from the shade. "Oh, who is seeking me?" Wu Yu regarded Ong Ji and his companions with a degree of caution. Following their gesture, he observed several young men in camouflage uniforms standing within the shelter. In the mining area, individuals clad in camouflage may not necessarily be regular soldiers. Many bodyguards and mercenaries don similar attire, making it difficult to ascertain their true identities based solely on their clothing. However, the presence of armed men in such garb warranted vigilance. Ong Ji maintained a casual demeanor, remarking, "You'll find out when you approach. I hear they are subordinates of Wenaiwan." The expressions of the jade merchants nearby, especially the stout man, bore a hint of schadenfreude. Wu Yu nodded, indicating he understood the implications. It had been several days since the incident involving Huang Mao. And even if Wenaiwan's subordinates were inept, they should have gathered some clues by now, perhaps inquiring among the neighbors of his shelter. However, that fateful night had been marred by torrential rain and thunder, leading the neighbors to mistake gunfire for thunderclaps, leaving only those discreetly offering bounties as true suspects. Yet, evidence remained elusive. There were no bloodstains, no corpses, and no trace of the missing SUV. Of course, Wenaiwan's subordinates could resort to murder without evidence. But Wu Yu felt no fear. Since his small space could deflect bullets from any direction, he possessed an inexplicable confidence. Moreover, as his network of relationships expanded and his strength grew, it was unlikely that Wu Naiwen would act recklessly, simply killing or capturing him without presenting some form of evidence. As Wu Yu pondered, he had already reached the shaded shelter and exclaimed loudly, "I am a Yu. Who are you? What brings you here?" One of the lean, dark-skinned men approached, scrutinizing Wu Yu before responding, "I am a subordinate of Brother Chong, sent to gather some information. We have received credible intelligence indicating that on the night of the heavy rain a few days ago, gunshots were heard near your shelter. And it was also the night when Huang Mao and others went missing. Do you have any explanations?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's temper flared, and he retorted arrogantly, "What I have to explain to you? If you suspect me, just to Brother Chang call me directly. I can clarify things with him, but you are not qualified." "You do not decide our qualifications," the man replied, his expression darkening. "Since you refuse to speak, you will come back with us." The man drew a pistol, and others in camouflage surrounded Wu Yu. Unfazed, Wu Yu coldly laughed, "Do you dare to cause trouble in the mining area? This is not a private mine contracted by Wu Naiwen. It is under the jurisdiction of the management office. Just wait. I will make a call." With that, Wu Yu took out his phone, intending to seek help from Director Wei of the management office. He needed to demonstrate a sufficiently assertive stance to dispel their suspicions, and his status would be elevated in the process. Before he could connect the call, he saw Director Wei approaching with several armed personnel from the nearby cold drink stall. Wu Yu shouted, "Director Wei, they are causing trouble in the mining area, hindering my work." Director Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before striding over. "Ah, it's Boss AU. What is the matter?" Wu Yu explained, "These are Wu Naiwen's subordinates. They claim I am related to Huang Mao's disappearance, demanding to take me back for interrogation without presenting any evidence." Upon learning of Wu Naiwen's involvement, Director Wei did not waver but sternly reprimanded, "Do you have any evidence? If you do, you can arrest him. If not, you should leave immediately and cease your disturbances in my jurisdiction." The man responded, "Director Wei, we currently lack evidence. But some say you possesses a firearm, and on the night Huang Mao went missing, gunshots were heard near his home, after which he moved. Thus, Brother Chong suspects him." Director Wei's expression turned serious as he chastised, "Nonsense. You think you can arrest someone based on such flimsy claims? Which respectable jade merchant in this mine does not own a firearm? When do you not hear gunshots ringing out hundreds of times a day? Why not arrest all of them?" "This. Director Wei, you are making this difficult for us." "Difficult? Then don't proceed." Director Wei commanded. "You all should detain these troublemakers and throw them into the water dungeon for a few days to reflect." Wait. We will leave now." The leader of the group retreated in a hurry, casting a final threatening glare at Wu Yu. "Boss AU, if you do not provide us with an explanation, this matter is far from over." With Director Wei backing him, Wu Yu displayed a triumphant demeanor, declaring, "What explanation should I give you? If there is an issue, let a Chong call me." My goodness, even Brother Chong is no longer addressed as such, but rather simply as a Chong. Once the crowd dispersed, Director Wei, with a serious demeanor, turned to Wu Yu and said, "You've provoked Wu Naiwen in this mining area. You must be extra cautious in your future outings." Wu Yu promptly retrieved a small bundle of currency from his satchel, 1,000,000 chats, and placed it in Director Wei's hands. "Director Wei, it was not I who instigated Wu Naiwen. Rather, they slandered me and attempted to apprehend me at will, leaving me no choice but to resist." Upon feeling the thickness of the money, Director Wei's expression softened into a smile. "Of course, do not overly fret. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, simply give me a call." The audacity of Wu Naiwen and his associates is growing. They blatantly arrest individuals before the staff of our market administration office, showing utter disregard for the law. "Thank you." "Director Wei, are you free this evening? I would like to invite you for a drink." "I am indeed free. My schedule is most open tonight." "Aha, splendid. After our drink, let us visit the bathhouse to wash away the dust of the day. Boss AU is a connoisseur of life. I appreciate that." "It is settled then." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed by the prying eyes of other jade merchants in the vicinity. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone buzzed. A Chong, the head of Wu Naiwen's security team, was calling, evidently having received reports from his subordinates and wishing to speak with him directly. Chapter 49. The fox assuming the tigers might. Wu Yu evaded Director Wei and his entourage and stepped outside to answer a call. A Chang spoke with brashness. Emboldened by his connection to Wu Naiwen, having grown accustomed to his tyrannical reign in the area. "Boss AU, I hear you are not cooperating with our investigation. Don't think that currying favor with Director Wei gives you the liberty to disregard Boss Naiwen." "A Chong, your words are utterly nonsensical. What is it that you wish for me to cooperate on regarding something I have not even done? You are insulting my integrity. On the night Huang Mao went missing, why did your neighbor hear gunshots? Where did your firearm come from? I have no knowledge of when Huang Mao vanished, nor do I know which neighbor heard gunshots. This is simply absurd. As for my handgun, it was procured through the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce. As a businessman in the mining sector, is it not reasonable to possess a handgun for self-defense? Very well. If your claims are indeed true, would you allow me to search your residence? Huang Mao and his associates went missing while searching for an escaped female broadcaster. I suspect you may be harboring her. A Chong. How dare you propose to search my home? This is a tremendous affront to me. If this is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Do not presume that by refusing me, we cannot locate your residence. Just wait. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I shall pay you a visit. With that, a Chong terminated the call. Wu Yu frowned, taken aback by a Chong's tenacity and cunning as he had struck at the heart of the matter. If a Chong were to discover Anna within his abode, every attempt at justification would be futile. However, it was not yet time for the net to close in. There was a tiger skin to pull, and whether it would yield results remained to be seen. If it did not, then he would be left with no choice but to allow a few more corpses to accumulate in the confined space. Wu Yu dialed Du Donmin's number, and after a few rings, she answered. Hello, who is this? Came Du Donmin's soft and alluring voice. Miss Danmin, this is you. A friend of mine possesses an exquisite piece of material, which will be delivered tomorrow morning. Do you have time to come and examine it? Exquisite material? From which market, and what quality? It comes from Lao Peigang, and preliminary judgments indicate it reaches high ice quality, with a color wavering between apple green and imperial green, retaining some of its skin. It is not large, but it is a rare gem in the market. I have heard Miss Damon is quite generous and lavish. So I thought to call you directly. Haha, I love to hear such words. As long as the material is good, I guarantee you will be satisfied with the price. So it is settled then. Where do you reside? I will bring someone to view the goods tomorrow morning. I am staying at the market in the mining area. When you arrive at the morning market, I will come to meet you. After concluding their conversation, Wu Yu hung up the phone. The piece of Lao Peigang material was indeed exceptional. However, he still possessed imperial green and exquisite sky blue within his space. Selling a piece to Du Danmin and leveraging her identity to intimidate a Chong would suffice for Wu Yu to dominate the mining area for several months. Even if a Chong were to catch on later, by then, Wu Yu's accumulated strength might be formidable, perhaps rivaling that of Wu Naiwen. Director Wei surprisingly had not taken his leave. Upon seeing Wu Yu finish his phone call, he approached with a sly smile, squinting his eyes. You. I presume you have been threatened by Wu Naiwen? He chuckled. In recent years, he has grown quite close to Deputy Director Pado, disregarding even me. Wu Yu promptly recounted the rumors he had gathered from the market, stating, it appears Wu Naiwen is rather short-sighted. I've heard that Deputy Director Pado is nearing retirement, while the current director is in poor health, frequently traveling to Naypyidaw, even seeking to remain there in an official capacity. The mining district shall undoubtedly become your domain in the future. You speak wisely. You possess great insight. We must indulge in a few drinks tonight. Director Wei laughed heartily, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder before departing with several individuals clad in camouflage. While Wu Yu outwardly feigned flattery, internally he remained composed. One must be strong to forge iron. These intricate webs of connections are as fragile as a layer of paper, easily torn and devoid of substantial value. They may excel in embellishing a situation, but do not expect them to offer aid in times of need. When true danger arises, one cannot rely on any connections. The real strength lies within one's own grasp. Boss, are you all right? Gudantwei and Sangbo, who had been trailing behind, finally inquired with concern as others bore arms, leaving little room for conversation. Wu Yu responded with a smile, I am perfectly fine. If we make it through tomorrow, you will both be able to carry guns with you on your outings. The two looked astonished, puzzled by Wu Yu's sudden remark. Without further explanation, he declared, Let us go. It's time to gather materials. The trio lined up and entered the crowd of Yamuxi, inquiring with everyone they encountered whether they had unearthed any jade. Should they possess any, they would request to see it. If shown, negotiations could commence. If not, they would persist for a while, promising a generous price, which would likely entice them to reveal their finds. However, Gudantwei and Sangbo were not authorized to make decisions directly after inquiring about prices. They would bring prospective sellers to Wu Yu, who would negotiate if he found something of interest. Even if he did not, he would offer small incentives to encourage them to return with more promising materials in the future. Today, Wu Yu summoned an elderly man selling ice cream nearby, contracting him to provide a box of ice cream. Regardless of whether a deal was struck, Any Yamuxi who brought materials would receive an ice cream. Previously, the price was 200 chats each, but it had now risen to 500 chats, with premium ice cream priced at 1,000 chats. Encouraged by the allure of ice cream, numerous Yamuxi approached Wu Yu to sell their materials, and by the morning's end, he had acquired 23 decent quality pieces. The old man successfully sold out his entire box of ice cream. With a grin, Wu Yu remarked, "Old man, bring another box of ice cream this afternoon. Let us continue our collaboration." The elder expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely bring ice cream this afternoon." At that moment, Angie arrived with 2 assistants. Lamenting, "Ayu, you have snatched all our business. While you are here collecting materials, the Yamuxi have sold nothing to us." We refused to accept the blame, stating, "Let us not speak nonsense. The materials I am interested in are few. There are hardly 100 available to me, and I have only acquired around 20. What of the rest? Should I simply let them go to waste?" On Qi, with a pained expression, replied, "The materials you deem unworthy. Many of them are also unworthy in our eyes. Alas, fortune has been unkind lately. The materials we purchased have scarcely appreciated in value. Each time we wash them, they collapse, resulting in considerable losses. Will you empathized? I share your plight. Business has been challenging of late. Truly, the finest materials are hoarded by mining companies. How much quality can be found among the discarded remnants?" Changing the subject, Anki inquired, "What business does Wunaiwan's subordinate have with you? It seems there is some discord between you." Wu Yu, unfazed, chuckled, "It is merely a small misunderstanding. A little clarification will suffice. After all, I have previously worked at Wunaiwan's mining site, and we share a certain camaraderie. Miss Dan Min holds me in high regard and has often tasked me with various arduous and menial jobs." Anki's expression shifted, tinged with envy. "You know Miss Dan Min?" Wu Yu, with the innocence of a carefree youth, widened his innocent eyes and replied, "Indeed, we have a good relationship. Miss Dan Min has been very considerate towards me. Upon hearing that I have moved into a new home, she insisted on visiting tomorrow to see it." Anki was left speechless, astonished at the revelation. He thought to himself, "No wonder this young man is so audacious. Not only has he secured a connection with Deputy Director Wei, but he has also latched onto the favor of Miss Dan Min." Chapter 50. Someone is watching. Anki was startled by Wu Yu, and after leaving, he repeatedly cautioned his assistant to avoid provoking Boss Au. For this young man had intricate connections that were no less formidable than his own. Yet, Wu Yu could only smirk inwardly. Recognizing that these were merely the stripes of a tiger I had draped upon myself. One day, I too shall transform into a tiger. In the afternoon, the old man selling ice cream indeed returned, laden with a full box of treats. However, the business in the afternoon did not flourish as it had in the morning. Wu Yu examined numerous raw stones, but their quality left much to be desired. It seemed that the materials he encountered in the morning were amassed over recent days rather than freshly excavated. At the waste disposal site, it was improbable to unearth many quality stones in a single day, especially since the gem masters of the mining company were no novices. As the sun began to set, the old man's box of ice cream was finally sold out, and Wu Yu had managed to procure only 8 satisfactory pieces of jade in the afternoon. Alongside the 23 pieces acquired in the morning, he had a total of 31, nearly all of them small, with the largest weighing no more than 9 kilograms. Not bad. Indeed, more than I had anticipated. Accompanied by 2 assistants, he had certainly collected more than he would have alone. On the way back to the parking lot, Wu Yu encountered the gang led by Baoya. Perhaps still shaken from the morning's gunpoint threat, Baoya and his crew instinctively distanced themselves, deliberately avoiding Wu Yu. "Boss, why are Baoya and his gang so compliant? They seem quite fearful of you," Danwei inquired, astonished. Wu Yu replied, "If you were to point a gun at his head and instruct him to stay away from you, he would be quite obedient. They are all cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. A thorough reprimanding will render them more docile than anyone else." Danwei exclaimed, Boss, did you pull out your gun again? Are you not afraid of being seen?" Wu Yu elucidated, "I now have the confidence to brandish my weapon openly. The more witnesses, the better. With some minor issues that arise, no one will dare to bully us easily." "I understand," Danwei nodded, contemplating the implications. Sang Bo, eager and animated, interjected, "Boss has a gun? Might I borrow it for a few days? What is the matter? Do you have enemies?" Wu Yu queried. Sang Bo, with a glimmer of longing in his eyes, chuckled, "Well, not exactly enemies, but during my time living in the Shandy area, I was often bullied. If I were to stroll around with a gun, those who once tormented me would surely have fascinating expressions on their faces. Can you handle a gun?" "Of course. Back in Mandalay, while assisting my former boss in selling stones, I often carried a firearm. Although the security there is somewhat better than the mining area, I felt uneasy showcasing high-quality materials without a gun for protection. Very well, if you can handle it, I shall leave this gun with you. Tonight, I will need both of you on duty to prevent Chong and his gang from launching a night raid. Upon finishing his words, Wu Yu reached into his satchel and pulled out a fully loaded handgun. Thank you, boss. Sang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he meticulously checked the firearm's condition before carefully stowing it away. In times of danger, feel free to use the bullets. When you run low, come back to me for more. However, do remember, this M9 only has 15 rounds, so be prudent with your usage. Understood. Sang Bo, filled with joy, readily agreed. Gudantwei, possessing his own firearm, felt no envy. However, he was taken aback by the boss's trust in Sang Bo. Gudantwei casually remarked, Sang Bo, I hear your wife and children reside in Huaxia. When you visit them, you mustn't bring a gun. Sang Bo exclaimed, even with 8 times my courage. I wouldn't dare. Huaxia has stringent gun control. A friend of mine was detained at the border for carrying a firearm and is still imprisoned. Wu Yu, however, was unconcerned. If he truly had such foolish subordinates, their early incarceration would alleviate his worries. Soon, the trio passed through a checkpoint near the market and arrived at a bustling district. Boss, there has been no one following us, Gudantwei reported. Wu Yu replied calmly, Chong's group will undoubtedly be trying to locate our residence. And they must have placed informants at the market since our license plate is public. We cannot evade those with malicious intent. What should we do then? Should we head straight back to the courtyard or take a detour? In such a small district, where could we possibly wander? Let's return home directly. Indeed. Upon entering the courtyard, Wu Yu noticed several unfamiliar faces peering in. After closing the gate, Wu Yu addressed them. Chong's men are indeed keeping a close watch on us. This evening, when I invite Director Wei to dinner, Sang Bo will accompany me while Wei stays behind to guard the house. Should anything arise, contact me. Understood, boss, they replied. The group carried the received materials to the wash basin by the entrance, soaking them in clean water for later cleaning. Back in his room, Anna served tea and water. Bustling about, anxious not to be deemed unworthy of attention. You needn't fuss. Later, have Wei buy some vegetables from the street. You can manage with that. This evening, I will be dining out with guests and won't be joining you. Oh, all right. Anna replied obediently, not inquiring further about Wu Yu's guests, their gender, or his return time. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Wu Yu saw Gudantwei returning with groceries. After issuing some instructions, he set out with Sang Bo. During their journey, Wu Yu contacted Director Wei, and they arranged to meet at a restaurant diagonally across from the market management office, where a private room awaited them on the 2nd floor. This was a place Wu Yu had never visited before. Upon arrival, mentioning Director Wei's name resulted in the restaurant owner eagerly escorting them to the 2nd floor private room. Without delving into the decor, the fact that a small restaurant in the mining district could offer several private rooms indicated a commendable level of service. Soon, Director Wei entered the room accompanied by 2 bodyguards. After a round of pleasantries, the dishes were served, and they began to drink. This marked their first private dining experience, where they exchanged names, backgrounds, and hobbies. It was then that Wu Yu learned that the other man's name was Wei Shanchue, a descendant of Chinese ancestry. Wu Yu's mother is of Chinese descent from Myanmar, while his father hails from Yunnan province in China. The family has engaged in the jade business since the time of his grandparents. To facilitate the inheritance of this trade, they arranged for Wu Yu to obtain his Myanmar identity shortly after his birth. Due to the severe unrest in Myanmar and discrepancies in information, the name on his documents differs. However, this has not impeded his studies and life in China. After a thorough exchange, both parties became better acquainted, and Director Wei assured him that he would oversee Wu Yu's business in the mining area, promising protection against any potential bullying. Wu Yu merely regarded these assurances with skepticism, recognizing the mutually beneficial nature of their relationship. After a hearty meal, Wu Yu took the initiative to suggest a visit to a bathhouse for relaxation, inviting Director Wei and his 2 bodyguards along. While Wu Yu allowed Sang Bo to entertain their guests, he chose to remain in the private room, sipping tea and waiting. His disinterest in such venues stemmed from 3 reasons: a lack of enthusiasm for the environment, a constant vigilance over his phone in case of emergencies at home, and the presence of a multifunctional companion at home, whose beauty far surpassed that of the women in this establishment, rendering the risk of disease and frivolous indulgence unnecessary. Chapter 51. The true form of the old Pakera. Initially, I anticipated a prolonged wait, yet within a mere 20 minutes, several individuals emerged in succession. Wei Shanchue, A man of his ilk seldom dared to spend the night outside, perhaps burdened by his conscience, necessitating the accompaniment of several loyal bodyguards whenever he ventured out. How was the service? Will you be staying here tonight? Wu Yu inquired with a smile. No, I have matters to attend to back home. Thank you, Boss Yu, for your generous hospitality. Let us arrange to meet again next time, Wei Shanchue replied, departing with his bodyguards, his steps unsteady. After settling the bill, Wu Yu, accompanied by Sangbo, left the bathing center and made his way home along the bustling thoroughfare. Upon reaching the entrance of his small courtyard, he encountered no apparent danger. Gadanwei, alerted by Wu Yu's knock, cautiously peered through the door before opening it. Boss, is there anything unusual outside? Not at the moment. Everything seems normal. That is good to hear. Once inside the living room, Wu Yu observed Gadanwei washing the materials, having already processed a substantial portion of the 31 pieces. I will mark the windows of the clean materials. You two can alternate tasks. One washes, the other opens the windows. Understood, boss. After delegating the tasks, Wu Yu retreated to his room, where he meticulously operated the concealed safe, retrieving a piece of old Pakara material. Anna was seated at the bedside, engrossed in her phone, studying videos to enhance her recognition skills. Upon noticing Wu Yu extract a piece of material from the safe, she inquired with curiosity, what site is this from? It appears to resemble the Mamang material. This piece weighs approximately 12 kilograms. Wu Yu had only opened one window since acquiring it. The thick skin led many to underestimate its value, allowing him to seize a significant opportunity. He placed the raw stone before Anna, encouraging her to observe closely. Can you identify if the Mamang site can yield such color and quality? Anna examined it under the light and gasped. Oh, it's ice-type apple green. The jade quality is exquisite. Wu Yu elaborated, the skin has not been fully peeled. The color observed under the light may not be entirely accurate. Without the light, the jade flesh appears darker, indicating a higher level of green. Anna's eyes sparkled, revealing her eagerness. My goodness, how much could such a piece sell for? By the way, you still haven't told me which site this material is from. The selling price is uncertain. However, remember this is from the old Pakara site, and the existing stock on the market is quite limited. Rarity confers value, even with identical quality and color. Material from old Pakara tends to be priced higher than that from newer sites. Oh, let me take another look. So this is the old Pakara material. I had learned a bit from a jade selling live streamer back home, but this is the first time I've encountered genuine old Pakara material. Anna, a woman with a thirst for knowledge, carefully touched the skin of the Pakara material and tested its texture, committing these experiences to memory as valuable knowledge. All right, it's time to peel it. You may observe my technique and take note of the structure beneath the skin of this raw stone. Sure, I'm eager to learn. Anna, filled with exuberance, trailed behind Wu Yu like a little bird, making her way to the operation station in the living room. Wu Yu activated the diamond grinding head, continuing to peel away the original Windows position. Occasionally pausing, he would offer Anna brief explanations. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the shell was exceedingly thick, with a layer of white mist beneath. Consequently, even after Mushi excavated it, no amount of washing could reveal its true nature. The elderly man who sold me this rough stone, Mushi, was rather stubborn, believing that the material from old Peigang must command a high price, which is why he held on to it until our encounter. As Wu Yu continued his work, more and more of the shell was removed, revealing a plate-like mass of green ice, with 3 sides stripped bare, leaving one side intact to demonstrate its provenance. After peeling away the shell with the grinding head, the jade flesh still appeared quite coarse, its surface riddled with pits, displaying a hint of color and translucence, albeit lacking luster. At some point, Sangbo had positioned himself behind Wu Yu, observing his technique. Wow, boss, where did you acquire this material? This is top-tier jade, and there's a bracelet spot. Good, Danwei added. The shell seems somewhat familiar, yet I can't recall where I saw it. Wu Yu replied, if you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. Forgetting can be a blessing. Anna, come polish it. It must be ready tonight as a significant figure is coming to inspect it tomorrow morning. After issuing his instructions, he proceeded to examine the freshly cleaned materials, selecting 5 pieces of the highest grade ice jade based on the warmth of his left hand, marking the remaining pieces for window openings. The chosen materials were taken back to his room, where, under the cover of the safe, they were stashed away in a small space. He only kept stock of ice jade or higher, intending to sell them in Mandalay or the Huasha market, while relegating ordinary materials to be sold in the mining area. Should his subordinates inquire about the stashed pieces, he would simply say their performance was inadequate. as he had not identified suitable window openings and needed to conduct further research. This response also addressed the issue of Mu Shi's materials having an excessively high washing rate. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Wu Yu, too, remained awake, unable to sleep until he witnessed the final polished state of the old Peigang material. He desperately needed Du Donmin's connections. With her protection, he could stabilize his position in the market and accumulate wealth. If that avenue proved unfeasible, he would be compelled to resort to ruthless means to establish his reputation and secure a foothold in the market. Two strategies, both to be pursued with equal resolve. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang. It was Tang Yuyao calling. Boss Yu, I've sold all the jade rough stones you sent me. Can you guess how much I sold them for? Do you think I can or cannot guess? You are truly dull. A single sentence can kill the conversation. All right. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The total is 820,000 Huaxia coins. The piece I cut myself fetched 380,000, while the other 6 with window openings sold for 440,000. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with that price. Following our 60-40 split, please transfer 492,000 to me. No problem. Please provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. You may also begin preparing the second batch of materials. It has been a delightful collaboration. The costs associated with collecting materials in the mining area are virtually negligible, and under the partnership agreement, Wu Yu has already assumed responsibility for the expenses and losses. Previously, Wu Yu possessed a bank card in his home country, while the account may currently hold little funds. It remains operational. Upon sharing the information with the counterpart, he swiftly received a screenshot confirming the successful transfer. Wu Yu's mobile number from his home country has not been in use temporarily, making it inconvenient to access the mobile banking app for verification. Thus, he must momentarily trust that Tang Yuyao's transfer information is authentic. This time, he received a total of 492,000 yuan, while his costs amounted to 9 blocks of Mushi raw stone. According to the early market prices in the mining area, the ice-type material is valued at 20 million chats, and the 8 ordinary open-window stones combined could sell for approximately 32 million, yielding a total potential sale of 52 million, equivalent to around 160,000 yuan. Hence, the collaboration with Tang Yuyao has proven successful, yielding more profits than those earned at the early market in the mining area. As for why Wu Yu does not return to his home country for sales, aside from the potential issues with adversaries, the journey home demands time. Establishing a shop requires time, selling goods necessitates time, and rebuilding connections takes time. Considering the extensive time investment, how much could he earn in the mining area? If one day he encounters a premium stone in the mining market, the profits from that single piece would far exceed the margins he could gain from returning home. Thus, Wu Yu has been discreetly accumulating premium stones in a small space, awaiting sufficient quantity for a meaningful sale upon his return. At this moment, Anna exclaimed with delight, "Boss, I have finally polished it all. It is truly exquisite. If I had the funds, I would undoubtedly purchase it." Chapter 52. A distinguished guest as Wu Yu approached. He beheld a cluster of verdant ice, its base encased while the remaining 3 sides glimmered with polished jadeite, radiating a brilliant gemstone luster under the illumination. A gentle tap with a flashlight produced a crisp, melodious metallic sound, exuding remarkable rigidity and an exquisitely delicate texture, nearly devoid of cotton fibers and fine cracks. The majority of the surface reached an impressive high ice grade, with only the peripheral areas exhibiting slightly inferior water content, yet still within the realm of pure ice. It was indeed a fine specimen, perhaps a couple of tiers below imperial green, nonetheless, being sourced from old Pakang. The finished product could very well undergo a transformation in color and quality. Wu Yu placed the stone on an electronic scale, discovering that, including the base, it weighed a mere 7 kilograms. If the raw stone had a regular shape, such weight could yield 5 slices, generating at least 10 bracelets. However, given the irregularity of the stone's form, which presented a triangular surface, it could still be divided into 5 pieces. But the uneven protrusions on the top and bottom would necessitate their removal, likely leaving only 3 pieces suitable for bracelets. By reducing the circumference slightly, one piece could yield 2 bracelets, culminating in a total of 6. With such exceptional quality and coloration, the price would reach astonishing heights, provided there was a market for bracelets. Wu Yu inquired, "What do you think this material could be worth?" Anna shook her head. "I have never encountered such high-end material. I cannot ascertain its value." Godanwai estimated, approximately around 1 billion shots. Such material is rarely encountered at the packing morning market. I heard of a similar piece selling for 1 billion 2 years ago. Converting 1 billion shots equated to roughly 3 million Chinese yuan. A figure Wu Yu deemed rather modest, even somewhat undervalued. Sang Bo, growing anxious, interjected, "Away, stop with the nonsense. You know that was 2 years ago. This year's price should be around 1.5 billion if it is to sell. Such exceptional material can easily be auctioned or enter this year's bid a public sale." This valuation aligned closely with Wu Yu's understanding of the current market, with 1.5 billion shots translating to approximately 5 million Chinese yuan. Selling to Du Damin would indeed result in a slight loss, yet for the sake of seizing developmental opportunities, such expenditure was quite prudent. As long as one remained in the mining area, the chance to encounter splendid materials was abundant, merely requiring additional time. We lifted the piece, addressing the group. "All right. It is getting late. Let us prepare for rest. Tomorrow morning, we must remain at home to await clients." Away and Sang Bo were assigned shifts, urged to remain vigilant throughout the night, ready to act should any irregularities arise. Energized, they exclaimed, "Boss, with such a valuable jadeite raw stone in the house, we shan't sleep tonight. We will keep watch together to prevent any unforeseen incidents." "Very well," Wu Yu replied, "if the transaction succeeds tomorrow, I shall reward you with a bonus." With that, he cradled the jadeite in one arm and embraced Anna with the other, retreating to their bedroom for rest. Meanwhile, deep within the mining area, a Chong, who was overseeing Wu Niwen's interests, received a call from his subordinate. "Brother Chong, we have located a Yu's residence and confirmed that he is at home. If we act now, we can certainly apprehend him. However, I cannot attend to this matter tonight as I have urgent business to attend to at the venue. I must remain on site to handle it. Keep a close watch, and I will bring a team over first thing tomorrow morning." After hanging up the phone, Chong pointed at the pinhole camera on the table and exclaimed, "Our security team undoubtedly has a mole among them, daring to install surveillance in the boss's storeroom, with the lens aimed directly at the safe. I am uncertain of their intentions, but it is imperative that we uncover their identity." In front of him stood 2 rows of security personnel, totaling over 20. Their faces tense as they bowed their heads, afraid to meet Chong's furious gaze. "You have been responsible for the security around the Jade storeroom during this time. If there is a traitor, it must be one of you. Now, confess honestly, and I can guarantee your safety. However, if you do not come forward, once I uncover the truth, do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the security personnel grew even more anxious, and those with weaker composure began to speak up. "Captain, I have always been loyal to you and the boss. I would never do such a thing. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation." "Yes, me too. I could never betray the captain and the boss. Whoever is responsible, step forward and confess. Do not drag down your comrades." Amidst the chaotic accusations, no one dared to admit their involvement, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. "If no one is willing to speak, I shall commence the individual interrogations," Chong stated sternly, turning back into the room. "You, the one at the front. Come with me and answer a few questions." Faced with such a crisis in his own storeroom, Chong felt that sleep was a distant luxury tonight. He had no time to concern himself with the Yu. Meanwhile, Wu Yu slept soundly, undisturbed throughout the night, awakening only at dawn to wash up. Gu Danwei and Sang Bo, having stayed awake all night, remained energetic. Upon seeing Wu Yu rise, they followed suit to freshen up, then hurriedly bought breakfast, anxious to eat before any clients arrived unexpectedly. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang. It was Du Danmin calling. "Boss Yu, I have arrived at the morning market, right at the intersection. Please come to pick us up." "All right, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Wu Yu instructed Anna, "Stay inside and do not come out. It's not the right time for you to show yourself. Even if chaos erupts outside, remain where you are." "Understood," Anna nodded obediently. After this, Wu Yu, accompanied by Gu Danwei, went out to meet the guests, leaving Sang Bo to guard the house. The morning market was quite small. Just to turn out the door led them to the parked Mercedes. "Miss Danman, please follow me." After exchanging greetings, Wu Yu and Gu Danwei led the way, with the car following closely behind, driving straight into the courtyard and parking behind Wu Yu's Toyota. Du Danmin was accompanied by 2 robust female bodyguards, clad in camouflage attire, armed with guns and daggers, exuding an aura of ferocity that suggested they could strike at any moment. "Miss Danman, please have a seat and enjoy some tea while I retrieve the materials from the room," Wu Yu said as he ushered them into the living room, assigning the rough-hewn Sang Bo the duty of brewing tea for their guest, an onerous task indeed. "Oh, please, do not stand on ceremony. Go fetch the materials, she replied dismissively, casting a disdainful glance around the room, clearly unimpressed by the surroundings. She refrained from even touching the teacup, disregarding its disposable nature entirely. The two bodyguards remained vigilant at her side, constantly scanning the vicinity for any potential threats. Gu Danwei and Sang Bo, intimidated by the presence of the formidable women, retreated to a corner of the living room, keeping a watchful eye on the outside commotion. They had heard Wu Yu mention that today might present some dangers, but as long as they endured, they would likely secure their footing in the morning market. Though the significance of this was lost on them, they obediently complied. Emerging from the room, Wu Yu placed a piece of aged Pekin fabric on the table before Du Danmin. The moment she laid eyes on the material, her expression sharpened with intrigue. "Ah, indeed, this is exceptional fabric. This trip has proven worthwhile," she remarked, her eyes gleaming with appreciation. Meanwhile, a Chang, who had been awake through the night, arrived at Wu Yu's courtyard with a dozen of his subordinates. He waved his hand wearily, issuing a directive, "Two of you, scale the wall and open the front gate from within. I will lead the charge to apprehend everyone inside." "Yes, Captain," came the swift replies as two individuals swiftly vaulted over the wall and into Wu Yu's yard. Chapter 53. Treachery by proxy. As a Chang's two subordinates scaled the wall into Wu Yu's courtyard, the bodyguards accompanying Du Danmin immediately sensed the disturbance. When the pair unlatched the gate, Du Danmin's female bodyguard drew her firearm, her eyes narrowing with suspicion and vigilance as she scrutinized Wu Yu and his two aides. "They are not my people. They must be foes." Wu Yu quickly distanced himself from any affiliation, commanding his subordinates. "You two stand guard at the entrance to the living room and protect Miss Danmin. There is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this." Du Danmin, detesting any disruption to her observation, instructed her bodyguard, "Teach those outside a lesson, silence them." "Understood, boss," the two bodyguards affirmed, taking their positions at the entrance. A series of gunshots rang out, striking the two men who had just opened the gate. "Ah no, we've been discovered. They are firing." The two intruders collapsed in a pool of blood, their screams a haunting echo of terror. A Chang, infuriated, bellowed from outside the gate. "Wu Yu, how dare you shoot? In front of me, you injure my men. This time, you are doomed. No one can save you." As he spoke, a Chang brandished his handgun, charging into the courtyard with a dozen of his men. Just as a Chang prepared to return fire, two familiar, rough female voices resonated from within. "A Chang, what madness is this? Why are you attacking here?" A Chang's murderous gaze suddenly cleared, exclaiming, "What? How are you here? Is Miss Danmin present as well? What do you think?" "I don't know." A Chang stood frozen, bewildered by his disoriented subordinates and the lifeless bodies of the two who had opened the door. He yearned to ask, "Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired?" Had he truly exhausted himself to the point of confusion? Was this not Wu Yu's residence? Why was Miss Danmin here at such an early hour? Could it be that there was an unspoken connection between them? "Miss Danmin has instructed you to take your men far away and never return here to cause trouble. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." A Chang felt as if a great weight had been lifted, swiftly retreating, fearful that a moment's delay would seal his fate. If even his boss Wu Naiwen feared her, what was he in comparison? He and his men dragged the wounded comrades from the courtyard, closing the gate behind them, finally exhaling in relief. "Captain, what shall we do? Should we still pursue Wu Yu for interrogation? Fool, do you wish to bring about my demise? Did you not hear Miss Danmin? We are not to return here. Let me ascertain the relationship between Wu Yu and Miss Danmin before making any further moves. What about the case of the missing Huang Mao? Are we not investigating that?" "Of course we are. Why would we abandon it? Aside from Wu Yu, there are other suspects. After all, those harboring the escaped female broadcasters are equally culpable. And Wu Yu is not the only one involved." The captain's reasoning seemed sound, leaving the others speechless, yet an inexplicable frustration simmered within them. "Alas, let us return. I need to rest." After a sleepless night, A Chang felt his mind was in utter disarray, yearning to untangle the complex situation before him after a good rest. The events of the day were exceedingly peculiar. He had not even seen A Wei's face, yet two of his subordinates had been harmed. Where had things gone awry? In the meantime, Du Danmin had meticulously examined the old jadeite before her in the room, not mentioning the earlier incident, and remarked, "Boss A Wei, I am quite pleased with this material. State your price." Wu Yu observed her expression, cautiously responding, "I am truly grateful, Miss Danmin, for your visit to my home today to appraise this material and for assisting in dispersing the troublemakers. I shall not demand an unreasonable price. This piece of jadeite is valued at 2 billion. Du Danmin nodded slightly, a glimmer of intellect shining in her eyes, and said, "You are honest. I shall overlook your earlier machinations this time. I will not haggle excessively, but I will offer you 8 billion. Wu Yu exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Danmin. You are indeed as generous and kind-hearted as the rumors suggest. Let us proceed at your proposed price. Should I come across any exceptional materials in the future, I will be sure to contact you." Du Danmin rose, her gaze alluring yet imbued with the weight of authority, stating, "I appreciate forthright individuals and those who embody honesty. I hope you can maintain this candor in our dealings and refrain from employing underhanded tactics." Wu Yu made an earnest attempt to clarify. "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Danmin, but I genuinely had no idea A Chong would choose this moment to create a disturbance. Our misunderstanding is merely a trivial matter, devoid of any deep-seated enmity. Do not speak of such things. I concern myself solely with the outcome, not the reasons behind it. Furthermore, I lack sufficient cash on hand. However, I do possess a considerable amount of gold, which I shall use for our transaction today." Her tone was not one of negotiation, but rather a commanding declaration, leaving Wu Yu with no room for dissent. Yet, this aligned perfectly with Wu Yu's intentions, as he planned to convert any excess of over 1 billion shots into gold bars. Given the complicated circumstances in Myanmar, where conflicts frequently erupted, leading to soaring prices and currency devaluation, he was prudent in his approach. Under normal circumstances, 1 Chinese yuan could be exchanged for approximately 300 shots. But in times of war, the black market rate could plummet to around 600. Thus, while 300 shots would typically equate to 1 yuan during wartime, one might require 600 shots to procure the same. Merchants holding substantial amounts of shots risked having their assets halved in an instant. For this reason, Wu Yu was averse to retaining large sums of shots. Any amount exceeding 1 billion would be converted into gold bars. Upon finishing her statement, one of the female bodyguards extracted a coated briefcase from the back of the Mercedes, placing it on the table and opening it on the spot. Inside lay numerous 100-gram gold bars. Though the refining process was somewhat rudimentary, their purity was commendable, evident from the luster of the gold. According to the day's international gold prices, Du Danmin promptly counted out gold bars worth 8 billion shots for Wu Yu, and upon completion, tossed him an additional bar as a bonus. "These are the gold bars I have smelted from my own gold mine. The purity may be slightly lacking, but this one serves as an additional compensation for you. Thank you." In regard to the generous and affluent Miss Du Danmin, Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Even though he was acutely aware of the substantial profits she had garnered from this old Pekin ore, he remained exceedingly content with this transaction. "Furthermore, I shall have the outer shell of this ore ground away and consign it to the auction house and watching, proclaiming it as a premium specimen unearthed by my mining company. You need not concern yourself with the reasons. Simply keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Well then, I shall take my leave." After Du Danmin finished speaking, she exited the parlor, followed closely by her 2 bodyguards, one cradling jade and the other carrying a box of gold bars. Wu Yu, accompanied by his 2 assistants, personally opened the gate to the courtyard, bidding farewell to the departing Mercedes. "Boss, have our troubles been resolved?" "Temporarily, yes. From now on, we can carry firearms openly when we go out. I will contact Director Wei and have him arrange a few gun permits for us. What shall we do next?" "We should take the washed window ore from yesterday and sell it at the morning market to Boss Lu and Boss Song, as they are leaving tomorrow. It is rare to find buyers who offer such high prices and are so prompt with payment. Each one is worthy of our appreciation." "That is indeed sensible." As they conversed, they cleaned the blood from behind the gate before taking the window ore and heading towards the market. Chapter 54. The Prophet Plan. Gadanwai and Sangbo accompanied Wu Yu to the market today, feeling a newfound confidence that straightened their backs and allowed them to glare at anyone they encountered, emboldened by the firearms they carried. In Myanmar, reason may be elusive, yet truth holds sway. Every person wielding a weapon believes that with truth in hand, the world is theirs to command. Wu Yu located Lu Biao and spread out the 26 pieces of raw material on the ground for him to select. "Boss Lu, this is all the good material I have. Please choose first, and I will present the remaining pieces to Boss Song." "Thank you, Boss Au. Your generosity is much appreciated," Lu Biao replied politely, squatting down to scrutinize the selection. Wu Yu's exceptional skill in revealing the advantages of the jadeite raw stones was evident, as each piece appeared appealing to Lu Biao. However, after several days of expenditure, his funds were dwindling, preventing him from indulging in impulsive purchases like he had during his first days at the morning market. After a careful selection process, he chose 15 pieces of open window material, paying Wu Yu a total of 97 million chats. Wu Yu subsequently approached Song Junwei to sell the remaining 11 pieces for 56 million chats. The average price reflects that Liu Biao did not haggle much, with each piece averaging over 6 million, while Song Junwei, a cunning old fox, managed to negotiate the price down to around 5 million for each piece, despite Wu Yu having previously aided him. Liu Biao and Song Junwei informed Wu Yu that they would depart from the Pakong mining area at noon, heading to Mandalay, and would not return for some time. Wu Yu felt a twinge of regret. Two dear friends from Huaxiao were leaving, and he already began to miss them. On their way home, Gadanwai and Sangbo each carried a bag of cash, walking proudly and unbothered by the envious glances of passers-by. The presence of firearms instilled a sense of bravado in them. Meanwhile, Wu Yu contemplated his future profit strategies. Today, he had finally amassed sufficient capital of 1 billion chats. From this point onward, his business focus could shift from the Yamuxi mine to the nearby trading market. The plan was to conduct transactions at the Pakong morning market, collect some materials from the Yamuxi mine in the morning, and engage in trade at the Longkan night market in the evening. He intended to fill his day with activity, leaving no time for idleness, storing only high-quality materials in his compact space while swiftly selling off ordinary items, regardless of profit margins. Before long, they returned home, and Anna finally mustered the courage to step out of her room. She snuggled into Wu Yu's embrace, her voice soft and delicate. "Boss, I was nearly frightened to death by the gunfire I heard this morning. Has the trouble been resolved?" "Temporarily, yes, but for now, you must remain out of sight, stay home, and be safe," Wu Yu replied. Anna, compliant and agreeable, responded, "Oh, that's fine. As long as there's food, drink, and my phone at home, I can stay here every day without a problem." Having experienced 2 gunfights firsthand, and with the blood still uncleaned from the ground, she was acutely aware of the dangers within Myanmar's mining regions. Now that a man was willing to protect her, she would gladly stay at home, content to do anything. Curious, Gadanwai and Sangbo asked, "Boss, having earned such a substantial sum today, what should we do next? Should we hire a few more people to expand the business?" Wu Yu inquired. "We'll discuss hiring later. For now, I won't abandon the Mushi mine. However, we must increase our daytime trading and the Longkan night market sales." Gadanwai and Sangbo, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, specializing in jade trading within the market is what true jade merchants should pursue." Many of the top jade traders began their journeys here. As employees, they eagerly anticipated that their boss's success would also bring them fortune. Wu Yu pulled out 2 bundles of cash from his bag and tossed them to Gadanwai and Sangbo, saying, "You both performed admirably today," when Ah Zhang's group charged in. "You showed no fear. This deserves recognition. 1 million each for you to spend." "Thank you, boss." The two were elated. The bonus he casually offered equated to a month's salary, a testament to his generosity. Working under such a boss, their futures seemed bright. Anna, enviously, chimed in, "What about me?" "Boss?" Wu Yu shot her a glance, frowning. "They risked their safety for me today, so they deserve the reward. What have you done to earn money today?" Anna, with a feigned innocence, replied, "My throat has been sore these past 2 days. That counts as a work injury. Doesn't it warrant some special allowance?" "Fair point, indeed." Wu Yu chuckled, amused by her audacity to state her case so boldly. He tossed her 1 million shots as well. Afterward, he took the remaining cash back to his bedroom and secured it in the safe for future needs. Another bag of money was placed in the trunk of his car for later use at the mine. The gold bars he had acquired from Du Dam in that morning were already tucked away in a small space. Valuable items like those would never be left out in the open for too long. Instructing Anna to lock the main door from inside, Wu Yu drove off with his 2 subordinates, maneuvering the car around the corner, exiting the market. However, they soon encountered a traffic jam at the checkpoint ahead, where several vehicles were halted by armed soldiers in camouflage, who were reprimanding the car at the forefront. Wu Yu complained, "What's going on? Can this place really have a traffic jam? If they're being difficult at the checkpoint, can't we just slip them some cash to resolve it? If 100,000 1T do, then let it be 200,000, but no more." Gadanwai, seated in the driver's seat, peered through the gaps between the cars ahead for a clearer view, stating, "Boss, it seems the car being stopped at the front belongs to the Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Changyi has gotten out and attempted to bribe them several times. Yet those soldiers refused to take it." "Oh?" Wu Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the soldiers at the checkpoint to turn down money. This was indeed an eye-opener. It seemed that Zhao Changyi had crossed paths with the deputy director of the management office, Padu, a few days ago, and was now being targeted. noticing that many people had exited their vehicles to observe the commotion. Wu couldn't resist stepping out to join them. Brother, how long has the blockage been? If the first car isn't allowed to pass, can't they at least pull over to let the rest of us through? Who knows? We've been stuck here since we arrived. It's incredibly frustrating. Mushi just called to ask me to come home and check the materials. The members of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce seem to have lost their bravado, do they not? Just a few days ago, they offended the leaders of the administration, who possess various means at their disposal. With a mere flick of their wrist, they could summon a few military friends, rendering the chamber powerless. We stood amidst the crowd, observing Zhao Chang'e, who was drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to bribe the driver, yet not a single soldier in camouflage dared to accept the money. At that moment, Zhao Chang'e's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, a flicker of joy crossing his face. After a brief conversation, he handed the phone to the small leader at the outpost. Your commander has instructed you to take the call, Zhao Chang'e said, his confidence restored, a familiar self-assurance returning to his visage. The small leader hesitated for a moment before accepting the phone, conversing intently with the person on the other end, furrowing his brow as he returned the phone to Zhao Chang'e. Take the money and let them go, he instructed his subordinates, turning to leave, seemingly reluctant. Just moments ago, the soldiers in camouflage had refused to accept money. Now, they swiftly seized 2 bundles of cash from the driver and removed the roadblock. Zhao Chang'e and the driver swiftly entered their vehicle, hastily departing the outpost checkpoint, while the vehicles behind them were similarly inspected. Those who had recently paid, armed with receipts, were permitted passage. Conversely, those who had not paid were compelled to do so to gain entry. Upon returning to his own vehicle, Wu, having recently settled the payment, presented the receipt and smoothly passed through the checkpoint, meandering along the familiar mountain road. The affluent and influential Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, having incurred the wrath of local dignitaries, found themselves equally constrained. The path to thriving in Myanmar is still a long one for me. Wealth and connections are insufficient. I must also possess arms and authority. As he pondered, the car arrived at the familiar Amuxi mining site, yet the atmosphere today felt oddly tense. The roadside was teeming with locals, densely packed, seemingly more interested in the spectacle than in their work. Unable to find a parking spot, Wu alighted and approached a local, inquiring, "What has transpired here? What has everyone gathered to witness?" The individual replied, "There has been a landslide, burying many people. Rescue efforts are underway, but the administration has forbidden us from descending." Chapter 55. The hidden thunderstrike's mining waste is typically deposited in depressions or along the edges of deep pits, serving the dual purpose of backfilling the mines and rendering the scarred landscape more visually palatable. This practice is also a stipulation set forth by the Myanmar government, mandating that for every excavation, there must be an equivalent fill. Consequently, during periods of sustained heavy rainfall, these loosely packed areas are prone to landslides or collapses, often resulting in a handful of casualties that barely ripple the surface of public concern. Only when the toll reaches a certain threshold do the authorities emerge to offer hollow reassurances, feigning organization of rescue efforts to avoid drawing media scrutiny and inciting international outrage. After gathering the pertinent information, we maneuvered through the crowd and finally beheld the state of the Amuki mining site. The area affected by the collapse was adjacent to a river, and he vaguely recalled that alongside the Amuki operations, there was also a small team engaged in gold panning. Presently, the site was devoid of Amuki miners, with only a handful of individuals clad in camouflage laboriously searching for something. Given the circumstances, it was clear that any hopes of rescue would not materialize today. The debris trucks were unable to navigate the site, and the Amuki miners were rendered impotent in their pursuits. "Let us go. There is nothing to be done here today. Let us find another site." Wu instructed his driver, Go Danwai. "Understood, boss," Go Danwai replied as he turned the vehicle around. At that moment, Wu noticed Anki accompanied by 2 assistants passing nearby and took the initiative to inquire, "Are you also leaving here? Where else can we find Amuki mines? Where are you headed for materials?" Anki responded courteously, It's you, Boss Will. There are numerous small Amuki mines scattered in the vicinity. Just follow the mountain roads, and you'll find one every few miles. It's quite easy to locate them. As for us, we're just wandering about, collecting materials wherever there are Amuki operations." "Very well," Wu mused, "your words are as enlightening as a beacon in the dark. It is certain that every legitimate mining company will have one or several small Amuki mines in close proximity, as they routinely dispose of vast amounts of waste, conveniently dumping it nearby. To ascertain the locations of Amuki mines, one need only inquire with the management offices regarding the locations of mining companies. However, Wu Yu was previously involved in Yamuki mining and was familiar with many of the smaller operations in the area. Initially, he intended to glean more information from Anki. But when that proved fruitless, he resolved to rely on luck to discover populous Yamuki mines on his own. While Wu Yu searched for new Yamuki mines, Dudaemin had already polished the remaining skin of the old Peigang material he had just acquired, entrusting it to a skilled artisan for repolishing, achieving a flawless result. Dudaemin was exceedingly pleased, capturing several photographs and sending them via messaging app to Wu Naiwen, instructing, "Today, have someone deliver this material to Wa City with utmost speed for auction and publicly declare that it was excavated from our Phoenix Mining Company." Wa City is a colloquial term for Mandalay, favored by the local populace. Soon, Wu Naiwen replied, "Miss Damin, the quality of this material is exceptional. It is clearly from an old pit. Even if we claim it originates from our Phoenix Mining Company, those connoisseurs would not believe it. It is unnecessary for the experts to believe. A handful of fools will suffice. The quality of the materials we unearthed recently has been abysmal, resulting in poor sales in Washington. We must leverage this piece to establish our reputation." "Very well, I shall dispatch a professional escort team to collect the material from you. They will arrive in Washington before nightfall. By the way, what is the starting bid for this piece? Let us set it at 2 billion. The final sale price is inconsequential. The key is to sell it and ensure the auction house clearly states it is from Phoenix Mining Company." "Understood. Rest assured I will handle this immediately." After concluding the conversation, Wu Naiwen promptly prepared to oversee the arrangements. He first attempted to call his security team leader, a Chang. But after several attempts with no response, he grew frustrated. "Useless fool, always faltering at critical moments," Wu Naiwen muttered as he called other familiar members of the security team. After finally reaching someone, he bellowed, "Where is your leader? Where the hell is he? Why is he not answering his phone?" The person replied, "Boss, Chang has encountered some tricky matters and has been working overtime. He only just fell asleep at dawn, so he likely did not hear the phone." "What tricky matters? Have you uncovered the reason behind the disappearance of the monkey?" "No, it seems to be an issue with the warehouse, but I'm not clear on the specifics." "Fine. I can't be bothered to inquire further now. Once a Chang wakes, I will speak with him. For now, gather 4 reliable brothers, all armed, to retrieve a top-quality jade material from Miss Damin and deliver it to our store at the Jiawan Market in Washington." "Understood, boss. I will take my men there immediately." Not long after the escort team set off, Bao Ming, who had been investigating the cause of the monkey's death and the missing top-quality jade, received a mysterious call. "Boss, I have just received news that Wu Naiwen has dispatched 5 trusted subordinates, fully armed, to escort a premium material to the Jiawan Market in Washington." Is it necessary to make such a grand display to escort a top-quality material? Do you have any idea about the jade's quality?" I didn't dare to inquire further, as the captain has begun to suspect me regarding the installation of pinhole cameras in the warehouse. If I continue to pry, I might find myself in peril. "I understand. Stay safe and report any significant developments." "Thank you, boss. I will." After hanging up, Bao Ming's suspicions intensified. The mysterious disappearance of his subordinate, the monkey, and the loss of the jade suspected to be of imperial green quality seemed too coincidental. Shortly after, Wu Naiwen dispatched his men to deliver a premium material to Washington. Could it be that the material they were escorting was the very piece the monkey had lost? No, he must not let this lead slip away. He needed to immediately arrange for personnel to intercept and seize the material on its journey. The material, suspected to be imperial green, sparked a fierce ambition within Bao Ming. If he could acquire it, he would be able to retire early, leaving behind the likes of Naiwen and Danmin. By the time they traced it back to him, he would already be reveling in the comforts of America. With this thought in mind, Bao Ming steeled himself, pulling out his phone to make several urgent calls, dispatching his trusted subordinates to ensure that this prized material would be seized en route. The success of this endeavor hinged on this singular moment, and retreat was no longer an option. He had recently discovered a small Yamushi mine and was unaware that the hidden trap he had set was already beginning to take effect. A dark-skinned miner approached him, holding a piece of jade the size of an egg, presenting it to Wu Yu. "Boss, take a look at this emerald," he said. It's rather small." "Isn't it? The mud caked on the surface is excessive. May I wash it to examine it better?" "Of course," the miner replied. After receiving permission, Wu Yu pretended to wash a corner of the stone, revealing its surface under the flashlight, yet its qualities remained subtle. "What price do you seek?" Wu Yu inquired, placing the jade in his left hand, its warmth enhancing his congenial smile. 2 million, the miner responded. "That is utterly impossible. Such a diminutive piece lacks any notable features. I could offer a maximum of 200,000. Just look at the surface. There are 2 significant cracks. It might end up being worthless. Boss, please reconsider. I've only found this piece in the last half-month. If I don't sell it soon, my children will go hungry. How old are your children? Are you the sole breadwinner? My eldest is 3 years old, and my daughter is just 5 months. My wife is unwell and has been ill for some time, so I can only afford formula to feed her. I see. In business, I can offer you a firm price of 500,000. I cannot go higher. Thank you, boss. I accept 500,000. The miner agreed, evidently pleased with the offer. Wu Yu turned to his companion, Wei, and said, "Away, give him 1 million. The extra will be for his children's formula." The miner paused, scrutinizing Wu Yu with newfound appreciation, seemingly determined to remember the visage of this young and handsome businessman. After receiving the money, he gently tapped the jade he had sold and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I wish you prosperity. Please leave your contact information, and I will reach out if I come across any good materials in the future." Chapter 56. Lankan Night Market. Having earned money at the expense of others, yet receiving only a simple thank you, Wu Yu felt a sense of guilt. He recognized that this was the last vestige of his conscience at play. Without it, he would likely have amassed even greater wealth. Myanmar is a nation steeped in Buddhism, where the majority of its citizens remain simple and kind-hearted. It is only those clever individuals striving for distinction who gradually succumb to moral decay. Wei observed the entirety of the transaction, witnessing Wu Yu's benevolence as he generously offered several 100,000 to the amuxi vendor. He was deeply moved, reflecting that if the boss could be so kind to strangers, he would surely treat his loyal employees even better. To serve such a boss was indeed worthwhile. Before long, another amuxi approached, presenting a fist-sized piece of jadeite, encrusted with thick mud. "Boss, take a look at this jade," he said. "Blah, blah," Wu Yu replied, seeing the heavy dirt covering it, and, lacking the inclination to clean it, he simply accepted it with his left hand and inquired about the price. 3,100,000. Someone has already offered 500,000. I'll add a little more. My final offer is 150,000. If not, then so be it. Well, all right. It's a deal. The amuxi vendor hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Wu Yu was quite ruthless in his negotiations with ordinary amuxi vendors, especially since this particular piece was rather mediocre. With only a small section warm to the touch, purchasing it would merely serve to deceive others, leading to a mere fade. For such jadeite, whether to buy or not was inconsequential. Hence, Wu Yu remained cold and unfeeling, akin to a machine, unwilling to offer even a fraction more. Should the vendor refuse, he would simply await the next amuxi to arrive with their goods. By lunchtime, Wu Yu had procured 5 pieces of jadeite, varying in quality, for a total expenditure of merely a few million. Glancing at the time, he declared, "Let us first dine, then return home to rest for a while before heading to the Lankan Night Market." "Certainly, boss," Wei and Sang Bo replied in unison, following in Wu Yu's wake to the parking area. The sun blazed mercilessly, despite Wu Yu shielding himself with an umbrella and donning a cap. He was still drenched in sweat. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the car, he gulped it down in one go, feeling a bit more at ease. The amuxi mining site had been established for quite some time, with roadside stalls offering food of varying quality. Among the options were boxed meals primarily featuring salted fish, as well as somewhat lackluster rice noodles. However, the unassuming chicken leg curry noodles proved to be Wu Yu's favorite. Wu Yu had developed quite an appetite, consuming a bit of everything nearby until he felt satisfied, finishing with a chilled cola, which prompted a comfortable belch. As for Wei and Sang Bo, their appetites were modest, with a single salted fish boxed meal being sufficient, but they enjoyed their cold drinks heartily. "Time to go home," Wu Yu commanded, and the trio entered the vehicle, heading towards the marketplace. Upon their return, each took a hot shower, while Anna, without needing Wu Yu's prompting, began cleaning the 5 pieces of jade they had acquired that day. After finishing his bath, Wu Yu casually sketched several window areas on 5 small pieces of material and remarked, "Please open these 5 pieces for me." The Lankan Night Market primarily deals in raw gambling materials, with windowed and modified pieces representing only a minuscule fraction. We will attempt to sell these tonight. If they do not sell, we shall take them to the morning market tomorrow. Wei, following Wu Yu, had seldom encountered unsold materials and, feeling a bit buoyant lately, said, "Boss, as long as our prices are sufficiently low, there is no material that cannot be sold." Wu Yu shook his head, chuckling, If the quality is too poor, the merchants from Huaxia will truly refuse to accept it. The cost of bringing back worthless materials is far too great. They would prefer to spend more to acquire better quality goods. Curious, Sangbo inquired, Boss, you seem quite knowledgeable about Huaxia merchants. Have you been to Rueli? Wu Yu, wishing to avoid discussing his own matters, swiftly changed the subject. Of course. When I go to Rueli in the future, I will bring you along. Especially you. Sangbo, leaving your wife and child there? Don't you worry about your wife secretly finding a younger companion? Sangbo laughed heartily. Rueli is safe. At least there is no constant warfare to fret over. As for other concerns, I haven't thought too much about it. Surviving is the most important thing. Wu Yu was taken aback by the clarity with which this young man viewed life. In the face of life and death, everything else seemed trivial. As they conversed, the group collaborated efficiently and soon opened the 5 pieces of material. Noticing that time was drawing near, Wu Yu retrieved the Myanmar currency from the safe in the room. Today, our primary goal at the Longkin night market is to procure materials. We will start with 200 million to test the waters. If that proves insufficient, we can always withdraw more from the exchange, he stated. Understood, boss. We will follow your lead. Gudanwei and Sangbo responded with enthusiasm. Let us depart. With a command from Wu Yu, the trio drove away, leaving behind a mess for Anna to tidy up. The distance from the Pekin morning market to the Longkin night market was not far, yet the poor road conditions, compounded by several days of continuous rain, made their journey arduous. At a corner of the Longkin night market, there remained approximately half an hour until dusk, but the streets were already teeming with people, some walking, others riding motorcycles, all occupying the thoroughfare in small groups. The Longkin night market is one of the largest jade trading markets globally and serves as a source for many rough materials. Numerous merchants from Huaxia procure well-performing jade rough stones here, transporting them to the Dalong market in Rueli for resale, thereby reaping substantial profits. Along the streets, in addition to fixed raw stone shops, many small tables and stools were set up for jade merchants to sit and conduct business. However, this was not complimentary. It cost 4,000 Myanmar chop per table for 2 hours of use, with additional charges for exceeding that time. A table could accommodate 2 jade merchants. If they shared a table, the cost would be 2,000 chot each, the pricing clearly stated. Wu Yu parked the car in a less crowded area, carrying the 5 small pieces of material ahead, while Gudanwei and Sangbo followed behind, each holding a bag of cash. The trio, unfamiliar faces at the Longkin night market, attracted curious glances as they appeared, particularly due to the heavy bags held by Gudanwei and Sangbo, clearly filled with cash. All 3 were armed today, their attire reflecting the characteristics of indigenous Burmese, ensuring that even those with nefarious intentions would hesitate to act amidst the bustling crowd. Wu Yu spied an empty table at a shop entrance bustling with people and promptly claimed the spot. Gudanwei and Sangbo placed their 2 bags of cash beside Wu Yu. Drawing attention, passers-by immediately recognized him as a wealthy magnate. Wei was tasked with guarding the money, while Sangbo ventured into the market, seeking to sell the 5 pieces of rough jade they had brought. Understood, boss, the 2 replied, and Sangbo departed with the 5 small pieces. At that moment, the shop owner emerged, requesting a stall fee of 4,000 chot from Wu Yu. Indeed, the tables and stools lining the street were not sanctioned by the Burmese government, but were privately placed by the shop owner, who was responsible for collecting the fees. After receiving the payment, the shop owner lingered, offering Wu Yu a cigarette and initiating conversation. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Longkin night market? I am Kong. May I know your name? Wu Yu accepted the cigarette, but refrained from lighting it, responding, You can call me a Yu. I have been to Longkin before, albeit infrequently, primarily conducting business at the Amuxi mine and the Pakong morning market. Recently, I found myself with some free evenings, so I thought I'd come here to gather some materials and try my luck. Welcome, Yu. In the future, feel free to sit here to collect materials. This place is bustling with life and prosperity, and many jade merchants have sourced exquisite pieces right here. Thank you. I will certainly frequent this spot whenever there is space. Wu Yu replied, engaging in brief conversation until a porter placed a hefty block of jade weighing over 30 kilograms upon his table, drawing his full attention to the material before him. This was a piece of moxisha jade, its skin adorned with a long, alluring green vein, incredibly tempting. When he shone a flashlight on it, the quality was impressive, with deep light penetration revealing a vibrant verdancy that stirred excitement within him. Is it 800 million? Wu Yu inquired, Caught off guard by such a rare find upon his arrival in Longcan, his mood slightly exhilarated. Indeed, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. Regarding the porter with curiosity, the price for such a substantial piece of Moxisha jade seemed reasonable, even a tad undervalued, as it was merely an asking price with considerable room for negotiation. Yet, something felt amiss to Wu Yu, prompting him to place his left hand upon the stone. Moving from left to right, attentively sensing the warmth emanating from the jade rough. Chapter 57. The merchants of the night market. The icy sensation emanating from my left hand mirrored the chill residing in Wu Yu's heart. A profound coolness that was unexpected upon encountering the first piece of material at the Longcan night market. As the saying goes, in Mashi Sha, 10 pieces may yield 9 of ice and floating flowers. This suggests that the materials from the Mashi Sha market are often of superior quality, warranting a gamble. The characteristics of jadeite rough from this location are notably diverse, encompassing white salt sand, old elephant skin, peeled sand skin, yellow salt sand, lychee skin, black sand skin, patina skin, elephant skin, and cement skin, among others. However, the volume of Mashi Sha rough is generally modest, with weights around a few kilograms being most common. Thus, a piece weighing over 30 kilograms, like the one before me, is exceedingly rare, particularly if it possesses color. Certain areas of this specimen exhibited distinct characteristics of peeled sand skin, while others revealed a surface of uneven topography akin to rolling hills. Notably, a band of color traversed these undulating terrains, and as the beam of my flashlight illuminated it, an enchanting green hue was refracted. The outer skin's appearance was impeccable, yet the persistent coldness in my left hand incessantly reminded Wu Yu that this was a piece with a treated false skin. Otherwise, the most prominent band of color would not possess the same frigid touch. Mashi Sha material, away, come over and take a look at this piece, Wu Yu called out. Sure. Brother Danwei hesitated momentarily. Typically, the boss did not allow him to inspect the materials during procurement. Taking the powerful flashlight, Brother Danwei scrutinized the piece thoroughly and shook his head, saying, "This Mashi Sha is peculiar. The color band appears quite alluring, yet it feels off somehow. I can't quite comprehend it." Wu Yu nodded and turned to the increasingly impatient assistant, instructing, "It's not suitable. Let's move on." Without a moment's hesitation, the assistant lifted the rough and departed, whispering a few words to a man on a motorcycle at the street corner before riding away. Once they were out of earshot, Brother Danwei quietly inquired, "Boss, is there a problem with this material?" Wu Yu slightly nodded, responding, "Yes, it appears to be a counterfeit skin, possibly even blended with dyeing techniques. The methods of deception are remarkably sophisticated. I nearly failed to discern it." In truth, Wu Yu had yet to identify the flaw in the skin. Had it not been for the icy sensation in his left hand, he might have already engaged in haggling. Brother Danwei expressed his surprise. The boss's gambling skills are so formidable that even he almost overlooked it. Wu Yu humbly replied, "Haha, in reality, my skills are rather average. It's merely that my luck is slightly better than most. Boss, the night market is perilous. We encountered counterfeit material right upon arrival. We must exercise greater caution henceforth." Perhaps it was a deliberate test. Upon spotting an unfamiliar jade merchant, they would employ counterfeit skins to assess his discernment. Should my vision prove inadequate and I were to purchase a fake, a throng of assistants would undoubtedly present more counterfeit materials. After all, encountering an unsuspecting fool is a rarity. Who wouldn't wish to profit from such an opportunity? As their discussion concluded, another assistant approached, placing a piece of material upon the table before Wu Yu. This is a piece of material that tends to be troublesome, roughly the size of a chicken egg. Yet its surface is marred by at least 5 or 6 prominent cracks. However, the quality of the water is exceptional, and when illuminated, the stone glows like a small bulb. The warmth emanating from my left hand indicates it is at least of ice type. The material from this particular side is intriguing. Although it is diminutive in size and boasts excellent water quality, it is riddled with too many cracks. From the outside, it appears quite transparent under the light. Yet upon being cut, it often collapses due to the excessive fissures. As I gently assessed the temperature changes from this small piece, I noticed that while my left hand felt warm, numerous areas exhibited a slight chill, an immediate reflection of the numerous cracks present. "Is it costly?" I inquired. 18 million, replied the vendor's assistant. "That is excessively high. It does not align with the market value." I refrained from haggling. This troublesome piece of material paled in comparison to the smaller MO1G piece I had received that very day. Although my MO1G piece had 3 or 4 significant cracks, it lacked the fine fissures, and upon careful division, it could yield several notable ice pieces. In contrast, this heavily cracked material could scarcely produce even minor pieces. Seeing my refusal, the assistant chose not to press further, taking his material and departing. This brief exchange, lasting no more than a few seconds, indicated the unlikelihood of a transaction, prompting him to leave without wasting either of our precious time. The bustling trading hours at Longkan Night Market are limited to 3 or 4 hours after dusk, and by 10 o'clock at night, the crowd dwindles significantly. At this juncture, a woman from Myanmar arrived, strikingly beautiful, yet with a slightly darker complexion, producing a piece of wood material the size of a palm. "Sir, take a look at this piece," she said. Whether at the Pekin morning market or the Longkan night market, many sellers are women, some notably attractive. Those beautiful women who dare to appear in the market often possess substantial backing or have formidable men supporting them, rendering them less susceptible to being taken advantage of, except by the foolish and unobservant. I cast a fleeting glance at her before switching on my flashlight to scrutinize the material closely. After my examination, I confirmed with my left hand that the observed surface conditions and the results of my unique ability aligned perfectly. I hold a particular fondness for wood material. The last piece of wood snowflake cotton I received remains in my small space, a rare gem indeed. This piece of wood material, weighing approximately 3 or 4 kilograms, is predominantly flat, and when illuminated, it reveals a profound depth, indicating excellent water quality and a promising ice type. Such material requires a gamble on its coloration, the presence of cracks, and whether the quality is entirely revealed. Typically, one would rely on luck when encountering such a piece, but I can utilize my left hand for assistance. As I gently caressed the stone, the warmth was quite pronounced, and there were no icy filaments present, suggesting the absence of cracks within the raw stone. Splendid! In an instant, my left hand helped me eliminate 2 significant risks: no cracks and the quality fully revealed. If it lacks color, it would yield a modest profit. If it possesses color, then the gain would be substantial. Thus, I inquired, "What is the price?" "Sir, this piece is 20 million. The shape is unsatisfactory, flat in form. After removing the upper and lower layers of skin, how many centimeters of jade flesh remain? I can only discern a significant number. For such an exceptional piece of raw material, especially with bracelet potential, it is unlikely to negotiate a steep discount. If you attempt to lower the price to the hundreds of thousands, the seller will simply turn away, unwilling to waste time with you. That won't work, my friend. Someone has already offered 10 million. If you add a bit more, I can secure the deal. I am not fond of sealed bids. I offer you a flat price of 10 million. Please inquire with the owner. If agreeable, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, so be it. I can call the owner to check. If successful, how much white card can you provide me?" The white card refers to a tip. According to the customs of the Myanmar jade market, upon a successful transaction, the buyer is expected to provide the sellers with a commission ranging from 2 to 5. For stones that are either too cheap or excessively expensive, the tip is predetermined rather than calculated proportionally. Should this piece of mounted jade be successfully traded, you would need to offer at least 200,000 in tips, potentially up to 500,000. You understands that if this jade deal goes through, it will be immensely profitable. Thus he is never stingy with the white card tips, stating, "If the transaction is successful, I will grant you 500,000 in white card." "Thank you, my friend. I will communicate this to the owner." As she spoke, the woman tucked the jade stone back into her bag and stepped aside to contact the owner. This piece of mounted jade might belong to her, or perhaps she genuinely represents another owner. However, Wu remains unconcerned, as he often fabricates ownership claims to solicit white card tips when selling materials in the market. The atmosphere in the market is quite lively. Behind him, sellers line up to show their wares, and just as the woman departs, a seller places a fist-sized piece of Momo bright jade upon the table. Chapter 58. Deceptive maneuvers abound. The Momo Liang site, situated within the Pakong area, presently stands out as one of the highest yielding and finest quality locations. The rough stones from this site predominantly feature delicate and thin black skin and misty layers, with exceptional water quality, pristine clarity, and minimal impurities. The hues are neither dull nor dark, exuding a bright and refreshing appearance, often displaying captivating colors, with the window effect being quite pronounced, frequently yielding high-grade ice glass varieties. Before we lay a piece of Momo Liang rough stone, its skin meticulously cleaned and polished, showcasing promising water quality, a profound depth of color, and a subtle hint of green, evidence of its exquisite quality. A true gem in its own right. How much for the material from the MOMO Liang site? Wu inquired. 25 million, replied the sales assistant. Is it sellable for 100 million? Unfortunately not. Someone has offered 12 million. Can it be sealed for 10 million? If it can be sealed, then let us give it a try, Wu remarked nonchalantly, feeling the warmth radiating from his left hand. Should we attempt to seal it? You'll need to offer a generous white card, the assistant advised. I am quite generous. If I find the material appealing, I will grant the highest white card without hesitation. Kindly inform the owner that if we close the deal, you will receive 500,000 as a white card bonus. Thank you, boss. Let us proceed with the attempt. Despite having just claimed never to seal packages, Wu now retrieved a roll of yellow tape he had prepared earlier. Wrapping the stone securely while inscribing the figure of 10 million and marking it with a unique symbol only he could recognize. At that moment, the sales assistant had not yet departed when the Myanmar woman returned with the wooden material in hand. Boss, the owner has agreed to a transaction at 10 million. She smiled, having observed Wu's sealing process without any intent to reveal her knowledge. In the world of commerce, one must embrace ambiguity. All sorts of tactics exist. And as long as the price is satisfactory, who cares about the opinions of others? Pleasant collaboration. I'll offer her 10,500,000. Wu instructed as he accepted the wooden rough stone, re-examining it in his hands for assurance before feeling at ease. The identification number on the wooden rough stone commenced with ZHDD, followed by the digits 37, indicating a weight of 3.7 kilograms, succeeded by a series of numerical combinations that undoubtedly concealed the price. Although Wu could not decipher it, he was confident that while others might profit significantly, he would not incur losses. Wei completed the payment, and the woman, cradling the money, lightly tapped the wooden rough stone, finalizing the transaction before turning to leave. Meanwhile, behind Wu, the shop owner Dakin discreetly avoided employees and customers, retreating to a corner to make a phone call. The previous piece of fake moxisha was excessively priced. Procure a slightly cheaper material for another attempt, setting the asking price at 300 million. P.S. So young. I doubt he can discern the genuine from the counterfeit at first glance. Based on our prior experiences, after several attempts, we are bound to succeed eventually. This also serves as a welcome gift for those novice jade merchants entering the Longcan night market, Dakin concluded, hanging up the call. His face once again adorned with a simple, affable smile. At this juncture, Wu received a fist-sized piece of Hojiang material, the skin not exhibiting much, with the asking price at 8 million, ultimately settling for 3 million. However, this particular material caused Wu's left hand to radiate warmth, a temperature surpassing that of ordinary iced jade. Another piece, the size of a bull's mouth, displayed similarly poor skin quality, with only a few color blemishes. Initially priced at 9 million, ultimately sold for 2 million. Yet, this material, which warmed Wu's left hand, evoked a familiar sensation. He often encountered such iced jade when sourcing materials in the Milwaukee area. Although these raw stones lacked visibility, as long as the skin was of good quality, they commanded respectable prices. When the performance was subpar, the selling price often fell below that of visible stones, yet slightly higher than the muddy-covered Moshi materials. In the 8 major jadeite markets, the characteristics of the raw stone skins are noteworthy. Sangbo has returned, having sold 5 pieces of visible jade with a total revenue of 33 million chats. He explained that a Chinese businessman purchased all of them. A small piece with cracks sold for 15 million, while the remaining 4, less than iced jade, fetched 18 million, averaging 4.5 million each. We nodded, remarking that the prices were comparable to those at the early market in Pakong, reflecting the generosity of Chinese merchants. Sangbo, beaming with pride, replied, Indeed. I've noticed the same, which is why I primarily seek out Chinese merchants when selling. The local Myanmar traders are exceedingly frugal, counting every 1,000 or 2 with meticulous precision. Gadanwai curiously inquired, You seem so pleased. How much did you earn in white cards this time? Sangbo responded, Only 500,000, but that's quite satisfactory. At least he purchased all the goods from the boss, sparing me the trouble of inquiring at each shop. Gadanwai cautioned, Just enjoy your good fortune. If you weren't selling alongside Boss Wu, how long would it take you to find a piece worth 500,000? With a weathered expression, Sangbo smiled brightly, Indeed. I am always grateful to Boss Wu. Enough chit-chat, Away handles the funds, and Sangbo, you guard the raw stones I've acquired. The night market is crowded. Let us not allow anyone to abscond with our materials. Understood, boss. As Wu spoke, his hands remained in motion, accelerating his inspection of the goods. He illuminated the raw stone with a flashlight, assessing it thoroughly before placing it in his left hand. If the temperature felt amiss, he would respond with a dismissive remark. Only when the warmth reached a comfortable level would he enter the negotiation phase. At this moment, the selling assistant returned with the packaged Momo Liang raw stone. Addressing Wu Yu, "Boss, I'm afraid the seller 1T part with it for 10 million. Wu Yu scoffed, unwrapping the package as he replied, "Such a small piece. And he 1T sell it for 10 million? What does he expect to receive? The lowest is 12 million. Fine. I'm tired of this back and forth. Let us finalize the deal. Although you didn't manage to negotiate it down to 10 million, I'll still give you a white card worth 500,000. Am I generous or what? Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity. Yes, Away will handle the payment. Also, give him one of my business cards. And remember to let me see any good materials first in the future." Certainly. The assistant took the money, patted the sold raw stone, and left merrily. At that moment, a lackey placed a piece weighing over 20 kilograms onto the table before Wu Yu. This was a piece of material enveloped in a dark, oily shell, with certain areas gleaming with a polished, waxy exterior. At first glance, it resembled the goods from Mwanji, but upon closer inspection under the lamp, a faint green glow emerged, with a light transmission depth of at least 1.5 centimeters. As Wu Yu turned the piece over to examine it, a chilling sensation coursed through his left hand, constantly reminding him that this was merely trash, devoid of any valuable substance. Wu Yu pondered how such a piece could exhibit several green areas when illuminated. The skin appeared authentic, yet something felt amiss. The craftsmanship of this forger was remarkably sophisticated. He could not discern where it had been tampered with. Were it not for the peculiar sensitivity in his left hand, he would have been duped today. Wu Yu contemplated silently, but eventually inquired, "How much?" 300 million, the lackey replied. "That is exorbitant. I cannot see the value at that price." Wu Yu gestured dismissively for the lackey to take it away. However, the lackey did not leave. Instead, he remarked, "Boss, what do you think it's worth? Just give us a figure." Wu Yu raised his gaze, scrutinizing him closely, imprinting his appearance in his memory, and coldly replied, "That's not how it works. I want to make an offer." Chapter 59. Unexpected circumstances in the jade market of Myanmar. The salesmen are typically taciturn, speaking only a few words when negotiating packaging or exchanging auspicious phrases upon a successful deal. In the face of a clear refusal from the buyer, one such salesman audaciously urged the other party to make an offer, revealing an obvious trap. A novice buyer, hesitating for a moment, may inadvertently throw out a price, which the salesman would readily accept, subsequently coercing them into a transaction under the pretext of market bargaining. It seemed that on this first venture to the Longkin night market, I had caught the attention of someone scheming, who was testing me with counterfeit goods. Noticing Wu Yu's suspicion and vigilance, the salesman reluctantly clutched his stones and departed. Once he was gone, Go Danwai quietly leaned in to ask Wu Yu, "Boss, was there an issue with that material?" Wu Yu replied, "Perhaps, but I wasn't interested. The price was too high for me to even bother negotiating," and he seemed unwilling to leave. Go Danwai thought little of it, continuing to guard the 2 bags of cash while cautiously surveying the surroundings. Sangbo, on the other hand, watched over the jade rough that Wu Yu had purchased, keenly observing his techniques for assessing materials. Although he did not fully comprehend the process, he was nonetheless impressed by his boss's prowess. Wu Yu would casually illuminate the stones with a flashlight, flipping them over with his left hand, either returning them or initiating price discussions. The entire evaluation process was remarkably efficient, taking anywhere from mere seconds to a couple of minutes. As the clock approached 9, Dakong, the owner of a nearby stall, approached with a cheerful reminder, "Boss Wu Yu, you've occupied this stall for 2 hours. Will you extend your stay or depart?" Wu Yu glanced at the now empty cash bags beside Go Danwai before responding, "We won't be extending. We're leaving now." Curiously, Dakong inquired, "Boss Wu Yu, it seems you've acquired quite a bit today. Must have spent a considerable sum?" Wu Yu cautiously regarded him before stating, "I haven't spent too much when sourcing materials. I simply make offers on what catches my eye. If the price is right, I buy. Good luck means acquiring more. Bad luck means less. That makes sense. Will you be returning tomorrow? If so, I can reserve a table for you. We'll see how things go tomorrow. I have too much on my plate. If I have time, I'll come. Otherwise, I want tea." Dakong discerned that the young and handsome boss was quite astute in his speech, displaying a high degree of vigilance, rendering it difficult to extract any useful information from him. Had he begun to suspect me? After all, I had merely arranged for 3 salesmen to show him 3 pieces of jade rough, priced at 800 million, 300 million, and 80 million. None of which he had made an offer on. If he was simply lucky, then his stone gambling skills were indeed commendable. To ensnare such an individual would require a far more intricate ruse. Regardless of Da Kong's thoughts, Wu Yu began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave. Having brought 200 million to the night market, he sold 5 small pieces and earned 33 million, leaving him with 5 million in his bag. Thus, his total expenditure for the evening amounted to 228 million. He had not acquired any significant pieces, with the largest weighing in at just over 10 kilograms. 3 individuals evenly distributed the acquired jade materials into 3 bags, securing them tightly with tape before departing the bustling streets to their parked vehicle. As they placed the 3 bags of jade into the trunk, several onlookers, lounging by the roadside, cast furtive glances, their thoughts unknown. They swiftly boarded the car and drove away. Wu Yu, seated in the rear, drew out a handgun, ever vigilant against unforeseen events. Though the materials had been purchased for 228 million, their value could potentially soar to 2 billion, or even higher, once exposed. While others might remain oblivious to the true worth, Wu Yu was acutely aware of it. Understood, boss, replied his 2 experienced aides, who wasted no time. One took the wheel while the other occupied the passenger seat, speeding out of the Longcan night market. The road conditions toward the mining area were perilous, shrouded in darkness. Yet many vehicles shared the path, all heading toward the Pekin market. These travelers, akin to Wu Yu, had finished at Longcan night market and sought to reach the Pekin morning market early, utilizing the night to make headway. Upon encountering a temporary checkpoint, Wu Yu discreetly handed over 100,000 chot, facilitating their smooth passage without any undue scrutiny or interference with the jade in the trunk. The group maintained a heightened state of alert until they arrived at the Pekin market, where they finally exhaled in relief. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, they noticed a vehicle parked outside their small courtyard, flanked by 2 camouflaged figures smoking, effectively blocking the entrance. Wu Yu's brow furrowed, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes as he immediately brandished his loaded firearm. There's a situation at the door. Everyone be on high alert. If it comes to it, eliminate the threat first, and we can always escape the mining area. Surviving elsewhere is preferable to perishing at their hands. As he spoke, Gadanwai and Sangbo also drew their weapons, lowering the car window halfway, aiming at the 2 camouflaged figures. At that moment, the crouching figures rose and called out, "Is this Boss AU? Please don't misunderstand. Miss Dan Min sent us to investigate something. We want to draw our guns if you don't." "Miss Dan Min sent you?" Wu Yu inquired, his weapon still raised, his caution heightened. "She has my number. Why didn't she call me?" One of them replied, "We don't know either. Miss Dan Min instructed us to follow her orders. By the way, her personal bodyguard is here too, waiting in the car." At that moment, the door of the nearby SUV swung open, revealing a tall, imposing female bodyguard who emerged, firearm in hand but aimed at the ground. She confidently approached Wu Yu's vehicle, seemingly unperturbed by the potential threat from within. "Boss AU, step out. I have questions for you," she commanded. Wu Yu recognized her as one of Du Dan Min's bodyguards, named Mai Rue. Despite this recognition, he remained cautious and retorted, "What do you want to ask?" "I have my phone. Why didn't Miss Dan Min call me?" Mary spoke bluntly, "Do not question my motives. If your conscience is clear, hand me your phone. I wish to examine your call records." Wu Yu, with nothing to hide other than business-related calls, unhesitatingly unlocked his screen and passed it to Mary. Although the request was rather rude, out of respect for Miss Dan Min, he complied willingly. "Rest assured, I shall report the entire process to Miss Dan Min," he added. Mary scrutinized Wu Yu's recent call history, taking pictures for further investigation. Bewildered, Wu Yu inquired, "What is happening? What are you searching for? If you inform me, I shall divulge everything." Given Miss Dan Min's influential background, should she summon a military unit to encircle the marketplace, who would dare to withhold the truth? Mary returned the phone to Wu Yu, locking eyes with him before stating, "The exceptional gemstone you sold to Miss Dan Min has been stolen, and the 5 individuals responsible for its transport have been murdered. Do you know who did it?" "What? I have no idea," Wu Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Who would dare to steal from Miss Dan Min in the mining area? In the mining zone, one could dismiss the authority of the director and deputy director of the management office, but disrespecting Du Dan Min was unthinkable. For her father and uncle were local leaders of the government forces stationed nearby, capable of dispatching troops for any foul deeds. Wu Naiwen was merely one of Du Dan Min's partners, a figure of limited influence in the mining district, and while there were many like him, Even if someone were to kill Wu Naiwen, it would hardly create a stir. Noticing Wu Yu's astonishment seemed genuine, Mary nodded slightly and asserted, "We have yet to identify the perpetrator, but all suspects must be thoroughly investigated. Now, produce the phones of your two subordinates for my inspection." Wu Yu did not hesitate. Promptly instructing, "Away, Sangbo, hand your phones to Mary. We shall cooperate with the investigation." The weight of this situation was too heavy for Wu Yu to bear alone, and he wished to eliminate any doubts from the other party, fully cooperating with the inquiry. Using the same method, Mary examined the phones of the two men, finding no issues, yet capturing several photographs of their call logs. She intended to return and request assistance from Miss Dan Min's official contacts to investigate the back-end data from the telecommunications company, comparing records to uncover any suspicious deleted calls. Should you uncover any leads, please inform Miss Dan Min immediately. She is taking this matter very seriously, Mary concluded. Rest assured, if we discover anything, we shall certainly notify Miss Dan Min. With that, Mary and her two companions in camouflage boarded their vehicle and departed swiftly. The three individuals in the car exchanged glances, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Who would be audacious enough to steal Miss Dan Min's exquisite jade stone? They sensed the gravity of the situation. Given Dan Min's character, this matter was far from over. During the investigation, they could only speculate about the chaos that might ensue. Chapter 60. The Imperial Crack Wu Yu called Anna, requesting her to open the door. Drowsy and half asleep, Anna had no inkling of the commotion outside. Indeed, ignorance can often be a source of joy. What on earth is happening? I believe I just heard someone shouting, she inquired groggily as she opened the door. You must have misheard. Return to your slumber. Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively, urging her to go back to bed. Some matters were best left for men to worry about, lest women complicate things further. Oh, do get some rest as well. If you need anything, feel free to wake me. What did that mean? Have the relatives departed? Wu Yu remained silent, gesturing for her not to overthink and to avoid hindering their profit-making endeavors. He instructed his two assistants to gather the jadeite rough stones they had acquired, selecting 6 pieces himself. The materials from Longkin Night Market are not suitable for windows. Small pieces should be stripped directly, while larger ones should be halved. It is quite late, so we will only process these 6 pieces tonight and retire afterwards to continue tomorrow. Understood, boss, they replied, selecting the stones Wu Yu had chosen to skin. Of the remaining 2 pieces, one was from the Muna variety and the other from the Huika vinue. Wu Yu decided to handle the latter personally. This Huika piece was the size of a fist, purchased for 3 million. Upon acquisition, he had noticed some fine cracks with his left hand, yet the light revealed vibrant colors and a warm glow. Wu Yu deduced that this was at least an icy-grade piece, and despite the cracks, it should yield a small pendant, ensuring a profit. As the electric grinding tool roared to life, the outer shell of the stone gradually vanished. Before long, in Wu Yu's hands lay a piece of jadeite with only the faintest base color, and upon inspection, the interior was riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. The Imperial Crack, how absurd! Wu Yu exclaimed, drawing the attention of Good Danwei, and saying Good Danwei consoled him, though the cracks are numerous, it is not insurmountable. Given the quality of the jade, it should at least break even. Sangbo added, however, extracting it will be quite laborious. You may sell it to someone else for their troubles. Wu Yu waved them off, stating, you needn't concern yourselves with this. I have other plans for it. With the right application, even refuse can be transformed into treasure. Though they could not fathom Wu Yu's intentions for such a piece with imperial cracks, they respected his wishes and chose not to pry further. Wu Yu mused to himself about his small space, which was eagerly awaiting new additions. In the future, he resolved to toss any similarly undervalued imperial crack materials into the vortex of his small space to facilitate its upgrade. Setting that piece aside, he turned his attention to the Muna material, which he had purchased for 10,050,000. He held great confidence in this piece, anticipating it would yield a delightful surprise. After commencing with the skinning, he created a window and, upon shining a flashlight on it, was met with a stunning result. Not only did it possess the attributes of true ice, but it also exhibited delicate floating flowers, with a hint of spring in its base color, truly enchanting. This piece was destined to yield a significant profit. Upon reaching this point, Wu Yu was invigorated and swiftly removed the entire outer shell, subsequently beginning to polish the material. Such high-quality jadeite, once polished, often sees its quality elevated to a new level, and consequently, its price soars. Good Danwei and Sangbo admired, exclaiming, Boss, your skill in selecting jade is simply extraordinary. The jade we VE produced has reached the ice variety. It is merely luck. Wu Yu replied, "Finish your tasks at hand, and you may rest. We shall attend to the remaining matters tomorrow." With that, Wu Yu took the piece of imperial jade and departed from the workbench in the living room, heading to the bedroom. The moment he entered the bedroom, Wu Yu stowed the piece into the small space, and with a mere thought, he cast it into the vortex at the center of the space. As the walls of the space trembled and quaked, it noticeably expanded, albeit slightly. Originally, the small space contained a little over 14 cubic meters, and now it had barely reached the threshold of 15 cubic meters. Wu Yu felt a twinge of regret. Such a jade piece with a base color had only increased the space by this minuscule amount. The previous core jade had been far more potent, enhancing the space by approximately 4 cubic meters when cast into the vortex. However, Wu Yu had mentally prepared himself. Realizing that perhaps the piece he had fed today was too small, he would try again when he encountered larger pieces with more fissures in the future. Exhausted from the day's labor, Wu Yu fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. As dawn approached, he was awakened by Anna's persistent antics. "What are you doing?" "They say the early bird catches the worm, and it holds true. Have you ever seen such a large worm?" "Not only have I seen one, but I've also used it. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate again." Wu Yu then realized how hard Anna was striving to survive. A day later, as daylight broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bedroom and reminding Wu Yu that he needed to rise and earn money. After getting up, he instructed her, after breakfast, "We shall head to the morning market to sell goods. You can peel the remaining small pieces at home. No need to worry about the positioning. Just peel them all." Anna, already brimming with energy, waved her small fist enthusiastically and said, "No problem. I've studied window peeling techniques online for quite some time. I feel incredibly capable. Leave the remaining pieces entirely to me." After breakfast, Wu Yu, accompanied by 2 assistants, made his way to the morning market to sell goods. He informed them of the base price, leaving the final selling price out of his concern. He carried only a piece of peeled wood material and, upon entering the market, directly approached the stall of a Chinese merchant to sell his goods. "Boss, take a look at this piece. It's old ice-type wood material with good water content and lively floating patterns. What do you wish to sell it for?" 200 million. "I can't see it. This piece can only yield at most 2 bracelets. How about 20 million? That's too far apart." The owner said he wouldn't consider anything below 100 million. 100 million? "I truly can't see it. I can only see 50 million at most. Can this price be sealed?" "Sorry, no ceiling." Upon concluding his remarks, Wu Yu turned to leave. The offered price was still considerably below his anticipated figure. With ample time at his disposal, there was no need for haste in selling. "Hey, don't rush off. We can negotiate the price further." "No negotiations will take place. Other clients are awaiting their turn," came the curt response. This was the consequence of excessive haggling, devoid of alignment with market conditions, prompting the seller to depart, disinclined to squander any more time here. After walking a few dozen meters, Wu Yu presented his materials to another trader from Huaxia, who offered only 85 million, refusing to increase his bid. Not meeting his psychological expectations, Wu Yu declined the offer, confident that quality goods would find buyers. Given his understanding of the Huaxia market, he believed this particular piece was worth a minimum of 100 million, and there would undoubtedly be eager buyers. Ahead, a young couple, likely in their late 20s, was examining materials. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with skin as fair as snow and an alluring figure. The imperial green earrings she wore were particularly eye-catching, accentuating her porcelain-like ears, making her even more enchanting. Wu Yu had long observed that women engaged in the jade business in Huaxia were often exceptionally attractive, embodying a unique Eastern charm that was rarely seen in women from other countries. However, such women ought not to conduct business in the chaotic mining districts. A place like Mandalay would be far more suitable. "Sir, take a look at my material." Wu Yu approached, placing the ice-type floating flower jade on the table before them. The woman, upon seeing Wu Yu, brightened slightly and, in her halting Burmese, inquired, "Little brother, you resemble a Huaxia person. Do you speak Huaxia?" The man beside her interjected clumsily in Huaxia. Yes. Speaking Huaxia is much better. What else with this Burmese? I can't understand a word." Wu Yu replied in Huaxia, "I can speak a bit, but only in relation to jade trading. If you are not proficient in Burmese, it would be wise to hire a translator." His choice to speak Huaxia was not merely due to the woman's beauty, but rather out of empathy for a fellow compatriot navigating foreign terrain. Every little assistance mattered. Chapter 61. The boss and others' eyes upon hearing Wu Yu articulate in flawless Huaxia dialect. The woman was overwhelmed with excitement. The car's headlights flickered, undeterred by her V-neck dress, capturing attention and stirring one's senses. It is wonderful that you speak Huaxia. We arrived with the procurement team from the Yushur Association of Yun Province. We came in such haste that we could not secure a translator. However, the team leader assured us that this procurement journey is protected by the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce, so we need not worry about personal safety. We can simply focus on buying. By the way, I am Long Siyu, and this is my husband. We have been engaged in the jadeite finished goods business in Huaxia for many years, and we have recently decided to venture into the raw jadeite market. Her voice was melodious, with a hint of a natural lilt, reminiscent of the voice of the renowned actress, Yoshiko Kazumi. Please, just call me a you. Let's begin by examining the jadeite, Wu replied, displaying little interest in their background. In the realm of commerce, his sole desire was to sell the jadeite in his possession. Ah, yes, let's look at the jadeite first. Long Siyu said as she picked up a powerful flashlight to scrutinize the material closely. Her husband stood nearby, guarding a bag of cash on the ground, occasionally glancing at the jadeite while remaining vigilant of the chaotic street and the bustling crowd. This is typical of the Muna ice green flower material. I am quite pleased with its quality. How much do you intend to sell it for? Long Siyu inquired after a thorough examination. 200 million, Wu quoted. The couple paused momentarily, then recalled that in the Myanmar market, they were discussing chots. They pulled out a calculator and, after a flurry of calculations, realized that this amounted to approximately 660,000 Huaxia yuan. Long Siyu countered, that is far too high. I can only see 100 million. Such a large piece can yield only 2 bangles, plus some scraps. We must retain a margin for profit. Wu Yu cast a penetrating glance at her. In Myanmar, having the price was overly generous, she was undoubtedly an unsuspecting lamb in this market. That is too little. The seller has received an offer of 130 million, he replied. What? An offer of 130 million? That is exceedingly high. It leaves us with minimal profit margin. I can increase my offer to 110 million. Will you inquire with the seller? It is impossible to ask. I cannot even broach the subject at such a low price. You must raise your offer, Will you insisted. Only then can I make a call. Then let's settle at 120 million. Any higher, and we will not proceed, she agreed. Very well. I will call to consult the seller. Oh, and if we reach an agreement, my white card is worth 1 million. A white card is simply a tip. And we are aware of that. It is indispensable. At this point, Wu Yu took out his phone and stepped aside, feigning a casual conversation. After a brief interval, he ended the call and returned to the stall with a smile. Congratulations, the seller has agreed to the transaction. That is splendid. Dear, please count the money. Long Siyu said, tightly clutching the Muna material, seemingly reluctant to let it go, revealing her deep affection for the piece. Her husband complained, carrying chots is quite cumbersome. 120 million is merely 400,000 Huaxia yuan. I've filled a large bag, and it is quite heavy to bear. After extracting 120 million, he also provided a white card worth 1 million, leaving several tens of millions in the bag, which had been emptied significantly. However, if he only accepted ordinary materials, he could still collect some. Wishing the boss prosperity, Wu Yu prepared to leave after placing the money into his bag. However, Long Siyu called him back, saying, Awe, this is our first visit to the Myanmar mining area, and we are unfamiliar with the surroundings. Let us exchange contact information. In the future, if we encounter anything we do not understand, we will seek your guidance. Very well, Wu Yu replied. I shall refrain from discussing matters related to jade trading, but I must emphasize the importance of personal safety. Isn't the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce supposed to provide you with protection? Why are you out collecting materials without any bodyguards? As he spoke, Wu Yu exchanged contact details with Long Siyu. The representatives of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce explained. There are simply too many jade merchants from Huaxia. We are understaffed and can only patrol the morning market. Look, they have arrived. Those 2 individuals with red ribbons tied around their arms are the bodyguards from our chamber. Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing the 2 Yunzong representatives as Zhao Changyi's subordinates, whom he had encountered once when rescuing Liu Biao and Song Junwei. He nodded slightly at the Yunzong members and departed, carrying a substantial bag of cash. Once Wu Yu left, the 2 representatives approached the young couple and inquired, Did you acquire this raw stone from Awe? Long Siyu replied, Yes, he is the person who just left. Do you recognize him? Is there something amiss? One of the bodyguards from the Yunzong chamber responded, There is no issue. Awe is quite a decent fellow. He often assists Huaxia merchants in the Pakong mining area. He has previously helped boss Tang Yueying and saved Boss Liu Biao and Boss Song Junwei. Long Siyu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, he is that formidable? Is he not afraid of offending the local authorities? It appears he has considerable connections in the mining area. No one dares to confront him. It is said that he has a good relationship with Deputy Director Wei of the Management Office and has assisted Du Danmin with many arduous tasks." According to reliable sources, Du Danmin even visited his home yesterday, and when trouble arose, 2 troublemakers were shot dead by Du Danmin's bodyguards. By your account, AUS seems to be thriving in the Pakong mining area, Long Siyu remarked, her eyes brightening as she felt fortunate to have met such an influential figure upon her arrival in Myanmar. Indeed, he is doing quite well. Many Huaxia merchants collecting materials in the mining area wish to be acquainted with him and have even asked our Captain Zhao for his contact information. Long Siyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought to herself that if she became familiar with him, her concerns about personal safety during future visits to the mining area would be alleviated. At that moment, Wu Yu was unaware that he had become a figure of significance in the eyes of others. He returned to his modest courtyard, carrying a bag of money. Anna, who was peeling the raw stone, was overjoyed to see Wu Yu return with the bag of money, as if the money he carried belonged to her. "Boss, how much did you sell that piece of jade for?" 120 million. Wow, that is astonishing. During breakfast, let us appraise together. Did you not mention that such wood could only fetch around 100 million? Encountering a plump opportunity. Oh no, rather, a generous and magnanimous Chinese goddess. A Chinese businesswoman? Is she trustworthy? When will she return to the country? Can she take me back with her? Kiki, you have lost your ID and passport. She possesses the necessary documents to travel freely. How could you accompany her? Furthermore, I rescued you at a significant cost, and you have yet to repay me adequately. Yet you wish to leave? Boss, do not misunderstand. I merely inquired casually. Once I help you earn a substantial fortune, we can discuss this matter further. Anna immediately apologized and displayed a pleasing smile. Yet, in her heart, she felt a tinge of sadness, realizing that her relationship with Wu Yu was merely transactional, lacking the depth of affection that could develop over time. If she wished to be set free, she needed to strive harder. Chapter 62. The boss is too modest in this world. The notion of love at first sight is but a facade. It is merely a matter of physical attraction. Anna has always believed that Wu Yu saved her from Huang Mao solely for her beauty. When she expressed her desire to return to her homeland, Wu Yu vehemently opposed her, leaving her in uncertainty as to how long it would take to satisfy him. Wu Yu had no regard for Anna's inner thoughts. With nothing to offer, what right did she have to return with him to Huaxia? He insisted she remain hidden until the storm had passed, promising to assist her in obtaining a passport from Mandela. Only with a legitimate passport could she return home. For organizations like the Yunzong Merchants Association could not guarantee her safe passage otherwise. Wu Yu casually tossed money into the corner of the living room while examining the 2 pieces of jade that Anna had just peeled. One was a sea blue hue, the other a violet, both weighing around 3 to 4 kilograms and of exceptional quality. Although there were minor cracks and inclusions, they did not detract from the potential for bracelets, making these precious stones quite valuable. Wu Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover such fine materials at the Longkin night market. He was no longer concerned about incurring losses, but rather about earning excessively and being unable to justify it to those around him. All right, once you've finished peeling that piece, refrain from peeling any further. I will store the rest for other purposes, Wu Yu instructed, repacking the extracted jade into a bag and dragging it back to the bedroom. There, he had a safe designed to avoid prying eyes. While he claimed to have stored the items in the safe, they were actually hidden in a small space. Just as Wu Yu secured the bag of exquisite jade into the small space, he heard a knock at the door, followed by the voices of Godanwai and Sangbo, who had returned from their sales. Wu Yu emerged from the bedroom to find Anna had already opened the door, and the 2 men entered the courtyard, each carrying a bag of money. Boss, we sold the jade. The Huaxia merchants were very fond of these high-quality pieces and paid handsomely. I feel that with these few pieces, we have already recouped yesterday's investment. The 2 men, brimming with joy, emptied their bags in the living room for Wu Yu to count. Godanwai reported, I sold the 2 pieces of icy jade I took. One for 43 million and the other for 60 million, plus an additional 1 million in white cards. Sangbo added, I sold the 2 pieces of jade I took for 35 million and 55 million, and I too received 1 million in white cards. Wu Yu cast a brief glance over the money scattered on the floor and confirmed its legitimacy. The total amounted to 193 million, adding his own 120 million. The grand total reached 313 million. After selling these 5 pieces, not only had they recouped their investment, but they also made a staggering profit of several tens of millions. Wu Yu remarked, "Well, we have indeed been fortunate. We have made a modest profit. Now that Anna has peeled 3 more small icy pieces, you 3 should polish them. Perhaps before the morning market closes, we can sell them as well." The 3 employees stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. "Do you hear what you just said? This is called being fortunate, merely earning a small profit? We bought so many pieces yesterday, and just by selling a few, we have struck it rich. Your gambling stone skills are truly remarkable. The boss is admirable in every respect, yet possesses an air of modesty and humility that is almost excessive, though internally he is a tempest of ambition. He outwardly displays an even greater respect toward Wu Yu. All right, esteemed boss, please take a moment to rest while we attend to the polishing." As the employees busily polish, Wu Yu divides the funds into 2 portions, placing several million atop his vehicle, preparing to visit the mine for materials shortly. The remaining sum is secured in a safe, as he plans to return to the Longkin night market in the afternoon to amass considerable profits. The morning market in Peigang primarily deals in bright materials and windowed stones, which carry lower risks and do not yield as lucrative returns as the mine or the night market. Consequently, Wu Yu typically refrains from collecting materials from the morning market, believing that only by acquiring all gambling stones can he maximize profits. Just as he settles the cash, his phone rings. It is the jade merchant Tang Yue from Huaxia. "Yue, have you shipped my goods yet?" "Oh, I've been quite busy these past few days and have yet to receive suitable materials. Please, I have several clients awaiting new stock. The batch you sent last time was of exceptional quality, drawing many eager customers who wish to procure from me. I implore you, expedite the shipment." "Well, no one wishes to push business away, but I truly have not received any quality materials lately. If you pressure me too much, I cannot guarantee the quality of what I send. I trust your judgment. Just send something, as long as it includes that one exquisite piece you value most." "Very well. I shall do my best." With that, Wu Yu ended the call. Their previous collaboration was merely a trial to ascertain the potential profitability of such a partnership in Huaxia. So he had sent her reasonably good quality raw stones, with the most valuable piece being ice jade. Following this successful test, Wu Yu could no longer afford to send her too many premium materials. A 1/3 price increase would signify a batch of good quality. Upon arriving at the mine today, Wu Yu instructed Gadanwai and Sangbo to partake in the material collection, establishing a rule to aggressively negotiate prices, aiming to keep them between 10,000 and 500,000. They could experiment freely, as luck would dictate that they would not incur losses. Should the price exceed 500,000 and the seller remain unwilling to part with their goods, they could refer the individual to Wu Yu, who would then appraise the materials himself with his left hand, deciding whether to forego the deal or continue to increase the offer. This method would significantly boost the quantity of materials acquired, albeit with a corresponding rise in subpar quality. With Tang Yue pressing for shipment, the timing is fortuitous. As long as the ice jade remains hidden among the ordinary stones, Tang Yue will consistently profit. Reluctant to abandon this mode of cooperation, with only the question of magnitude left to ponder. A flawless plan, indeed. I am a genius. The employees perceive their humble and low-key boss, yet within him lies an exceedingly arrogant and dominant spirit. Gadanwai raised the violet jade in his hand, exclaiming, "Boss, I've polished this jade. Shall I take it to sell now? What is the base price?" Wu Yu examined it closely. Regular violet jade is classified into 5 color grades: light pinkish purple, violet, blue purple, reddish purple, and royal purple. Each of these grades vary significantly in price based on the quality of the stone. After weighing the piece in Wu Yu's hands, it registered 3 kilograms. Its peculiar shape made it difficult to envision a bracelet, and if one were to insist on crafting such an item, the dimensions would indeed be exceedingly small. The jade possessed an icy texture, albeit with some sporadic inclusions, and its hue was a delicate shade of violet. After careful consideration, Wu Yu set a base price of 50 million. Such violet icy jade is quite rare, and given the piece's irregular form, an initial offering of 100 million was proposed, with 5 million being a feasible selling point. "Understood, boss," Gadanwai replied, wrapping the jade in a bag before departing the courtyard. Meanwhile, Sangbo had also polished his aquamarine jade and inquired, "What about my piece, boss?" Lacking the potential for bracelet creation, its elongated, tofu-like shape nonetheless promised to yield numerous fine items. The overall quality surpassed that of the previous violet jade, with a base price of approximately 65 million, leaving the final bidding to Sangbo's discretion. All right, Sangbo acknowledged, hastily exiting the courtyard. The enthusiasm of these sales assistants stemmed from the tips they received post-transaction, rendering Wu Yu's initial promise of a monthly salary of 1 million virtually inconsequential. The consistent sales and tips were a lifestyle they once deemed unattainable, thus requiring no prodding from Wu Yu. They were self-motivated. At this juncture, Anna's icy floral jade had also been polished. Though the process was basic, the result was far superior to that of unpolished pieces. Boss, when might I venture out to sell and earn tips? Perhaps not in the mining market, as you'd risk being captured. However, once in Mandalay, I can offer you an opportunity to sell, Wu Yu replied. Are those despicable con artists still seeking me? She asked. Consider this. An ordinary person is valued at 150 million chats. A woman of your beauty is worth at least 300 million chats. They laboriously lured you in. Who would willingly let you go? Ah, so I am so valuable? Anna's fervent desire to sell momentarily extinguished. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. A mere 300 million chats pales in comparison to a piece I hold, Wu Yu remarked, taking the jade from Anna's hands, carelessly wrapping it in a bag before striding out of the courtyard. Anna discreetly scoffed, feeling discontented by Wu Yu's comparison of her worth to a jade piece. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of relief. Once he departed, she promptly secured the large door, fearful that someone might intrude and capture her for profit. Chapter 63. Gunfire on the streets. As Wu Yu arrived at the bustling morning market, the streets were alive with a vibrant throng of people, all partaking in a peak trading hour. A group of red-clad monks, holding their alms bowls, moved gracefully along the street, receiving deep respect from passers-by who eagerly offered steaming food, carefully placing it into their bowls. There was also a jade merchant from Huaxia, wishing to express his goodwill, who produced a stack of Myanmar currency to offer to the monks, only to be met with polite refusal. A benevolent bystander interjected, advising that these were indeed true monks who accepted only water and food, and that any monetary donations should be made at the temple. Suddenly, a squad of camouflaged soldiers, fully armed, trailed closely behind the monks. When the monks paused to rest, the soldiers swiftly overtook them and stormed into a nearby shop, seizing several tattooed men. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the once crowded street descended into chaos. The management personnel were bewildered as the two deputy directors rushed onto the street with their teams, demanding to know what had transpired. It was evident that this armed group was not affiliated with them, and they were unaware of any prior arrangements. Whose men are you? Why are you firing in the market? They inquired. Do you not realize that such actions will frighten away the Huaxia merchants? We were ordered to apprehend individuals by our commander. If you have an issue, speak to him. Do not obstruct our pursuit. If you hinder us further, you shall be considered an accomplice. Fine, I'll step aside. The management personnel, typically so arrogant, found themselves meek in the presence of the armed soldiers, preparing to report the incident and file a complaint against the local military commander. This unit of over 20 soldiers left 10 behind to guard the 4 recently captured tattooed men, while the remaining soldiers pursued the 2 fugitives. Surprisingly, a bold Myanmar jade merchant did not flee but stood by the roadside, intrigued by the unfolding drama. What has happened? Why did the soldiers suddenly take to the streets? Ah, you are not aware? I heard from a friend at the police station that Miss Dan Min had a precious jade piece stolen, and 5 of her men were killed. She is extremely furious and has mobilized all her resources to track down the culprits. Is it true that those captured were responsible? How audacious they must be to dare rob Miss Dan Min's jade. Who can say if they are the culprits? Regardless, Miss Dan Min's reputation cannot be tarnished. Someone must be held accountable. Wu Yu stood amidst the crowd of jade merchants, blending in as a curious onlooker, occasionally interjecting with comments to glean useful information. These Myanmar jade merchants, true to their roots, possessed an uncanny ability to gather intelligence, often uncovering surprising details. I heard that after the robbery and murders, the group split into 2. One faction headed for Mandalay, while the other returned to our Pakong mining area. The most ridiculous part is that the latter group, for reasons unknown, decided it would be a shame to abandon the 4-wheel drive vehicles escorting the jade. The vehicle that ought to have been incinerated found its way to a repair shop on the road, where it was repainted before being driven back to the mining area. This car originally belonged to Wu Naiwan and was equipped with a satellite tracking device. A simple inquiry could reveal the whereabouts of this group thanks to that very device. Don't ask how I know. Can I divulge that my cousin serves as a security guard under Wu Naiwan? Will you listen with rapt attention? Bemused by the audacity of these old Burmese, Who, with just a few flattering words, would divulge such sensitive information? The fact that Wu Naiwan's vehicle was outfitted with a satellite tracking device was astonishing. Fortunately, after seizing Huang Mao's car, he had stowed it away in a small space, never having used it. Otherwise, he would have been in a precarious situation. Alas, that small vortex could not accommodate a car, and he resolved to find an opportunity to dispose of the vehicle in a deep pit or a river, vowing never to drive it again. Of course, there was the option to frame some fools at a critical moment, making them scapegoats. Wu Yu's mind raced with myriad schemes. As a person of Chinese descent, he had absorbed the wisdom of the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war since kindergarten, and the art of intrigue had become second nature. He felt little challenge in dealing with these less educated old Burmese, especially given his overwhelming physical prowess. At that moment, Wu Yu spotted Long Siyu, a jade merchant from China, frantically navigating the street. Clutching a bag of cash in one hand and a bag of jade roughs in the other, her distress palpable as she scanned her surroundings. Behind her trailed several unscrupulous Burmese men, their eyes glinting with greed, perhaps coveting her beauty or the wealth in her hands. A beautiful woman like her daring to traverse the streets of Myanmar alone was akin to a bun strolling amidst a pack of wild dogs. One misstep could lead to an irretrievable doom. "Boss Long, what troubles you?" Wu Yu approached her with concern. Upon seeing Wu Yu, Long Siyu's anxiety surged, and she exclaimed, "Ah Yu, I just heard gunfire, and my husband fled in a panic, leaving me alone with cash and jade. I'm utterly exhausted. Those men behind me have been following me. I'm terrified." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Wu Yu sighed and replied, "Your husband abandoned you? Huh. You were doing so well back home. What possessed you to venture to the Pakant mining area for materials? It's somewhat bearable for men here, but for women, especially beautiful ones, it's akin to inviting." Long Siyu clutched Wu Yu's arm tightly, her eyes red from crying. "I had no idea the situation here was so chaotic. Initially, when I joined the Jade Association, a few insiders convinced me that there were people from the Yun Zone Chamber of Commerce providing protection, assuring me of high profits without any danger. Little did I know that on my second day here, I would encounter a gunfight. Enough about you. The path you chose must be traversed even through tears. Where are you staying? I shall escort you back." The hotel located on the back street. What was its name again? There are 2 bathhouses nearby. However, it is of no use to go back. The room card is with my husband, and I have no idea where he has gone. My phone is in his bag, and it will take some time before I can reach him. Wu Yu cast a deep glance at her. Had she not been weeping profusely, her delicate frame trembling in fear as she pressed closer to him? One might have thought she was orchestrating some sort of deceitful scheme. Wu Yu took out his phone and inquired, "What is your husband's phone number? I can call him for you." "Oh, thank you, his number is." Just as she was about to finish, a series of intense gunshots erupted from a shop several dozen meters away. It was uncertain whether the transported suspect had escaped or if their accomplices had come to their aid. "Come, return with me," Wu Yu urged, picking up the bag of chad and the jade pouch from the ground, while gripping Long Siyu with his other hand, bending low as he hurried towards his own courtyard. The gunfire was chaotic, bullets seemingly flying from every direction. Even a man like Wu Yu, accustomed to life and death, felt an overwhelming sense of peril, let alone a woman like Long Siyu. Chapter 64. The thoughts of Lady Long. The streets were in disarray, and Wu Yu could only escort Long Siyu back to his humble abode. When Anna opened the door, she was taken aback to see Wu Yu holding the hand of a beautiful young woman, their demeanor suggesting an intimate rapport. A chill coursed through her. Was her employer seeking yet another stunning companion? Did this mean she had a rival? If he grew weary of her, would she ever return home alive? Once the door was closed, Anna eagerly inquired about the situation. "Boss, may I know how to address this sister? I've never seen her before." Wu Yu, oblivious to the jealousy in her tone, replied, "Her name is Long Siyu, a jade merchant from Huaxia. Due to an unexpected gunfight in the streets, I brought her here for her safety." Relieved, Anna exhaled, placing a hand on her chest. "Oh, I see. You startled me." As their conversation unfolded in Burmese, Long Siyu struggled to comprehend until Wu Yu switched to Huaxia, introducing her to Anna, allowing her to finally relax. However, Anna cast a furtive, resentful glance at Wu Yu, pondering why he spoke Huaxia with this woman but not with her. Upon entering the living room, Wu Yu placed her jade and cash beside the sofa, mindful of their value to prevent her from worrying. The piece of ice-flower jade he held was casually returned to the workbench. Anna, astonished, remarked, "What? You haven't sold this piece of jade, boss? You never bring goods back once you take them out. Wu Yu explained, I encountered a gunfight right after hitting the streets. There was no time to sell anything. But it's no matter. I can try my luck at the Longkin night market tonight. Long Siyu surveyed the layout of the living room and, recognizing Wu Yu as a professional jade merchant, expressed her gratitude, saying, Boss Yu, might I see what kind of jade you have left? Wu Yu replied, I have a common piece of ice flower jade. Perhaps you might find it interesting. As he opened the bag and presented the jade before her, she assessed it closely. Although ice flower jade was relatively common, this piece, lacking a bracelet position, could fetch around 20 million in the mines, and with a bracelet position, the price would at least double. Long Siyu demonstrated impressive expertise in jade appraisal, scrutinizing the piece with a flashlight before stating, this material is quite good, with only a hint of impurities and slight cracks that 1T affect the bracelet. It should yield at least 3. Boss Yu, how much do you wish to sell it for? Seeing her earnest interest, Wu Yu candidly replied, well, this is my home, not a morning market. I 1T quote you an inflated price. Let us cut to the chase. My bottom line is 48 million. Long Siyu shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling, that price is indeed reasonable, but out of professional habit, I'd like to negotiate. Would you consider 40 million? Alas, being a good person is challenging. Had I known you would haggle, I would have quoted 100 million from the start. Oh dear. She's merely adhering to the customary practice of negotiation. Whether it's acceptable is not solely your decision. Long Siyu's voice was playful, imbued with a charming allure. A minimum of 45 million. No negotiations will be entertained. If you agree, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, it is of no consequence. Once order is restored on the streets, I shall still escort you back to your hotel. Very well, then, it shall be 45 million, surely. It is acceptable given the circumstances. The tone and pronunciation of this woman easily lead men to misinterpret her intentions. After finalizing the price, Long Siyu poured out the contents of her bag, counting out 45 million for Wu Yu, leaving herself with just over 10 million. Within the bag containing the jade, there were only a few small pieces, yet they were of exceptional quality, including the piece of wood material Wu Yu had sold her. At that moment, Gadanwai and Sangbo returned, carrying the money. Upon noticing a stranger in the living room, they moderated their conversation, yet still reported the situation to Wu Yu. Boss, the commotion outside has escalated. Even the rarely seen police have sent personnel to maintain order. The management is quite upset, claiming today was supposed to be a tax collection day, and with this turmoil, it is uncertain how much will be lost. The camouflaged uniforms belong to the government troops, who have managed to control the scene and apprehend those they sought. With the exception of the 2 who were killed, all other suspects remain unscathed. However, this gunfight has frightened away the genuine merchants from Huaxia, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Fortunately, I had sold my materials before the chaos erupted. Gadanwai's piece of violet sold for 55 million, while Sangbo's aquamarine small piece fetched 60 million, both aligning with Wu Yu's expectations. Witnessing a pile of cash scattered in the corner of the living room, Long Siyu couldn't help but exclaim, Boss Yu, you are truly remarkable. The daily transactions must amount to at least hundreds of millions. Wu Yu humbly replied, it is not as exaggerated as that. Today was merely a stroke of luck. Selling off materials that had been accumulated over a long time. Observing their flirtatious exchange, Anna felt a pang of anxiety, glancing at the time and reminding them, Boss, are you still planning to visit the mine this morning for more materials? Of course, replied Wu Yu. By the way, Ms. Long, could you provide me with your husband's phone number? Never mind. Here is my phone. You can contact him yourself. As he spoke, Wu Yu unlocked his phone and handed it to Long Siyu. It suddenly dawned on her that despite being at Wu Yu's residence for so long, she had yet to reach out to her husband. When she dialed, she felt a tinge of reluctance. The thought of the man who abandoned her in danger filled her with disgust and anger. Where have you run off to? Do you even remember you have a wife left stranded on the street? It doesn't matter where I am. I 1T die. Enough. I don't wish to argue. Wait for me in the lobby of the hotel. A friend will escort me back. After venting her frustration at the man on the phone, she hung up. Quickly altering her demeanor to one of embarrassment tinged with shyness, she turned to Wu Yu and said, I've reached him. He has returned to the hotel. I would appreciate it if you could escort me back. Of course, it is but a trivial matter, Wu Yu replied. He returned the money to the safe in his bedroom and instructed Gadanwai to drive them. Planning to drop her off at the hotel before heading to the mine to collect more materials, sparing himself the need to return to his own courtyard. At this moment, the morning market was nearly deserted. Personnel from the management office and the police were diligently cleaning the bloodstains from the streets, while a few intrepid locals peeked nervously from behind shop doors, glancing outside. Alas, with so much blood on the ground, how many lives had been lost? Long Siyu, horrified, turned pale. Having grown up in a privileged family in Huaxia, she had never witnessed such a scene. Wu Yu remarked, "The number of casualties is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you are unharmed. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of others." "Oh, I understand," Long Siyu replied, chastened by his words. In such a dire environment, she dared not voice any discontent. At that moment, the driver, Gudan Wei, interjected, "Boss, Director Wei is up ahead. Should we greet him?" "Yes. Slow down. I would like to have a brief conversation with him to inquire about the situation," Wu Yu responded, already lowering the car window. As they approached the vicinity of the management personnel, Wu Yu called out, "Director Wei, has the danger passed? Is it safe for us to head to the hotel on the back street?" Upon recognizing a familiar face, Director Wei ceased reprimanding his subordinates and managed a slight smile. "Ah, it's Boss Wu. The danger has indeed passed. You may go wherever you wish. Just be cautious not to venture into overly secluded areas, as there may still be some who would take advantage of the chaos." "Thank you. Let us have a meal together sometime," Wu Yu replied. "Haha, absolutely." As the car window ascended, Gudan Wei accelerated, swiftly departing from the area steeped in the stench of blood. During their conversation, Long Siyu covertly observed Wu Yu with astonished admiration, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a desire for strength. When she had accompanied jade merchants to the management office to process documentation, she had encountered Director Wei, whom she remembered as a thin, menacing figure, known for his brusque demeanor and even threatening to draw his weapon when angered. To her astonishment, such a fearsome individual was now engaging in light-hearted banter with Wu Yu, even suggesting a meal amidst the bloodied surroundings. Their relationship was evidently quite amicable. If she could secure Wu Yu's favor, future dealings would be far less perilous, far superior to relying on the unreliable bodyguards from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 65. Seeking forgiveness, Wu Yu was uncertain of Long Siyu's thoughts, yet he could feel the intensity of her gaze upon him. However, he did not dwell on it. The mining area was fraught with peril, and rescuing a woman could lead to innumerable complications. He had no intention of entangling himself with another woman. This time, he merely lent a small hand out of solidarity for a fellow compatriot, hoping she would recognize the dangers here and refrain from returning to Myanmar. Soon, the car halted in front of the hotel, and Wu Yu assisted her in retrieving her belongings. Long Siyu stepped out, only to be met by her husband, who rushed out of the hotel, his expression fraught with anxiety and suspicion. He scrutinized her and Wu Yu closely, and upon finding no grounds for doubt, he let out a silent sigh of relief. "Darling, are you all right?" he inquired. "Rest assured, I am unharmed. Still upset, are we? When I heard the gunfire, I called for you to escape together. I had no idea you didn't follow. I do not wish to quarrel here. Mr. Wu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for bringing me back. I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. You're too kind. Take care of your belongings. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, Wu Yu decisively returned to his vehicle, opting not to involve himself in their marital discord. It was only after his car vanished around the corner that Long Siyu withdrew her gaze, clutching the bag of jade raw stones and entering the hotel without a backward glance. The man sighed heavily, his expression awkward as he followed her inside, racking his brain for a way to justify his solitary escape. As Wu Yu and his companions passed through the checkpoint, they encountered a familiar acquaintance in the trade, who informed them that the frequently visited Mushi mine remained closed, citing that the incident had not yet been fully resolved. With no recourse, they were compelled to redirect their efforts to a smaller mine where they had collected materials the previous day. Today, coincidentally, was the day for dumping tailings, and more individuals than usual had come to gather materials. During the journey, Wu Yu outlined the plan for collecting materials, instructing Gadanwai and Sangbo to carry the funds and procure items independently, albeit at a lower price. They were to bring any high-value finds to his attention. Both Gadanwai and Sangbo were thrilled, viewing this as an excellent opportunity to hone their skills while handling their employer's finances, dreaming of the prospects that awaited them. To thrive in the realm of jade gambling, one must possess formidable skills, for every employer favors capable subordinates. Upon entering the throng of Mushi, Gadanwai and Sangbo each carried 10 million, eagerly inquiring, Do you have jade? Prices are generous. Wu Yu is equally industrious, moving to another area and employing the most rudimentary methods to gather materials. If you have any stones, bring them forth. I offer high prices. The atmosphere at the smaller mine was somewhat disheartening, as few had unearthed any stones. After calling out for some time, Wu Yu had only seen a dozen pieces, among which only one caught his interest, likely a type of glutinous jade or glutinous ice. At that moment, his phone chimed. It was Du Danman calling. Miss Danman, do you require my assistance? Wu Yu inquired. In a cold tone, Du Danman replied, the old Payton stone you sold me has been stolen. You have heard about the incident, I presume? I have indeed heard, and I sincerely apologize. You dispatched bodyguards to assist in the investigation, and I have complied. There is no need for apologies. This matter does not pertain to you. I have already identified the mastermind behind the scenes, and I shall ensure they face dire consequences. Who possesses such audacity? This is not a matter for your inquiry. I called you to ask if you are aware of any acquaintances who might have exceptional raw materials, akin to that piece of top-quality jadeite. Not at the moment. If I learn anything, I will certainly call you immediately. Well, let it be. With that, Du Danman ended the call, her spirits dampened, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Wu Yu tucked her phone back into her bag, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Truly, Miss Danman's connections are formidable. The jadeite was stolen yesterday, and today she has already uncovered the true culprit. Impressive. However, the identity of the mastermind must also be quite significant. Even if she has identified the perpetrator, reclaiming the stolen jadeite will not be an immediate endeavor, which is why she is so eager to procure another exquisite piece. What could she possibly need such a fine material for? After years in business, does she not possess a single exceptional piece of jadeite? What has she done with all the wealth she has amassed over the years? Realizing this, Wu Yu smacked her forehead. She had been rather dense. She had used her earnings to support her elders in their military pursuits. Did she not require funds? Does she not need money to sustain her numerous subordinates? If she does not regard jadeite as a treasure, but merely as a means to accumulate wealth, extracting it to sell for cash, it makes sense she would not keep it. Moreover, the materials she mines are seldom showcased. She sells them as raw gambling stones, only occasionally cutting a few to promote her mining operations and attract jade merchants for bulk purchases. Wu Yu began to grasp the urgency behind Du Danman's need for a premium piece. Though she had several exceptional jadeite stones on hand, she did not require her identity to facilitate a sale, so she chose not to sell. At that moment, a ragged young man approached, producing a fist-sized piece of jadeite, and said, "Boss, take a look at this material." Wu Yu accepted it, weighing it in her hand, without needing to scrutinize it closely. She recognized it was not true jadeite, but rather jadeite's accompanying mineral, water jade, which is slightly lighter than genuine jadeite. Holding it in her left hand, she confirmed it was cold to the touch, devoid of warmth. "I'm sorry, but this is not suitable." Wu Yu returned the stone to him, waving her hand to dismiss him. The young man, expressionless, turned and left, showing no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. Suddenly, a mocking laugh erupted from behind. At the last mining site, he often presented gifts to appear generous. Has he ceased such charades at the new site? Given his tattered attire, why not show some kindness and give him 10 or 20,000? Wu Yu turned to see a burly man with an assistant resting on a large stone, shading himself with an umbrella, squinting at her. With a smile, she remarked, "Oh, your arm has healed so quickly? Would you like me to remind you how it was broken?" The burly man's expression soured immediately, his lips twitching in anger as he retorted, "Don't push your luck. The last time you broke my arm, I refrained from retaliation due to Anki's counsel. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, we shall not rest until one of us is vanquished." Wu Yu approached step by step, and with each stride, the flesh on the rotund man's face quivered. "You, don't come any closer. What do you intend to do?" The hefty man finally sensed a flicker of anxiety and rose to his feet. As Wu Yu reached him, under the astonished gaze of the heavy-set individual, he delivered a resounding slap to his face. "How dare you strike?" The hefty man's protest was abruptly silenced as Wu Yu produced a handgun and pressed it against his temple. In a chilling tone, Wu Yu inquired, "What were you just saying? If I move again, it will be to your peril?" The beads of sweat glistening on the man's oily face cascaded down as he stammered in terror. "And no, I was merely speaking casually. I am friends with Anki. His uncle just became the deputy chief at the police station. If this escalates, it won't end well for you." "Friends with Anki? Even Anki dares not provoke me anymore." Who gave you the audacity to repeatedly challenge me? Wu Yu retorted, delivering another sharp slap. Ouch. I was wrong. Please stop. The hefty man was taken aback by Wu Yu's resolute demeanor, armed and unyielding, disregarding even Anki's standing. It seemed the rumors circulating in the market were indeed true. This man had truly secured the patronage of Miss Dan Min. Thus, he fell to his knees before Wu Yu, bowing his head 3 times like a lump of flesh. I beg you, spare me. I was in the wrong. Chapter 66. Just bear with it. In the presence of truth, all are equal. The stout man, feeling the cold steel of the gun aimed at him, finally experienced a pang of regret and fear. Friends and associates proved utterly useless in such dire circumstances. Wu Yu, observing him kneeling and begging for mercy, could not help but sneer. I hope you will remember this. There may not be a future for you. Although the stout man could not comprehend the full meaning behind Wu Yu's words, he grasped that it was a threat. Take your people and get lost. Do not hinder my work here. Wu Yu commanded as he holstered his weapon, casting a cold gaze around. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he might have been tempted to end the stout man's life right then and there. Bao Ye, accompanied by a group of impoverished brothers, was also scavenging materials at the mine that day. Hidden among the crowd, they witnessed the confrontation between Wu Yu and the stout man, their eyes glinting with ruthless intent. Once the crowd dispersed, Bao Ye led his followers to a secluded corner where they whispered their plans. Bao Ye has clashed with Old Black, many witnessed it. Both of these men have bullied us before. If we eliminate either one tonight, no one will suspect us. One of the younger members inquired, Bao Ye, which one should we kill? Fool, is that even a question? Bao Ye is armed, we cannot overpower him. It must be Old Black. Good idea. I know where Old Black resides. After we eliminate him, we can conveniently rob his home. Let us return early this afternoon to prepare and leave a couple of people to monitor Old Black's movements. Unbeknownst to Wu Yu, this conflict had sparked a secretive plot against the stout man, intending to frame him in the process. However, even if he were aware, he would remain unperturbed. The death of a few inconsequential individuals would not alter the fate of the mining district. He continued to call out and gather materials amidst the sweltering heat, undaunted. At that moment, Gudanwei arrived with an elderly man from the mining community and approached Wu Yu. Boss, this old fellow has a small piece of wash material. It may be modest in size, yet he insists on a steep price, no less than 2 million. Wu Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, Very well, let me see it. The elderly man remained silent, retrieving a small piece of yellow-red sand skin from his satchel, barely the size of an adult's fist, and handed it to Wu Yu. The material was pristine, bearing traces of having been scrubbed with a steel brush. Under the light, a dark red glow emerged. Wu Yu smiled and remarked, This is a piece from Dama, Kansas. You've washed it thoroughly. Why not take a chance and open a window for yourself? The old man hesitated, responding candidly. There was only one area that showed promise. The rest did not yield any results, so I dared not take the risk. What is the lowest price? 2 million. Given your honesty, I will offer 1 million. Anything higher lacks merit, as the gamble is too great. At least 1.5 million, any less. And I want to sell. Very well, 1.5 million it is. Wu Yu stated, retrieving 150,000 from his satchel and handing it to the old man. Thank you. May fortune smile upon you, boss. The elderly man said as he patted the raw stone and turned to leave. After the elderly man departed, Gudanwei curiously inquired, Boss, this piece from Dama Kan, after being washed, reveals only a small area with potential. It almost seems entirely washed out. Why do you still choose to pay a premium for it? Wu Yu chuckled. Who claims it is washed out? The minimal display may simply be obscured by the fog layer beneath the skin. Remember, Dama Kan's materials are typically abundant in water. Where there is water, there is potential for value. Gudanwei expressed his skepticism. Boss, such high odds are hard to believe. I once collected jadeite from Dama Kan. Sometimes. It appeared promising, yet yielded nothing upon washing. Shall we take a gamble? I wager this piece will reveal high-quality jadeite, starting with icy varieties. If you lose, you'll forfeit this month's wages and treat everyone to drinks. Gudanwei agreed, confident in his newfound wealth, stating, I can afford the risk. My daily earnings are substantial. As they discussed, Wu Yu's demeanor exuded a sense of cunning triumph, emboldened by the warmth emanating from his left hand. However, Gudanwei felt an unsettling intuition that he might not safeguard his first month's salary. At that moment, Sangbo returned with a child of about 10 years, stating, Boss, This child has a small piece, merely the size of an egg, and refuses to sell it for less than 1 million. The shy child handed the small piece to Wu Yue, explaining, I cleaned off the mud, and under the light, it shows green. I've heard others say that indicates valuable color. Wu Yue examined the piece with a flashlight. Despite the strong sunlight, he could only discern minimal display, and indeed, it appeared green, albeit with very shallow translucence. The warmth from his left hand was merely lukewarm, indicating poor quality. This is a common issue in the stone gambling realm. The skin may show color under light. Yet once cut, the interior may reveal nothing. There are two reasons for this. First, the green on the surface may result from chromium oxide, which is superficial and does not penetrate the jade's flesh. Second, the original stone surface may have a layer of secondary green fog, which can appear green under concentrated light, but is not the true color of jadeite. Child, this piece lacks potential. You might allow others to assess it further. Here's 5,000 shot. Go buy yourself some ice cream, Wu Yue said, returning the stone and generously gifting the child the money. The boy, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated that the piece he believed could fetch a high price would be dismissed by the boss without negotiation. Dejected, he left, but remained hopeful, having heard adults say that a different jade dealer might offer a better price for the same piece. Sangbo, equally puzzled, questioned the boss about the refusal to negotiate for a piece that seemed promising. Wu Yu recounted his judgment, which Sangbo earnestly committed to memory, feeling he had gleaned a modicum of stone gambling technique from his boss. In truth, had it not been for the reminder from his left hand, he might have been tempted to acquire this piece, which bore only a slight warmth, assuming it was even worthy of being classified as jadeite. In this era, which merchant in the jade trade does not covet color materials? They would rather err in purchase than miss an opportunity. Wu Yu shared this inclination, yet regrettably, this particular piece was not a colorful gem, but rather a worthless stone. As midday approached, the trio satiated their appetites at a roadside stall before tallying their acquisitions. Gu Danwei procured 12 pieces for a total of 1.9 million, averaging merely a little over 100,000 per piece. Sangbo secured 9 pieces for 1.3 million, achieving an even lower average cost. Wu Yu, however, acquired only 4 pieces, expending 4.8 million, with each exceeding a million on average. While packing the stones, Wu Yu quickly assessed with his left hand, discerning that the materials acquired by his companions were likely to break even, though the potential for profit hinged on the fortune of Tang Yuyo. In the mining market, substantial profits were elusive. Conversely, the 4 pieces he had collected must see a significant increase in value. Otherwise, he would not have proceeded with the purchase, particularly since the warmth sensed by his left hand had influenced the acquisition price. Let us depart and cleanse the stones, Wu Yu announced, leading his 2 assistants back to their vehicle. Since Wu Yu had struck him twice, the dark-skinned man had remained at a distance, simmering with resentment and vowing revenge. Upon witnessing Wu Yu's departure, he finally felt emboldened to breathe freely and proclaimed vehemently, "He has humiliated me today. I must avenge this slight, for I, Old Black, cannot afford to lose face in the Pakong mining district." He believed that by vocally lamenting his predicament, he could regain the dignity he felt had been stripped away. Nearby merchants overheard his outburst and chuckled. "Oh, come on, Old Black, let it go. After all, this is not the first time Boss Wu has humiliated you. When he broke your arm before, you didn't retaliate. Just endure it, you'll get used to it." Infuriated, the dark-skinned man nearly sprang to his feet, declaring fiercely, "No way, I cannot tolerate him any longer. This grudge must be avenged. Just wait. Tonight I will rally a few good brothers to ensure he understands that Old Black is not someone he can provoke lightly." Chapter 67. So, whom shall we eliminate today? On the journey back, Go Danwei began to recount the altercation between Wu Yue and the robust fellow. "Boss, when I witnessed your confrontation with Old Black, I intended to intervene. But seeing how you swiftly subdued him with just 2 slaps, I thought better of it and merely stood amidst the crowd, observing the spectacle." Indeed, I felt similarly. Sangbo concurred. Wu Yue, with a confident smile, replied, "No need for your assistance. With the truth in my grasp, the world is mine to command." I deliberately adopted a rather brash demeanor at the Mushi mine. Just observe, since I brandished my firearm. Even those deceitful purveyors of water jade have refrained from flaunting themselves in my presence. Go Danwei continued. However, while I was engrossed in the spectacle, I noticed that the crew of Baoya was also present, particularly that Baoya himself, who regarded Yu with a look of animosity. I fear he may seize this opportunity to stir trouble. Wu Yue pondered for a few moments before responding. In our previous confrontations, we always clashed amidst the throngs during daylight. They sought my demise, and I harbored the same intentions towards them. In this desolate Pekin mining district, as you are aware, familiar faces vanish daily, while strangers appear anew. In such vast wilderness, under the cloak of night, should a few lives be accidentally extinguished, who would be the wiser? His words rendered Go Danwei and Sangbo silent. They could discern the weight of the boss's murderous intent. It was merely a matter of finding the opportune moment. Had the right circumstances arisen, Baoya and the hefty fellow would have long since met their end. Sangbo, ever the honest man, voiced his concerns. Boss, if we were to eliminate them, would it not invite scrutiny from the authorities and the police? Wu Yue chuckled. Though the mining area is chaotic, it is still a place governed by evidence. Without proof, how could they conduct an investigation? Well, your reasoning appears quite sound. Sangbo's eyes brightened, as though he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. Go Danwei shot him a disapproving glare. Look at your cowardice. If we are bold enough to take lives, why should we fear an inquiry? If they wish to kill us, must we not retaliate? If we clean up the scene, who could possibly uncover anything? Sangbo, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, "Ah, yes, yes. So, who shall we target today? I have heard that upon aligning with the new boss, one must present a blood oath to truly belong." Wu Yue beamed with satisfaction, commending, "Sangbo, you possess quite the intellect. You seem to grasp many concepts." Sangbo, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Hee, during my time as a vendor and watching, I befriended numerous Huaxia merchants and learned some rather sophisticated expressions in their tongue. Regrettably, my Burmese is limited to simple phrases. Indeed, it would be prudent to expand your knowledge of Huaxia. When we venture there for business, I shall ensure you accompany us." "Thank you, boss." With the praise, Sangbo felt buoyed and was eager to prove his worth. "Boss, shall we not take down a few to establish our reputation today? It has been a while since I wielded a firearm, and I fear my skills may wane." "Patience, let us assess the situation as night falls," Wu Yue remarked. Gazing through the car window at the sky, observing the encroaching clouds gradually shrouding the sun. After 2 days of clear weather, rain was once again imminent. As the thunder rumbled and rain began to pour upon reaching the market checkpoint, Go Danwei lamented, "Damn this wretched weather. We want to make it to the Longkin night market tonight." Sangbo sighed in agreement. "If we don't go to the market, how shall we earn our white cards? This dreadful weather is severely hindering our ability to make money." Wu Yu secretly reveled in their plight, recognizing the advantages of a commission-based sales system, which invigorated employees without the need for their boss to motivate them. Their enthusiasm for selling goods at the market was palpable. Soon, they arrived at their courtyard, where Anna emerged with an umbrella to open the door. After the car entered, she stood by the vehicle, shielding Wu Yu from the rain. "Regardless, I need to shower and change. There's no need for you to hold the umbrella. You should head back inside and rest," Wu Yu suggested. Yet, Anna playfully shot him a glance, retorting, "If you don't need an umbrella during the day, why would you want one at night?" Wu Yu chuckled, "Well, I use an umbrella at night to avoid any unfortunate incidents." Anna pouted, seemingly aggrieved. "If I, a mere woman, am not afraid, why should a strong man like you be?" Wu Yu discerned her underlying motives and insecurities, responding with a grin. "Come now, don't play games with me. Once we reach Mandalay and complete your passport, you'll be free to return home. During this time, no matter how many women I bring back, it won't breach our agreement." Fearing abandonment, Anna sought to secure a child as a safeguard, for often, the jesting among adults conceals deeper intentions. Upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Anna stubbornly declared, "I'm not playing games. I'm merely speaking the truth, yet you refuse to believe me." With that, she retreated hastily to the bedroom, hesitant to linger before Wu Yu. Wu Yu instructed Go Danwei and Sangbo to move the received materials to the basin by the door, to wash off the outer dirt before using traditional steel brushes to remove the thick rinds. Once the initial cleaning was complete, Wu Yu selected 4 pieces from his collection and said to Go Danwei, "This one is our wager. You shall peel it yourself and inform me of the outcome later. The remaining 3 I shall keep for practical use. I want to open the window this time." "Understood," Go Danwei replied eagerly, racing to the workbench to begin peeling, skeptical yet determined to test his boss's reputed stone gambling skills. Meanwhile, Wu Yu took the 3 pieces into the bedroom, discreetly storing them in a small space concealed by a safe. Currently, This small space had a capacity of 15 cubic meters, with the most space-consuming items being the yellow-haired off-road vehicle, several quality jade materials, gold, and shot, leaving ample room available. When the opportunity arose, he planned to dispose of the off-road vehicle he had seized from the yellow-haired fellow, either by framing another or discarding it altogether, thus freeing up even more space. This was also why Wu Yu was in no rush to upgrade his space. He would wait until it was truly necessary, with his primary objective being to earn money and strategically store exceptional materials. The Pakong mining area often experienced conflicts, halting operations and rendering the market desolate, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire materials during such times. One must prioritize matters appropriately. Thoughtless escalation is indeed a sign of folly. Wu Yu is not lacking in intelligence and would not engage in such foolishness. Securing the safe, he proceeded to the bathroom to take a shower and change into a fresh set of clothes before returning to the living room. Good Anwei had yet to finish peeling the small piece of material, but had already conceded defeat with a sigh. "Boss, I admit my loss. This is an exceptionally rare ice-type red jade. Though diminutive, its value undoubtedly exceeds 100 million. Wu Yu laughed heartily. "Huh, well then, consider your salary for the month forfeited. You bear no resentment towards me, do you?" Good Anwei promptly clarified. "Not at all. This month, I've earned a substantial amount of white cards, far surpassing my salary. My income has soared thanks to following you. How could I harbor any ill feelings? I accept my loss graciously. Indeed, the stone gambling techniques I have imparted to you are worth far more than 1 million in salary. If you diligently learn from me, you may eventually assist me at the Yemushi mine to gather materials." "Thank you, boss. I will commit myself to learning." Good Anwei, who had previously felt a tinge of disappointment, was instantly revitalized by the grand vision painted by his employer. Sangbo had already given the materials a cursory wash and, observing the pile of small pieces, felt a pang of worry. Upon cleaning, he realized that the materials he had collected were rather inferior, falling short in comparison to those acquired by his boss. "Boss, what should we do with these small pieces next?" "First, I will select a few that exhibit no noteworthy qualities, place them on the oil saw, and cut them directly in half. As for the remaining pieces that show some potential, I will designate the opening areas and send them to Boss Tang in Huaxia for her to handle." "Are we not going to assist with the openings?" "No, we will not. Materials that are left unopened are far safer. Those individuals from the logistics companies who steal materials are often unaware of which pieces hold greater value." Both Gudanwei and Sangbo perceived their boss becoming increasingly cunning. At that moment, Wu Yu's phone rang. It was Deputy Director Wei from the management office. "Boss AU, it is raining today. Do you have time to go out for a drink tonight?" Director Wei initiated the conversation. "Even if I lack time, I must carve out a moment to join you for a drink. Just tell me how many people will be attending, and I will arrange a venue." Wu Yu was taken aback by this unexpected invitation for drinks, suggesting that Director Wei's situation in the mining area might not be as favorable as it seemed. Wei Shanshui laughed heartily. "Haha, Boss AU, you are remarkably straightforward. I truly appreciate a brother like you." Chapter 68. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu sat silently on the sofa in the living room, contemplating the events of the evening. As the Deputy Director of the management office, Wei Shanshui surely lacked for neither food nor drink. His invitation likely hinted at a desire to discuss matters of importance. If there were no significant issues at hand, it could merely be an excuse for indulgence. Such trivial expenses, incurred from time to time, could serve to bolster Wu Yu's reputation within the mining district. However, having just engaged in a fierce confrontation with the burly man, it was plausible he might seek retribution. Thus, both Gudanwei and Sangbo would need to remain vigilant at home. During dinner, it would also be prudent to gather information regarding the burly man's whereabouts and circumstances. Should sleep elude him that night, he could pay a visit to the burly man's residence, stretch his limbs, and clear away the trash. After all, in life, the pursuit of happiness is paramount. Why allow a hostile and corpulent adversary to linger nearby? While Wu Yu pondered his approach to the burly man, the latter had already returned to his dwelling near the market, unrelenting in his resolve. He contacted several close associates, inviting them to his home to discuss certain matters. Soon, 3 friends arrived, joining him and his assistant, making a total of 5 men. The burly man discreetly avoided his wife and children, ushering everyone into a small room. Closing the door behind them, he announced, "On my way back, I borrowed 5 guns from Ongji. Each of us will have one. Tonight at midnight, we will eliminate Wu Yu and his group. If we succeed, I will reward each of you with a share of 10 million. One among them expressed concern. I heard Wu Yu has a gun. If we try to kill him, it could be dangerous. The burly man scoffed. He possesses but one gun, while we have 5. The advantage lies with us. Tonight, he is doomed. With a nod of agreement, they all rallied in support of the plan. To bolster their spirits, the burly man sent his wife out into the rain to procure food and drink from the market, treating his companions to a feast to fortify their courage. Simultaneously, the gang led by Baoya returned to their makeshift shelter, congregating to devise their strategy for the evening's operations. This group of 10 had known each other since their teenage years, led by Baoya, all hailing from impoverished backgrounds. In their relentless pursuit of income, they had resorted to various nefarious deeds. However, their dire financial situation had precluded them from acquiring firearms, relying instead on knives and machetes. As the heavy rain began to subside, Baoya produced a whetstone, addressing his companions. The rain works to our advantage. Eliminating the burly man and his family will leave no trace, concealed by the downpour. Let us sharpen our blades and prepare for action at 11 o'clock tonight. One voice piped up, Baoya, while I have no qualms about killing, we haven't eaten enough today. Shouldn't we grab something to eat before we set out tonight? Embarrassed, Baoya rummaged through his pockets before admitting, I only have 5,000 left. How much do you all have? The group pooled their resources, eager to discover what could be procured to satiate their hunger. I have 2,000. I have 3,000. I possess 6,000. They, a group of 10, pooled their scant resources to gather a mere 40,000, sending 2 unarmed subordinates on motorcycles to the market to procure food, not seeking abundance, but merely enough to satiate their hunger. Before night fell, Baoya was already famished, his eyes reddening with hunger, lacking even the strength to sharpen his blade. Once they secured some valuable goods tonight, they would have the means to feast and indulge in drink, and afterward, treat their companions to a relaxing visit to the bathhouse. Baoya is generous. It has been ages since they last enjoyed a proper meal, and at long last, the day has come. No more idle chatter. Let us proceed with resolve. As dusk approached, the rain intensified, accompanied by thunder and lightning, the air thick with oppressive humidity. In such wretched weather, Wu Yu was loath to venture outside. Were it not for his appointment with Wei Shanshui, he would rather remain in bed, watching the dancer Anna perform, than step outside even a single pace. Before departing, Wu Yu reiterated to Gudan Wei, Sang Bo, Anna, and the others the importance of carrying firearms and remaining vigilant to any disturbances outside, should any foes intrude upon their quarters. They were to remain silent and empty their magazines first. For this purpose, Wu Yu had set aside several extra bullets for their unforeseen needs. The dining venue was the same as before, primarily because the restaurant-esque cuisine was indeed delightful, and it was conveniently located near the management office, allowing Wei Shanshui to traverse fewer steps. Wei Shanshui, accompanied by 2 armed subordinates, was somewhat taken aback to find only Wu Yu present today. The mining area had been tumultuous these past few days. Was Wu Yu not concerned about encountering peril while making his solitary visit? Dining alongside Director Wei, what danger could there be? Should any real danger arise, with Director Wei's protection, who would dare to trouble me in the mining area? Wu Yu speaks wisely. Despite any hardships I might face in the mining zone, I would never fail to safeguard my dearest brother. If Director Wei claims he is struggling in the Pakong mining area, then surely no one is thriving here. Come, let us raise our glasses and toast to our throats. Cheers. Downing several cups of liquor relaxed their spirits, and various topics flowed freely, allowing Wu Yu to glean some information regarding the dark-skinned fellow. As their meal neared completion, Wei Shanshui indeed broached a matter of significance. Wu Yu, as you are aware, I have only recently commenced my duties at the Pakong Mining Management Office. Were it not for my strong connections and the backing of military magnates, I would lack even the authority to levy taxes in this region. Take Padu, for instance. He has clandestinely invested in several mining companies, amassing a fortune unbeknownst to many. In my years here, I have yet to discover a lucrative avenue. The meager sums I occasionally receive barely suffice for maintaining connections. Should I fail to generate substantial income this year, I may lose the military's support. Recently, Miss Dan Min and Nai Wen's associates brandished weapons in the Pakong morning market, inciting the ire of several military factions with mineral interests. Padu was understandably alarmed, hastily making rounds to apologize and stabilize the situation. At long last, I have seized the opportunity to acquire the rights to a nearly depleted mine. Now, I merely require a partner and a significant initial investment. Wu Yu furrowed his brows upon hearing the news. Wei Shanshui had been subjected to significant suppression by his colleagues, and after much effort, he had only managed to secure the rights to a nearly exhausted mine. From his words, it seemed that had it not been for Padu's departure, he would not have even obtained this depleted site, indicating his limited authority within the management office. Suppressing his own concerns, Wu Yu calmly inquired, "Is this a bidding process? Or is it a private transfer?" Wei Shanshui quickly replied, "Certainly, there is no need for a bidding process. If a bid were necessary, why would I be discussing this with you? I have already negotiated with the official in charge of the government. The rights to this mining company will expire in a month, and as soon as their contract concludes, we can take over immediately. How much will it cost in total?" Wu Yu asked. "The total expenditure will be approximately 8 billion. Initially, we only need to invest 3 billion to secure the rights for 1 year. The remaining funds will cover the costs of purchasing excavators, dump trucks, and hiring workers. Is such a significant amount necessary for an abandoned mine? If I invest 8 billion, what share will I receive?" Under normal bidding circumstances, acquiring this nearly exhausted mine would require at least 20 billion. However, if we succeed, I can offer you a 50% stake. Allow me to consider it. Moreover, I currently lack such funds. I must see if I can borrow from friends. Were it a newly discovered mine, Wu Yu would not hesitate to invest even hundreds of billions. Yet, for a site that others had deemed unviable, the risk of loss loomed too large with such an investment. Sensing Wu Yu's hesitation and apprehension, Wei Shanshui cautioned, "Yu, sometimes when officials refer to a nearly exhausted mine, it does not necessarily mean it is entirely depleted. I cannot risk my connections and finances on a losing venture." Wu Yu paused, then replied, "I understand. I will return to gather the necessary funds and respond to you as swiftly as possible." Wei Shanshui stated solemnly, 15 days. "I can wait no longer than that. If your funds fall short, I shall have to seek partnership elsewhere." Chapter 69. The positive energy of the mining district's citizens. In truth, the legitimate wealth of Wu Yu, consisting of Myanmar currency and gold bars, has now surpassed 3 billion. If one were to include the ill-gotten gains and gold bars seized from the monkeys, his total assets would exceed 5 billion. His reluctance to immediately agree to cooperation with Wei Shanshui stems from numerous apprehensions. According to his prior plans, after amassing initial capital within the mining area, he intended to shift his focus to Mandalay, where the relatively secure environment would facilitate swifter financial gains. Subsequently, he contemplated returning to his homeland to establish several raw stone shops or a jewelry company, thereby creating a complete closed loop for jade trading from upstream to end user. Wei Shanshui's sudden offer of a lucrative opportunity presents both allure and risk, compelling Wu Yu to reevaluate his future strategy. Most critically, his current armed forces are significantly inadequate. Collaborating with Wei Shanshui would place him in a passive position, leaving him without any leverage should complications arise. The conversation reached a natural pause, as both men were astute enough to recognize that further discussion could lead to misunderstandings. Consequently, Wu Yu proposed a visit to a nearby bathhouse for relaxation. Upon hearing this suggestion, Wei Shanshui, invigorated, readily agreed with a smile. At the bathhouse, Wu Yu paid the deposit in advance, inviting them to indulge freely while he retreated to a private room for a back massage. During this interval, he contacted Godan Wai to inquire about affairs at home. Upon learning that everything was normal, Wu Yu felt a slight sense of relief, advising them to remain vigilant as he would return shortly. Several minutes later, Wei Shanshui, attuned to his familiar rhythm, emerged from the private room and settled onto a sofa in the lobby. Wu Yu had already tipped the attendant, ensuring they would notify him upon Wei Shanshui's exit. Just as Wu Yu approached to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by sporadic gunfire emanating from the residential area bordering the market. The rain was light, making the gunfire particularly distinct. Startled, Wei Shanshui leaped from the sofa, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Wasn't the issue resolved? Why is there still gunfire near the market?" His two bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, weapons drawn, cautiously assessing the situation outside. The rain continued to fall, enveloping the area in darkness, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. One bodyguard remarked, "Director Wei, it seems the gunfire is coming from outside the market. There are many jade merchants living haphazardly in that vicinity, and minor conflicts occasionally arise. It has nothing to do with our management office. Let the police deal with it." Wei Shanshui, however, remained uneasy, responding, "That makes sense. but you two must escort me back immediately. I fear a large-scale shootout may occur. You should return as well. The mining area has become increasingly chaotic, and you must prioritize your safety. Thank you for your concern, Director Wei. I shall return at once. Wu Yu replied, settling his accounts before hastily donning his shoes and heading towards his small courtyard. The direction from which the gunfire originated was not near his residence. So Wu Yu did not feel an overwhelming urgency in the mining district. Encountering such situations necessitated a swift return home. On the road, many individuals, like him, hurriedly emerged from KTVs, bathhouses, or restaurants, striving to return home at the swiftest pace. Fortunately, the sporadic gunfire had ceased, leaving one to ponder whether the skirmish had concluded or not. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Wu Yu found Gu Danwei and Sang Bo vigilantly stationed at the entrance. I've returned. The gunfire outside does not concern us. There is no need for excessive worry. As long as it doesn't involve us, we can rest easy knowing the boss is back safely. I have gathered information regarding Lao Hei's residence. It is said they reside in the residential area west of the market, which happens to be the direction from which the gunshots originated. That area is populated with numerous jade merchants, and the police station is located there. If we are to take action against Lao Hei, we must resolve the matter within 5 minutes. We possess 3 firearms. Eliminating Lao Hei and his family should not take longer than 3 minutes. Tomorrow, when I attend the morning market to sell materials, I will also discreetly inquire about Lao Hei's precise address. The 3 stood in the living room deliberating until they confirmed that the gunfire had subsided and that the danger had lessened, allowing them to retreat to their respective rooms for rest. Wu Yu intended to sleep peacefully, but Anna had other plans, persistently pestering him with questions. Boss, do you think I am more beautiful, or is Long Siyu more beautiful? Are you out of your mind? Staying awake just to ask me that? Oh, come on. Just answer me. She is beautiful. Anna fell silent for a moment, then suddenly pressed herself against Wu Yu, exclaiming, I want to bite you. Couldn't you just lie to me? Look at you, so anxious. I merely spoke the truth. How am I inferior to her? She is merely a bit more mature in appearance. In terms of looks and figure, I am just as good, if not better. Be quiet. You talk too much. Go to sleep immediately, or I will kick you out. I won't, unless you cover my mouth. Otherwise, you can forget about silencing me. What a trivial matter. Wu Yu thought, soon acquiescing to her desires, just a little blockage here and there. Sometimes, when problems cannot be resolved, it is far simpler to address the one presenting them. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, the rain continued to pour outside, casting a gray pall over the sky. It seemed that the morning market would be devoid of patrons, as the world remained eerily quiet. Wu Yu lay lazily in bed, reluctant to rise. In the mining area, inclement weather dictated a day of rest, and it would be a shame not to take advantage of such dismal conditions. Anna, without needing a nudge from Wu Yu, had already risen to wash up. Lacking cosmetics, she had been going without makeup recently. At that moment, blushing, she stood at the bedside, whispering, Boss, it's time to get up. I'll change the sheets. Is there a leak in our house? It's been damp, and I didn't sleep well last night. Well, if you say there's a leak, then so be it. Wu Yu replied irritably as he glanced at her and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. This woman, feeling guilty, would of the bed. Did she not know the truth? After washing up, Wu Yu walked into the living room to find Sang Bo and Gu Danwei already awake, seated at the workbench, examining the materials they had received the previous day. Yesterday, Wu Yu selected several jadeite pieces and had them sliced open from the middle. The exterior revealed no promise, while the interior was nothing but a heap of debris, akin to marble. They had collected a total of 21 pieces, of which 8 had already succumbed to the cutting process, leaving 13 remaining. Wu Yu produced a stack of cash and declared, Stop your examination. Sang Bo, go fetch breakfast, and away. Please tidy up the workbench. I will sketch the window positions shortly, and you can study and discuss thereafter. However, this batch must be sent via logistics to Boss Tang in Huaxia. I will only draw the lines and allow her to create the windows in Huaxia. The two responded affirmatively and proceeded to carry out their employer's instructions. After breakfast, Wu Yu meticulously marked the window positions on these variably quality jade pieces that exhibited slight promise, allowing several employees to study and learn from them. He also instructed them on how to price such materials should they encounter them in the mine in the future. Just then, a cacophony erupted at the entrance, accompanied by shouts and the rapping on the door. Boss AU, the police have arrived. Open the door immediately to cooperate with the investigation. We suspect you of murdering Lao He. Many witnessed your altercation with him at the mine yesterday, where you struck him several times. That very night, Lao He's family was brutally murdered, and their valuables were completely looted. Do not attempt any tricks. The police have surrounded your home, so surrender at once. The clamorous voices were not from the police, but rather a throng of jade merchants drawn by the spectacle. Wu Yu recognized many familiar voices among them, including that of Ong Ji. He was merely curious as to why no authoritative police officer had spoken up, instead allowing these onlookers to create a ruckus. It wasn't until he heard Wei Shanshui vehemently berating someone that he began to grasp the situation. You claim to conduct a search without a shred of evidence. What audacity you display before me. You are undermining the business environment of the Pekin mining area. As the deputy director, I have the authority to have you removed. Many outsiders perished at Lao He's residence, several of whom were underlings of Bao Ya. Even I, an outsider, can discern that this is the doing of Bao Ya. Why disturb Boss Au's residence if you cannot find him? At this juncture, Wu Yu, initially tense, found his composure restored. He turned to Anna and instructed, "Stay inside and do not come out. I will handle matters outside." "Oh, thank you, boss," Anna replied, frightened like a little rabbit. Swiftly retreating into the bedroom and firmly shutting the door, Wu Yu then addressed Gu Danwei and Sang Bo, saying, "You too, please open the door. I shall go and present myself. Oh no, I will clear my name and assist the police in their investigation." Embodying the spirit of a responsible citizen of the mining community. Chapter 70. Their relationship is truly solid. With a creak, Go Danwei and Sangbo pulled open the grand door, revealing a group of people outside who ceased their quarrel. They beheld Wu Yu, clad in a tank top and oversized shorts, shuffling forward in flip-flops, holding a black umbrella. "I heard the police are looking for me." Wu Yu cast a commanding glance at the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Director Wei and the Deputy Chief of Police, Dazwa, standing beside him. Wu Yu recognized Dazwa as the uncle of Angji, having seen him at the morning market, though they had never interacted. Disregarding the others, Wu Yu greeted Wei Shanshui with a warm smile. "Director Wei, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit down." Wei Shanshui waved his hand, exuding an air of authority as he remarked, "Boss Au, you are unaware of the situation here. I have heard that someone is trying to frame you for the murder of the Lao He family, so I came to intervene." Wu Yu feigned surprise. "What? Lao He is dead? When did this happen? Who is the murderer?" Wei Shanshui replied, "Several people were killed at the scene, including the entire Lao He family, a friend of Lao He's, and 4 subordinates of Bao Ya. The violence was brutal, with both gunshot and knife wounds." "Oh, I see. This was a conflict among them, resulting in mutual destruction. But why are the police looking for me? Who knows? Perhaps they lack the means to solve the case and are in search of a scapegoat." The exchange between Wei Shanshui and Wu Yu offered no respect to the police, leaving their faces grim, especially Dazwa, who was visibly flushed with anger. Having recently been appointed as deputy chief, Dazwa, feeling the pressure, explained, "Director Wei, I have received numerous reports alleging that Au has a grudge against Lao He, and there was a physical altercation on the day of the incident. My presence here is merely a routine investigation. There is no intention to find a scapegoat." Wei Shanshui laughed mockingly. "Oh, a routine investigation? Then by all means, investigate. I shall remain silent and observe." His stance was unmistakably protective of Au, causing the onlooking jade merchants and passing lackeys to feel an unspoken apprehension, reminding themselves to avoid provoking Boss Au in the future. Dazwa took a deep breath to suppress his fury and turned his attention to Wu Yu, asking, "Are you Au? Where were you around 11 p.m. last night?" Wu Yu replied calmly, "Around 11 p.m.? I was at the bathhouse getting a massage. When I heard the gunshots, I was just settling my bill at the front desk. The bathhouse attendants and the cashier can vouch for me. Though you have an alibi, it is possible that you orchestrated the attack by Bao Ya's gang, considering the timing was too coincidental. You had a confrontation with Lao He in the morning, and by nightfall, he was murdered. Dazwa, where is your evidence? I am not acquainted with Bao Ya's gang. We had some minor conflicts in the past, but how could I possibly instigate them?" Dazwa turned his gaze toward Angji, who was among the onlookers. "What evidence exists against Dazwa?" Nephew Ongji intended to use this matter to intimidate Au, hoping to ensure his compliance in the Pakong mining area. If he could imprison Au for a few days to endure some hardship and extort a bit of money, that would be even better. Who would have thought that Deputy Director Wei of the Management Office would hold Au in such high regard, arriving with a group of armed personnel to support him? How could they dare to arrest someone publicly or frame him? Ong Ji was equally frustrated. He had only heard that Yu had ingratiated himself with Director Wei, initially believing it was a mere acquaintance, not realizing the depth of their relationship. Lao He, a key member of Ong Ji's crew, had been bullied by Wu Yu in the past, which displeased Ong Ji greatly. Yesterday, when he learned that Lao He had once again been mistreated by Wu Yu, Ong Ji's anger flared. Consequently, when Lao He requested firearms, Ong Ji generously lent him all 5 guns from his own collection, hoping that through Lao He, he could eliminate Wu Yu and prevent this troublesome individual from undermining his authority at the Yamuxi mine. However, Lao He, being foolish, lost all 5 guns to the impoverished gang led by Bao Ye before he even had the chance to confront Wu Yu. Ong Ji had planned to leverage his uncle's influence to imprison Wu Yu for a few days to teach him a lesson. But all his schemes were thwarted by Director Wei, who not only rendered Ong Ji powerless against Wu Yu, but also embarrassed him in front of others. When faced with his Uncle Duz's questioning gaze, Ong Ji subtly shook his head, signaling him to abandon the original plan. Duzwa, feeling helpless, forced a fierce demeanor and stated seriously, "Currently, we lack evidence. Once we apprehend Bao Ye's gang, we will surely find the proof. Today, I give Director Wei face and refrain from arresting you, but you won't be so fortunate in the future." After saying this, Duzwa led his team away, leaving an impression of being in a disordered retreat. Wu Yu remained unfazed. He knew they could not find evidence against him. In the chaotic environment of the mining area, the police's influence paled in comparison to that of the management office and military. As long as his connections were strong, they could do nothing to him. If he were truly pushed into a corner, a confined space would become his life's end. Director Wei showed no reluctance in expressing his support for Wu Yu, patting him on the shoulder and smiling. "Rest assured, as long as I am in the Pakong mining area, no one will dare to slander you." His words were directed as much at the onlookers as they were at Wu Yu. The crowd's expressions shifted. They couldn't comprehend why the bond between Wu Yu and Director Wei was so solid. "Thank you, Director Wei," Wu Yu replied with a grateful expression, though internally he lamented that this was forcing him to invest in that nearly exhausted mine. Nevertheless, he refused to alter his life plan easily. Even if he collaborated with Wei Shanshui on mining operations, he would delegate management to a subordinate, ensuring his precious time was not squandered on mining. New mines would undoubtedly yield profits, but a nearly exhausted mine and a completely depleted one held little value. Even if they generated income, it would be minimal compared to the rapid gains Wu Yu could achieve through his gambling ventures. Therefore, even if he were to invest, it would not be in the mine itself, but rather in the cultivation of personal relationships. After completing his official duties, Wei Shanshui swaggered away with a group of armed personnel, exuding an air of authority. Wu Yu smiled faintly at the onlookers and remarked, "There is no spectacle left to behold. Everyone may disperse now." Those who had previously clamored for the police to search his home now altered their tune. "Oh, Boss Wu Yu, you've misunderstood us. We were not here for mere entertainment. We were genuinely concerned for your safety and came to offer our support." Indeed. Since your involvement with Old Hay's demise is non-existent, we shall not intrude any further. I still need to return home to tend to some matters. Perhaps we can share a drink together another day. In the blink of an eye, the crowd vanished without a trace, including Ong Ji, who had harbored animosity towards Wu Yu. A cold chuckle escaped Wu Yu's lips as he remained non-committal. Let them enjoy their spectacle. After all, there was no bond between them. When misfortune befell them, he too would be there to observe. Wu Yu turned and re-entered the courtyard, where Go Danwei and Sang Bo, who had been vigilantly guarding the entrance, promptly shut the door and locked it from within. "Boss, I never anticipated that the Toothless Gang would be so formidable, annihilating Old Hay's entire family. It appears the Toothless Gang was caught off guard by the fact that Old Hay possessed a firearm, leading to the demise of several of their subordinates and exposing their whereabouts. The loss of a few men without the opportunity to retrieve their bodies suggests that Old Hay's faction has not been entirely vanquished and remains lurking nearby, poised for a counterattack. After committing murder, the Toothless Gang hastily seized some belongings and fled, leaving behind undeniable evidence. Fortunately, the Toothless Gang left behind incriminating proof. Otherwise, our suspicion would have been substantial. Even with Director Wei's protection, we would have faced considerable scrutiny." Chapter 71. Uncomprehending yet profoundly shocked, the torrential rain persisted for 3 days before gradually subsiding. During this time, Wu Yu engaged in but a single notable endeavor. He discreetly mixed a piece of icy jadeite rough among 13 stones of mediocre quality and dispatched it to Tang Yuyao via logistics. Aside from this, Wu Yu occupied his time playing poker, scrolling through his phone, and occasionally indulging in a bit of wine. Anna had her fair share of concerns as well. Beyond playing cards, she was preoccupied with changing bed linens, lamenting that the dilapidated house was leaking rain, and that without sunlight, they would soon run out of sheets. As for Go Danwai and Sangbo, they had recently earned a considerable sum of white cards, allowing them to enjoy the luxuries of life, even without Wu Yu's salary. When the sun emerged at noon, Wu Yu prepared 300 million and, accompanied by 2 assistants, set off for Longkin Night Market. The roads were rife with muddy puddles, yet the influx of vehicles heading toward the market was substantial. After 3 days of inactivity, many jade merchants were in a frenzy, eager to rush to the night market to engage in trade. Today, Longkin Night Market was even more bustling than before. Before dusk had fallen, throngs of people had already filled the streets, initiating transactions. Wu Yu and his companions parked their vehicle in an open area and, after squeezing through the crowd, finally secured a favorable spot, paying 4,000 yuan to settle down and commence their collection. This time, Wu Yu did not return to his previous location, as he harbored a lingering suspicion about the owner there. After all, he could procure jade from anywhere, rendering it unnecessary to remain tethered to a fixed position. The Longkin Night Market primarily dealt in all gamble materials, although these stones were uncut. Their skins displayed telltale signs, either colored patterns, blemishes, or thin skins with exceptional quality that would reveal their brilliance under the light. The market encompassed nearly all of the superior all-gamble materials from the entire mining area, in addition to the ordinary jade merchants. Some small mine owners would also send their subordinates to sell their wares here. As per usual, Wu Yu was responsible for examining the stones, Go Danwai handled the payments, and Sangbo kept watch over the received materials. Wu Yu was adept at appraising stones, typically evaluating each in mere seconds. If the stone felt warm or hot to the touch, he would begin negotiations. Even if the seller demanded a slightly higher price for particularly enticing stones, he could accommodate. In just an hour, Wu Yu had collected dozens of stones, expending 200 million in the process, truly spending money like water. At that moment, a soft, alluring voice reached his ears. "Ah, is that not Boss Yu? I didn't expect to see you collecting materials at Longkin Night Market. I thought you were still at the Amuxi mining site." Wu Yu looked up to see the elegantly made-up woman, Long Siu, accompanied by her visibly jealous husband. Wu Yu replied, "As long as the price is right, I can procure materials from anywhere. Buying all gamble materials at low prices and selling cut and clear stones at high prices is my avenue for profit." A glimmer of admiration sparked in Long Siu's eyes as she exclaimed, "Boss Yu, you are truly impressive. We are not very skilled with gamble stones. We only dare to collect clear stones." After a brief stroll, we found the clear stones at Longkin Night Market to be exceedingly scarce, leaving us with no opportunity to make a purchase. Indeed, Anna often praises my prowess. In truth, your approach to collecting clear stones is the most prudent. While the profits may be modest, the risks are minimized, ensuring almost certain gains. Wu Yu engaged in conversation without neglecting his task of sourcing materials. Long Siu cast a flirtatious glance at Wu Yu, evidently aware of the rapid pace of their dialogue. Yet, with her partner present, she refrained from dwelling on that remark, though an exhilarating thrill akin to that of a thief coursed through her veins. After all, there are no guarantees in business. We have incurred losses while processing materials domestically, which is why we contemplated venturing to the source of raw materials in Myanmar's mining regions. The jadeite here is indeed affordable, though the safety conditions leave much to be desired, posing considerable risks. We have witnessed the perils of this place. However, tonight, we are under the personal protection of Zhao Changyi from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, accompanied by a convoy of 6 vehicles and at least 6 bodyguards. So our safety should be assured. Where are your bodyguards?" "I haven't seen any," Wu Yu inquired. "I haven't seen them either," came the reply. "But I just spoke to Captain Zhao, and he assured me that the bodyguards are discreetly watching over us from behind, so we need not worry." Wu Yu paused, pondering the necessity of covert protection in such a dubious locale. If everyone had bodyguards, they would typically display them openly, flaunting their strength to deter any would-be troublemakers. Perhaps this was simply the security protocol of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, a concept Wu Yu found perplexing yet profoundly impactful. At that moment, a lackey arrived, placing a piece of raw material weighing approximately 10 kilograms on the table for Wu Yu's inspection. Wu Yu illuminated the stone, noticing a faint light seeping through the jade, with a slender green streak adorning the surface. The stone's shape appeared promising, suitable for crafting a bracelet. As he touched the exterior, he felt warmth radiating from most areas, particularly around the green streak, indicating a higher quality of color and texture. Is it labor-intensive? Wu Yu inquired. 50 million, the lackey replied. You've cleaned the surface thoroughly, removing the defining characteristics of the raw material. At this level of refinement, there is hardly any quality left. The price is unjustifiable based merely on this color streak. I would value it at 7 million. Boss, someone has offered 12 million. The lackey countered. That's too steep. Would 10 million suffice? Not a chance. If you propose 12 million, I can contact the seller on your behalf. Very well, 12 million it is. Please call the seller, and if the deal is successful, I shall grant you 500,000 as a finder's fee. Thank you, boss. The lackey replied, lifting the raw stone and dashing off to make the call. Long Siyu watched in astonishment as Wu Yu concluded the negotiation within mere seconds. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She found his focused demeanor while appraising the jadeite exceedingly attractive. You are remarkably swift. Can you truly discern the quality of the material so quickly? Wu Yu found the question somewhat peculiar but responded nonetheless. Many matters do not hinge on speed. As long as the outcome is favorable, that suffices. Quickness has its own exhilaration, while slowness brings its own enjoyment. Long Siyu found his words intriguing and was eager to continue the conversation, but her husband, standing nearby, grew impatient and urged, Have you finished your chat? We Haven Tea purchased a single piece at the Longkin night market this evening. Let us not squander any more time. Are you blaming me for not making a purchase? I find myself conversing with Boss AU when a lackey approaches to sell some goods. If the price is right, we could seize the opportunity to make a purchase. With that thought, Long Siyu decides against standing idly and gracefully moves to sit beside Wu Yu at the table. The table accommodates two, and the seat next to Wu Yu remains unoccupied. While receiving the goods, Gudan Wei and Sang Bo must stand behind the boss, adhering to the established decorum, which also serves to accentuate Wu Yu's status and attract more lackeys eager to sell their wares. Long Siyu's sudden seating almost causes her husband's nose to crinkle in frustration. Ever since that day he abandoned his wife to flee alone, she seems to have turned her affections elsewhere, disregarding any explanations he offered, leading to days of frosty silence. Now, she openly flirts with this old Burmese man right in front of him, an utterly distressing sight. Dear, there's another empty table across the street. Would you mind not crowding with Boss AU? It's quite hot, and being so close isn't ideal. No, I prefer this spot. If you wish to move to the other side of the street, you may do so on your own. Chapter 72. Gunshots in the night market. Wu Yu was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the couple. However, he never pried into others' affairs. Just then, the assistant selling the wood returned, announcing that the supplier had agreed to a price of 12 million, as long as he was satisfied with the material. Wu Yu was quite generous with the price, instructing Go Danwai to remit the payment to Baika. The supplier stood to gain handsomely from this block of material, but Wu Yu would certainly not incur any losses. After the vibrant colors of the skin permeated, a dozen white-based green bracelets would be secured. With bracelets in hand, this price could be accepted with eyes closed. Once he had completed his tasks, he noticed Long Siyu had taken a seat beside him, while her husband stood behind her, his expression dark. The fragrance of Long Siyu's perfume was delightful, prompting Wu Yu to steal a few glances at her. This woman appeared to have been pampered since childhood, with a flawless figure and skin as delicate as ivory, showing little to no imperfections. At the age of 28 or 29, she was in the prime of her allure. It was unfathomable who had given her the audacity to venture into the jade mines of Myanmar to source materials. Should she catch the eye of any powerful figures, she could easily find herself abducted in broad daylight, locked away in some district or entertainment venue, with no hope of escape for the rest of her life. Long Siyu seemed to appreciate his gaze and seized the opportunity to inquire, Boss AU, if someone were to sell transparent jade or altered material, could you pass it on to me? Wu Yu replied, I do not deal in transparent jade or altered materials. Whatever comes my way is yours. Thank you. Boss AU, if I find myself uncertain about something, please do not hesitate to point it out, as I fear being deceived. Haha. Can one truly be uncertain about transparent jade and altered materials? People are cautious of being duped. I've heard from colleagues that there are dyed and counterfeit materials here, specifically designed to trap unsuspecting individuals from Huaxia. Indeed, such materials existed, though they were not prevalent. Wu Yu was reluctant to delve into the topic of counterfeiting. For if one traced it back, the major players in this industry were predominantly from Huaxia. At that moment, a piece of large, high-quality jade material arrived, palm-sized, with a faint yellow mist and 2 or 3 significant cracks. Overall, it reached the ice variety, although the jade flesh lacked any base color. Originally intended for Wu Yu, he merely examined it with his left hand, sensing no issues, before placing it before Long Siyu. She collects transparent jade. You negotiate the price, he said. The assistant immediately shifted from Wu Yu to Long Siyu. However, during the price negotiations, Long Siyu struggled with the Myanmar language, unable to articulate the price even with gestures. Wu Yu could no longer watch in silence and intervened. The assistant initially quoted 50 million, but they eventually settled at 5 million. Long Siyu was elated, whispering in Wu Yu's ear, "Thank you, Boss Yu. I was hoping to secure it for 10 million. The breath she exhaled tickled Wu Yu's ear, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that this woman might not be as benevolent as she appeared. Turning slightly, he noticed her husband's face had turned a shade of green with anger. "No need for thanks," Wu Yu replied, leaning forward to distance himself slightly. Moments later, the assistant presented a piece of jade the size of a plate, boasting a commendable water quality. When illuminated, it revealed a deep hue with a faint green tinge, though several noticeable cracks marred the surface. As Wu Yu observed with his left hand, he noticed that when he brushed over the cracks, there was no change in temperature. This discovery instantly invigorated him. It indicated that the fissures on the surface did not penetrate deeply, and the jade meat remained intact. Thus, this piece certainly contained the potential for a bracelet, with its value likely to multiply several times. Blaolei, 30 million. With so many cracks, it can only fetch 3 million. The boss, someone has offered 5 million. Anyone who bids 5 million must be deranged, considering the cracks both inside and out. If luck is on their side, they may end up with a few good pieces. Otherwise, they can only produce beads. The final price is 4 million. Would you inquire whether the owner agrees? The minimum is 5 million. I can check with the owner. This is an old trick in the jade trading game. Without hesitation, Wu Yu agreed, stating that if the price was settled, he would grant his assistant a 30,000 white card. Generally, materials requiring sealing are finalized tonight, with results expected by tomorrow. However, some assistants are actually the owners themselves. Once the price is right, they merely take a brief stroll nearby before returning to complete the transaction. As long as the price approaches the bottom line, a higher white card is usually sufficient to seal the deal. Wu Yu's speed in acquiring materials was swift, while Long Siyu, with his assistants, had only managed to collect 3 pieces of clear jade. It was not due to her bad luck. Rather, the availability of clear jade at the Lonka night market was inherently limited. Gudanwei tapped the money in his bag and quietly reminded, "Boss, we still have over 10 million left. It's about time we head back." "Oh, is it gone so soon? All right, I understand." Having spent nearly 300 million today, Wu Yu felt confident that if all these materials were sold, he would make a modest profit several times over. At this moment, the foot traffic on the streets began to dwindle, indicating that the peak hours of the night market had passed. The piece with several cracks was returned by the assistant, who reported that the owner agreed to the 5 million transaction. Wu Yu instructed Gudanwei to complete the payment and turned to Long Siyu, saying, "All right, we have finished our acquisitions for today. What about you? Will you continue to gather materials here or seek out the bodyguards from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce and fellow merchants?" Long Siyu replied, "Has Boss Yu finished so quickly? Let us gather for a little while longer. When it's time to leave, Captain Zhao from the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce will call us." "Very well, we shall take our leave first." After speaking, Wu Yu shouldered a bag of jade that had long been prepared. Gudanwei and Sang Bo carried larger, heavier bags, well aware that their boss would not be burdened with heavy labor. As they walked a few steps, they suddenly heard intense gunfire erupting from the center of the street, particularly from the building housing an entertainment venue, where even the lights on the sign were extinguished by the bullets. "Run! It's happening again! Help! I've been shot!" In an instant, the crowd began to flee in a frenzy. Wu Yu perceived the gunfire to be a mere 100 meters behind him, dense and chaotic, suggesting a gunfight involving at least a dozen individuals, far more intense than the clashes between the previous factions of Lao He and Baoya. Fortunately, there is a presence behind us. Otherwise, we would be in a predicament. The recent circumstances appear rather unsettling. Why has conflict erupted once more? Such is the nature of mining areas. How many days pass without a few incidents of gunfire? We were merely preoccupied with extracting resources and earning a living, rarely encountering such chaos. Indeed, in the past, we toiled in the mines all day and slept in makeshift shelters at night. Even if we heard gunshots, they seemed distant. As the three of them fled, they exchanged a few brief words before silently following the crowd out of the market. Wu Yu suddenly heard Long Siyu calling out to him from behind. "Boss Yu, wait for me, please." Wu Yu halted and turned around, only to be met by a wave of fragrant warmth as a startled exclamation escaped her lips. "Do you not have a security team? Why are they following us?" Wu Yu frowned, not addressing her, but rather the pale-faced man behind her. The man, visibly frightened, offered no response. Long Siyu, however, displayed a measure of composure. "It's utter chaos. We were simply focused on escaping. How could we locate the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce's bodyguards? Please take us back with you." Those who were shooting seemed to be drawing closer. "Enough, stay close to us," Wu Yu insisted, unwilling to squander any more time in this spiraling situation. They sprinted to the parking area, stowing the jade rough stones in the trunk before quickly climbing into the vehicle. Long Siyu and her husband followed suit. Gu Danwei took the wheel, with Seng Bo in the passenger seat, while Wu Yu and the Long couple settled into the back. Observing the congested and chaotic road, Gu Danwei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, the fleeing crowd has blocked the entire roadway. We cannot proceed." Wu Yu calmly responded, "Shut off the engine and wait in the car. We shall depart when the road clears." Long Siyu's husband, however, was agitated. "Wait for what? Drive us away now. Did you not hear the gunfire drawing nearer?" Chapter 73. Temporary checkpoint. At this moment, three individuals occupied the rear seat. Wu Yu sat on the left, Long Siyu in the center, and her husband at the back. Upon hearing this man disregard his orders and urge a departure, Wu Yu immediately admonished, "Silence. Are you instructing me on how to act?" The man, seemingly aggrieved, shouted, "We boarded your vehicle to escape for our lives, yet you remain stationary here, endangering us all. I wish to leave Longkin and return to Peigang." Wu Yu suddenly pressed the gun against his temple, coldly stating, "If you utter another word, I'll take you out first." You actually possess a firearm?" The man, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat. Wu Yu regarded him with disdain, declaring, "What a jest. Having spent years in the mining district, who doesn't possess a few firearms?" Caught between the two, Long Siyu gently interjected, "Please, let us not quarrel. Let us all remain calm. To speak fairly, I believe Boss Wu's decision is indeed prudent. Attempting to drive out now would only result in being obstructed by pedestrians and motorcycles. It is far safer to remain in this parking spot." Upon hearing his wife defend another, the man's head drooped in disappointment. Wu Yu then holstered his weapon, coolly asserting, "Heed my words, you shall not perish. Should you not wish to remain in the vehicle, feel free to leave. I am not in the business of restricting your freedom." Long Siyu softly urged, "Boss Wu, please do not be angry. My husband is merely frightened, not intentionally disrespectful. Here, we shall all follow your lead." Just then, two off-road vehicles burst forth from the direction of the gunfire, heedless of the congestion, recklessly charging forward in a desperate bid for survival. The crowded street erupted into chaos, with screams echoing as people abandoned their motorcycles and fled to the vacant spaces on either side. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire mixed with the cacophony of colliding vehicles gradually receding, while a few off-road vehicles pursued relentlessly, the occupants occasionally firing from the windows in an attempt to thwart the fleeing vehicles ahead. As the source of the turmoil departed, those in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Long Siyu nestled closer to Wu Yu, softly inquiring, "Boss Wu, do gunfights frequently occur here?" We replied, "Often. Yet typically in remote areas or within private residences. Rarely do such incidents transpire in the marketplace. Such occurrences disrupt the trading atmosphere, and the Myanmar authorities do not permit these events, conducting serious investigations afterward. We are indeed unfortunate, encountering two gunfights in just a few days. I truly hesitate to return. Perhaps it is for the best. Purchasing raw materials domestically, though yielding lesser profits, ensures safety. I have a female friend who encountered trouble while acquiring materials here, leaving her too frightened to return, vowing to conduct all her jade business solely in Huaxia." "Oh, your friend in Huaxia dealing in jade? What is her name? Perhaps we are acquainted." "Her name is Tang Yuyao. She engages in raw stone trading in Rueli. Her business is modest, and it is unlikely that you would know all the raw stone merchants in the jewelry processing industry." "What a coincidence. I actually know her." A few days ago, she showcased a piece of icy jadeite with floral inclusions of exceptionally high quality. My jewelry company is in dire need of premium materials, so I spent nearly 400,000 to acquire it. This circle is indeed small. I was not expecting that upon mentioning her name, we would both recognize each other. As Wei was preparing to discuss the state of the jade market in the country, Long Siyu's phone suddenly rang. After answering, she responded a few times and then, with evident dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "What? The Yunzhong Chamber of Commerce has received an emergency task and has no time to protect us jade merchants, leaving us to return to Pakong on our own. How can you treat us this way? What about your credibility? Hello? Hello?" Clearly, the call was abruptly terminated, merely informing her rather than engaging in a discussion. Her husband expressed his fear, lamenting, "After this trip back home, I will never return to Myanmar to source materials again. What kind of people are these? There is not a single trustworthy individual, and there are gunfights everywhere." Long Siyu, growing impatient, retorted, "You complain that the domestic materials are too expensive, yet you wish to venture into the mining areas. When faced with a bit of danger, you start to criticize. I simply wanted to save money. I had no idea the mining conditions would be so chaotic." Wu Yu interjected coldly. "Enough of this quarrel. The crowd outside has mostly dispersed. Away, drive us back to Pakong." "Understood, boss," Away replied, starting the car. And soon they departed from the Longkin market, entering the dilapidated, muddy mountain roads. After driving for just over 10 minutes, they encountered a temporary checkpoint, where a group of armed individuals in camouflage stood in the middle of the road to inspect vehicles. Previously, a small bribe sufficed for a swift passage. However, this time was different. They were required to open the car doors, compel all passengers to disembark, and even pop the trunk for inspection. The process was slow, leading to a traffic jam of dozens of vehicles, inching forward like snails. "Boss Away, have the camouflage-clad officers always conducted inspections in this manner?" Long Siyu inquired. Wu Yu cautioned, "Not in the past. Today they seem particularly thorough. When it's our turn, please refrain from speaking and let me handle the communication." After several more minutes, it was finally their turn. Several armed officers surrounded the vehicle, and one of them rapped on the window, barking, "Everyone out of the car for inspection. All of you." Fearing that Long Siyu and her husband might not comprehend, Wu Yu prompted them before being the first to exit, swiftly handing a prepared sum of 100,000 to the most intimidating of the officers. "Sir, what seems to be the issue? Today's inspection is unusually lengthy," Wu Yu inquired. After receiving the stack of cash, the officer's tone softened slightly as he scrutinized Wu Yu. He then asked, "Are you a citizen of Myanmar? Present all your documents for our review." Wu Yu replied, "I am indeed a citizen of Myanmar and possess my identification." "Away. Please provide my documents for the officer to examine." Wu Yu always kept a photocopy of his materials in the glove compartment for such occasions. Gadanwai produced a document and handed it to the man in camouflage, who scrutinized it meticulously while posing several inquiries to Wu Yu. Upon learning that Wu Yu was an emerald merchant, his tone softened considerably. The man in camouflage did not bother to question Gadanwai and Sangbo, as their appearance clearly indicated they were seasoned locals from Myanmar, rendering any further verification unnecessary. After the other men in camouflage completed their inspections of the vehicles, their attention shifted towards Long Siyu and her husband. "Who are they?" one asked. "They are my business partners in Huaxia, accompanying me to the Longkin night market to procure materials." "Are you certain they are not recently rescued captives?" "Sir, they do not appear to be captives at all. They are genuine emerald merchants, protected by the authorities in the mining district. Director Wei from the management office is a friend of ours, frequently sharing drinks together." "Very well. You may proceed." With that, the man in camouflage signaled the removal of the checkpoint barriers, allowing Wu Yu, Gadanwai, and the others to swiftly pass through. Once inside the vehicle, Long Siyu voiced her concerns. "What does this mean? What did they ask? I felt those men in camouflage were eyeing me with ill intent." Wu Yu frowned and replied, "Do not inquire so much. In the future, dress more conservatively in the mining area. Avoid revealing attire." "What? The clothes I brought are already quite modest. Do not attempt to explain. If something were to go awry, you will have to deal with the consequences." "Understood. I will be more mindful in the future." Long Siyu nudged Wu Yu playfully, adopting a charming tone to acknowledge her mistake. At that moment, Gadanwai, who was driving, interjected. "Boss, from what those men in camouflage implied, was the recent gunfight related to someone rescuing captives from an entertainment venue?" Wu Yu sighed. "Who knows? We are not in northern Myanmar. It is merely a businessman running an entertainment establishment who has acquired some beautiful women. If someone was able to mount a rescue operation, they must possess a somewhat extraordinary background, either affluent or of high status. It remains a mystery how they ended up in such dire circumstances. Chapter 74. Anna has a fever. The discussion regarding the rescue of the piglets did not delve deeply, as the conversation was conducted in Burmese, a language that Long Siu and her husband could not comprehend. After escorting them back to their hotel, Long Siu expressed her profound gratitude to Wu Yu, even inviting him to come inside for a visit. However, upon seeing her husband's visibly displeased countenance, Wu Yu politely declined the invitation and returned to his own courtyard with his companions. Each visit to the Longkin night market yielded substantial gains for Wu Yu. As the market was replete with valuable materials, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. In contrast to the early market in Pekin, which predominantly featured second-rate materials, often mere scraps, the lack of risk and reward left Wu Yu disinterested in setting up a stall there. Once everyone returned to the living room with their collected materials, Wu Yu selected 4 pieces and remarked, "Let us strip these 4 tonight and sell them at the morning market. The remaining materials will be stored temporarily until I find suitable buyers." "Understood, boss," responded Go Danwai and Sangbo without hesitation, accepting Wu Yu's directives without question. However, today Anna appeared somewhat listless, slumped on the sofa, reluctant to engage in conversation. "What is the matter?" Wu Yu inquired, taking a seat beside her and feeling her forehead, which was alarmingly hot. "I'm not sure. I just feel a bit cold and lacking in energy. All I want to do is sleep," Anna mumbled sleepily. "How foolish, not even realizing you need medicine with a fever like this." Wu Yu chided gently as he lifted her and laid her back on the bed in the bedroom. Previously, he had stored fever reducers and anti-inflammatory medication, following the instructions. He poured a glass of warm water for her to take. "Get some rest. If you feel worse, we'll see a doctor tomorrow." "Okay," Anna replied groggily, speaking far less than usual. Wu Yu, still feeling uneasy, wet a towel with warm water and placed it on her forehead in hopes of aiding her recovery. "This woman isn't particularly bright. I can't have her becoming even more daft due to a fever impacting the next generation." "Thank you, boss. Love you," Anna murmured as she opened her eyes briefly, forming a heart shape with her hands. "Enough with the show, sleep," Wu Yu replied with a mock glare before turning off the light. Returning to the living room, Wu Yu initially contemplated assisting them in stripping a piece of material, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that such trivial tasks could be left to the employees. A boss cannot be involved in every little detail. He carried the remaining materials back to the bedroom, discreetly storing them in a small space concealed by the safe. The following morning, the first thing Wu Yu did upon waking was to check on Anna's condition. He touched her forehead again, finding it still quite hot, which furrowed his brow in concern. "Anna, do you feel any discomfort now?" "I can't quite articulate it. Cough. I just feel utterly drained, a bit cold. And I want to cough," she replied. "I'll fetch you some hot water and then head to the clinic for your medicine. You really can't be seen right now, and forget about injections or IVs unless it's absolutely dire." "Don't worry, boss. I feel okay. It's not that serious yet. By the way, do you want to try the 39-degree mental channel?" I can't be bothered to engage with you." Wu Yu was almost defeated by her. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Even at this point, she still thinks about this? Haha. Anna felt a sense of victory, bursting into joyous laughter. Wu Yu rose from his bed and instructed his fellow comrade Go Danwai, who had just awakened, to fetch some breakfast from the streets, specifically requesting light fare, such as rice porridge. Upon his return, he served Anna half a bowl of plain rice porridge, remaining attentive until she could consume no more and return to her resting place. Wu Yu returned to the dining table and addressed his 2 subordinates. "Anna is unwell, and I shall fetch her medicine from the clinic. You 2 should go sell the materials. I have already noted the minimum price." "Rest assured, boss. We are quite adept at selling materials and always strive to exceed the base price," they replied. "Be cautious, particularly regarding the gang of Bucktooth. I have heard they are still at large, and now armed. They pose a significant threat to us. If you encounter any acquaintances, gather information about their whereabouts." "Understood, boss." After hastily finishing breakfast, Wu Yu was the first to exit, making his way to a private clinic nestled deep in the alley to procure the medicine. Upon entering, he addressed the bespectacled middle-aged doctor. "Doctor, my wife is ill, suffering from a fever and cough, and she has little appetite. Please prepare some medication for her." The doctor merely glanced at Wu Yu before stating, "I will package 3 days' worth of medicine for you, at 20,000. Wu Yu was aware of the exorbitant prices of medications here, and without hesitation placed the money before the doctor, knowing that this was the customary practice. Only after receiving the payment did the doctor begin to extract various pills from several bottles, carefully packaging nearly 10 pills into 9 packets, sufficient for 3 days. Just then, a robust man entered the clinic, wrapped tightly in clothing, donning a baseball cap and sunglasses. This ensemble markedly differed from that of the locals. The sun was barely rising, and he wore sunglasses that seemed unnecessary, with skin not as dark as that of the locals. "Doctor, do you have gauze, iodine, hemostatic agents, or anti-inflammatory medication?" The man's Burmese was fluent and precise, devoid of any regional accent, revealing his non-native origins. The middle-aged doctor adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, scrutinizing the newcomer, and replied, "I only have anti-inflammatory medication. I do not have the other items. Do you not have gauze or iodine?" The robust man asked, his impatience evident. The doctor, with a brusque demeanor, responded, "No means no. Anti-inflammatory medication is 28,000 a box. Do you wish to purchase it? I will take 1 box. No, make it 2. Despite sensing something amiss, the strong man clenched his teeth and bought 2 boxes, paying before swiftly departing. Just as he stepped outside, the doctor pulled out his phone. Conversing in hushed tones, "Sir, a suspicious individual just visited my clinic, inquiring about gauze and hemostatic agents, and his accent is not local." "Yes, he just left." As the doctor spoke, Wu Yu suddenly recalled something, grabbed the packets of medicine from the table, and turned to leave. As Wu Yu stepped out of the clinic, the tall man was already nearing the entrance of the alley. "Please, my friend, halt." Wu Yu quickly caught up and spoke in the Huaxiao language. The man paused momentarily, then silently continued forward, his right hand slipping into his trouser pocket, seemingly reaching for a firearm. "The clinic's physician has grown suspicious of you and has reported your whereabouts to someone. Be cautious while out and about. By the way, I happen to have some gauze, iodine, and hemostatic medication. Take them for your use," Wu Yu said, retrieving an unopened bottle of iodine, a pack of medical gauze, and a box of Yunnan Baiyao from his pocket, supplies he had previously purchased for emergencies. "Thank you." The man finally stopped and addressed Wu Yu in flawless Huaxia. "My name is Zhang Wei. If I survive this, my brothers and I will repay your kindness." With that, he accepted the items and swiftly exited the alley. A small act of kindness, whether repaid or not, mattered little to Wu Yu. The bravery displayed by those who fought to save lives from the entertainment venue last night warranted his gesture of providing medicine. Wu Yu murmured to himself as he hastily returned to his small courtyard. Chapter 75. Mr. Yun upon returning home. Wu Yu administered the freshly wrapped medicine to Anna before retreating to the living room. In the confined space, he extracted a piece of material to occupy his time. A small parcel received the day prior, purchased for 5 million. The exterior bore numerous cracks of varying sizes. However, during the appraisal with his left hand, no chilling gaps emerged from these fissures. Wu Yu meticulously peeled the material himself, seeking to confirm the efficacy of his left hand's assessment of jade fissures. As the electronic polishing machine whirred to life, he directed it towards a significant crack, grinding away the outer layer. After rinsing it in a basin, he beheld the pristine jade flesh, flawless and imbued with a subtle green hue, devoid of any crevices. Wu Yu, eschewing the customary celebration with champagne, proceeded to remove the remaining outer layers from other fissures, discovering results akin to the initial observation. No cracks had penetrated the jade flesh. After considerable effort, Wu Yu successfully peeled away the material, approximately the size of a mouthful, revealing only minor cracks along the edges, while the central area remained utterly unblemished, truly perfect. Typically, materials from this source boast exceptional quality. In the absence of cracks, they are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Wu Yu's piece exhibited a faint green tint, classified as above icy but below high icy. However, after polishing, its brilliance was markedly enhanced, radiating like a small bulb under the light. Perfect. Its value could multiply several times over, effortlessly. Wu Yu initially contemplated storing this exquisite piece in his small space, yet upon reflection, he realized that in a mere 10 days, he would need to respond to Wei Shanshui regarding the investment in a small mine. Thus, it would be prudent to retain additional funds. Even if he refrained from engaging in mining ventures himself, he could appoint an assistant to manage operations. A semi-exhausted mine, while not necessarily profitable, would not incur significant losses. To maintain the relationship with Wei Shanshui, investing a little extra was a small price to pay. With this in mind, Wu Yu procured a bag to encase the jade and set forth towards the bustling morning market. Upon stepping outside, he sensed someone peering suspiciously into his courtyard, heightening his vigilance. Although he could not discern who was monitoring him, he promptly contacted Anna, advising her to remain alert and keep her firearm nearby, ready to empty the magazine should danger arise. The individuals from old Myanmar exhibited an alarming impatience, eager to settle even the slightest grievances. Sighing, Wu Yu acknowledged a certain nostalgia for Baoya, vowing that should fate allow, he would bestow a few bullets upon him in a secluded locale. Lost in contemplation, Wu Yu reached the crowded morning market, likely bustling due to the recent torrential rains, which had left a backlog of goods. Today marked the market's reopening, and numerous vendors flooded the streets. He first approached several jade merchants from Huaxia to inquire about prices, yet found their offers unsatisfactory. They initially quoted 260 million, only to counter at 60 million. Wu Yu asserted that this material approached high IC quality and could yield 4 bracelets, with its delicate green base qualifying it as top tier, undeniably worth $1 billion. However, the jade merchants uniformly expressed that the base color was too faint, while they conceded the possibility of producing 3 bracelets, for was deemed overly ambitious, leading them to appraise it based solely on the price of 3 bracelets. Wu Yu chose to ignore them and continued to search for potential buyers. The highest offer came from a Huaxia merchant at 80 million, while the lowest, from an old Myanmar trader, was 50 million. Was my asking price too steep? Even my psychological bottom line of 100 million wasn't met? Wu Yu re-evaluated the thickness of the material, confidently concluding that 4 pieces could be cut from it. Additionally, with the bangle's core and some scrap, he could easily sell it for over 100 million at the packing morning market, and upon returning to his homeland, he could potentially double or triple that, or even more. At that moment, Wu Yu noticed Zhao Changyi, the security captain of the Yunzong Chamber of Commerce, accompanying an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, who was standing behind a stall examining materials. A male assistant was stationed nearby, attentively watching the money. The demeanor and attire of the old man suggested he was no ordinary person, as Zhao Changyi would not personally protect just anyone. After pondering briefly, Wu Yu approached. "Sir, would you mind taking a look at this material?" He placed the translucent piece of jadeite before the elderly gentleman. The old man's eyes lit up as he picked up the material, examining it closely. In fluent Burmese, he inquired, "Young man, are you the owner or merely acting as a seller?" Wu Yu was about to pose as a mere seller when Zhao Changyi recognized him. "Boss Wu Yu," Zhao Changyi remarked, "I've heard that you've now become a jadeite businessman yourself and probably aren't in the business of selling for others anymore, right?" Wu Yu inwardly scolded Zhao Changyi for his lack of discretion. This was a matter of business, and he had no place to interject. However, since his identity had been revealed, Wu Yu could no longer pretend to be a mere seller. "Captain Zhao is correct," he admitted. "I am indeed conducting my own business now, though I occasionally assist others in selling. However, this particular piece is my own." The old man smiled warmly. "So, you are Boss Wu Yu. Your eye for selecting materials is commendable. Finding a piece of jadeite without cracks is quite rare. I believe its quality is promising and should change color once processed. What is your asking price?" 260 million, we replied. The elderly gentleman chuckled heartily. "Haha. That is far too high. The price might be reasonable in Huaxia, but we have ventured here, risking our lives to source materials from the mines, seeking bargains. At my age, I prefer not to engage in frivolous negotiations. I'll give you a straightforward offer, 90 million. Wu Yu's eyes brightened. An initial offer of 90 million indicated there was still several million to negotiate. "Sir, it's evident you are knowledgeable about materials and familiar with the market prices in the mining area. However, I assure you, I am not asking frivolously. The transaction price for this material in the mining market should be around 150 million. Is 260 million truly excessive?" The old man shook his head with a smile. "Boss Wu Yu, 150 million is unrealistic. 120 million is a possible negotiation point. Anything higher would be futile, and I wouldn't want to waste our time." Zhao Changyi interjected. "Boss Wu Yu, don't you recognize this esteemed elder? He is Yun Hong, the vice president of the Yun Province Jade Association and also a director of our Yunzong Chamber of Commerce. It would be wise to maintain a good relationship with him. It will facilitate smoother business dealings in Huaxia in the future." Upon hearing those words, Wu Yu felt a stir within him. It was not out of concern for Yun Hong's status, but rather due to the unexpected closeness between the Jade Association of Yun Province and the Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce. Just as Wu Yu was about to agree to the 120 million offer, He noticed Yun Hong shooting an annoyed glance at Zhao Chang'e, sternly admonishing, Chang'e, refrain from interjecting while I conduct business. In commercial dealings, the gravest misstep is to leverage one's status to intimidate others. Furthermore, it is conceivable that Boss A you may never engage in trade within Huaxia. Do you deem this a matter of interest? Zhao Chang'e promptly lowered his head in apology, stating, I apologize, Mr. Yun. I was in the wrong and shall be more mindful henceforth. Yun Hong responded, well, that is more like it. Boss A you, what are your thoughts on the price of 120 million? Wu Yu replied with a smile, it was initially slightly below my bottom line, yet upon hearing your esteemed words, I find myself in complete agreement. Ultimately, it is not about the minor details, but rather the joy of the transaction. Thus, let us finalize it at 120 million. Haha, a pleasant collaboration. As he spoke, Yin Hong extended his hand to Wu Yu for a handshake. Zhao Chang'e's expression darkened, feeling utterly out of place. Despite his efforts to assist Yun Hong in negotiating, he was instead chastised. As the assistant counted the money, Wu Yu addressed the visibly displeased Zhao Chang'e, Captain Zhao. I have heard that your Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce has avenues to procure firearms and ammunition. Could you possibly introduce me? Zhao Chang'e, already irked, responded impatiently. Who told you that? Our Yun Clan Chamber of Commerce engages in legitimate business. We occasionally handle matters to protect Huaxia merchants. But we absolutely do not deal in arms and have no acquaintance with such individuals. Wu Yu calmly replied, Oh, I apologize. Perhaps my information was erroneous. It was then that Yun Hong, intrigued, inquired, Boss A you, what do you require firearms and ammunition for? Wu Yu explained, recently, after saving a few Huaxia merchants. A group of thugs has taken offense. They are armed and have been threatening to cause me trouble. I need to procure some firearms for self-defense, otherwise, I would not know how I might meet my end. Yun Hong clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, You are the Boss A you who rescued Xiao Song and Xiao Lu a few days ago. No wonder your name sounded somewhat familiar. You seek firearms, correct? It is quite simple. I shall provide you with a business card. Just call the number on it. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Wu Yu graciously accepted the card, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhao Chang'e's countenance grew even darker, feeling as though he had been the petty villain throughout the day. Why was Mr. Yun so exceptionally accommodating toward you? The introduction to the arms trade was a privilege that many Huaxia merchants could only dream of. Chapter 76. Digging a pit. Wu Yu initially sought merely to inquire about the avenues for acquiring firearms and ammunition, without any pressing need for contact information. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chang'e proved to be unhelpful, while Yun Hong, though only an acquaintance, was remarkably resourceful. Boss Wu, judging by your appearance, you must be of Han descent from Myanmar. Given your unwavering commitment to assist your fellow compatriots in the face of danger, I cannot idly watch you fall into peril. Call the number on this business card and mention that Yun's own Chamber of Commerce referred you. They will discuss the transaction process with you. In this chaotic mining area, safety is paramount, and one must not trust anyone lightly. Thank you for your wise counsel, Mr. Yun. I shall exercise caution and hope for another opportunity to meet. Wu Yu replied. At this juncture, he had also counted the 120 million in cash, which he then placed into his bag before departing. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, he found Gudanwei and Sangbo already back. Each had successfully sold 2 pieces of jadeite, one for 170 million and the other for 180 million, both prices exceeding Wu Yu's set minimum. After discussing their business dealings, Gudanwei added, Boss, on my way back, I noticed 2 suspicious individuals lingering at the entrance. It seems we are being watched. Wu Yu responded, I've sensed something amiss as well. It is highly likely that they are associates of Baoya. Beyond that, I cannot fathom who else might harbor such animosity towards me. Could it possibly be Wenaiwan and a Chang's group? That cannot be the case, Gudanwei asserted. They are far too preoccupied with recovering that exquisite jadeite, which was stolen from them, to concern themselves with us. If it is indeed Baoya's gang, I am not particularly intimidated. I overheard that they only managed to seize 2 guns from Lao He, while his assistant and 2 friends escaped amidst the chaos. They reported the incident to the police the following day, detailing their assault. At this moment, Sangbo interjected with a chuckle, I have heard of this as well. Lao He's men were intoxicated. Despite all being armed, they were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of Baoya's crew. Those wielding guns were outmatched by those with knives, resulting in a significant loss of face. It appeared that the tale had already circulated through the market in Pekin, and the details of the incident had become quite sensationalized. Wu Yu remarked coldly, "It seems Yu has tasted success and is now somewhat emboldened, perhaps contemplating using the same tactics against us. Despite being pursued by the police, they still harbor intentions of attacking us. What should we do now, boss?" One of them inquired. "We are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. Since they are eager to eliminate us, let us add fuel to the fire." "How so?" "I propose we withdraw 10 billion from our reserves and convert it into gold at the bank. Wealth can be a powerful lure." I doubt they would resist taking the bait. Gudanwei and Sangbo momentarily struggled to grasp the operational details and processes involved. But it did not diminish their admiration for their increasingly formidable boss. Returning to his bedroom, Wu Yu retrieved some inconspicuous bills from the safe, along with additional funds from a concealed space, stacking them in the living room. After much effort, Gudanwei and Sangbo counted a total of 10 billion. And Wu Yu tossed an extra billion into the car as capital for the day. 3 individuals drove slowly to a nearby prominent money exchange, known for its gold conversion services. Upon alighting, they opened the trunk. Gudanwei and Sangbo each hefted a heavy sack of cash, laboriously making their way towards the establishment. While Wu Yu, with hands tucked into his pockets, one concealing a firearm, warily surveyed their surroundings, trailing closely behind. Passers-by could not help but steal glances at the trio. For who would not harbor a twinge of curiosity when witnessing such a significant sum being brought into a bank? Particularly, 2 men who had followed Wu Yu from nearby were visibly greedy, initially assuming he was merely depositing money. One of them pulled out his phone to complain to their leader about the slowness of their actions, lamenting that the wealthy were depositing their riches. Moments later, Wu Yu and his companions emerged, each carrying a rather hefty small case. In an unexpected turn of events, the case slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground, revealing several glimmering gold bars. Hiss. The 2 men watching Wu Yu gasped audibly, their eyes now entirely consumed by greed. "Boss, we still have a chance." That fool didn't deposit the cash, but instead exchanged it for a box of gold. The excitement had rendered one of them overly loud, prompting Wu Yu to glance in their direction once more before entering the vehicle. "Let us go. We must secure the gold at home," Wu Yu instructed. "Understood, boss," Gudanwei replied, sluggishly driving back to their residence. After securing the gate, Wu Yu stated, "You 2 will remain here today to guard against any premature actions from the Toothless Gang. You each have a firearm, and they possess only 2 as well. Should a confrontation arise, it would be a 50-50 chance." Gudanwei inquired, "What if they don't take the bait?" Wu Yu responded, "Then consider it a day off for you. If the Toothless Gang doesn't show during the day, we shall set another trap tonight. We will surely entice them." "All right." Both Gudanwei and Sangbo assented. Wu Yu then took the gold to the safe in his bedroom, cleverly concealing it within a small compartment. At that moment, Anna, stirred by the noise, groggily awakened. Having taken a packet of medicine during breakfast, she was now sweating and felt considerably better. "Boss, you returned quite late today. Are you still heading to the mine?" she queried. "I am, but Gudanwei and Sangbo are staying home for a matter. If you feel like eating anything for lunch, they can prepare it. Typically, I don't cook at noon. A bowl of instant noodles suffices for me. You need not fret. I can endure hunger. You think too much. It's merely a precaution against potential adversaries. I left them here to guard the place." "Haha, you claim not to care for me. Yet it's clear you're worried about my safety, hence their presence at home." "No, I'm merely concerned that our safe might be looted by enemies." Anna gritted her teeth. "Do you think saying something sweet would kill you?" Chuckling softly, Wu Yu merely smiled and departed the bedroom. With all arrangements made, he drove away from the compound alone, wary of an imminent attack from the Toothless Gang. He dared not venture too far to the Mushi mine, instead opting for a closer, smaller mining site to gather materials. The quality of materials at this small mine is rather poor. After a morning of drying, Wu Yu managed to acquire only 3 satisfactory pieces. During lunch, he seized the opportunity to make a phone call to the arms dealer introduced by Yinhong. "Hello, is this Mr. Ivan?" Wu Yu inquired. A voice with a thick accent responded from the other end. "Yes, it is I. Who might you be?" "I was referred by the Yun Clan Commerce Association. I wish to purchase some effective means for self-defense." The prices quoted were as follows. Handguns ranged from 3 to 5 million each, accompanied by 50 rounds of ammunition, while the AK-47s were slightly more expensive, priced between 5 and 7 million, with 200 rounds included. Upon hearing these quotes, Wu Yu found them quite reasonable. However, he still had some handguns in his limited stock and only needed to order additional ammunition. The AK-47s, being both cost-effective and valuable, would be essential for building a defensive force in the future. Thus, Wu Yu placed an order for 10 high-quality Russian AK-47s, along with a substantial quantity of ammunition, totaling 100 million. After finalizing the delivery location and time, he ended the call. Now that he had a channel for weapons, he found himself pondering how to recruit personnel. It would suffice to hire a few old Burmese, but genuine confidants must be of Chinese descent. It is said that those not of one's own kind may harbor different intentions. Thus, for the sake of stable development in the future, it is imperative to meticulously select the foundational members from the very beginning. I now possess wealth and firearms, yet I am lacking in manpower. Chapter 77. The plan to lure you into the trap while dining by the roadside. A jade merchant observed Wu Yu crouched in a corner, scribbling and sketching. Curiosity piqued. Someone approached to engage him in conversation. Boss Yu, I've heard that after Lao Hei's demise, Ong Ji was exceedingly furious. Despite it being the gang led by Bao Ya, he is implicating you and even encouraging us to ostracize you, forbidding any communication with you. This merely indicates Ong Ji's inability to discern right from wrong and his lack of vision. Although I had some disagreements with Lao Hei, his death has genuinely saddened me. After all, I am someone who cherishes peace. Alas, it is all the fault of that scoundrel Bao Ya. Indeed, as jade merchants, who does not desire tranquility? Who does not aspire to earn a living in safety and prosperity? Alas, given the current circumstances, tensions are escalating. There are whispers that the Kachin army is preparing to assault our Pekin mining area again, while the government forces are preoccupied with several militia groups and are somewhat overwhelmed. Are we on the brink of another conflict? We ordinary merchants can only stockpile materials before the fighting erupts. If the mining area becomes untenable, we can always relocate to Mandalay to continue our trade. After a brief exchange, Wu Yu noticed the arrival of new dump trucks at the mining site. And with the workers of Yamuxi becoming increasingly busy, he joined the crowd to continue collecting materials. Throughout this process, Wu Yu remained vigilant about his phone signal, anxious to receive any urgent news from home. After over an hour of diligent work, he secured 2 decent quality small pieces and felt it was time to depart from the Yamuxi mining site, returning to the marketplace. As he passed through the checkpoint at the entrance of the market, he noticed newly posted bounty notices featuring several Chinese men and a beautiful woman. The images of the Chinese men were rather blurred, seemingly captured from night surveillance footage, rendering them nearly unrecognizable even in person. However, one tall and robust man bore distinct features that Wu Yu found familiar. He was indeed the same individual who had purchased gauze and iodine in the morning. The woman's photograph, in stark contrast, was quite clear, depicting her in the revealing attire of an entertainment venue, with a badge emblazoned with the number 88 on her chest. As the camouflaged officer examined Wu Yu's identification, he casually inquired, "Sir, what is the situation with these wanted criminals?" Unperturbed, the officer replied, "What else could it be? A small mercenary team attempting to forcibly rescue a woman from an entertainment establishment for profit. Such incidents occur frequently. We have grown accustomed to it. Have they been apprehended? Not yet. If they had been caught, we wouldn't be posting bounty notices. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, be sure to report them to us promptly. Each of those individuals has a bounty of 5 million. Understood. If I see them, I will certainly inform you, sir. By the way, which direction did they flee? I wish to ask a friend to inquire. It is said they are hiding near the Pekin market." A doctor provided a lead, mentioning he saw a suspicious individual purchasing gauze and iodine this morning. "Enough of this chatter. Move along. Do not obstruct the path." "Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Wu Yu pressed the accelerator, breezing past the checkpoint barrier and entering the Pekin marketplace. Through these fragmented clues, Wu Yu deduced that the events were in line with his speculations. The gunfight at Longkin last night was indeed orchestrated by this mercenary team to rescue someone. Upon returning to his courtyard, everything appeared normal. Wu Yu tossed the 5 pieces of jade raw stones he had collected into the pool, instructing Go Danwai and Sangbo to clean them. Anna's condition had improved somewhat, and she was spiritedly seated at the workbench, experimenting with window opening techniques using scrap materials. "Boss, how do you find my technique for opening this raw stone?" she inquired. "Practicing on scrap materials reveals little about your skills. Focus on mastering the tools first. Then give me a quality piece, and I shall demonstrate my ability for you right away." "All right, just wait a moment." As he spoke, Wu Yu selected a small piece that had recently undergone preliminary cleaning from the pool by the door and placed it before Anna. It was a small piece of black Wanjiji skin, about the size of a bowl, adorned with only a few scattered spots of color, lacking any notable features, as it had yet to undergo rigorous scrubbing. The skin was too thick, preventing light from penetrating even when illuminated. Upon seeing the stone, Anna beamed with delight. Haha, a piece with spots. I can handle this. If I can expose the central spots, the chances of success are quite high. You're so confident. Why not give it a try? Let us give it a go. With unwavering confidence, Anna activated the dental machine and employed the grinding needle for meticulous window opening. Meanwhile, Wu Yu approached the entrance and instructed his two subordinates, I will drive away alone shortly, pretending to head to the Longkin night market. While you are working on the raw stones at home, keep the noise down to mislead Baoya and his men into thinking we are at the market. Given their nature, they will only dare to enter the courtyard after dark, rummaging through our belongings, and will launch a surprise attack upon our return. Your task is clear. If they dare to enter the courtyard, strike first and seize the advantage. After I drive out of the market, I will find a concealed place to park, then quietly return to the market, hiding near our courtyard. Upon hearing gunfire, I will ambush Baoya and his men from behind, ensuring their complete annihilation. Godanwai and Sangbo replied, Understood, boss. It's merely digging a pit to bury people, Wu Yu thought. Having articulated the plan so clearly that any further confusion would be hopeless. Once the plan was communicated, Wu Yu prepared himself and drove out of the courtyard, securely closing the gate behind him. Observers monitoring the courtyard reported shortly after his departure, Boss Baoya, a Yu has left in his car, heading in the direction of the Longkin night market. Baoya's voice resonated on the other end. Excellent. We will commence our operation after dark. I cannot hide in this wretched place any longer. If we do not leave the mining area soon, the police will inevitably imprison us all. On the other side, after Wu Yu exited the market, he suddenly veered in another direction, entering a dimly lit thicket. He parked his vehicle at the edge of the woods, concealed by a patch of wild grass, and sat in the driver's seat for a moment, observing until he was certain no one was tailing him, thus allowing himself a sigh of relief. He glanced at the clock. It was already 4 in the afternoon. As soon as darkness fell, he could return to the market area on foot and ambush the gang led by the fierce-toothed man from behind. Damn it, eliminating the old black is no issue. But you should not have made me your target. When night descends, I shall teach you a lesson in humanity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wu Yu felt a slight discomfort in his stomach, a pressing urge to relieve himself. He pulled out a few sheets of paper, exited the vehicle, and headed toward the woods. Spotting a large tree with a relatively flat area behind it, he intended to proceed when a towering man suddenly emerged, brandishing an AK-47 and pointing it at him. Don't move. Raise your hands. The man commanded coldly in Burmese. Seeing the dark muzzle aimed at him, Wu Yu instinctively activated a small space, enveloping himself in a shield that could absorb bullets coming from any direction. Don't misunderstand me. I merely entered to relieve myself. I shall depart as soon as I am done. If I have interrupted your mission, I sincerely apologize, Wu Yu said, scrutinizing the man carefully. The dim light in the woods made it difficult to discern his features at first, but once he did, he realized this man was the one who had purchased gauze and iodine earlier that morning. Thus, Wu Yu switched to the Huaxia language, exclaiming, Oh, you're Zhang Wei. I delivered the hemostatic medicine to you this morning. Chapter 78. The fallen mercenary group. Wu Yu recognized the individual before him and uttered the name Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei momentarily hesitated, yet the firearm in his grip remained steadfastly aimed at Wu Yu, demanding, What is your name? Is there anyone else in the vehicle? Why is your car stationed at the edge of the woods for no apparent reason? Wu Yu replied with calm assurance, I am called Yu. There is no one else in the vehicle. I parked here to evade the pursuit of my enemies, intending to depart once darkness fell. Unfortunately, my stomach betrayed me, prompting me to seek relief in the forest. Are you armed? Absolutely not. Wu Yu responded with resolute clarity, asserting that he bore no weapons. Having stowed them away in a compact space, we must conduct a routine search. I hope you can understand, Zhang Wei stated. No sooner had he finished speaking than another man, bloodstained and limping, emerged from behind a nearby tree. Wu Yu detected the lingering scent of blood and medicine emanating from him. Following the search, the man visibly relaxed and informed Li Wei, he is unarmed. At this, Li Wei holstered his weapon and apologized, My sincere apologies, brother. We are in a desperate situation and must exercise utmost caution. Wu Yu chuckled lightly, I comprehend. I noticed your wanted posters at the checkpoint near the market and gleaned the general situation. What happened? Did you lose contact with your team? Li Wei appeared taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow. We were tasked with covering the rear, diverting the enemy. Unfortunately, we sustained injuries and failed to reach the rendezvous point. If every checkpoint bears our wanted posters, we are indeed in trouble. The other man, his voice raspy, Interjected. Away, my leg is injured. I may not be able to escape the mining area. You should find a way to leave on your own. Zhang Wei retorted angrily, Guodong. What are you saying? We are brothers in this team. We must leave together. Do not speak such defeatist words again. Wu Yu reassured them. Rest assured, the photographs on the wanted posters are exceedingly blurred, likely taken from surveillance footage. If one does not scrutinize them closely, it is nearly impossible to identify you. At that time, a little application of old Myanmar powder, coupled with sunglasses and a change of clothing, should render you unrecognizable to the checkpoint personnel. Zhang Wei, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked, while that may be true, my brother's leg injury will not heal in less than 10 days or half a month. We cannot hide in this small grove for such an extended period without being discovered by the armed search parties. Wu Yu suddenly inquired. Which mercenary group do you belong to? Zhang Wei replied with pride, the Rose Mercenary Group. Why do you ask? Wu Yu's lips curled slightly. A heart of a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing the rose. Zhang Wei expressed his surprise. Oh, I did not expect you to possess such literary knowledge. Being aware of the origin of our group's name. Are you also from Huaxia? Wu Yu smiled. Indeed, were I not from Huaxia, I would not be able to assist you. Seeing a fellow countryman in distress compels me to lend a hand. Zhang Wei cautiously inquired. Do you have a way to escort us out of the Pekin mining area? Wu Yu shook his head. I do not. I am merely an ordinary jade merchant. Is it true that your comrades are unable to extract you from this predicament? Our team is too small, and they must escort the rescue target back to China. It is impossible for them to come to our aid in such a short time. After Zhang Wei spoke, a palpable silence enveloped the scene. I need to find a convenient spot. Wu Yu said, I can barely hold it in. You all can think about what supplies we urgently need. If I have them in my car, I'll bring them to you shortly. With that, he sought a location a little farther from them for relief. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei replied, we now require some drinking water and a tent. The mosquitoes in this forest are unbearable, and it's quite torturous to hide here. If we could procure some mosquito coils, that would be even better. All right, I have bottled mineral water in my car, and I believe I also have mosquito coils, but I will need to check for a tent, Wu Yu assured him. Thank you so much. If we can procure these items, we should be able to endure a few more days. Soon, Wu Yu resolved his pressing issue and emerged from behind a large tree, only to be besieged by a multitude of mosquitoes, leaving him quite itchy. He wasted no time and proceeded to the parking area, opening the trunk and rummaging through it until he unearthed a case of mineral water, an unopened box of mosquito coils, and a camping tent. Though the trunk did not typically store such items, a small compartment had been designated for emergency supplies. Returning to the woods, Wu Yu presented these provisions to Zhang Wei, saying, you all must hold on for a few more days. If I can deal with my adversaries over there, perhaps I can find you a temporary refuge. Thank you. Zhang Wei replied, though he remained skeptical that this stranger could truly save them. Having navigated the complexities of Myanmar for many years, he had witnessed far too many deceptions. The seasoned mercenaries had warned them that abroad, the Chinese should be most wary of their own kind. Zhang Wei resolved silently that once Wu Yu departed, he would take his injured comrade, Xing Guodong, and retreat deeper into the mountains for safety. Time passed swiftly, and before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Wu Yu bid farewell to the two men, changed his attire in the car, donned a cap, and walked back towards the market of Pekin. He first sought a restaurant for a hearty dinner before leisurely strolling near the alley of his small courtyard. After placing a call to Guodong to confirm that all was well at home, Wu Yu felt a sense of calm. He then crossed the street to a small gambling den, engaging in a local dice game, buoyed by the encouragement of beautiful patrons. Regardless of the outcome, the atmosphere was enjoyable, and the emotional value was palpable. It wasn't until a series of gunshots pierced the air that Wu Yu quickly exited the gambling house, only to find the gate of his courtyard ajar, with several figures stealthily entering. A sardonic smile crept across Wu Yu's face as he realized that the gang led by Bao Yu must have thought his home was unguarded and intended to sneak and to pilfer valuables before ambushing him. Little did they know, he had stationed two subordinates at home, lying in wait for their arrival. As the two intruders opened the gate, they were promptly met with gunfire from Guodong and Sang Bo, who brought them down in an instant. Bao Yu shouted some commands, urging his men to charge forward, while he cowardly lingered at the back. As Wu Yu rushed towards the commotion, a small space around him activated, and he raised his weapon, aiming at Bao Yu's gang. Bang, bang, bang. Although Wu Yu's marksmanship was rather mediocre, his proximity allowed him to execute a surprise attack from behind, almost effortlessly taking down his foes with a single shot. Ah, there is an enemy at my back. Bao Yu, struck by a bullet, collapsed to the ground. With great difficulty, he turned his head and beheld a tall figure donning a cap, rendering his features indistinct. Yet the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a nemesis from his past, Ayu, who had once humiliated him. "You are Ayu?" Balya managed to inquire, struggling to lift his weapon to fire at Wu Yu. "Heh!" Wu Yu sneered, a sound that served as his only reply, before delivering a fatal shot to Balya's head, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood. Chapter 79, Strong Support. The battle concluded swiftly, as Wu Yu's voice echoed. Go Danwai and Sangbo, who had been hiding behind the window, ceased their fire. "Boss, you're back. Have the enemies outside been vanquished?" "Indeed, I have returned. And the area is now secure. All the foes have perished," Wu Yu replied, nonchalantly kicking a few corpses to ensure none remained alive, ready to deliver a final shot if necessary. It was only then that Go Danwai and Sangbo opened the door, armed and stepping outside. To Wu Yu's astonishment, Anna emerged behind them, also wielding a firearm. Though trembling with fear, she mustered the courage to declare, "Boss, I fired my weapon earlier and think I may have hit one of the enemies." "Oh, quite impressive. Well done." Wu Yu praised her, eliciting a delighted grin from Anna. Go Danwai pointed at the scattered bodies and inquired, "Boss, what shall we do now?" With composure, Wu Yu replied, "We should notify the authorities. Bandits invaded our home with intentions to rob and kill, and we acted in self-defense." Go Danwai was taken aback. Your approach seems unexpectedly formal, boss. I'm still adjusting." Wu Yu chuckled heartily. "Haha. We are law-abiding jade merchants. Surely we would not engage in heinous acts of murder and disposal in the presence of such carnage and bloodshed." His jovial laughter felt somewhat unsettling. Sangbo, influenced by Wu Yu's mirth, naively remarked, "Indeed, the boss is a law-abiding citizen. Unlike those from the police station who are always suspicious about everything, they are truly unworthy." Go Danwai, who had witnessed Wu Yu disposing of bodies in the dead of night, fell silent. Pedestrians nearby kept their distance, observing from afar, with none daring to approach. The safety distance between daytime and nighttime spectators was distinctly understood by the residents of the mining area. Wu Yu instructed Go Danwai and Sangbo to report the incident while he took Anna's cold hand and led her back inside to rest. However, he was not genuinely resting. He placed a call to Director Wei. "Director Wei, an unexpected incident has occurred here. Balya and several of his men attempted to rob and murder at my residence. My subordinates and I fought back valiantly and eliminated all 7 of them. We have already contacted the police. How should we proceed? Balya's gang are wanted criminals. Their deaths will be seen as justifiable. The police should not take any action against you. Nonetheless, I will personally come by to help support the situation," Wei reassured him. "Thank you, Director Wei. Please take care when you venture out tonight. It would be wise to bring a few brothers along. I will treat everyone to a relaxing evening afterward." "Haha, I appreciate your style of doing things, Boss AU." It's settled then. After ending the call, Wu Yu engaged in conversation with Anna, who had regained her health, her fever subsiding. However, having fired a weapon moments earlier, she felt a mixture of exhilaration and fear. Now that the danger had passed, she longed to nestle in Wu Yu's embrace. He indulged her with a few comforting words before coaxing her to sleep. Aware of the myriad issues awaiting his attention outside, and recognizing that she was not suited to be in the limelight, Wu Yu's residence was conveniently located near the police station, within the same marketplace, merely a 10-minute walk, or a few minutes by car. However, since Go Danwai reported to the police, the officers took their time, arriving at the scene after more than 30 minutes. This time, it was Deputy Director Dazwa who personally led the team. Perhaps he had already finished his shift and returned home, only to come back to the station upon receiving the news. When he changed back into his uniform, the buttons were mismatched, and no one reminded him. Dazwa, with a fierce expression and an unfriendly tone, questioned, "Boss Wu, what is the meaning of this? How could so many people die in your home?" Wu Yu replied with a smile, "Director Dazwa, we made it very clear when we reported the incident. The gang led by Balya attempted to break into our home to commit robbery and murder. It was only through our vigorous resistance that we managed to eliminate them. There were many people on the nearby streets who witnessed the battle. You can ask them. You say it was robbery and murder? My informant claims that you and Balya were originally in cahoots, and due to a dispute over the spoils, you turned on each other, resulting in their deaths?" Wu Yu's gaze turned icy. Dazwa clearly intended to implicate him. The circumstances were so evident, yet he sought to drag Wu Yu down with him. If it weren't for the numerous witnesses nearby, when they had eliminated Balya and his gang, they should have disposed of the bodies in a secluded space. Of course, if there weren't so many people around, You might have considered eliminating Dazwa and his officers, disposing of them in that same secluded space for neutralization. However, for now, he still had to engage in this verbal sparring. Director Dazwa, those individuals were wanted criminals, each with a bounty on their heads. Surely, you do not wish to swallow that reward and deliberately frame me? Nonsense. Who is framing you? We will know if you are in league with them once we apprehend you. Dazwa, unwilling to waste more time, shot a vicious glance at his subordinates. And those officers quickly grasped his intent, brandishing their firearms to encircle Wu and his companions. At that moment, Wei Shanxue arrived with his men, loudly reprimanding. What is going on here? I heard my brother's home was robbed, yet upon my arrival, I see Director Dazwa bullying him? Dazwa frowned, casting a wary glare at Wei Shanxue, and coldly replied, Director Wei, we are conducting a police investigation. Your management personnel should refrain from interfering. If this escalates, it will not reflect well on either of us. Let it escalate then. I fear you not. If it becomes a bigger issue, it will give the higher-ups a chance to see your competence in handling cases, especially when my brother, the clear victim, is being treated as an accomplice here. You are determined to oppose me, aren't you? Oppose you? You think you are worthy of that? Take your men and the bodies on the ground and get out. The bounty for Baoya's gang will be delivered to my office tomorrow, not a single cent less. Once I receive the reward, I shall ensure my brother Wu gets his share. Very well, I have taken note. Dazwa gritted his teeth in anger, but dared not unleash his fury on Wei Shanxue. Caught between rage and helplessness, he chose to swallow his indignation. After all, the management office, being a military-controlled institution, always held precedence over the police station. As a newly appointed deputy director, his seniority could not compare to that of Wei Shanxue, and their statuses were vastly different. After Dazwa had issued his stern warnings, he could only obediently instruct his subordinates to load the corpses onto the truck. Wei Shanxue was not yet finished. Noticing that Baoya and another wanted criminal were armed, he addressed his men. Didn't your handguns just happen to malfunction? There are 2 on the ground. Take those for now, and when the time comes that you no longer need them, return them to Director Dazwa. Understood, Director Wei. Immediately, 2 officers in camouflage retrieved the handguns from the ground. Dazwa exchanged glances with the nearby officers, uttering not a word, as words would be futile. Let the management handle the situation as they pleased. It was unclear what thoughts swirled in Dazwa's mind. But the ordinary officers had come to a realization. It was best to avoid provoking Boss Au, the jade merchant who had the backing of Director Wei. A formidable ally. Once the police departed, Wu promptly instructed Good Dan Wei and Sang Bo to wash away the blood from the courtyard. Only then did he express his gratitude to Wei Shanxue. Thank you, Director Wei, for your unwavering support. It is late, and your presence has shielded me from Dazwa's scheming. I shall say no more. Tonight, I treat you all. You may choose the venue. Wei Shanxue showed no signs of modesty, laughing heartily. Ha ha, my brother, there is no need for such formality. Let us find a place to eat and drink. And once we are satisfied, we can enjoy ourselves at KTV. Dining, drinking, and singing were trivial matters, and Wu would not accept the bounty sent by the police. That money must go to Wei Shanxue, as it was he who had skillfully negotiated it from the police. After all, if one wishes to rely on a strong ally, one must be willing to invest in that relationship. Chapter 80. The persistence of Boss Long upon awakening, Wu felt an overwhelming fatigue. His body languid and unwilling to move. The previous evening had been spent in the company of Wei Shanxue and others, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, followed by a night of revelry at the KTV, returning home well past midnight. While he remained still, Anna was in constant motion, claiming she needed to release pent-up energy from an imaginary gunfight to maintain her mental and physical well-being. Such a ceremonious woman, Wu found himself at her mercy. Were it not for his ingrained discipline, he would have preferred to remain in bed at this hour. The 5 pieces of jade collected from the mine had been opened as per Wu's specifications. Among them, the piece opened by Anna was not positioned ideally, with the most valuable waterway located on the opposite side. Nonetheless, it was merely a piece exhibiting a slight sprinkling of color, valued at around 5 million. A minor flaw would not significantly detract from its worth. After jotting down a few numbers, Wu instructed Godanwai and Sangbo to take the pieces to the morning market for sale. Meanwhile, he retrieved a fine piece weighing approximately 8 kilograms from his small space, employing a chainsaw and electric grinder to swiftly remove its skin, unveiling a jade of icy texture with a faint lake green hue. The piece was flawless, without any evident defects, and featured a bangle position on the front, making it considerably more valuable than the previous day's sale of a piece worth 120 million, which had only a subtle base color. Wu Yu aimed to earn a little extra, occasionally selling one or two exquisite pieces acquired from the Longqing night market to alleviate his financial pressures. After all, selling in the morning at the Pakong market meant he could reinvest that money into more premium jade at the Longqing night market by evening. This profitable venture was one he wished to engage in daily. Once the piece was peeled and lightly polished, he placed it in a bag and made his way to the morning market to sell. He set an asking price of 400 million, with a bottom line of around 180 million, willing to negotiate further, as selling jade relied heavily on fate. When fortune smiled upon him, he could fetch a high price. When it did not, even a low price might attract no interest. After consulting several Chinese merchants, the highest offer came in at 130 million, still falling short of his envisioned minimum. Under the light, the lake green jade sparkled with clarity, appearing significantly dimmer in natural light. Just as he prepared to move forward, he noticed Long Siyu and her husband standing beside a table at the roadside, collecting jade. Their luck today seemed favorable, as several pieces were already nestled in bags beneath their table. Alongside them stood a slightly dark-skinned Burmese female translator, clearly instrumental in their success in acquiring such fine pieces today. Wu Yu approached and remarked, "Boss Long, it seems you've had a fruitful day. I see you've acquired quite a few pieces." Upon spotting Wu Yu, Long Siyu's face brightened with an inexplicable joy as she replied, "Ah Yu, we are returning to our homeland tomorrow. If we fail to procure more jade, this trip to the mining area would feel like a loss." Thanks to a friend's introduction, we found a translator, which enabled us to successfully collect several quality pieces. Wu Yu spoke earnestly, "I am aware that Boss Long has a penchant for exquisite materials. So upon acquiring this exceptional piece, I brought it to show you." As he spoke, he opened the bag in his hand and extracted a piece of icy green jade, its polished surface glistening under natural light. Long Siyu's eyes brightened with delight as she exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a remarkable piece. I am particularly fond of its understated base color, and it even has a potential for a bracelet. Please offer a fair price, considering our relationship. Do not overreach." Before Wu Yu could respond, a man standing nearby scoffed, "It is merely a piece of lake green jade, not particularly sought after domestically. Even if it is icy, it is merely mid-range material." Wu Yu shot a glance at the man, recognizing his fear of his wife and his lack of standing in her presence, thus disregarding his words. However, he felt it necessary to interject, "Sir, regardless of its light hue, it is still icy lake green. The key factor is its size, and its potential for a bracelet. Do you truly believe that my asking price of 300 million is excessive?" The man, witnessing Wu Yu converse with his wife, turned green with jealousy and responded with hostility, asking for 300 million? That equates to around 1 million Chinese yuan, which is undoubtedly exorbitant. Long Siyu turned to glare at the man, her impatience evident as she retorted, "I am negotiating business with Mr. Wu. If you lack understanding of the market, please refrain from interrupting. This is merely a starting price, do you understand? If we find it too steep, we can negotiate. Moreover, based on my familiarity with Mr. Wu, his offer is indeed quite reasonable." At that moment, although Wu Yu found her reasoning sound, he couldn't help but interject, "Boss Long, please do not quarrel here. If you are interested, let us discuss the price without wasting time, as I have numerous matters to attend to today." While others' interruptions were unwelcome, Wu Yu's interjection elicited no ire from her. She responded gently, "Oh, understood. No more quarrels. I can see this piece at 150 million. Can we negotiate?" Wu Yu smiled. "While others may not be able to negotiate, given our relationship, we surely can. However, do not haggle too harshly. After all, the shape of this material is rather uniform, and each piece can yield 3 to 4 bracelets. With such a significant piece, it is estimated to produce over 20 bracelets. Just consider how much that is worth. When I quote others, I ask for at least 500 million, and yet I am only asking you for 300 million. There is hardly any exaggeration." Long Siyu, enchanted by his words, smiled coyly and replied, "Surely it cannot yield 20+ bracelets. I just calculated that it can produce at most 18. How about this? State your bottom line, be honest." Wu Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that this woman was skilled at negotiating, and feigned a pained expression as he declared, "My bottom line is 230 million. It cannot go lower." Long Siyu, adopting a playful tone, said, "Oh dear, you are the major source owner of the mine. You surely possess numerous fine materials. Please, grant me a discount on this piece, as it is no small feat for us to visit the mine. How about 220 million? At this price, I might only earn a modest fee once it reaches the domestic market. Wu Yu was taken aback to discover that her bid, albeit modest, exceeded her psychological bottom line considerably. With a smile, she declared, "All right, I shall grant you this favor. Let us settle at 220 million. Long Siyu, visibly elated, extended her hand to Wu Yu for a handshake, exclaiming, "A delightful collaboration." The man beside them observed their handshake, shaking his head slightly as if reluctant to let go. His irritation was palpable, to the point of turning his hair an envious shade of green, and he coughed repeatedly to remind them to exercise some decorum. Wu Yu felt quite aggrieved, thinking it was his wife who was unwilling to release her grip, not her fault at all. Long Siyu shot her husband an annoyed glare and queried, "Why are you coughing? Hurry up and pay. Boss Wu Yu has matters to attend to." "Oh right, I shall pay now." The man, resigned, dared not speak harshly to his wife, nor could he afford to be brusque with Wu Yu, especially since just the other day she had threatened him with a gun. As the man counted the money, Long Siyu engaged Wu Yu in further conversation, mentioning her imminent return to the country and expressing her hopes of returning to the mine for future ventures, should this transaction prove profitable. She requested that he extend his support and assistance when the time came. Wu Yu contemplated advising her to refrain from frequent trips to the mine. But having witnessed the site's circumstances herself, she realized that if Long Siyu still had the courage to return, it was beyond her counsel. One must tread the path they have chosen, regardless of the tears and cries that accompany it. Chapter 81. Arms deal time passed swiftly in the mining area. And before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Wu Yu had ventured into the small grove outside the market. Yet he could not find the presence of Zhang Wei and Xingguo Dong, leading him to surmise that they had already departed. He had also inquired about the Rose mercenary group, only to discover that the team was rather obscure and lacked any notable reputation, rendering his efforts fruitless. Wu Yu initially intended to recruit these two individuals to work for him temporarily, but their excessive caution and lack of contact information diminished his interest in that regard. On that particular morning, while he was busy collecting materials at the Amuxi mine, he unexpectedly received a call from the arms dealer Ivan. "Boss Au, I have prepared the goods you requested. We can transact at any time. Is your money ready? A mere 100 million is trivial. I have sufficient cash in the vehicle." "All right, provide me with an address, and I will send someone over immediately. There is a checkpoint at the entrance of the Peigang market. We shall conduct our transaction at the fork in the road about 500 meters south of the checkpoint. I will be driving a white Nissan SUV, parked by the roadside with hazard lights flashing." "Oh, good heavens, you certainly know how to choose a transaction location. However, I have no objections. As long as you feel secure, trading at the checkpoint is acceptable. For our first transaction, I prefer to err on the side of caution. Trading near the checkpoint should not attract too much attention." "Very well. I shall see you in approximately half an hour." After hanging up, Wu Yu instructed Gudanwei and Sangbo to continue collecting materials while he stepped out to attend to some matters. Gudanwei and Sangbo had become capable of independently gathering materials, though they still hesitated to handle expensive items, only taking on cheaper goods. Wu Yu's brief absence reassured them. They had witnessed his combat prowess and felt confident in his abilities. Half an hour later, Wu Yu encountered a black SUV near the market checkpoint, from which two older Burmese emerged. After a brief exchange, they confirmed each other's identities. Wu Yu tossed them a bag of money, and they loaded several boxes onto his vehicle. While they counted the cash, Wu Yu opened the boxes to inspect the goods, 10 brand new AK-47s. Though he could not discern if they were Russian-made, their smoothness upon handling assured him of their quality. Additional boxes contained purchased bullets and complementary rounds, including some handgun cartridges. Everything was in order, comprising the items Wu Yu desired. Once the cash was verified, the other party departed swiftly, without any unforeseen incidents. Amusingly, during their transaction, a few locals on motorcycles passed by, utterly oblivious to the nature of the exchange. After loading the weapons into a concealed compartment, Wu Yu drove back to the Amuxi mine. His choice of transaction location was not born from fear of betrayal, but rather from the desire to maintain this hard-won channel for acquiring arms and ensuring a successful deal was paramount. Upon finding a suitable place to park, Wu Yu stepped out of the car, whistling. He happened to see Ong Ji approaching from another direction, accompanied by two assistants. With a beaming smile, Ong Ji greeted him. Seemingly oblivious to the covert machinations at play, "Boss Au, it's been a while. How has business been lately?" Wu Yu reciprocated with an equally radiant smile, replying, "The Mo1G area and the Mushi mine have ceased shipments, and the quality of materials received has been deteriorating. If this continues, I might have to try my luck near the Emoshi Sand Pit or the Kaisu Pit. Ongji chuckled. Actually, it's all the same. Occasionally, good materials emerge from here or there. As long as one can endure the solitude, exceptional finds will eventually come. He then added, by the way, I must thank you for eliminating Baoye a few days ago and avenging Lao He. Wu Yu waved his hand dismissively, reflecting, no need for thanks. I acted purely for self-preservation. Baoye and his gang were exceedingly ruthless, killing entire families during their robberies. Had I not resisted, I might have met the same fate as Lao He, with my family annihilated. While the two engaged in friendly banter by the roadside, Wu Yu's eyes continuously scanned the surrounding pedestrians. Were it not for the sheer number of people nearby, including a significant presence of camouflage-clad individuals, he would have seized the opportunity to eliminate Ong Ji and his aides on the spot. This man was a smiling tiger, distinctly different from the typical old Burmese. He was far too cunning. Allowing him to grow stronger would undoubtedly make him a formidable adversary in the future. Regrettably, despite waiting for the conversation to conclude, Wu Yu found no chance to act, and with a heavy heart, he watched Ong Ji and his entourage depart. Once inside the vehicle, Ong Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned. Strange, why do I feel that Boss Ayu's gaze towards me is somewhat unsettling? Could it be that he is aware of my uncle's interference? One assistant interjected, Boss, if you sense something amiss, we could take preemptive action and eliminate them. The other assistant retorted, don't be foolish. Ayu's crew is quite formidable. If we can avoid confrontation, we should. Remember, Baoye's gang had 7 members. When they attempted a robbery at his home, they were all slaughtered, yet none of Ayu's people were harmed. If we engage him, how many of us would perish in the attempt? True, but it pains me to watch him grow stronger, Ong Ji lamented. Now, even the entire Emoshi area knows that Ayu, the jade merchant, is not to be trifled with. They no longer dare to sell him water jade. Boss, don't fret. With your uncle's assistance, there will come a day when your reputation surpasses Ayu's, making you the most influential jade merchant in the Pagon mining district. At that moment, Wu Yu had returned to the throng of the Mushi people, locating Gudan Wei and Sang Bo observing the materials they had gathered. He noted that most were of little value, save for one piece that showed promise. Nevertheless, that single piece was sufficient to break even. Boss, have you completed the task? One asked. Yes, just a minor affair. It was resolved in no time. Let us head to the market for lunch. During our drinking session the other night, Director Wei asked me to visit a small mine for an inspection. I intend to scout it out first. Are you considering investing in the mining business? If the mine is resource-rich, who wouldn't want to invest? However, it appears that this mine is nearing depletion. It is solely due to Director Wei's relentless pursuit of profit that I have been brought on board as an investor. There are far too many uncertainties surrounding this venture. Whether it succeeds or fails remains to be seen. I shall first assess the state of the mine before making any further decisions. Although Gudanwai and Sangbo were oblivious to their employer's concerns, it did not diminish their enthusiasm. Who would not desire to follow a mine owner? The stature and reputation of a mine owner far surpassed that of a Mushi jade merchant. As Wu Yu continued to stride, he remarked, aside from the unpredictability of the mine's resources, I also find myself short-handed. It is impractical to rely entirely on Director Wei's personnel for the entire operation. Gudanwai hesitated momentarily before suggesting, Boss, if you require additional hands, I can reach out to former acquaintances who are no strangers to violence and possess a certain ferocity. For now, it is not urgent. I will first survey the mine. One must consume a meal bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. Taking too large a stride may lead to missteps. Wu Yu declined Gudanwai's offer of assistance, not due to the quality of the mine, but rather a desire to avoid enlisting too many individuals from Myanmar. From a strategic standpoint, it is essential to maintain a balance, ensuring that at least half of my associates are of Chinese descent for a sense of security. Chapter 82. The Worthlessness of Value Upon Returning Home. Wu Yu instructed his subordinates to process the raw materials while he himself proceeded to the market management office. Under the guidance of Wei Shanxue, he arrived at a modest mine nestled between Longkan and Pekin. Geographically, this small mining site, named Wanli Mining Company, is in close proximity to the Moksha mining area, and the jade extracted here is considered peripheral material to Moksha. When marketed, it will undoubtedly be advertised as authentic Moksha material. The signage at the entrance of the mining company was tattered, and the fencing showed multiple signs of wear. As Wu Yu and Wei Shanxue entered the mine, they were approached by only 2 security guards who asked a few questions before vanishing without a trace, leaving them waiting an extended period for any representatives to receive them. The mine was riddled with pits, at the center of which stood 2 large excavators and several smaller ones. Only 2 small excavators and a heavy truck in the corner were operational, while a few dejected workers stood nearby, seemingly devoid of any enthusiasm for their tasks at hand. With a mere glance, Wu Yu remarked, "Director Wei, it appears that the central area of this mine has been nearly exhausted. The remaining edges are hardly worth our efforts. Even the wear on the machinery cannot be justified." Wei Shanxue, however, smiled cunningly and replied, "Who said we are limited to just this enclosed area? The small hill behind the fence is also within our contracted territory. The mining company has been unable to proceed due to a few households that stubbornly refuse to relocate." Stubborn residents? What is their background that enables them to resist for so long? One of the residents has a son serving in the government military, reportedly the deputy of Uncle Danman, stationed at a nearby camp. Due to inadequate compensation, no one dares to compel them to move. Then if we take over, won't that render us equally powerless to effect change? Hiki, I have numerous acquaintances within the military, and some have already assured me they can help deal with the most obstinate family. Besides, your relationship with Miss Damon is not too shabby, is it? A simple request to her could resolve this vexing matter in a heartbeat. My rapport with Miss Damon has not yet reached that level. If she declines, what recourse do I have? At that point, we can both test our connections. If we succeed, splendid. If not, we can resort to forcibly excavating the entire mountain until they relent. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the construction site, where Wu Yu observed a small excavator digging a deep mine shaft. The walls of the shaft were steeply excavated, revealing some stones resembling raw jade embedded within. Lifting his left hand, he absent-mindedly touched a few stones, feeling a notable change in temperature emanating from them, which caused him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. To his astonishment, a piece of raw jade, approximately the size of an A4 sheet, lay concealed among the stones, emanating a pleasantly warm sensation against his palm. At that moment, the mine's owner, accompanied by several security guards, finally approached them. He was a rotund man in his 40s, with a physique and complexion rarely seen among the Myanmar populace. The mine owner greeted them with a smile. "Director Wei, what brings you here today?" "The mining site has been depleted, rendering it nearly impossible to continue extraction. I am preparing to contract a new mine." Wei Shanxue, adopting a stern demeanor, furrowed his brows and remarked, "Your mining contract expires in a month. Why are there still so many unfilled pits? This is against regulations and will incur hefty fines." The mine owner, unfazed, responded with a knowing smile, "Director Wei, you have not been here long and may not have inquired thoroughly. I settled the fines with Director Pata 6 months ago." Upon hearing Pata's name, a flicker of hostility crossed Wei Shanxue's eyes as he coldly retorted, "What happened 6 months ago is irrelevant. The present is what matters. This section is under my jurisdiction now, and Pata's word carries no weight. Test me if you dare." The mine owner's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "Director Wei, this is rather unseemly. We came to invest, and your management has already extorted from us previously. Now that the contract is expiring, must you demand more funds? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Wei Shanxue arrogantly replied, "Excessive? Not in my view. Do not forget, you still have a deposit and the excavators and trucks on site. If you fail to pay the fines, the deposit will certainly not be refunded. And I can arrange for the military to encircle the mine. If you manage to drive a single vehicle out, I shall consider myself defeated." "Director Wei, let us be candid. Why have you come here today? After the contract expires, you may not fill the pits or tunnels, but you must sell all the equipment in your mine to me at a low price. I have further operations to conduct, and as you know, acquiring large machinery in Myanmar is a challenge. Even with funds, it takes at least 3 months for orders to arrive. I will not entertain any excuses. Do you agree or not? Allow me to ponder this further. Take your time, but I must depart with my associate." You, what are you doing?" Wu Yu had paid no heed to their underhanded extortion tactics. Instead, he seized a metal crowbar and pried out the warm jadeite rough he had previously admired. "Since I am here, I wish to take back a memento for further study. The mine owner has no objections, I presume? Truly, you are a remarkable individual." Director Wei's associate. "Very well, take it. I have matters to attend to and shall not delay you any further." With that, the mine owner, visibly enraged, departed with his entourage, leaving 2 security guards watching from the side. "Thank you. That mine owner is quite magnanimous," Wu Yu remarked, uninterested in learning the man's name. For any misdeeds committed while in Wei Shanxue's company would surely be attributed to him. "Let us depart." Wei Shanxue was nearly thrown off guard by Wu Yu's actions. The items he was extorting were rare large machinery in Myanmar, and he expected Wu Yu to maintain a semblance of decorum. What value was there in a muddy stone? Wei Shanxue was not truly oblivious. Once they exited the mining company, he inquired, "You? Is the piece you extracted jade? What might it be worth?" We replied, "It certainly resembles jade, but the skin is unclear, so its value remains uncertain. However, I merely wish to investigate the quality of the jadeite unearthed from this place. The monetary value is of no concern to me. It is prudent to conduct some preliminary research." Without further contemplation, Wei Shanxue led Wu Yu to the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Two fully equipped individuals in camouflage remained outside, prepared to call for assistance in case of unforeseen circumstances. Wu Yu clutched the elongated jadeite rough stone tightly, reluctant to relinquish it despite its considerable weight of several kilograms. The initial touch at one end had felt merely warm, yet upon excavating and touching the other end, it was astonishingly hotter. Wu Yu distinctly recalled that if it could reach such a temperature, it surely indicated a high ice quality, perhaps even approaching the clarity of glass. The potential price could be remarkable. Selling this piece might just recoup half of the investment in this modest mining operation. Chapter 83. Recruitment on the Return Journey. Wei Shanxue once again engaged in investment discussions with Wu Yu. He expressed to Wu Yu that if the extortion of the mine owner proved successful, they could purchase the large machinery at a significantly reduced price, potentially saving over 10 billion, even as much as 20 billion. Given the current market prices, a new large excavator costs over 900 million, a small excavator around 400 million, and a heavy truck approximately 100 million. The financial requirement for purchasing entirely new equipment would be astronomical. However, if they were to acquire second-hand machinery, particularly at bargain prices, that could indeed save around 20 billion. Wu Yu, initially hesitant about investing in the mine, clutched the jade raw stone in his hands, suddenly feeling emboldened and resolute. He promptly agreed, stating that as long as Wei Shanxue could secure the contracting rights, he would handle all financial matters himself, provided he received a 2 to 3 day notice to recuperate his funds. Wei Shanxue smiled with satisfaction, reflecting on how his efforts to assist Wu Yu had not been in vain. Despite having antagonized the police department in the process of resolving issues with the obstinate Dozhua. However, Wei Shanxue felt no fear. The management office was a military entity, distinct from the police force, and under his authority, he had little reason to concern himself with them. Upon arriving at the Paco market, while Wei Shanxue and his companions returned to the management office for business, Wu Yu, still cradling the jade raw stone, made his way home alone. Passing by a rice ball stall, he noticed a disheveled man begging the vendor for food. The man wore a baseball cap, had a hunchback, and sported unkempt facial hair, emanating a foul odor. "Please, I beg you, give me 2 rice balls. My money was stolen, and I promise to repay you once I earn some tomorrow," he pleaded in a familiar accent of Burmese. Wu Yu immediately recognized him as Zhang Wei from the Rose Mercenary Corps, with whom he had had a few encounters. "Get lost, I can't afford to give handouts." "This is a small business," the vendor retorted harshly, driven by the pressures of survival, showing little compassion. Zhang Wei's back bent further, but he refrained from arguing, letting out a sigh as he prepared to leave. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind, "Boss, make him 2 rice balls, with extra ingredients and meat." "Who the hell are you two?" "Ah, I'm sorry, boss. I'll make them right away." The irritable rice ball vendor, who had been cursing, ceased his complaints upon noticing the large sum of cash offered by Wu Yu. He forced a bright smile, bowing and scraping, reminiscent of Zhang Wei just moments prior. In the face of monetary influence, how many can truly uphold their principles? Zhang Wei managed a difficult turn, catching sight of Wu Yu, and displayed an awkward, pained smile. "Ah, Yu, you've helped me once again. I truly do not know how to thank you. What has led you to this state? It seems impossible to be so destitute that you can't afford a meal." "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in detail another time. You can make it brief. My team encountered a disaster, nearly facing total annihilation. Guodong was severely affected, falling ill with a fever that day, and his wounds appear to be infected. In my attempt to save him, I sought out expensive medication, depleting all my cash in the process. Thus, one finds oneself in such dire straits that even the most basic sustenance becomes a luxury. Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have contemplated selling my equipment merely to procure food." Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, instantly pondering numerous possibilities, a near-total annihilation? The intricacies of this situation are far from simple. "What are your plans moving forward?" Zhang Wei, in a state of despondency, remarked, "I am at a loss. All I can do is focus on survival for now, taking each step as it comes." At that moment, the vendor completed 2 rice balls, placing them in a bag and handing it to Zhang Wei. After a brief hesitation, he brought the food to his mouth, devouring it ravenously. as if to hesitate further would be a disservice to the meal. Let us walk and converse. There are matters I wish to discuss, Wu Yu stated, turning to leave. Seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Wei's willingness to follow. Having assisted Zhang Wei thrice already, should he harbor no gratitude, Wu Yu would cease to extend any further aid. Nor would he seek to recruit him. Boss Aowe, what do you wish to discuss with me? Zhang Wei dutifully trailed behind, refraining from inquiring about their destination. Wu Yu replied, I am currently in need of personnel. Once you and your friend have recuperated, I would like you to assist me for a time. Should you decide to rebuild the Rose mercenary group in the future, I shall not impede your endeavors. We can part ways amicably. Zhang Wei, slightly taken aback, momentarily forgot to chew his food. You wish to recruit us? But we are still fugitives. Our mere presence would bring you endless trouble. Wu Yu scoffed. In your current disheveled state, with your unkempt beard, you could stroll past a checkpoint unnoticed. When the time comes, a thick layer of old Myanmar powder and a change into traditional attire will render you even more indistinguishable from the locals than I. Really? Is that possible? What I say is true. Rest assured, I would not jeopardize my own interests. Ah, that makes sense. If you are agreeable, I accept your recruitment. I shall align myself with you henceforth, Boss Aowe. Very well, come with me. Shortly, we shall drive to fetch your friend. All right, Zhang Wei replied decisively, his previous uncertainties vanishing. As they spoke, Wu Yu led Zhang Wei to the entrance of his small courtyard, knocking on the door and calling out. Good Dan Wei quickly approached to open it. Boss, you're back. How did it go? Wait, you brought a friend. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, Good Dan Wei instinctively became cautious. Everything went smoothly. This is my friend Wei, and another friend will be joining us shortly. By the way, I need you to skin this raw material, Wu Yu said, handing over the piece of jade he had found. Oh, of course, Gu Danwei exclaimed, clumsily accepting the stone. Pondering the reasons behind the boss's recruitment and suspecting there might be progress regarding the mining situation, Wu Yu added, do not close the main door just yet. We still need to drive out for a task. Is Sangbo inside? Please bring me the car keys. Understood, boss. Sangbo, who was preparing the raw material, responded and promptly ran out. Anna stood at the entrance of the living room, peering cautiously, afraid to speak freely lest she inadvertently reveal her identity before strangers and cause trouble for Wu Yu. Wu Yu took the car keys and asked his companion, Zhang Wei. Can you drive? Zhang Wei confidently replied, of course, I've driven tanks before. All right, you drive, Wu Yu said, tossing the car keys to Zhang Wei before taking a seat in the passenger side. Sure, Zhang Wei responded, not indulging in unnecessary chatter. As he received the keys, he happened to swallow the last morsel of sticky rice ball. The other rice ball was reserved for his brother, Xingguodong, who, even if unsatisfied, would not eat more. Zhang Wei skillfully started the car, and after exiting the courtyard, he inquired, Boss, do you have any water? I'm dying of thirst. Wu Yu nearly laughed in exasperation. Why didn't you mention needing water before we got in the car? Do you expect me, as the boss, to serve you? Nevertheless, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the door compartment, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei accepted the water, driving with one hand. And after taking several hearty gulps, he smiled contentedly, hee, thank you, boss. Today you cater to me, and in return, I'll serve you loyally in the future. Chapter 84. The battle commences under the cover of night. Zhang Wei drove the vehicle to a secluded valley behind the woods. He first placed a call to Xingguodong before guiding Wu Yu into the valley. The enemy's attention appeared to be fixated on the main force of the Rose mercenary corps, allowing the two of them to attract a few pursuers initially, but subsequently, they were largely overlooked in the following days. They established some defensive measures within the valley and contacted Guodong in advance to prevent any overreactions. It would be disastrous if he mistook them for foes. Despite having administered numerous medications to reduce his fever and inflammation, Guodong's mind remained somewhat clouded and under excessive stress. Anything could transpire. Wu Yu was noncommittal regarding Zhang Wei's explanations. Regardless, once they exited the vehicle, he created a small pocket of space around him, ensuring a sufficient defensive perimeter without excessive fatigue while safeguarding his own security. Deep within the pitch-black valley, a flashlight flickered 3 times. Zhang Wei retrieved his flashlight and mirrored the signal. Wei, did you manage to procure food? Yes, I did. Yu has also arrived. We can move in with him today. Is that convenient? Have you settled the arrangements? Indeed, we've come to an agreement. At this point, we have nowhere else to go. So we'll just have to find sustenance under a U.S. roof. By the way, here is a rice ball I brought back for you. It's something to tide you over. Xing Guodong had lost some weight and appeared unkempt. After receiving the rice ball, he devoured it ravenously, finishing it in no time. During his meal, Zhang Wei explained the situation regarding Wu Yu's recruitment, and without hesitation, Guodong consented, as they had no other avenues available to them. They swiftly organized their belongings. Besides their firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests, there was little of value to carry. Minutes later, Wu Yu led them back to his modest courtyard, allowing a few staff members to familiarize themselves with one another. The house comprised 4 rooms. Wu Yu shared a room with Anna. Godanwai and Sangbo each had their own separate rooms, and the remaining room was just adequate for Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong. Your primary responsibilities will be to provide security. Gamble on stones, open windows, and sell goods. You may choose not to learn these tasks, but I am willing to instruct you if you express interest. With your firearms, you are considered equipped for the job, and I will cover all future ammunition. I have but one request. When faced with danger, do not hesitate, act decisively. Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong were already in the zone, responding in unison. Rest assured, boss, we shall not falter. Excellent. Since you have just arrived, you may return to your rooms to organize your belongings. If you are hungry, food is available in the kitchen. If thirsty, the refrigerator is stocked with beer and beverages. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me directly. Thank you, boss, they replied as they entered their respective rooms to tidy up. Once they departed, Godanwai lifted a tattered cloth from the workbench and spoke quietly. Boss, the materials you assigned us for skinning are already halfway done. The ice-type green jade is of exceptionally high quality. Wu Yu had anticipated this outcome and replied calmly, very well, continue with the skinning. Furthermore, within our abode, feel free to express anything without reservation. The individuals I have brought in are all trustworthy. There is no need for caution. Very well. Godanwai and Sangbo exchanged a meaningful glance and nodded earnestly. Anna, with a mischievous glint in her eye, leaned towards Wu Yue and whispered in his ear, Boss, are these 2 new employees from Huaxia? Indeed, I have brought back 2 fellow countrymen for you. Are you pleased? Wu Yue teased her deliberately. Fellow countrymen meeting fellow countrymen. One must be wary, she retorted. From now on, when I encounter compatriots abroad, I shall remain extremely vigilant and will trust them not a word. But you were the one who flaunted your presence before me, pleading for my assistance. You're different. You are handsome. Even if deceived by you, I would not suffer. As it turns out, my choice was indeed correct. Within this space, I lead a life akin to that of a mistress. And even if offered a return to my homeland, I might hesitate. Just the other day, I was considering returning home with the Huaxia jade merchants Odeer. I was merely inquiring casually. You mustn't take it to heart. If you doubt my sincerity, I could help you with a few children right now. Please. I have taken to Buddhism recently and wish to avoid any fatal complications. I trust you as much as a ghost. Billions of primitive lives each night are not insignificant, are they? Wu Yue shot her a glare, opting to disregard her. Her thoughts changed by the hour, leaving him uncertain which words were truly sincere. On the workbench lay materials, including the exquisite piece Wu Yue had gathered, along with ordinary materials collected earlier that day, some entirely worthless, others of mediocre quality. Yet, upon opening, they could still fetch a modest sum. Wu Yue outlined the materials that could be transformed into cash, passing them to Sangbo and Anna to open according to their specifications. Amidst the process, Anna seized the opportunity to chat, saying, Boss, the opening position of that material yesterday was incorrect. I accept my wager. I can penalize myself 3 times. Do you even realize what you are saying? It matters not. They cannot understand us, and before us, they have never even seen the racetrack. If you insist on this notion, then I shall not feel sleepy. As Wu Yue spoke, he swiftly marked the remaining jade materials with opening positions. Once he assigned the tasks, he strode confidently into the bedroom. Recently, Anna had taken on a haughty demeanor, behaving like the lady of the house. She had no desire to work, simply placing the materials aside, and neither Godanwai nor Sangbo dared utter a word. Being in constant company with the boss for meals and rest, who could deny her status as the lady of the house? Even Godanwai, who had always regarded Anna with disdain, silently accepted this new reality. Initially, he had resented Anna, believing that Wu Yue's act of saving her would bring danger and trouble to them all. However, he soon realized that the boss was not afraid of such complications. Even without Anna, as business expanded, conflicts would inevitably arise with the likes of Wanawin. By sheltering Anna, he had preemptively validated certain matters, strategically nurturing official relationships for future influence expansion. Godanwai has imagined much regarding Wu Yu's act of saving someone, Yet Wu Yu's action stemmed merely from a flicker of conscience, devoid of intricate thoughts. In the dead of night, a distant rumble resonated, akin to thunder, accompanied by flashes of light resembling lightning. Although Wu Yu retired early, he remained in a deep slumber, having spent an extensive time entertaining Anna. Even a robust man could not withstand such fatigue. Despite the cacophony from outside, he kept his eyes shut. It was only when a thunderclap seemed to strike the outskirts of the Pekin market, causing the entire building to tremble, that he was jolted awake. "This thunder sounds unusual," Wu Yu exclaimed, abruptly sitting up. Simultaneously, a knock reverberated at the door, and Zhang Wei's voice called from the threshold. "Boss, it seems there's a battle outside. A shell has landed at the edge of the market." "What? A battle?" At this revelation, Wu Yu was fully alert. He leaped from his bed, slipped on his sandals, and approached the window to gaze outside. Chapter 85. Fluctuations in exchange rates. Wu Yu resided in a bungalow, obscured from the external chaos by neighboring structures. Nonetheless, he could perceive the flickering flames and hear the distant explosions, illuminated by the changing light of the sky. The sounds indicated that the conflict was alarmingly close to the Pekin mining area, seemingly erupting within a few dozen miles of the marketplace, with the occasional thud of shells and gunfire echoing through the air. Returning to his bedside, Wu Yu donned a garment. Observing Anna slumbering soundly despite the explosions reverberating near the marketplace, he shook his head in disbelief and stepped into the living room, where his four subordinates, Zhang Wei, Xinguodong, Gudan Wei, and Sang Bo, were already awake, their faces etched with concern as they gazed out the window. "Boss, should we hastily gather our belongings and flee?" one of them suggested anxiously. "If the Kachin army advances into Pekin, chaos will ensue, with rampant looting and violence commonplace. The local militia groups are particularly terrifying. Lacking any grand ambitions, they seize any opportunity to rob and pillage. Last time hostilities erupted nearby, several mining companies fell victim to these marauding factions. Gudan Wei and Sang Bo, both locals, had witnessed too many instances of opportunistic chaos erupting amid warfare, causing them to be particularly apprehensive at the prospect of conflict. Wu Yu, however, felt fortunate. After 2.5 years in the mining area, he had only encountered warfare twice, the last being during a period when he was merely surviving by scavenging stones. Thus, the impact of such turmoil on him was minimal. "Let us first secure our valuables," Wu Yu advised. "If the situation deteriorates, we can depart at dawn. Should the circumstances remain manageable and the government forces hold their ground, we need not rush our exit. I've heard that during conflicts, the price of jadeite fluctuates significantly. With a stroke of luck, we might even profit from this turmoil." The group responded in unison. "You are the boss. We will follow your lead." "Very well. Once we've packed our essentials, you may return to your slumber. If the fighting reaches Pekin, we can make our escape then," Wu Yu stated, stifling a yawn, feeling the weight of fatigue pressing upon him. The rumbling of artillery resonated, sometimes distant, sometimes close, causing the window glass to vibrate ominously. Yet, Wu Yu succumbed to the embrace of sleep once more, drifting into a deep slumber until dawn. Anna, still in a daze, inquired, "Boss, did it thunder and rain last night? I dreamt that our house was leaking." "The house is not leaking. It is you who are dreaming," he quipped. "How vexing. It's all your fault with that left hand of yours, akin to a live wire. Who can withstand such a thing? Clumsy and playful. Making excuses when you lose. Get up and help pack. The nearby troops have clashed again. I shall venture out to gather intelligence, and if the situation appears dire, we will set off for Mandalay immediately." There's fighting," Anna exclaimed, startled. Even the prospect of going to Mandalay and the chance to renew her passport documentation failed to elate her. After washing up, Wu Yu ignored Anna, who remained lost in thought, and ventured into the living room. There, he found Sang Bo polishing an exquisite piece of jadeite with emerald streaks. Zhang Wei and Xinguodong were exercising in the courtyard, but Gudan Wei was conspicuously absent. "Where's Gudan Wei?" Wu Yu inquired. Sang Bo replied, "He has gone out to gather information and mentioned he would bring back breakfast." Wu Yu settled beside the workbench and remarked, "Indeed. That exquisite material in your hands can simply be given a couple of facets. There is no need for complete polishing. We shall not sell this exceptional piece today, but rather await a more opportune moment to part with it. Not only will this yield a greater profit, but it may also facilitate connections with some influential jade merchants." As he spoke, Wu Yu inscribed a number on the material that had been revealed yesterday, concealing its base price within this sequence. Gudan Wei and Sang Bo had long since mastered the method of deciphering this, requiring no elaborate explanation from Wu Yu. The materials acquired from Yimu Shi yesterday consisted of 5 pieces of above-average quality and 7 pieces of average quality that had colored openings, which could still fetch a reasonable price. Just as he finished writing the numbers, Gudanwei returned with breakfast, approaching Wu and saying, "Boss, the situation appears rather dire. I heard from a friend who used to be in the military that the Kachin army is mounting a vigorous offensive, with several local armed groups providing assistance. The government forces seem unable to withstand the pressure, having lost a significant military stronghold last night." Upon hearing this, Wu's expression grew serious as he replied, "Let us eat first. After breakfast, I shall investigate the fluctuations in the prices of raw stones in the market." Gudanwei added, "I happened to pass by the morning market stalls earlier and inquired a bit. It was quite strange. The prices of raw stones today are actually higher than usual. Those Huaxia merchants seem less discerning, purchasing all kinds of materials with similar outer skins." Wu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and said, "This is quite interesting. It seems many Huaxia merchants wish to gather as much jade material as possible before departing from Peking, hence their frantic acquisitions. Furthermore, due to the ongoing conflict, the value of the Myanmar currency has depreciated once again, resulting in today's prices being higher than yesterday's for the same piece." Gudanwei, taken aback, scratched his head in disbelief. Has the Myanmar currency devalued so drastically overnight? No wonder the vendor tried to raise the price when I was buying breakfast, only relenting after I scolded him a bit. "Let us eat," Wu interjected, not wanting to elaborate too much to his subordinates. He was unaware of the current black market exchange rates but would inquire shortly. After breakfast, Wu first took the exquisite icy green material back to his bedroom, storing it in a small space for safekeeping. He then returned to the living room, distributing the revealed jade materials among the group for sale at the morning market. Zhang Wei, curious and eager to learn the art of selling, wished to test whether his new attire would draw recognition, thus he accompanied Gudanwei to sell goods. Meanwhile, Xinguodong, whose leg injury had not yet healed, found himself unable to accompany Sang Bo and had to remain at home to recuperate. Anna was particularly industrious today. She first tidied up the dishes left from breakfast, and then cleaned the workbench, fearing they might depart from this place soon, and thus lovingly cleaned both indoors and outdoors once more. Not wanting to be seen as a burdensome idler, Xinguodong, observing Anna's diligence, couldn't he help but say, "Madam, if you wish to clean that area, allow me to assist. Though my mobility is limited, I am still capable of wiping tables and sweeping the floor." Anna's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Xinguodong was momentarily taken aback and cautiously remarked, "I can still manage tasks like wiping tables and sweeping the floor." "No, that was the previous statement, Madam Boss." "Oh, if you can speak, please say more. As an injured patient, why should you be sweeping the floor? Just sit back and rest." Xinguodong felt utterly perplexed, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that this Madam Boss was not what she appeared to be? At that moment, Wu had emerged from the pawnshop, having learned that overnight the value of the chod in the Pekin market had depreciated by 20. He was already aware of the volatility of the chod, but he had not anticipated such a drastic fluctuation. Fortunately, Wu had been prudent in controlling the quantity of chods he held, and coupled with the substantial materials he had acquired at Longkin night market a few days prior, without selling them immediately, he found himself with only a few billion chods left. Setting aside his financial lament, he swiftly retrieved his phone to call Gudanwei and Sangbo, instructing them to raise their base prices by 20 or even 30. After all, the morning market trends favored sellers today, with eager merchants from Huaxia brandishing cash and snatching up goods at every opportunity. Once these merchants completed their purchases at the morning market, it was likely they would hastily vacate the Pekin mining area, resulting in fewer Huaxia traders at tonight's Longkin night market. Moreover, with the tumultuous news of conflict spreading rapidly, the prices of materials would likely plummet. The losses incurred from the exchange rate would be recouped today, and with this thought, Wu was revitalized with determination. Clutching the raw materials in his hands as he rushed into the bustling streets of the morning market, on the hunt for lucrative opportunities. Chapter 86. Wealth lies in danger. Wu initially stood beside the stall, observing others haggle over prices. After watching several transactions, he discovered that materials typically valued at 3 to 4 million could astonishingly fetch around 6 million today. Moreover, the pace of trading was brisk. The merchants from Huaxia seemed to possess an abundance of currency, eagerly waving wads of cash, and promptly purchasing any jadeite that met their standards. The small piece of icy jadeite in Wu's possession, usually valued at approximately 12 million, was quickly negotiated down to 18 million after some casual price cuts by the merchants. Wu Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. This was utterly outrageous. Although the Myanmar currency had depreciated and the jade could be sold for over 20 million, or even 30 million in Mandalay, did they truly intend to simply accept any material presented to them? With this thought in mind, Wu Yu hurried home. Under the guise of his safe, he retrieved 5 pieces of slightly inferior icy jadeite, prepared the windows, and summoned Anna and Xingguodong to assist him in cutting the windows with a rotary tool. Although Xingguodong was initially inexperienced, Wu Yu encouraged him to proceed without concern, assuring him that it was acceptable if the outcome was less than aesthetically pleasing. They could always remove the outer skin entirely. After a brief period of time, the jadeite roughs were nearly ready, having been strategically windowed to ensure a higher price than if fully stripped. At that moment, Gudanwei, Sangbo, Zhang Wei, and others returned, each carrying half a bag of cash. Gudanwei exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, today's market is utterly insane. There are buyers everywhere, and although we set high prices, they were not heavily negotiated down. Each transaction far exceeded our minimum price." "Excellent," Wu Yu replied. "We have just prepared 5 more pieces of icy jadeite. Take them to sell as well, setting the price high. There are bound to be some unwitting buyers willing to pay." "Understood, boss. However, I overheard them discussing that they plan to flee to Mandalay after the morning market ends. Should we leave as well? I just contacted Director Wei to gather information. He is in a meeting and will update me soon. I shall decide whether to stay or leave after that." "All right." After the group departed with the jadeite, Wu Yu consolidated the cash and stowed it in the trunk of his car, ready for a swift escape or to participate in the evening's Longkin night market. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wei Shanshui calling. "Director Wei, what is the current situation?" You must quickly gather your belongings and temporarily vacate the mining area. The pressure from the government forces is overwhelming. It seems we cannot hold out much longer." "Is it that serious? What about you? Will you be leaving as well?" "I cannot leave. If I do, the military commander will be the first to execute me. As long as I remain here, even if Pakong falls, my life will not be in jeopardy. We are fighting for resources and territory, not to eliminate each other's officers." "I understand. Thank you for the warning. I will depart from Pakong as soon as possible. Our investment collaboration must wait until the situation stabilizes." "Indeed. If the government forces manage to hold Pakong or regain it, we can resume our collaboration. I must end this conversation. I have to attend another urgent meeting." Upon concluding the call, Wei Shanshui hastily terminated the conversation. Wu Yu, holding the phone, sighed. Indeed, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Anna had been eavesdropping intently, and, once the call ended, promptly inquired, "Are we truly leaving?" "Yes. Let us not squander time. Quickly gather your belongings, prioritizing the valuable items. We can forego bedding and linens, purchasing them anew in Mandalay. Furthermore, this place is not beyond our return. Should the war cease, we can come back at any moment. I possess little of value, aside from a few bundles of cash. I have merely a handful of clothing, all of which can fit into a small bag." "That is splendid. Guodong, accompany me in the car. I shall procure some provisions for our journey at the small shop." Previously, Wu Yu had discreetly stored emergency supplies in tight spaces, but as they prepared to depart, he felt the need to buy additional items to present a semblance of preparation in the vehicle. "Understood, boss," Guodong replied, settling into the passenger seat. His leg injury had yet to heal, but he was able to remain in the car to guard the cash in the back. Upon reaching the shop, Wu Yu noticed an evident increase in patrons compared to usual. However, many seemed oblivious to the situation, as prices had only slightly risen, and most supplies remained available. With transactions proceeding relatively normally, Wu Yu acquired biscuits, sausages, bottled water, beer, and various meat snacks, ensuring that even if they encountered delays on the road, they would not suffer from hunger. By now, the morning market was nearing its end, with a multitude of vehicles queued to exit the Pakong market, causing congestion near the checkpoint. A distant rumble echoed, heralding artillery fire, accompanied by the sound of aircraft flying overhead. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wu Yu found Gudanwei and the others had also returned. They had sold the jade and brought back a substantial amount of cash. "Boss, we have prepared everything. When shall we depart?" Gudanwei inquired. "Let us wait a while. The roads are exceedingly congested now, and forcing our way through would yield little progress. It would be wiser to wait until nightfall to visit Longkin before we leave." Upon hearing the artillery, the jade merchants scattered immediately. "Will there be anyone at the Longkin night market tonight?" Currently, the majority of those fleeing are Chinese merchants, while most remaining are Burmese. "Tonight, There will likely be more sellers than buyers at the Longkan night market. The seasoned Burmese traders, eager to convert their raw stones into cash for their escape, might even resort to a sell-off. If we are mistaken, we shall only be delayed by half a day. However, if we are correct, we may acquire quality goods that the owners are reluctant to sell at a discount. You are the boss. We shall heed your judgment. As they spoke, they loaded the organized belongings into the trunk of the vehicle. Wu Yu returned to the bedroom, securing all conspicuous items from the safe into a concealed space. With 6 individuals crammed into a single vehicle, it was undeniably cramped. Yet, in the face of danger, what did it matter? After all, there was no one inspecting the cars. The day passed slowly, as they remained indoors, observing the evolving combat situation and the sounds of gunfire. Aside from briefly refueling, they scarcely ventured outside. In the afternoon, with the streets nearly deserted, Wu Yu finally instructed everyone to board the vehicle and head towards the Longkan night market. Anna, adorned with a mask and a cap, occupied the front passenger seat for the first time since her arrival at the small courtyard. Everything around her appeared novel, her curious gaze darting about restlessly. In the back, Wu Yu, Zhang Wei, Xing Guodong, and Sang Bo were squeezed together, sharing their confined space with another vehicle. Regrettably, a stolen one, likely laden with numerous GPS trackers. He hesitated to utilize it, fearing discovery by Wu Naiwen, which would lead to an inextricable explanation. The road was sparsely populated, with only a few vehicles passing by, presumably merchants of jade en route to their destinations. The locals seemed oblivious to the turmoil, or perhaps were simply unprepared to evade the impending conflict, as they were conspicuously absent from the streets. Typically, the Longkan night market sees only a handful of visitors by 4 in the afternoon. However, upon Wu Yu's arrival, he noted an influx of Burmese vendors. Some cradling their wares, others positioning them on motorcycles or at roadside stalls. Unlike previous days, today's market was nearly devoid of Chinese jade merchants. Consequently, Wu Yu secured a table, adopting a posture of readiness to acquire goods, and soon a queue of sellers formed before him. "Boss, take a look at this piece. I am the owner, eager to sell. Let us negotiate a price without packaging today." "Boss, mine is urgent too. Hurry up. I need to return home and sort my things." The sounds of gunfire grew ever closer, suggesting this confrontation was unlike any before. The government forces offered little resistance, swiftly overwhelmed as the opposing army advanced into the mining area. Chapter 87. Mandalay. Today, Wu Yu collected goods, accompanied by 3 subordinates, leaving Anna and Xing Guodong in the car to guard their belongings. The mining area was abundant with fine materials. It merely depended on whether the prices were reasonable. Typically, Wu Yu managed to purchase only 1 out of every 10 materials he inspected, yet today was different. From the moment he settled at the table, he acquired a piece of material every few seconds. There were vendors attempting to sell their wares at inflated prices, hoping to capitalize on the morning's market rates. But they were swiftly rebuffed, awakening to the reality of the evening's peculiar Longkan night market. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the streets were starkly devoid of jade merchants, who usually would be seated behind tables, engaged in transactions. Normally, a long queue would form in front of any seller. As Wu Yu busied himself with the materials, he cast a glance at the desolate streets, muttering to himself in surprise at the presence of other jade merchants who, like him, chose to defy the circumstances and venture to the Longkan night market at this hour. A thunderous explosion resounded as another shell landed in a nearby hollow, causing the glass of houses lining the street to tremble. The vendors in line shuddered in fear, and some, gripped by terror, contemplated fleeing to escape the chaos of war. After filling half a bag with materials, Wu Yu instructed Zhang Wei to carry it to the car, ensuring that he retained minimal stock by his side. At that moment, Wu Yu found the indecisiveness of some vendors particularly vexing. "This piece has so many cracks. I'll offer you 5 million. Will you sell it or not? If not, step aside. I wish to inspect the next items." "Boss, this piece is substantial. Even with the cracks, it can yield a bracelet. Just a bit more, add a little more, and I'll sell it. Not a cent more. If you want to sell, move aside." "I'll wait." Pull him away. Wait, 5 million it is." The vendor, being the owner, was eager to sell the flawed material, fearing he couldn't carry too much jade during a potential escape. "Fine, step aside. Sang Bo will handle the payment." As Wu Yu set aside the material, he resumed examining the goods carried by the next vendor. Unaware of how long he had been observing, a sudden explosion erupted in the residential area at the heart of the market. A violent blast accompanied by flames that magnified the terror. "Not good. The Kachin army is attacking. Everyone flee. Forget selling. Survival is paramount. Clear the way if you're not selling. This piece is too large. I can barely carry it. Boss, this is a premium waterstone from Damacan. Only 50 million. After Wu Yu spent 20 million to acquire the exquisite material from Damacan, he noticed that the streets had emptied significantly. Wei, how much do we have left? Approximately 80 million. Let us not collect any more. We should reserve some funds for emergencies on the way. Wei wished to inform Wu Yu that even if he desired to collect more, there were scarcely any materials left to view. The streets were nearly deserted. The group hurried back to their parking spot with their remaining funds and collected materials, but the trunk was already overflowing. Wu Yu could only use the pretense of organizing the supplies to discreetly stow a bag of jade rough into a small compartment, barely managing to close the trunk door. Let us go to Mandalay. At long last, upon hearing Wu Yu utter these words, the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, their boss was relentless in his pursuit of profit. After more than an hour of travel, the sound of artillery fire grew increasingly intense. By this time, it was deep into the night, and a few motorcyclists began to appear among the throngs of refugees on the road. As Wu Yu navigated the winding mountain roads, he could discern a multitude of vehicle headlights ahead. Boss, there's a traffic jam up ahead, reported the driver, Dan Wei. Wu Yu remained unperturbed, responding, this indicates that we have caught up with the main body of fleeing individuals. Such a significant blockage suggests either a blown-up road or a serious traffic accident. The distance from Longkan to Mandalay is approximately 140 kilometers. Given the condition of the roads in Myanmar, this journey typically requires around 3 hours. However, under the current circumstances, with traffic congestion rampant, Wu Yu felt that reaching Mandalay before dawn would be a stroke of divine favor. With the vehicles in front completely immobilized and a steady stream of cars behind them, Wu Yu's automobile found itself thoroughly trapped in the midst of the road. Boss, I'm hungry, Anna, who was curled up in the passenger seat with supplies piled at her feet, lamented. Wu Yu acknowledged, indeed, it is past 11 at night. Everyone is likely feeling peckish. We brought beer, beverages, and sausages. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Initially troubled by the abundance of supplies occupying space in the vehicle, Wu Yu opened a box of canned beer from the back and distributed it among them. Snacks to accompany the drinks were available for all to indulge in as they pleased. The driver, Dan Wei, who had been both thirsty and hungry for some time but too bashful to voice it, seized the opportunity to indulge without reservations, downing 2 cans of beer in quick succession, which prompted a satisfying belch. Anna, sipping on her Sprite, paused in astonishment and inquired, Wei, can you drink while driving? Aren't you technically under the influence? Dan Wei hesitated momentarily before grasping her implication. What of it? In this godforsaken place, who would dare check on me? I'm not concerned about who checks on you. I merely wish to ascertain your tolerance. Is it safe for us to ride with you? I could finish this entire box of beer and still be sober. Wouldn't you agree that it's safe? Are you merely bragging? Wu Yu interjected. What is your capacity for alcohol? Would you be inebriated after consuming this entire box? Wu Yu replied, your focus should not be on whether one might become intoxicated. Rather, it should be on where to relieve oneself after such consumption. Upon hearing this, Anna grew anxious. Surely there must be something to shield oneself with by the roadside? Now that you mention it, I truly feel the urge to go. What should I do? She glanced around, only to find that motorcycles had completely occupied the surrounding area, rendering it impossible to find a suitable spot, let alone open the car door. Endure it. Fortunately, at that moment, the vehicles ahead began to inch forward, and the traffic gradually returned to normal. Upon reaching the bend ahead, they discovered that indeed a large crater had been blasted into the road, which had been temporarily filled with rubble and dirt, thus restoring passage. At a junction, the road widened significantly, flanked by a few scattered trees, where numerous vehicles paused for convenience. We also accompanied Anna in alighting from the car, seeking a discreet spot to attend to personal matters before returning to the vehicle. The others inside the car waited for their return before gradually stepping out to relieve themselves. The subsequent stretch of the journey was likewise marked by intermittent stops. However, they finally arrived in Mandalay as the sun began to rise. Mandalay is the second largest city in Myanmar, often referred to by locals as the City of Walled Cities. It is situated at the geographical heart of the country and served as the ancient capital of the last dynasty of Myanmar, the Konbaung dynasty. This city is not only a political, economic, and cultural hub, but is also renowned for its rich history and cultural heritage. More significantly, it boasts one of the world's most important jade markets, the Jade Market, hailed as a paradise for stone gamblers. As the sun ascended in the east, Wu Yu gazed upon this city, which appeared somewhat tranquil amidst the turmoil of war, silently affirming to himself, I have arrived. I see. I conquer. Chapter 88. The Corner Bay Market in the blink of an eye. Wu Yu has been in Mandalay for 3 days. While the mining area in Pakant has descended into chaos, life in Mandalay continues to unfold in a calm and orderly manner. During these 3 days, Wu Yu has accomplished but 2 tasks. First, he accompanied Anna to the consulate to renew her passport, allowing her to return home within the stipulated time. Second, he purchased a 2-story house with a garden near the Corner Bay Market for a total of 650 million shots. Previously, he bought property in the mining area due to its affordability, enabling him to manage conflicts on his own, thus avoiding the landlord's meddling and extortion. In Mandalay, however, his decision to buy was spurred by the increasing influx of jade merchants fleeing from the mines, rendering rental properties around the Corner Bay Market nearly unattainable. Securing a suitable house was tantamount to a profitable investment. After completing these 2 tasks, Wu Yu found that he had nearly exhausted his funds, including the chots in his small space. Even though the black market exchange rate continued to plummet, he felt no regret. The newly acquired garden was exquisitely charming. A self-built villa with a primary 2-story structure topped with a layer of heat-insulating red glazed tiles, each floor boasting 4 spacious rooms. The garden was expansive, accommodating 2 parking spaces and a workshop for processing jade, which still housed an oil saw left behind as a gift for Wu Yu. According to the real estate agent, the previous owner of this charming abode was a jade merchant from Huaxia, who hastily sold the property out of concern for the deteriorating situation in Myanmar. Preparing to return home for safety, Wu Yu was indifferent to the identity of the former owner as long as he was satisfied with the house. Its prior use as a mortuary would not dampen his spirits. That evening, they moved all their belongings from the hotel into their new residence. After a brief tidying up, Wu Yu sent Godanwai out to procure some food and drinks to celebrate this new chapter. We have transitioned from the chaotic mining area to Mandalay, embarking on a fresh beginning. May we all prosper together. Cheers. Cheers. The environment of Mandalay was evident to all. While daytime security was relatively stable, the nights remained tumultuous. Everyone was reminded that safety was paramount. Items can be replaced, but lives cannot be reclaimed. Thank you, boss. We will prioritize our safety, they responded. Tonight, we shall cut several rough stones and take them to the Corner Bay Market to test the waters. If the trading conditions prove to be lucrative, I will swiftly rent a shop to establish our business properly. You are the boss. We shall heed your guidance. The mood was buoyant, and the atmosphere was relaxed, filled with anticipation for a brighter future. Even Anna, typically cautious and not one to indulge in alcohol, partook in a bottle of beer, though her expression was complex, burdened with unspoken thoughts. After dinner, Wu Yu extracted 6 pieces of jade rough from the bag, assessing their size and quality, some of which he opened, others he skinned, and some he split in half. After writing identification numbers on each processed stone, he explained to everyone the rationale behind the pricing. It is said that for the same material, the prices at the Corner Bay Market are approximately double those in the mining area. Tomorrow marks our inaugural visit to the Corner Bay Market, where prices will initially be pitched high, only to be gradually lowered in response to buyer reactions. However, they shall never fall below my stipulated minimum price. Understood, boss. We shall exercise caution. Very well, let us take the materials back to the living room. Everyone should retire early, for we shall explore the market together tomorrow. After Wu Yu finished speaking, he led Anna back to the second-floor bedroom to rest, entrusting the affairs of the yard to his subordinates, who would manage them competently. Godanwai and Sangbo moved the cut stones back to a corner of the living room, while Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong secured the front door and patrolled the perimeter of the courtyard. The newly installed surveillance cameras effectively covered every blind spot. There are 4 rooms on the first floor. Godanwai and Sangbo reside within, while Zhang Wei and Xing Guodong occupy the external rooms adjacent to the windows, allowing them to observe any activity outside. During their moving day in the afternoon, they suggested to Wu Yu that he should acquire 2 guard dogs, to which he consented, promising to purchase them when time permitted. As his wealth increased, Wu Yu placed greater emphasis on security measures. 2 dogs seemed trivial, yet once business stabilized, he intended to expand his security team further. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Anna, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, began to pester Wu Yu. Your passport documents have been reissued. When do you plan to return home? Wu Yu inquired. Anna, discontent with his interruption of the romantic atmosphere, replied, Oh, don't rush me. We can discuss it later. You mustn't procrastinate. Your passport will expire, and renewing it will not be a simple task. Isn't it you who enjoys dawdling? You know I have always preferred a straightforward approach. Wu Yu was left speechless. This woman, who once subtly expressed her desire to return home while in the mining area, now hesitated at the prospect of actually going back. He could not fathom what she was so reluctant to leave behind. After an indeterminate amount of time, Anna muttered, "This dilapidated house leaks again," and silence enveloped the room. By 5 o'clock, the Corner Bay market began to fill with patrons. After finishing breakfast, Wu Yu and the others brought their allocated raw stones to the market. Wu Yu carried 2 pieces of raw stone, encouraging Anna to stay by his side for an enriching experience. Though this was not the mining area, Anna donned a baseball cap and mask to conceal her exquisite features. She had long envisioned selling jade with Wu Yu, yet during her time in the mining area, she had not dared to step beyond the confines of their property. It was only upon arriving in Mandalay that her courage had blossomed. At the entrance of the Corner Bay market, a throng had already gathered, with some queuing to enter while jade merchants conducted transactions just outside. The Corner Bay market is a military-controlled venue. Selling counterfeit goods within its confines can lead to hefty fines or even imprisonment, should evidence be substantiated. However, outside the market, purchasing substandard goods goes unchecked, and many unscrupulous jade traders take advantage of tourists or novice merchants in this area. Boss, would you be interested in high-quality bangles? Exceptional royal purple, 5 pieces bundled for a bargain, as the owner is eager to return home. As soon as Wu Yu stepped into the vicinity, a young assistant approached him, brandishing several violet bangles in an attempt to engage him. With a mere glance, Wu Yu discerned that the hue of the bracelet was amiss. The purple was overly vibrant, glimmering with an insidious sheen, likely the result of a polishing powder. However, Anna's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow! This bracelet is exquisite. Could you kindly inquire about the price?" Wu Yu shot her a reproachful look. After all, she had studied for so long, yet still could not tell genuine from counterfeit. Nevertheless, he inquired, "How much for one?" The salesman's eyes brightened, sensing a potential sale. He promptly responded, 50 million for a single piece, 200 million for 5. This implied that the price for one was 50 million. Yet a purchase of 5 would total 200 million. 50 million? That's exorbitant. Anna, having worked tirelessly, enduring injuries and overtime, had only managed to earn 10 million from Wu Yu, making such a purchase impossible. The salesman, attempting to entice her, said, "Beautiful lady, if you are interested, I can offer you a discount. Just name your price. The owner is eager to sell, and we can negotiate." Just as Anna was about to haggle, she caught Wu Yu's sardonic smile, and clarity dawned upon her.